in a luxurious great hall filled with countless nobles attending. A boy was also placed on a table, and in front of him lay 4 different weapons. Today was an extremely special day for the boy, because whichever weapon he chose next would determine the future path he would take. And under the expectant and curious gazes of everyone, the boy slowly moved toward the 4 weapons. But what no one could have predicted was that, as the boy drew near, all 4 weapons simultaneously emitted a blinding radiance, making his parents exchange puzzled looks. However, very quickly, everyone had their answer, because this proved that the boy before them was a genius, a genuine super genius who could follow any path. And the boy himself understood this well, for he carried memories from his previous life, and to explain that one must go back to some time earlier. On some battlefield, a line of thought echoed. I once thought that someone like me, with talents awakened and blooming, able to easily step onto the battlefield, could begin a new life. And in that new life I could build a family, something I longed for, but I was wrong. At that moment, amid the ruined scene, a voice of admiration rang out, truly resilient. It's been a long time since someone made me swing my sword more than 10 times. Are you that famous Arik who blooms on the battlefield, a talent in full rise? At that moment, in his gaze, before him stood a young warrior, though his left arm had been severed, and he was breathing heavily from blood loss and exhaustion. Hearing the man's words, Arik secretly thought to himself that he knew the man. He had never thought he would be glad about this. Thinking this, Arik forced himself to prop up his sword, looked up at his opponent and greeted him. Haha, it is an honor to be recognized by you, Duke Thurman. This young warrior is from the Drenic Empire, Arik. And seeing that the youth knew his name, Duke Thurman showed a flash of surprise and asked again, Haha, you know my name. Yes, who hasn't heard of your renown? One of the 6 hexagonal knights of the Altan Empire. A single day on this battlefield was enough for me to feel the weight of the Black Wave. This uncle comes from the Althian Empire, Duke Boost Thurman. Returning to the uncle, hearing Arik speak like that, he truly felt some admiration for the young warrior. So even after knowing who I am, you still chose to face me. It's a pity to end such talent too soon. Tell me, do you wish to surrender? He offered Arik a chance. But in response to this golden opportunity, Arik merely glanced aside and shook his head. It was already clear. I was born on the battlefield, so I will die here. Having said that, Arik lifted the sword planted in the ground and swung it hard, shaking the air violently. The gust was so strong it sent nearby objects flying outward, leaving an empty patch of ground around them. Turning back to Thurman, looking at Arik's face now, he said quietly, though I can still see the regret in your eyes, you would become a formidable rival if you had grown a bit more. However, if that is your wish, then I hope in your next life you can let go of those regrets. As he spoke, he began to cloak his sword in an aura and lunged directly at the young warrior. Thus, after several sword strokes, the outcome of the battle was decided. My mother is a young widow, a war refugee. She left me in this chaotic world when I was still small, then breathed her last. Everyone knows what becomes of an orphaned child. At that time, Arik lived a wandering life on the battlefield, a lonely life merely to survive. He would do anything to stay alive. At 14, Arik was sent to his first battlefield, and there his talent awakened. The mana core in his heart elevated his movement and senses to levels previously incomparable. At that time, a superior spoke to Arik. Commander Arik, I intend to recommend you for the upcoming special knight appointment. With your talent, joining the Empire's 5 hexagonal knights would no longer be impossible. Hearing his superior, Arik couldn't help but smile. After surpassing 3 mana cores to become a quad core with 4 mana cores, he had finally received the long-awaited opportunity. After this battle, I could find peace in this weary life, finally about to have everything. Until that man appeared. With a single swing, Thurman easily shattered Arik's sword, and then his blade pierced through Arik's chest. What a pity I wanted to rise higher. I wanted a family, he thought to himself, before his body was blown backward like a cannonball. And so Arik's dream was crushed pitifully. I thought that was the end, yet after his vision went completely black, Arik suddenly heard a tender voice. Oh, our little Dane is awake, haha, such a good boy, not a tear in sight. How bright and beautiful these eyes are. This child is truly a gift from God. A beautiful woman with blonde hair gently touched the small hand before her and spoke affectionately. Beside her, the man wore a similar expression and laughed. Haha, the boy really is a great gift from God. Only then did Arik suddenly realize his condition. What a child. What are they talking about? He thought, his face showing utter bewilderment as he flailed his arms wildly. As if sensing his fear, the man smiled, reached out, lifted him up, and said, Arik, you must become an excellent merchant and follow my path. Your father. The man's name was Arkin Sagria. But as soon as he heard this, Lady Lily Saugers immediately snatched little Dane from his arms and shouted, What are you saying? Dane will become an excellent assassin. Seeing his wife speak thus, Arkin's face turned embarrassed. Darling, come on, why again? Let the youngest become an assassin. That's awful. If he's a man, he should use a spear. Using the spear is the most perfect and beautiful martial art, Arkin said with a touch of fantasy on his face. However, Lady Lily immediately brushed that idea aside. I told you, being an assassin is better than being a merchant. The boy can hide in the shadows and kill targets unnoticed. That's cooler, she shouted. In summary, that's how it was. I thought it was over, but I was reborn. Moreover, I was reborn in the Althian Empire, my enemy, as the youngest son of a count. And recently my new parents have been arguing heatedly about my future. Surely, because I was born late, they want me to inherit their line more, Dane thought to himself. Back to the young couple after arguing without result, Arkin said, then let's do this. We'll teach him both. Of course, Dane will certainly be an assassin, Lady Lily laughed. Dane, become a merchant. Merchants are the best, Uncle Arkin coaxed. He will become an assassin, Lady Lily reminded once more. And while they were still bickering, the coachman at the front turned and called back, sir, we've arrived. Hearing this, Arkin was a little startled. He hadn't realized time had passed so quickly. What, already arrived? Now Lily, take my hand. Oh my, what if people in the city see us, the lady said, embarrassed. Come on, I just want to hold my wife's hand. What's wrong with that? All right, be careful now. As he spoke, he reached out to help his wife down, causing Dane in Lady Lily's arms to receive a face full of couple PDA. What an eyesore, he thought. Then after scanning the surroundings, Dane's eyes betrayed his excitement. Oh my, it seems Dane is very happy to be home, right? Look how happy the boy is. Yes, if this is my home, it will be easier for my talent to take flight. He smiled, thinking of a new beginning. Time quickly passed, 2 months later. By then little Dane began babbling a few words, making Lady Lily overjoyed. Oh my Dane is babbling now, and responding to her, the protagonist's mouth kept moving like a jumping shrimp. For him, the experience was somewhat novel, so I'm babbling now. This really is a new experience. Because during my time wandering far from home, I rarely interacted with children. The few children I met were injured, bandaged and crying with nowhere to go. Many mourned their parents and then slowly starved and vanished. Compared to that, the Sagar's household was wealthy and fortunate. I won't starve here, the protagonist thought happily, having been reincarnated into easy mode rather than that hellish mode. And just then his old man, Count Sagars, burst through the door. Haha, Dane, look at this. This is a spear. How about it, Dane? Long and beautiful, right? Uncle boasted, seemingly trying to instill merchant ideas into Dane early on, and at this display Dane could only offer an embarrassed smile. The man is my father, the kingdom's strongest level 6 merchant, Arkin Sagar. He looked gentle, but he was a heroic warrior known as the Blue Tempest. As for Lady Lily, seeing her husband show off a weapon to their beautiful new son, she snatched the spear and scolded, really, how can you bring something sharp into our son's room? Responding, Arkin's tone went weak. I just wanted Dane to see it. I told you already, don't do that. If you keep doing that, I'll teach our son basic stealth techniques from childhood, Lady Lily said coldly, making her husband break into a sweat. Lady Lily had once been the kingdom's top assassin. Back to Arkin, though a bit afraid of his wife, he still puffed up and said, come on, who doesn't do that these days? Famous magic families place wands beside their newborns from birth. A spear compared to a wand, such a fine spear, Lady Lily shouted, causing their son to sigh like a little old man, truly a harmonious family. Speaking of which, Dane also became aware of his own situation. The reason they cared about his future was that his 2 older sisters had both chosen paths unrelated to merchants or assassins. Time passed quickly. At this point, Dane was being visited by his 2 older sisters. Look, Dane, if you do that, Tata, your cheeks will puff up. Saying that, the girl in the red dress did something that made Dane's cheeks puff out. After she finished, the sister was overjoyed. Look, Dane, so cute. Oh my cheeks, Dane shouted inwardly, clenching both fists in frustration but unable to do anything. Looking at the red-dressed sister, Dane quickly remembered who she was. Arabella Sagars, gifted in magic. Arabella followed the path of magic from a young age and at 12 was already a level 3 mage. Since the highest mage rank is level 9, she was a prodigy to have surpassed the entry level so young. Thinking that, Arabella put her hand to her little brother's cheek and coaxed Dane, do you want to learn magic with me later? I'm tired of studying alone every day. Hey, stop teasing, Dane barked inward. Meanwhile, the other sister spoke up. Summoning is good too. Hearing this, Dane turned his eyes to observe the sister in blue and thought. Claire Sagars, Claire is a skilled summoner. She learned summoning at 7 and can now control 2 summons at once. At first I thought she didn't like me, but it felt more like jealousy at having a younger sibling. She also became less guarded around me. At that moment, through Dane's eyes, Claire timidly tapped his nose with her index finger, then quickly withdrew her hand, after which Claire gave Arabella a puzzled look. Why is it so soft? Right, hee hee, Arabella echoed. Next, Claire playfully turned to her little brother and said, Dane, if you have a summoning talent, it'd be so fun. I'll teach you later. The sister smiled, and faced with these offers, Dane could only force a hollow laugh inwardly. Haha. Everyone wants to teach me their skill. My father is a level 6 merchant. My mother is a former assassin who once tried to assassinate the king. My eldest sister is a prodigy mage, while my second sister is also a prodigy summoner. The Sagar's Count family is truly a perfect noble household, exactly the ideal family I had imagined. So what meaning is revenge in this life? Although my death was tragic, it happened on the battlefield. Vowing to take revenge on those who defeated me sounds ridiculous, Dane thought bitterly. It seemed he decided to put revenge aside for now. Back to the story, soon he was roused by the arguing ahead. Spear techniques, choose the spear, Arkin shouted. Stealth and assassination are more useful, Lady Lily reminded. At the same time, the two sisters and Arabella and Claire voiced their opinions. No, magic is the trend now, summoning is good too. Seeing them debate his future like that, Dane sat quietly and couldn't help but smile faintly. I've always wanted a home. Fortunately, I was born here. Thinking that, the argument grew louder, giving him a headache. Truly a harmonious family. Right, Dane wondered to himself. Speaking of the Sagars family, the Sagars have a very special ritual, the selection ritual. When children in the family turn 1 year old, many objects are laid out on a table before them. People will predict the child's future based on the object they pick. And today is Dane's first birthday. Today's the young master's first birthday, someone said, and the person beside them gasped. The young master is one already. Time flies. The young ladies became summoners and mages, right? I wonder what the young master Dane will choose, people said curiously. We'll know after the ritual, now hurry inside, some uncle said with a laugh. Next, inside the great hall, everyone quickly gathered to wait and see what Dane would choose. At this moment, the little lord was placed sitting on the table, and before him were 4 items representing the 4 directions, from left to right. A spear, a golden plate, a small pouch, and a short dagger. Looking at these items, the distinguished guests around them hushed and whispered, "Oh, the young ladies brought their items too. My, so cute. When did they grow up?" Turning to Lily, she leaned down and whispered to Dane, "Dane, just pick whatever you like." Hearing his mother say that, the male lead's eyes showed a flicker of thought. Sigh. What should I do? Surely everyone hopes I'll pick their item. On this side, Count Arkin looked at his son with a smile, as if victory were certain. Little Dane will be drawn to Longvi for sure. Longvi is a spearhead forged from rare Durkin ore. When infused with mana, it becomes as heavy and sharp as its wielder's mana, a mystical mana spear. It's the spear I've used my whole life. Choose your father's spear, Dane. Meanwhile, Lady Lily had already clasped her hands in prayer. The boy is far too handsome to be an assassin, but Dane will pick the dagger, of course. The dagger Lady Lily placed on the table is called Black Fang, forged from Ethrin ore, gathering all the world's elements. It can hold and combine various poisons. Over here, Arabella stared at her brother with a confident smile. Dane will surely become a great mage. He'll follow me to the academy one day. What the little girl placed on the table was a minor space pouch, an item usable only by mages or those with magical talent. Pick my pouch quick, little one, Arabella urged inwardly. Meanwhile, Claire was a bit shy. If Dane learns summoning, I'll fly him on a dragon's back with me. That's my dream for you, she whispered. The item Claire set before Lily was a summoning seal, the summoner's seal. Summoners use this seal and receive a bond proportional to their talent, using it to call their summon. Back to Dane, with his current state, he could of course see and feel his family's expectant gazes, and the more he looked, the more pressure made him sweat. Oh no, why do I feel like I can hear all their thoughts? Thinking that, the little old man sighed heavily from pressure. So troublesome, but can't avoid it. Which item should I take? Right, watch everyone's expressions and pick accordingly, he thought, then slowly crawled forward, deciding to leave his future to other people's faces. Seeing him move, the crowd grew excited. Oh, the boy is choosing. That's it, Dane, pick what you want. If possible, choose something long and sturdy, Arkin called, but was immediately cut off by Lady Lily. No, short and sharp is better. And that pouch is my favorite. Remember, I showed it to you. Right, Dane, come summon with me. The coaxing voices rose, frying our young hero's brain, pressure before even choosing. Then, as Dane approached the 4 items, for some reason all 4 emitted a dazzling radiance, making his face go dazed for a few seconds. What's happening? Wait a sec. Behind them, the young couple didn't understand either. What's going on? Lady Lily asked. I don't know either. Arkin shook his head. On this side, the guests grew more excited at the sight. Did you see? All 4 items are reacting. Oh my, how can this be? Looks like the young master is an all-around prodigy, someone remarked. Meanwhile, Dane beamed. Haha, I was skilled on the battlefield, but this life is on another level entirely. Back to Sister Arabella. Faced with this situation, she could only turn to her father and ask, Father, what do we do? Nothing like this has happened before, right? I can't even believe it, Arkin replied. Then the young couple looked at each other and agreed on an opinion. Then let's all four of us teach the boy, shall we? Hearing this, the two older sisters stared blankly at their parents. Huh, all of us. Out front, Dane burst into a huge, delighted laugh. Time flew by. 6 years later, during some training session, the sounds of clashing weapons rang out constantly. And now Dane was sparring with his father Arkin, watching his son block his attack. Arkin nodded in satisfaction and said, "Well done, Dane. You've completely mastered the techniques I taught you." "Thank you, father," Dane quickly replied. Seeing that, the uncle ruffled his head and laughed heartily. Very good, truly my son." At that moment, in the distance, a man dressed like a butler carried a spear over and announced, "Sir, I have brought it." "All right, perfect timing," Arkin shouted as if remembering something, while Dane was clueless. "Father, this is," he asked. "That's right, this is your birthday present. I meant to give it at the party, but I wanted to give it to you earlier. Here, take it. I've been preparing this for 2 years. It's a spear made by a famous craftsman in the capital. Happy early birthday, Dane," he said as he handed the protagonist the spear, and beamed a very joyful smile. Seeing his new weapon, the hero tossed his training spear aside and rushed to inspect his birthday gift. "Thank you, father. I'll use it well," he promised. Only after inspecting the spear closely did he realize how wonderful it was. Absolutely superb. The black shaft and silver spearhead blended beautifully. "It's also light," Dane marveled inwardly, while Arkin asked how it felt. "So do you like it?" "Yes, I love it," Dane said with a smile. "That's good. I had them make it to your build, so get used to it." Hearing his father, Dane couldn't stop grinning and kept swinging the spear in delight. Arkin suddenly asked, "Dane, do you know how a spear and a sword differ?" At the question, the boy paused, thought a moment, and answered, "Well, the spear's length keeps enemies from closing in, and the smaller contact area increases attack efficiency." Hearing that, Arkin nodded. "Exactly, but at a certain level it's harder than using a sword. That's the spear's basic problem. To hit an opponent you must keep a minimum distance. But don't worry, every weapon has its strengths. Even the sword, considered perfect, has weaknesses in some situations." "Yes, I've remembered," the boy nodded. "Since you have a new spear, I'll show you something interesting," Arabella said as she began spinning her spear like a fan, creating a gusting pressure all around. "So this is the mana of a level 6 spearman. Just the mana radiating is overwhelming," Dane thought to himself. Then in his sight, Arkin suddenly closed his eyes. He spun, stepped a foot forward. Then he gripped the spear with both hands and thrust forward with all his might. At the spearhead, the air twisted into a swirling vortex, which left the protagonist gaping. "Amazing, just stab the spear forward," she said. Turning to Arkin, he retracted his spear and explained, "The reason space here warped is because I released mana in my body and thrust the spear at the same time. This is a core-optimized technique, focusing mana at a point." Hearing that, Dane added, "Yes, I also heard the sisters say I could surpass my physical limits. As core count increases, the limits expand." Saying that, Dane recalled that in his previous life, he had 4 cores. Across from him, unaware of Dane's thoughts, Uncle Arkin boasted, "That's right, you learn fast. Your father has 6 mana cores." 6, Dane exclaimed in shock, but reassured himself. "If I hadn't died, I'd probably reach that level." Turning to Arkin, who patted Dane's shoulder and said, "Why don't you try it? Use your new spear and see." Hearing that, he replied, "Yes, father." "Relax your mind, forget your thoughts, and just thrust the spear forward." Taking his father's advice, he immediately answered, "Yes, sir." In his previous life, after realizing his sword talent, he lost interest in the spear and only used it as a backup. All right, time to go all out. Thinking so, he squeezed his eyes shut to focus his mind. Seeing him like that, Arkin was pleased and thought, posture looks solid. It took me 7 years to master this technique, but with Dane's talent, who knows how quickly he'll pick it up." Just as he thought that, Arkin's eyes suddenly widened, because in his sight, the moment Dane thrust the spear forward, the space developed cracks like glass about to shatter. "Dane, how did you do that?" "Haha, I'm astonished," Uncle chuckled. And Dane didn't hide anything, saying his thoughts aloud. "When I thrust the spear, I focused mana at a point and channeled it into the spearhead, and when the force reached the tip, I cut off the flow." Hearing his son, Uncle grew even more amazed. "Wait, you channeled mana into the spear and then cut the flow. Dane, have you created a mana core?" "Yes, while reading a book on core creation, I practiced and luckily succeeded," he boasted. "Actually, with knowledge from my past life, making a mana core wasn't too hard. I actually formed it while breathing mana." Speaking of which, Arkin still craned his neck in disbelief. "Making a mana core by reading. Truly our family produced a genius. I felt it when he was young, and now I'm certain, Dane, one day you'll become an outstanding warrior. You'll surprise your father even more later," Dane thought with a smirk, while Arkin also felt a twinge of worry. Will his son really become a summoner, assassin, spearman, or mage? Time flew by, and now Dane Saugers' 7th birthday party, the youngest of the Saugers clan, was underway. The banquet was filled with honored guests from various houses. And at this moment, the man who once took Dane to sell salt in his past life was also present. Haha, Arkin, long time no see. Hearing the familiar voice, Arkin smiled and turned. Duke Bout, how have you been lately? Oh dear, no need for such formality, speak normally. The uncle waved. Bout Thurman, the greatest house of the Althian Empire, the head of House Thurman. Turning to Arkin, the uncle hurried over to Bout and whispered, many people are watching us. I'll act normal in a bit. Haha, do as you please. Bout chuckled and then asked, where's that brat? At that, Arkin called to his young heir, Dane. Come here and greet Duke Bout's son. It's Duke Bout, didn't expect to run into him here, Dane thought to himself, recalling the face of the man who defeated him in his past life. Then when he was brought before Bout, the uncle nodded and said, so it's this kid, Dane, the son you always brag about, eh? Responding calmly, Dane greeted, my name is Dane Saugers, outwardly polite as ever, but inside the brat felt some irritation. Can't hold back my anger when I see him. It's an honor to meet you, Duke Thurman, Dane said, bowing slightly in a polite greeting. Seeing that, Uncle Bout burst into hearty laughter. Your son is well behaved. Seems the boy never gives you trouble. So he learned spear techniques like you, huh? Indeed, Arkin admitted, and at the same time a little girl approached. In front of the group, she politely greeted, greetings, Baron Saugers. My name is Layla Thermion. It's an honor to meet you. This red-haired girl is Layla Thermion, the youngest daughter of Duke Thermion. Setting that aside, after the two kids came to greet them, the two fathers sent them off. Then, as if remembering something, Arkin asked, how is your lady lately? Bout's face turned melancholy and he said, I've tried everything, but there's been no progress. You've done enough, but surely your lady will get better. Arkin offered some consolation. But Bout knew that was just soothing words and also warned, if I suddenly disappear, please understand. I'll have to use a spell to return quickly to the capital. So where's that boy, Dane? As he spoke, the uncle scanned the area and generously praised the protagonist. This kid's clever. I'd like to talk with him more. I don't know either. I don't see Layla anywhere, Arkin replied. Just then, when Duke Bout glanced out the window, he suddenly noticed that at some point, the two kids had slipped out into the garden together and were smiling. Looks like the two are bored of the party already. Speaking of Layla, while walking in the garden with Dane, she suddenly smiled and confessed, actually, I don't like following my father everywhere, but I'm glad I came with him this time. After saying that, she stared at Dane, a little thoughtful. Under the moonlight, he looks even more handsome. Across from her, Dane heard this and smiled. That's good. Our territory is a very beautiful and peaceful place, he said with a grin. But his answer seemed to stir some unpleasant memories for Layla. It's true. There's always something going on at Thermion. Nobles visit my father every day. Sometimes even the royal family shows up. Every time that happens, I have to go greet them. I hate it. I prefer simple clothes and fencing more, Layla said in frustration. Seems like all the noble greetings tire a child out. Though Dane didn't pay much attention, what caught him was Layla's hobby. Oh ho, so she uses a sword too, the boy thought in surprise. Turning back to Layla, feeling a bit self-conscious, she asked, how about you? I like both places, not as lively as the capital. But I look forward to spear training every day, Dane admitted, which left Layla slightly surprised. Spear, huh? She blurted out, then quickly remembered Dane's status and nodded. Ah, right, I forgot Baron Saugers' nickname is the Blue Tempest. I've heard my father say how talented he is. Saying that, Layla paused a beat and asked Dane, so you want to join the academy too? In response, Dane just barely shook his head. No, I don't train spear for that reason. Then why isn't training meant to get into the academy? It's hard to get accepted, you know, Layla hurriedly said. At this, Dane sheepishly scratched his cheek and replied, well, I train so that when I get in, I'll do even better. Back to Layla, his answer genuinely stunned her for a few seconds. Huh. But what if you fail, then try again? Dane shrugged, saying if I still fail, I'll take it as a sign it's not for me. He scratched his head. His carefree attitude made Layla worry on his behalf. I don't buy that. Aren't you afraid of letting the family down? Not really, Dane muttered. Hearing that, Layla felt a pang of envy toward Dane. So jealous, our family sees failure as shameful. Oh well, forget what I said, she waved it off. Seeing Layla acting like a little old man, Dane felt pressure leak onto him too. I didn't know I'd worry about such things, he thought, then sighed and asked, why are you like that? You seem really skilled. Hearing this from Dane, Layla's eyes sparkled with delight and she hurriedly asked, really? Then could you watch my sword technique? Your sword technique, Dane asked in surprise. That's right, Layla smiled, and seeing her eager look, though a bit reluctant, Dane had to agree. Fine then, but only for a little while. Layla couldn't contain her excitement at his agreement and immediately asked, great, where's your training ground? Follow me, should be fine for a bit, he wondered to himself. Time passed quickly as the scene cut to the training yard, where he often sparred with his father. Now with a sword in her hand, Layla began to demonstrate her sword technique for him. Each cut and thrust and powerful motion was displayed before Dane. Even a prodigy like him nodded in appreciation after watching. Wow, her offense into defense is very fluid, and her timing is spot on. But after a while, the rhythm grew a bit chaotic. Dane stroked his chin, watching with puzzled eyes. Right after finishing her display, without even a moment to rest, Layla eagerly turned to Dane and asked, "So, amazing, really a treat to watch." "Really?" Layla asked happily, and seeing her expectant posture, Dane felt a little awkward and talked to himself. Maybe I should tell her, thinking that. Dane offered a pointer. "Yes, but starting from the third stance you tend to overstep by half a pace. As I recall, the other stances are fine. Because you overstep half a pace, the following cuts veer off slightly." The more Dane spoke, the wider Layla's eyes grew. In the end, she was completely stunned by Dane's words. Was I too blunt? Dane wondered, awkwardly apologizing. "Sorry if I upset." "It's been ages since I've seen swordwork like that," Layla replied. As Dane's critique wounded her pride, she resolved to show the brat what's what. "Oh, is that so? I haven't even shown my full skill yet," she thought, gripping herself and starting to swing the sword again. Until her foot caught and she missed a beat. She tumbled forward and crashed into Dane in an embrace. "Thank you so much, Dane." Dane was a bit flustered now. "Hey, what are you doing? I haven't finished speaking." Layla replied, "You've really got an eye for detail, spotting my mistake all this time. Thank you. I'll remember it for sure," she said as she cheekily rubbed her face against Dane's, which made the young general very awkward. "You're smothering me, and put that sword away, will you?" Dane hurriedly pushed her off. "Oh my, sorry." Layla cried out, then looked at Dane with an expression full of delight. She suddenly hugged him. The young general muttered as he straightened his clothes. At the same time, as if their disappearance had worried the servants, calls of searching rang out. "Young Master Dane, where are you, Miss Layla?" Hearing that, Layla snapped back to attention and looked over. "Seems they're looking for us." "Let's go back," Dane replied. And when they saw them returning, the servants breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, there you are. Where did you two go? We've been looking all this time." Cut to the main hall, and now the most important part of the celebration was about to begin, as Lady Lily handed him a small wooden box and said, "Happy 7th birthday. Congratulations on getting your first monocore. Happy birthday, Dane." "Thank you, parents," he replied softly. And when he opened the gift from Lady Lily, he was a bit surprised. This is a badge with the Sagar's crest, the same ones the older kids always brag about. Beside him, Lady Lily smiled. "Keep it safe, Dane. This badge will be proof of your honor and status." As soon as she finished, the guests around them nodded and congratulated him. "Happy birthday, young Master Dane. The youngest son is finally recognized as a Sagar. You'll grow up to be as capable as the Baron." Hearing this, Dane couldn't help but smile. "It's the first time I've been cheered like this," he thought happily. But at that moment, the entire hall suddenly shook violently, like an earthquake. The noise, "What's happening? Damn, an intruder." Everyone panicked. Meanwhile, Dane, seeing the change, quickly looked to his father, who, as if he'd expected this, sighed helplessly. "Stay calm. No need to panic." "Here we go again. I thought today we'd have peace. Can you guess who's coming, Dane?" Lady Lily said with amusement. And as if remembering something, the young general's eyes widened. "No way," he thought, and very quickly, a blinding pillar of light slowly formed in the ceiling above the hall, causing the nobles below to recoil in panic. "What's that?" someone shouted. And through everyone's gaze, from inside that light, a red figure leapt out. "Check the time, my sister isn't late, is she?" Sister Arabella said with a smile. Seeing her, the guest's eyes widened. "It's Miss Arabella, isn't it? Did the lady just use instant teleportation? Wow, I heard you need at least level 5 to open even a small teleport gate. Our miss really is a genius." Admiring murmurs rose up. "Poor Dane, he doesn't like all this fuss. She's loud and showy as always," the young general groaned. But it wasn't over yet. Outside, a terrifying scream rang out, and when the girls glanced out the window, their faces went pale. "There's a monster in the sky." "Oh my, that's a wyvern. This time it's Miss Claire," someone cried when they recognized the familiar figure. And by their looks, Sister Claire had ridden in on a winged dragon. "I guess I'm a tad late," Claire muttered to herself. And she quickly landed and strode into the main hall. Watching her back, people began whispering. "I've heard she's a summoning prodigy, but taming a wyvern. That's impressive, isn't she only 16? Ignoring the gossip, Arabella turned to greet Claire. "You're here then?" "Yes, ma'am," Claire replied. Then both of them looked toward Dane. "Dane, happy birthday to you. Wishing you a joyful birthday, Dane, and likewise for me," they said as both girls produced gifts for the guest of honor, leaving Dane a bit flustered by their sudden appearance. "Thanks for coming all the way to celebrate my birthday," Dane stammered. "Of course we had to come. Now open it. I'm sure you'll like it," Arabella said with a smile. Meanwhile, Uncle Arkin was so moved seeing his two daughters that tears sprang to his eyes. Only a letter for father's birthday, yet they brought gifts for the youngest. he said in mock reproach, making his wife chuckle. Back to Dane, when he opened Arabella's gift, he found a ring inside. But even at a glance, Dane noticed something odd. Sis, isn't this a space pouch? Dane said, looking at Arabella with puzzled eyes because its shape was unusual, and Arabella proudly replied, exactly. I designed it myself. The spatial magic is applied at the highest tier. Well, my professor made it though. Thank you so much. I know how difficult it is to inscribe spatial magic into an item. But the harder part is crafting a vessel that can withstand that inscription. The more Dane thought about it, the more he felt his monstrous sister was a bit too talented. Unaware of his thoughts, Arabella snatched the ring and offered, hold out your hand, let me put it on for you. Just so you know, I've encoded your gene into it already, so no one else can use it. It's one of a kind, Arabella added. Hearing Arabella, Lady Lily hurried over, peering and exclaiming, wow, judging by the faint mana trace, it's embedded with a top-tier magic stone. Arabella also took the moment to explain the function. If you infuse a bit of mana into the ring, it creates a pocket space, so you won't have to fumble opening and closing a bag all the time. No matter how dense-headed someone is, Dane understood how terrifyingly valuable this item was. Such a thing. Thank you so much, Dane stammered as he looked at the ring on his hand. It's an item only the wealthy use in battle, like noble commanders or archmages. I never thought I'd get to use one, Dane marveled. Yet the surprise didn't stop there. When Dane tried channeling mana into the ring, the space on his hand immediately churned, as if about to form a pocket dimension. Don't tell me. You can open a pocket space even faster than me. Wow, you're really a genius, Dane. Arabella said in amazement, you're truly amazing. Both of you should probably already have cores and mana rings by now. Over here, Sister Claire handed Dane her gift and said, Dane, open my present too. Ah yes, thank you, Dane hurriedly said, then reached out to open Claire's gift to see what it was that made his sister rush over. It turned out the box contained, of all things, some kind of monster egg. Huh, why is this egg here? Dane said, picking it up to inspect it, but at that movement Claire panicked and warned, it's not just an egg, you need to be careful. Hearing that, Dane furrowed his brow and asked, huh, then what is it? Around them others also turned to look at the egg in curiosity, and Claire then whispered into Dane's ear, it's a Zerma. I once tried summoning a Decoron, and this showed up. I don't know what kind of summoned beast will hatch, but everyone in the world knows how valuable it is. Hearing that, Dane's eyes widened with alarm as he stared at the egg. Right, I've heard of it too. Zerma are different from summoned beasts. They're another kind of entity. They share traits, but once a Zerma is summoned, it can permanently exist in this world, unlike normal summoned beasts. Back to Claire, seeing her brother understood the gift's value, she slapped Dane's shoulder and whispered, nobody else knows about this, Dane. It's just for you, so keep it secret until it hatches. Yes, definitely, Dane said with a bright smile. Meanwhile, Arabella, annoyed at their whispering, shouted, hey, why are you two whispering so long? Not caring about the scold, Claire continued instructing Dane, I don't even know when it'll hatch. So remember to feed it mana once each morning, and once each evening so it can accept you as its master. Yes, I will, Dane nodded in affirmation. Haha, look at these wonderful gifts, it's great you returned. The ladies really did well, Lady Lily said smiling. Yes, mother, it's really great, Dane replied. At that moment, Uncle Arkin finally cleared his throat to remind them, all right, princesses, while I'm glad you returned even though you said you couldn't, shouldn't you greet your parents? Hearing the reminder, Arabella suddenly realized they were there. Oh no, father, have you been well? I focused so much on giving Dane his gift, I'm sorry. Haha, it's fine, Uncle said with a smile. After checking both daughters over, he nodded. You seem healthy enough, traveling all that way just to see your youngest, make sure you rest well. Yes, father, they all chorused. Meanwhile, little Layla at the back watched the family reunion with a gaze that was strangely tinged with jealousy. And the male lead quickly noticed that look and thought, Layla, did she just leave? Why does she look so lonely? Dane wondered to himself. Time flew. The next morning while strolling about, Count Bout was mulling his own matters. She's even better than I expected. Just as the Academy's best mage predicted, a rare talent, and she pairs well with my son, the Academy's top swordsman. If the two families allied, they'd form a force even the royal family would hesitate to touch. Then no one could scheme against my family or descendants. All right, I should bring up the betrothal between our eldest children today. With that thought, Bout's steps suddenly halted for a beat, as he heard a noisy commotion coming from afar. Are they training? Who trains this early in the morning? And the one training was none other than our protagonist, Dane. Bright and early, he was already at the practice yard getting familiar with his new mount. Each thrust of his spear sliced the air with a ripping sound that echoed through the room. And following that sound, Uncle Bout came to find him. And he was a bit surprised by the scene before him. Oh, it's the youngest of the Sagar's family. Haha, what a surprise. His movements and focus don't look like a 7-year-old at all. Even his simple thrusts reach such finesse that seasoned soldiers who have fought countless battles could still learn from them. Unbelievable, I've heard rumors he showed astonishing talent when he was only one. I thought it was all hot air, but turns out it's true. The astonishment grew when the Duke watched Dane's footwork. Wait, that posture and those steps look a lot like a swordsman's too. Don't tell me he learned swordsmanship at such a young age, the uncle thought in amazement. Back to Dane, after a bout of martial display, he sheathed his spear and said coldly, I don't know who you are, but you'd better show your face instead of skulking about in there. The man hiding at the side flinched at the voice. Damn, I've been spotted. But more importantly, that set of movements felt eerily familiar. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. He frowned briefly, then quickly brushed it off and entered the training hall. Sorry about that, Dane. I wasn't trying to spy on you. Seeing the familiar face, Dane hurried over to greet him. Oh, it's you, your grace. Just by his look you can tell he's no ordinary child, Bout thought to himself. Having thought that, Uncle Bout hurried on. I was so distracted by the lovely training display from the Sagar's youngsters this morning that I forgot about you. Forgive me. You're forgiven. Dane shrugged as if it were nothing. To be honest, Bout only said that out of courtesy. Who would have expected Dane to answer back? Ho ho, this kid's got nerve, he chuckled. Now he had time to scrutinize Dane more closely. How is this kid not trembling at all after such prolonged training? When I was his age, I didn't even have a mana core. Bout wondered inwardly, then pointed at the spear tip and asked, Your thrusts are excellent. You must have inherited Arkan's talent, and the spear you're using. Indeed, someone told me your father painstakingly prepared this spear for you. I'm grateful you noticed it. Dane smiled as if proud. That behavior made Duke Bout think even more highly of him. That's the best answer. My son had skill and manners in life, but not to this degree. Perhaps I should consider a marriage with their house. With that thought, the uncle began to pair his daughter with Dane, and to push his plan he casually hinted, Actually, my Layla is training swordsmanship too. You're the same age, so you'd make good friends at the academy. Yes, sir, we'd get along, Dane replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, I like your straightforwardness, young man. Anyway, I seem to have troubled you during training enough. With that, Bout turned as if to leave, but at that moment, he suddenly remembered something and came back to ask, Dane, I'm curious. Have you ever formally trained in swordsmanship? Facing Dane, the question made him inwardly panic. Oh no, my habit's been exposed without me noticing. Surprisingly, he can tell at a glance, Dane thought. Quickly he changed his expression and replied, No sir, I've only read a few basic swordsmanship textbooks, but I've never actually trained with a sword. He covered it up. But after what he'd seen, Bout still felt something wasn't quite right. Strange, I swear I felt something like pure battle spirit from him earlier, he muttered as he stared at Dane's blank face, then shook his head. Haha, what am I thinking? No way, he's just... With that thought, the Duke decided to toss his suspicion aside and straightened his clothes. Oh dear, I only meant a short walk, but it's gone on too long. Well then, time to say goodbye. See you later. Yes, your grace, safe travels, Dane bowed in farewell. Back to Bout. Before leaving, the uncle didn't forget to invite the young man. Well then, if you have a chance to visit the capital, do look me up. I must repay the hospitality I've received here at this count's castle. Because I rather like you, certainly, sir, the young lord replied, watching the burly uncle's back as he left. Dane smiled inwardly. How amusing, I wonder if he'll remember me. The man who beat me in my last life, just thinking about it fires me up. If I prepare step by step now, I can definitely do it. Bout Thermion, in this life I will surely defeat you, he told himself. Time flew after Bout left. Dane dove back into training, especially resolved to beat Bout, and only stopped when his steward Herman came to remind him, Young master, it's time to return. Startled, Dane turned and said, Herman, you've been waiting for me. It's my duty to quietly fulfill your requests. Herman said calmly, handing Dane a towel. Ah, thanks, Dane replied. Noticing how Herman could approach without drawing attention, Dane thought maybe Herman should study assassination or stealth. He seems talented at that. Thinking that, Dane took the towel, wiped the sweat from his face, and asked, How are things? Pretty busy, right? Indeed, it seems everyone is scrambling to prepare for the next banquet. And it seems other nobles have already been on the road. After all, getting over 30 noble houses to arrive on the dot is no easy task, Herman answered. Right, how are my sisters doing? Dane asked next. They opened a teleportation gate together and went to the academy, sir. They said they had no choice because midterms are coming up. Ah, what a shame, but it can't be helped. Let's head back then. Yes, young master, Herman nodded, while Dane thought to himself he should find time to look at the gifts his sisters gave him earlier. And so time flew by. After a round of feasting and welcoming nobles from various houses, Dane had to sneak out to the garden to relax a bit. Noble life is exhausting, and his schedule was busier than usual since it was his birthday. At least he found some solace resting in the garden. He glanced around and quietly admired the gardener. Those gardeners sure are skilled. I'm oddly peaceful watching these flowers. My eldest sister said that in nature flowers contain the most mana among living things. Since I have time, I should analyze the mana in these flowers, shouldn't I? So he did. Dane sat before a flower bed, closed his eyes, and began to sense. I've trained as much as I can. Even my magic and summoning haven't made significant progress. I still don't know which to focus on. Too much talent can be a headache sometimes. The fortunate young man silently complained about his own gifts. Then a soft gust burst from his palm, scattering petals all around. The mana in the flower, such a tiny bloom, yet it holds such a fierce, roaring mana flow. If someone can sense the mana in nature and convert it into their own mana, it will then settle in their body and become a magic layer. The mana-draining ability of this body is truly terrifying. I can see things others only perceive with their sixth sense. Haha. Just a slight sense in the surrounding mana actively flowed into his body like a whale sucking water. Feeling every current of energy surging inside, Dane's eyes brightened with excitement. This is it. Before I could only sense mana vaguely, now I can feel it more clearly. Cut to another corner of the garden where two boys were talking. I'm bored. Barely arrived and father's already busy chatting with other nobles. He sidelined us. Let's just show our faces and go back to our rooms like last time, the brown-haired boy said as he smashed the surrounding flowers with his stick, making his younger brother a little anxious. Can we really do that, bro? The older brother replied with no concern, even annoyed. Act like it's our birthday, who cares? Do you think the little master of the Sagar's clan cares about this sort of thing? Damn, I think we're lost again. What's the point of building such a huge garden? As they said this, they spotted Dane up ahead. Hey bro, there's someone over there, the younger brother warned. Huh, is that kid lost like us? The older brother shouted before putting on his arrogant face. Hey you, that outfit, are you a servant? Whatever. Lead us to the exit, he said haughtily. This caught Dane's attention, and when he saw the two trampling the flower beds, he rushed over and yelled, "Get out of there now, don't you see what you're stepping on?" Seeing Dane suddenly get angry, the older brother blurted confusedly, "What's with this? Why's this brat yelling at us just for trampling some grass?" Without answering, Dane fired back. "Why are you walking on the flowers instead of the path? You're ruining them, huh, little mouthy one. Do you know who I am?" The foolish older brother began to intimidate Dane with his status, not realizing he was arguing with the young master of this clan. And of course, Dane was no short kid himself. "Yeah, you're the rude flower ruiner," Dane frowned. With his arrogant nature, the idiot opposite couldn't hold back. He lunged and grabbed Dane's collar, shouting, "You rude oaf, who do you think you're talking to? I'm the son of Count Tyron, a distinguished guest of this castle." On the other side, Dane immediately recognized the Tyron identity, Count Tyron. He was the noble who'd been captured after I defeated him on the battlefield. A truly unpleasant aristocrat, chip off the old block, Dane thought. Now he understood why the brown-haired boy was so boastful. Unaware of Dane's thoughts, the brown-haired heir continued to bluster. "Even in the southern countryside, you'd know the Tyron house, famous in the capital. My family can make someone like you disappear without a trace, so watch your words." Dane knew talking sense into this fellow was pointless, and looked at him with utter contempt. This made the Tyron heir even angrier. "Are you insane? A common servant like you dare look at me like that?" He raised his fist to strike Dane. But before he could act, the protagonist was faster by a step, and used his head to ram straight into the Tyron heir's nose, sending him staggering backward to fall over. Nearby, the red-haired younger brother panicked and ran over. "Bro, are you okay?" Turning to the Tyron heir, he suddenly felt something wet in his mouth, touched it, and discovered his nose was gushing blood nonstop. "What the hell? My nose is bleeding." "I'll kill you, you bastard," he howled like a mad dog. Dane smirked at the threat. "You're going to kill me? I'd like to see you try." Hearing Dane's taunt, the Tyron's blood boiled. "Are you out of your mind? Fine, let's fight to the end." Nearby, his younger brother nervously pleaded, "Bro, tend to your nose first, stay put." The older brother shouted and lunged at Dane to teach him a lesson. But at his first punch, the young heir smoothly stepped back one pace to dodge. "You crafty brat," Tyron grunted. Studying his flimsy fighting style, Dane instantly guessed he wasn't a warrior. Judging by his footwork, he's definitely not a weapons specialist. So he's a mage or a summoner, Dane thought to himself. While the brown-haired guy threw wild punches, he couldn't even graze Dane's sleeve. "This kid's too fast, you can't catch him," Tyron panted like an ox. Back with Dane, fighting while idly thinking, "The flow of magic I sense right now. If I can control that magic with my will, couldn't I turn it into something physical? If I can control that magic with my will, couldn't I convert it into a physical form?" He decided to test immediately. Then, following his thought, streams of mana began converging in Dane's palm at a staggering speed. A huge boom rang out as he unleashed the energy forward, blasting the Tyron heir backward like a torn sack. He coughed painfully. The The strike was strong enough to gouge a deep groove in the stone floor. Seeing this, Dane felt a twinge of worry. Oh no, the flower garden's wrecked. Turning to Tyron after taking Dane's painful blow, he still managed to stagger up and realized Dane wasn't ordinary. Damn, you can use magic. Who are you? He shouted, while his calmer younger brother urged him. Stop, this will end badly. Ignoring his brother, the elder's temper flared. Stand back, I'll deal with that bastard. Losing his reason to rage, he muttered a chant. Hear my call, blah blah, and black mana began to seep out around him along with the words. Dane immediately recognized him as a summoner, and as he'd suspected, a vortex of energy formed behind Tyron's back. From inside the whirl, a wolf's head poked out and leapt forward. Seeing his summon appear, Tyron grinned arrogantly. Ha ha, look, this is Genpu that I summoned. I'll show you the consequence of messing with Digron. Tyron Genpu, tear him to pieces. Back to Dane, seeing Digron summon such a common wolf, he lost interest. Just a mundane wolf, not even close to Arabella's summons. She can call dragon. Back with Digron, he ordered his summon. That's right, rip his throat out. Hearing the command, the wolf immediately lunged straight at Dane. But for some reason, looking at his face, it seemed the protagonist's aura was starting to activate. Then suddenly the wolf stamped all four paws into the ground to break itself. Next, its color shifted from red to blue, to the bewildered eyes of the two brothers. And then seeing the wolf bow before Dane, Digron could hardly believe his eyes. What's happening? Genpu, what are you doing? Rip that bastard's throat out now. Bro, it's wagging its tail, the younger brother asked nervously. Hey, what did you do, Genpu? Digron shouted, but it had no effect. Back to Dane, he reached out to pet the wolf, which made it very happy. Good boy. He murmured to himself, not understanding why the wolf's attitude changed so quickly. How did this even happen? Thinking back, even Arabella's summon had been quite friendly, though I assumed it was because we shared blood. Moreover, that had nothing to do with the current situation. Maybe I have a high lickability, but that also means that asshole's lickability has hit rock bottom. As for Digron, he still refused to accept that his summon had tamed itself to Dane. Absurd. How could a summon betray its master? Hearing this, Dane glanced and asked, so you want to continue? That brat, Digron snapped, causing his younger brother to nearly cry. Bro, let's go, we're beat. Shut up, I'll cancel the summoning, Digron yelled, not realizing what else a summoner can do when a summon is gone. His younger brother, who seemed to understand, kept trying to dissuade him. Bro, actually I. As he spoke, the boy faltered and the older brother noticed. At some point, a yellow stain had spread down his pants. Damn, how embarrassing, Digron said, eyes wide. Dane kindly reminded them both, hey, the bath is on the first floor of the main building. In response to Dane's kindness, Digron quickly grabbed his brother's hand and left, not forgetting to promise, wait right there, I'll be back soon, let's go Dinar. And so the two of them started to leave, leaving Dane unsure what to say. Hey, at least recall your summon, he shouted inwardly. Time quickly passed to late afternoon. By then Dane had finished experimenting with the summoning magic. It was actually pretty simple. Just as Claire had taught him, he made a faint connection between that bastard and Genpu. After carefully overlaying it with magic, Genpu linked to him, thinking about how he had no prior bond with the summoning arts. Just because of a high lickability, he could summon it. At that moment, a mature man's voice suddenly sounded behind Dane. Is that the brat who bullied my son? Yes, it's that bastard, Digron said, pointing at Dane. Dane just shook his head at the sight of him running off to fetch his father. Haha, that idiot's making a scene again. Digron accused, he not only bullied my son and Dinar, he severed the link between my son and Jen. And now the fat pig of a man strode up to Dane arrogantly and said, I'm Mogard Tyron, head of the Tyron Count family, one of the great nobles. Are you the brat who made my son's face like that and stole his summon? He demanded. And Dane simply admitted, yes, that's right. As he spoke, he shot a glance at the fat man and thought, he's fatter than when I nabbed him as a prisoner. Peace is nice, isn't it? Unaware of Dane's thoughts, the rotten pig pointed at him and said, as a guest I'd let it slide if I could, but this isn't something to ignore. Why are you here alone? Reveal your identity at once, he said. Dane obligingly introduced himself. Coolly, Dane Saugers, youngest son of Arkan Saugers, Lord of the South and head of the Saugers Count family. The father and son's faces broke out in sweat. What, this kid is Dane. But Mogard quickly got an idea. Youngest of the Saugers clan, looks like things just turned around. I was once taken prisoner by that Rick and gained nothing in the fight. I'll flip the situation so the Count has to answer for it. Use that as an excuse to demand mining rights. Make the nobles who look down on me kneel. Thinking that, he began to smile and speak. The boy is the birthday host. Dane, is that right? Dane replied calmly with not a hint of concern. With that attitude, Mogard felt a sudden anger. Arrogant brat. I didn't come all the way to the southern backwater just to wish you a happy birthday. He ground his teeth inward. Then he patted his son's shoulder and said, so what do you intend to do about this? You hurt my son, you invited a guest here, and you took his summon away. This is a crime. Indeed, today is your last day, Digron chimed in. I'll speak with Count Saugers and demand he take responsibility. Let's go. He ordered, then turning to Dane. Of course, Dane didn't just accept that. I understand, but first I want an apology. Hearing Dane's demand, the father and son's faces went purple. What an apology. Ridiculous, that bastard. Before they could finish, Dane loudly declared, That's right, I did hit your son's nose and injure him, but I was threatened so I acted in self-defense, and I didn't steal the summon. Genpu followed me voluntarily. Up front, Brat Digron screamed, What? Genpu would never do that, father, that kid is lying. Unlike his son, the rotten fat man had heard something and thought differently. Wait, I heard the second daughter is a genius summoner. Yes, I get it. Maybe that girl taught the brat how to sever the link. He stroked his chin, thinking, even if the boy's claim is true, it's a pity the summon was taken. But you want an apology? Yes, that's right, Dane replied calmly. And Brat Digron kept yapping, who does this kid think he is to act like that? So arrogant, interrupting adults while they're talking. Talking to this brat is a headache, Fat Mogard thought and lowered his voice a bit. All right, I won't scold you further. Let's see what Count Saugers has to say about this. Turning to Dane and looking at his face, a thought suddenly occurred to him. He seems to be looking forward to this, doesn't he? And just then, hearing the commotion, Arkin and Bout arrived. Were you looking for me? Arkin said, startling the crowd. Count Saugers. Even Duke Thermion showed up. Time quickly passed until the sun had fully set. By then Digron was spinning his version of the story. My brother and I got lost in the garden, so I asked your son to guide us, blah blah blah. Over here, seeing his father calmly listen to the story, Dane admired him inwardly. Truly a father. He cares deeply for his family, but he's not the biased sort. Even in disputes with outsiders, he can tell right from wrong. Turning to Digron, by now he'd reached the climax of his tale. Suddenly, he hit my nose and kept mocking me with that weird technique. So I just summoned the creature to scare him, and he stole my summon. He even tried to attack me. The brat said this with a pitiful face, acting like the victim, while his rotten fat father Mogard snickered at his son's tall taily. Only Dane clearly saw the two of them for what they were and sighed inwardly. He can lie with that poker face. I really look forward to his future. Turning to Mogard, after his son finished speaking, the old man also spoke up. Count Ark. I only meant to warn the brat, but stealing someone else's summon is wrong. I can't simply let it go. In response, Arkin calmly said, we can't just hear one side of the story. I want to hear Dane's account, then assess the whole situation and decide. If you're worried about my judgment, I'll ask the Thermion Duke for his view, Arkin said, pointing to Thermion beside him. And Thermion nodded in agreement. If you need me, handle it that way. Seeing Thermion intervene, the faces of Mogard and his son paled a bit. Damn. Thermion getting involved only complicates things. I have a bad feeling about this, he worried. Arkin then turned to ask Dane, explain yourself. Hearing the question, Dane thought for a moment. Well, just explaining how things happened should be enough. With that in mind, he honestly recounted everything. Although a bit different from exactly what happened, some of what Mogard's son said was true. However, the flower beds we took care of were trampled by him. He was the one who got angry and grabbed someone's collar. Lying, when did I do that? Brat Digron shouted upon hearing Dane's words. Meanwhile, Arkin's face bulged with veins, yet he forced himself to stay calm and said, Continue, Dane. Prompted by his father, Dane continued, and also, I clearly heard him order Genpu to kill me when he summoned it. And I didn't steal the summon. His summon ran over and saw my kindness. I've never stolen his summon, Dane said firmly. At this point, Mogard, seeing the story turn out completely different, couldn't hold back and stepped in. Nonsense. There's no way a non-summoner could take in a summon. The brat must have used some secret skill. In reply, Dane explained, No, I have an innate empathy with summons. A summon that isn't bonded to its master will accept someone like me as its owner. Funny, Mogard mocked, while Arkin, not well versed in summoning, couldn't verify the claim. Is that really possible? He asked. Yes, that's right, Dane affirmed. Back to Mogard, for his own sake, though he'd soiled his pants with worry, he still argued. Haha, he doesn't want us to believe that, right? Two completely different stories if so. Before he finished, Thermion, acting as referee, after a moment's thought proposed a solution. We should verify it with the summon. Hearing this, the faces of Mogard and his son stiffened. The Duke is intervening. Turning to Arkin upon hearing the proposal, the Count patted his son's shoulder and asked Dane, Can you prove it? Yes, father, he replied confidently. At the same time, Fat Mogard turned to look at his son, as if assessing the situation. But Digron's face had already twisted like a monkey's backside. Shit, what now? I can't summon Genpu anymore. The brat was sweating with worry, while Mogard, unaware of this, seeing his son do nothing, prodded him again. Digron, what's wrong? Summon him quickly. Father, I can't, the boy stammered. Why suddenly can't you summon him? the thing you summon several times a day, Mogard shouted. Seeing the two of them flounder, Dane smirked. Of course he can't summon now that I severed the link, he thought. He then turned to Arkin and said, Father, I'll summon him. To do that, it seems I need the sigil that he possesses. Up front, Digron snapped back. What did you say, my sigil? Unbelievable you want my sigil. Nonsense. Even using another summoner's unique sigil won't work. Responding sternly, Uncle Sagar said based on what you said, even if the boy used your sigil it might still not work. Then what's the harm in trying? Won't it prove your claim? Damn, he wasn't wrong and I can't refute it, Digron thought in panic, while Mogard, out of options, turned to his son. Show them your sigil a bit, Digron. But father, the boy choked out, his eyes already welling up. Hurry up, Mogard barked. With no choice, Digron reluctantly produced his personal token. A summoning sigil is uniquely coded, so no other summoner can use it. But Genpu, whom Digron summoned, was enveloped by his own mana. The sigil was merely the medium. Genpu had bonded with him and would answer his call, Dane thought. And then, before everyone's eyes, when Dane poured mana into Digron's summoning card, a swirl of energy formed, and from within it, a wolf appeared in front of Dane. It stuck out its tongue and happily licked his face. And although they'd heard Dane's claim earlier, seeing it with their own eyes left everyone openly astonished. Father, how my Genpu? Impossible, the two stammered. Amazing you say the boy never learned summoning, Bout said dumbfounded. Indeed, Arkin replied blankly, I can't blame whatever caused this. Meanwhile Dane petted Genpu and whispered, sorry for summoning you just for this, but thank you for appearing. Damn, this turned into a disaster, Mogard shouted inwardly. Back to the matter at hand, after Dane dismissed the summon, Arkin spoke again. What should we do now? We've confirmed the boy's summon. Do you acknowledge that? Dane seemed to ask. Hearing this, Mogard could only force a smile. It seems we misunderstood the summon being stolen. My son never intended to kill Dane, right, Digron? Yes, I only meant to scare him a little. I never intended to kill him. See, he had no such intention, Mogard said with a smile, as if wanting to end the matter there. Facing these words, Dane clenched his fists in anger. Haha, this bastard just makes things up. As Dane wondered what to do next, suddenly someone's voice rang out and grabbed everyone's attention. That's not how it is. At the sound, everyone turned at once and discovered that the newcomer was little Layla. Speaking of Uncle Bout, when he saw his youngest daughter suddenly appear here, his face flushed with awkwardness a bit. Layla, what are you doing here? I heard my father's voice as he passed by, the girl replied. Then Layla turned to nod to Arkin and Mogard and said, greetings to you both, Count Arkin and Count Tyrant. Ah yes, right, the fat one nodded once, a bit worried inwardly. This kid is the Duke's daughter. Ignoring his attitude, Arkin immediately focused on Layla's earlier remark and asked, what do you mean by that? Is he lying? His face showed extreme anger as he spoke. And now Layla told what she had witnessed. Actually, I accidentally overheard their conversation while I was out walking earlier. Hearing this, Digron's face went pale. What? She heard everything. He panicked inwardly. Is that true? Layla, would you mind recounting everything you heard for us? Arkin hurriedly asked. Oh yes, it happened like blah blah. The girl began to tell what she saw, which saved Dane from having to think and explain. I didn't expect this, but with him around things turned out fine. Time quickly passed. After Layla testified, the father and son had no more denials. With no choice, the rotten pig began to turn to his son. Digron, what are you standing there for? Apologize quickly. Only now did brat Digron accept reality and stammer out, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I want you to save that apology for my son, not me, Arkin said cold. Seeing that, Mogard immediately patted his son's shoulder and said, I understand. I was about to make him do that too. Digron, hurry up. Judging by his posture, he really hadn't planned to do that 3 seconds ago. Turning to Digron, he ground his teeth and strode toward Dane. Sorry, Dane. Looking at his unpleasant face, it seemed this guy wasn't remotely sincere, and of course Dane could tell. Just bowing to accept blame because there's no choice. Does it really count as an apology when a third-party witness forces it? I really didn't want to accept it, but from experience, it's more advantageous to appear magnanimous here than stubborn. With that in mind, weighing pros and cons, Dane accepted. Fine, I accept your apology. Thanks, Digron said cheerfully. Meanwhile, fat rotten Mogard breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was a close call. On the side, Duke Bout saw Dane accept the apology so easily and smiled to himself. I knew the boy was special. He can stubbornly refuse when the fault's obviously on the other side. Putting that aside and returning to Arkin, although his son accepted the apology, the uncle didn't plan to let this drop easily. You two can end the dispute here since Dane accepted the apology, but personally, I don't intend to let this incident slide. Your son tried to kill my son with a summoned beast. Count Arkin, no, that's not, the fat man hurriedly explained, but before he could finish, the uncle cut him off. I don't want to hear any excuses from you. Count Tyron, take your family and leave this castle, Arkin said coldly. making the fat man's face change. What do you mean? I came all this way and didn't complain. If we're kicked out now, everything's for nothing. I must stay in this castle at all costs, he screamed inwardly. And hastily he reached out to grab Arkin. Count, please forgive us. I'll do whatever you ask, just this once. In response, Arkin waved his hand once more and said again, I don't want anything from you. I'll have soldiers escort your quarters short. Let's go, your grace. Hearing this, Bout merely shook his head slightly and said, come on then, Layla. Turn back to Dane. At that moment he watched Mogard scold Digron in the rear and thought to himself, serves them right. They started it, so it's just sowing the wind and reaping the storm. Anyway, I didn't expect my father could be that terrifying when he's angry. Putting that aside as they walked, Uncle Bout suddenly asked, is it true you took him down with a mana bullet? He said, turning to look at Dane with curiosity. Yes, that's right, Dane nodded and although he'd witnessed Dane's talent, the uncle couldn't help wonder at his display. Spear skill, summoning, and now magic too, astonishing. Has history ever seen someone this gifted? Bout said, glancing at Arkin with envy, which made Arkin swell with pride. Indeed, I'm extremely proud to have such an outstanding son. Talent is one thing, but the boy is remarkably composed. Usually when kids brawl, they're irritable and stubborn about proving themselves, but Dane wasn't like that. I have no doubt your son will grow into a steady man, Thermion observed calmly. Though thrilled inside, Arkin soberly added, it's still too early to say. We must wait until the boy matures to know for sure. Saying that, the uncle turned to Layla gratefully. Today's matter was settled thanks to you. Without your testimony, things could have gone the other way. Back with Bout, hearing this, he began to catch the cue. Oh ho, he's seeing Layla's good side, if that's the case. This duke hadn't forgotten his plan to pair Dane with Layla, so he suggested with a grin, haha. She simply repeated what happened. So why don't we discuss a marriage between the two? He said as if haggling at a market stall, which made Arkin gulp. Don't tell me he wants Dane to marry his daughter. So the uncle started dodging. Oh my, the sun's setting and it's nearly time for the banquet. I'll go ahead and prepare, Arkin said, then immediately turned and ran, leaving Bout behind without time to press the marriage topic further. Count Arkin. He called out once before turning to his daughter, Layla. Take your time returning to Dane. Then Bout hurriedly chased after Arkin. Your Grace, let's stay and talk a bit. Having overheard their exchange, Layla's face flushed bright as a stove, while only the protagonist's expression remained nonchalant as if he hadn't heard a thing. Unable to hold back, she asked again, anyway, why would the summoned beast ignore its summoner and obey you? I've seen many duels between famous summoners in the capital, but never anything like this, Layla wondered. However, Dane couldn't explain it either. I'm not sure, it just happened that way. But Layla suspected Dane was hiding something and pouted. You're keeping something from me, aren't you? That's unfair, I helped you. Unfair. I helped you too, didn't I help you with sword technique? Dane reminded her, alright, now that you mention it. Layla mouthed silent. Back to Dane, well, she did help me a lot this time, he thought and said, then let's call it even for now, and we'll help each other again in the future. Across from him, Layla suddenly brightened at that. Ooh, great idea. I want to use that right away. A bit impatient, Dane wondered what she wanted to ask and asked. So what do you want to ask? Teach me how to use mana bullets, Layla answered, which surprised the hero a little. What? Why do you want to learn that? Of course, because I want to get better. I want to have at least 2 mana cores before entering the academy. I want to become really skilled and make my mother happy. See, my mother loves me very much. She'd surely be overjoyed if I got good much faster, Layla said cheerfully. As for Dane, hearing Layla say that made him wonder a bit. She's still young, why the rush? That's right, I've heard the adults talk about it. The Countess Thermion is gravely ill. Thinking of the girl's situation, Dane fell a little quiet and agreed. All right, if that's the case, I can't refuse you. Really, really? Then start tomorrow. I'll stay here until then. Unless you want to start tonight, the girl said, excited. Fine, whatever. You won't find mana bullets hard once you understand the flow of magic, Dane explained. I'm so excited. Dane, your turn. What's your request? At this, Dane narrowed his eyes slightly and said, let's see, what I want is. The next line is obscured by the author. Cut to the main banquet hall. The commotion between Mogard's son and Dane had already reached the guests. I heard Count Tyron was expelled from the castle. What did he do to deserve that? Someone asked. A well-informed guest immediately answered for everyone. I heard it was Tyron's eldest son who caused some trouble. Yes, I also heard he picked a fight with young Master Dane and got taught a lesson. Someone added, and the crowd just tutted. Tut tut, they came all this way and caused such a scene, how shameful. Moreover, have you heard? There's a rumor that young Master Dane is an outstanding summoner. If so, the Sagar's house will become a famed summoner lineage, someone admired. And not only that, it seems he also knows how to use magic. Oh my, is that true? Murmurs of admiration began to spread. At the same time, our protagonist was greeting a graying bearded uncle. So your young Master Dane, the one in the rumors. I'm Baron Open. Do you know anything about my lands? Dane bowed and replied, I know a little. I've heard it's famous for grilled salmon and sapphire stone. Pleased that Dane knew his territory, Baron Open laughed heartily. Haha, indeed a bright young man. Yes, open salmon and sapphire stones are the best on the continent. I've heard you have many talents across fields. That doesn't sound like an exaggeration. Anyway, I brought my daughter along. It would have been rude to delay the introduction. Sylvia, come greet. The uncle nudged his daughter forward as he spoke. What, so sudden? Dane thought inwardly. Unaware of his thoughts, little Sylvia stepped up politely and said, Hello, my name is Sylvia. Pleased to meet you. Oh yes, I am Dane, the little rascal replied blankly. Seeing Dane's gentle demeanor, Sylvia suddenly stepped close to him with a very cunning look. Hey, you're the future heir of the Saugers family, right? I'm not sure about that, Dane stammered. Don't play dumb, I heard you're very talented in many fields. Please look after me. After all, it's quite possible we'll become family in the future, the bold girl said, grabbing Dane's hand and making him back away in a bit of a panic. Yes, please look after me too. Why are kids so straightforward these days? Dane wondered. Just then Layla's voice rang out beside them. Dane, so you're here. She then noticed Sylvia holding Dane's hand. She stared and turned to the protagonist to demand, Who is this? Ah well, she is, Dane stammered, unable to find the word. So Sylvia proactively introduced herself. Allow me to introduce myself, my lady. I am Sylvia Open, the eldest daughter of Baron Open. Turning to Layla, it was as if someone had stolen her prized toy. She didn't give Sylvia a friendly look at all. Oh, is that so? It's a pleasure to meet you, the girl said, but her expression didn't match her words at all. Next, as both of them smiled with narrowed eyes while observing each other, Dane felt a cold chill run down his spine. Oh boy, that familiar killing intent. Girls are truly terrifying, he thought tremulously, remembering his two sisters fighting with each other. Setting that aside after the formal greetings, Layla grabbed Dane's wrist and said, Excuse me, I'm borrowing Dane for a moment. We have an appointment, right, Dane? She said while glaring at him, emphasizing the word appointment so that Dane didn't dare say no. Ah, right, you're right. Sorry, Sylvia, let's talk later. Sylvia realized Layla was claiming ownership, but in her current position, the girl could only give a strained smile. Ah yes, how unfortunate. The two of them left Sylvia behind. HMPH, you're basically calling him a bad guy, aren't you? How dare she try to steal him? Layla thought while glancing at Sylvia with a look of extreme wariness, while the protagonist instinctively gulped. The Duke's beloved daughter, who holds power over 10,000 people, second only to the Emperor. Compared to the Baron's daughter from the east, those two really don't get along, do they? Dane thought to himself. Next, after heading outside, Layla asked him softly, How do you two know each other? Is she the one you're going to be engaged to? The straightforward question made Dane wave his hands in surprise. Engaged? No, nothing like that. We were just greeting each other. Really? Layla asked happily. Of course it's true, Dane replied, wondering why her expression suddenly turned so cheerful. Time passed quickly. Scene changed to some old ruins. Looking at the vast courtyard before them, Dane introduced it. Look, we're here. This is a secret place that only I know about. Seeing this, Layla's eyes widened. Wow, who knew a place like this existed? That's right, we won't be bothered by anyone here, Dane affirmed confidently. As they walked further in, seeing the giant vines and the foliage covering the area, Layla became even more excited. Wow, this is amazing. I had no idea such a place existed. No one will know what we're doing here. Returning to Dane once they arrived, he got straight to the point. That's right, this is a very suitable place for training. By the way, have you ever felt mana before? Hearing the question, Layla thought for a few seconds and replied, A little maybe, not enough to create a mana center, but I've tried to absorb mana by breathing it in. At this, the protagonist's face began to scrunch up. So you haven't reached the eruption stage yet. He felt a bit puzzled. He had taught himself this on the battlefield and assumed the Duke's house would have taught her. Thinking this, since he had agreed to guide Layla, Dane began to direct her. Let's start with something simple first. First, you must feel the mana you are absorbing into your body. Feel it inside my body, Layla asked in return. Dane nodded in confirmation. Exactly. If you want to release mana from your body, you must first learn to control the mana inside. The important part is visualization. Close your eyes and imagine the mana swirling inside. Visualize mana circulating in your body like blood through your veins, Dane explained calmly, but Layla began to break into a sweat. All right, I'll do as you say, the girl said through gritted teeth, an expression that the protagonist immediately read. I can clearly see she doesn't get it. Thinking this, Dane offered some encouragement. This is the prerequisite for being able to use mana. It's a very basic step. I know you can do it. Then, following Dane's explanation, Layla closed her eyes tightly to focus her spirit on sensing the mana within her body. After a while, however, the girl opened her eyes and said awkwardly, Dane, it's not working. Our protagonist wasn't too surprised. Even if it's basic, it's only your first try. Try to focus it again. Next, Layla tried again, while the two children were helping each other. They didn't know that Arkin had silently followed them to this place. The place he thought wouldn't be discovered actually couldn't escape Arkin's eye. Looking at his son guiding Layla's training, Arkin's eyes showed amusement. Oh ho, despite being so young, my son already knows how to teach others. He's really grown up, he muttered. Suddenly, Duke Boost's voice rang out from behind, making Arkin jump. What are you doing here? Good heavens, it's you, Duke, the man whispered upon realizing it was Boost. As if they were of the same mind, Boost laughed and said, haha, no need to be so surprised. Is there a couple having a secret late-night date? What do you mean, couple, and how did you find this place? Arkin asked. At this question, Boost wore a smug look. Did I intrude? Regardless, your stealth is far too sloppy. Your wife was a legendary assassin of the Empire, yet you've learned nothing at all. I did my best, Arkin complained. He realized that his sneaking around had been spotted by Boost, who had then followed him. Boost offered his friend some advice. If the master of the estate is seen peeking at others' business, people will talk, old friend. Hearing this, Arkin blurted out, peeking, I'm just following my son. Oh, you too, I'm following my daughter, the man said with a laugh. This made Arkin sigh. I have no right to say this, but you are truly a hopeless father. Setting that aside, since they were two of a kind, they both began to watch the pair ahead with interest. Did you just find them? Let me see too. Then, as they watched, Dane held his hand out before him and channeled mana into his spatial ring, which immediately caused a ring of green light to appear. Seeing this, Layla's eyes lit up and she asked, You have a spatial pouch like that? Ah, yes. My sister made it by hand and gave it to me as a birthday gift, Dane explained. Hearing this, the girl's face went blank. Oh my god, I'm so jealous. My brothers haven't paid any attention to me since they left for the academy. She then noticed Dane pulling a mirror out from the spatial ring and asked in confusion, But why a mirror? I bought it because I needed it, Dane replied. What, really? Layla asked back. Seeing her confusion, Dane explained quickly. It's easier to visualize something in your head if you're looking at a mirror rather than just using your imagination. Is that so? Layla said, dazed, having heard this knowledge for the first time. Yes, now stand in front of the mirror and look at your whole body, Dane said with a nod. Hearing this, Layla moved forward curiously. All right, let me try. With that, Layla looked at herself in the mirror and closed her eyes, sensing the energy within her body. Looking at her form, Dane nodded. She's quite serious about this. As for the two fathers hiding in the distance, even as fools they realized one thing. It seems Layla has taken a liking to your son, Boost remarked. Is it that obvious? Arkin asked back. Of course, she isn't usually this open. Those words made Arkin a bit surprised. Did something happen? She seems like such a bright child. At this question, Boost's expression turned a bit somber. She only looks that way on the outside. I'm not sure about the inside. After her brothers left for the academy, her mother has been bedridden, so she couldn't be by the girl's side like before. That made it hard for her to open her heart to others. So that's how it is. Arkin looked at his close friend in confusion. But if you understand her situation so well, why do you act so coldly toward your own daughter? At this question, Duke Boost's face showed contemplation. Do you realize? I have my reasons. When I raised my sons, I gave them a lot of attention, and they were spoiled as they grew up. Hearing this, Arkin hurriedly reminded him. Hey, don't group Layla with them, she'll be hurt. No wonder the girl asked Dane for help, Arkin complained. You're as nagging as ever, Boost grumbled. What, since when am I like that? Arkin blurted out. Setting that aside, Boost looked at Arkin expectantly. Tell me, will you send your son to the capital? If so, do you think it would be all right for him to stay at the Duke's estate? Turning back to Arkin, he looked toward his son ahead. Guided by Dane, Layla had successfully sensed mana. I did it. I succeeded, right? The girl said happily. Yes, you did well, Dane praised with a nod. Seeing the two children like that, Arkin broke into a smile and said, I've let Dane decide for himself, just like Arabella and Claire. However, if Dane wants to go to the capital, I will certainly do as you say. Oh, it would be great if you stopped by too, Boost suggested cheerfully. What, you want to bicker with me all day? Arkin shouted. You've gotten sharper, haven't you? Boost clicked his tongue when his intention was seen through. While they were bickering, they didn't know that. Their conversation was being observed by Lady Lily from behind. She had followed both of them to this place without them knowing. I was wondering where those two had gone. But why are they acting so disgracefully? She said with a chuckle. Truly, love for one's children has a strange influence on them. I'll just pretend I didn't see anything. Time passed quickly, and after instructing little Layla on how to sense the mana within her body, the two of them promptly left the ancient ruins. As they walked, Layla did not forget to thank him. Thank you, Dane. You truly are a genius. I've heard many people call me a genius before, but compared to you, I'm not that talented at all. Layla marveled at having witnessed what a true genius looked like. Meanwhile, hearing her words, Dane turned to encourage her. This is only the beginning. You will surely become even stronger. As he spoke, the boy glanced left and right as if searching for someone, thinking to himself, those two have quietly slipped away. It seemed Dane had realized he was being watched by the two fathers. Returning to Layla, who was unaware of this, she looked at him and asked, "Will you be coming to the academy too? That is where all the geniuses of the Empire gather," she said, her eyes gleaming with expectation. However, Dane didn't seem to notice her look, simply shrugging nonchalantly. "Well, I don't know yet. Is it really necessary to go? I can train on my own to become stronger." Hearing this, as if unable to contain herself any longer, Layla turned to knock some sense into him. "You dummy, education isn't everything. That is the place where you establish your noble circle. You have to go if you want to form connections while you're still young," Layla shouted. Turning back to Dane, seeing his friend presenting herself like a little old lady, he could only scratch his cheek sheepishly. Haha, for a 7-year-old, she knows quite a bit about how the world works. Thinking this, although he knew Layla had his best interests at heart, Dane's answer remained unchanged. "I know, but currently I have no interest in attending the academy. There's a mountain of books I still haven't read in the library, and I still have much to learn from my parents." Layla, hearing this, did not give up her persuasion. "That's true, but don't you want to play with other children? I heard your older sisters have all joined the academy." "She's certainly persistent," Dane thought to himself and nodded in agreement. "I'll consider it later if I feel like going." "Then you must tell me if you decide to go," Layla reminded him hurriedly. "All right, I will," Dane replied. Attempting to entice the protagonist, Layla began to make promises. "When you come to the capital, you must visit my house and watch me practice too." "Promise?" "Certainly, I'll send you a letter if I come to the capital," the little rascal affirmed with a firm tone. Layla, remembering something, turned and asked, "By the way, Dane, when are you going to tell me what your request is?" "I'll tell you when I come to the capital," Dane said with a smile. "What?" Layla exclaimed in surprise. Time passed quickly, and the days of celebration for Dane's birthday finally came to an end. At that moment, Duke Boost's carriage departed from the Sagar's estate. "We're heading out now," they called out. Watching the carriage pull away, Dane looked at the small box with a beautiful pattern in his hand and recalled a memory from earlier. This was the gift Duke Boost had given him before leaving. "What is this, sir?" Dane had asked. "It's a birthday gift for you. I hope you like it," Boost had replied with a laugh. Just by looking at the pattern on the top, Dane could tell it was something incredibly expensive. Turning back to the memory of Boost, the man had explained more specifically. "The symbol of our Thurman family is vengeance, the sword, and the blacksmith. The history of the Thurman house began with our ancestor, a blacksmith. Thanks to him, our family possesses the finest forge in the empire. No, it should be called the finest forge on the entire continent. All the weapons created by the Thurman family that have led the empire were made at that forge," Boost said proudly, without needing much of an introduction. With the knowledge from his past life, Dane understood this perfectly. "Yes, I know. That place has every type of ore and every kind of weapon and mystical artifact forged on the continent. This symbol is used to identify those with honor and skill," Dane thought to himself. And just as he predicted, Thurman then explained the function of the item. "If you go to the forge and show them that symbol, they will craft a weapon of your choice for you." Behind him, Arkin and Lily could not hide their shock upon hearing this. "Good heavens, such a precious gift. Isn't that something even the royal family desires?" Arkin exclaimed, his face breaking into a sweat as he realized the sheer value of the gift. However, to Boost, it didn't seem quite so precious. Before leaving, he gave Dane a pat on the head and instructed him, "Grow up well and help your father." "Thank you for the gift, Duke," Dane said hurriedly. Up ahead, little Layla smiled and waved goodbye to him. Returning to the present, seeing his son's contemplative look, Lady Lily sat down beside him and patted his shoulder in comfort. "Are you sad to say goodbye to her, Dane?" Hearing his mother, Dane shared with a touch of sadness. "Yes, I am. She was my first friend. When you go to the capital, you'll see her again. Become even more handsome and give her a shock," Lady Lily said excitedly. Turning to Dane, hearing this, he began to pull himself together. He couldn't stay here forever. He would see her again when he visited the capital. "Stay healthy, Layla," Dane thought to himself. Turning to Duke Boost's position. While sitting in the carriage, a thought suddenly occurred to him. "It's so strange. Every time I look at Dane, it reminds me of that boy. That warrior named Rick. With the talent of a rank 3 warrior at such a young age, if he were still alive, he might have become a rank 6 knight of the Drenix Empire by now. Dane, I want to see you grow up very soon," the Duke said with a voice full of expectation. Time passed quickly, and a few days later, back at the Sagar's estate, Dane finally had time to re-examine the 2 gifts given by his sisters, Arabella and Claire. Looking at the familiar egg before him, Dane muttered, "I feed it mana every morning and night, but it's still too early for it to hatch." A mysterious, familiar egg. Even if someone is not a summoner, if they feed mana to a marked egg to establish themselves as the master before it hatches, they can gain permanent control over a summoned creature that usually could only be used temporarily. Thinking of this, Dane began to stroke his chin in contemplation. My mana quality clearly needs to be compatible. Perhaps there are many complex conditions that still haven't been met. I've heard there are eggs that never hatch because the conditions are never fulfilled. I hope this egg isn't one of those. Thinking this, the little rascal gently picked up the egg with both hands and channeled his energy in his boredom, he even tried varying the intensity of the power. However, it didn't seem to have much effect. Even if I change the flow and strength of the mana, there's no reaction. At this point, Dane felt that he was being a bit too hasty, so he quickly calmed himself, put the egg away, and let out a breath. Phew, expecting success on the first try, I was being too greedy. He blamed himself for a moment, just as Herman's voice rang out from outside the door. "Young master, are you finished?" "Oh, is that you, Herman? I'm coming." Dane replied and hurriedly walked toward the door. But just then, the egg behind him suddenly emitted a soft light and moved slightly, causing the protagonist to stop in his tracks. He turned back quickly to check. "I just heard something," he said while staring at the egg. At the same time, the butler Herman, hearing the commotion, hurried inside. "Young master, what was that sound I just heard?" "Wait a moment while I check the egg." As he spoke, he opened his eyes wide to inspect it, but his face soon filled with disappointment. "I don't see anything different. Was I just imagining it? Haha, I got my hopes up for nothing." Seeing his disappointed expression, Herman guessed what was happening and asked, "Did the egg have a reaction?" "No, I must have just imagined it. Let's go," Dane said with a wave of his hand. Time passed quickly. Scene changed to the training ground. Today, instead of spear training, the protagonist was practicing with a sword. Once he finished, Herman, standing to the side, clapped in praise. "Excellent, young master. Since when did you practice the sword?" "I just wanted to swing it around for a bit," Dane explained calmly. "Truly a genius. You have a talent for the sword as well." Herman continued to praise him. Turning to Dane, looking at his own reflection on the sword's blade, a surge of joy rose in his heart. Learning to use a new weapon is quite fun. I haven't been able to hold a sword for all this time because father was watching too closely. Luckily, my skills haven't rusted yet. As for Herman, he brought out a tray of cookies and said, "Please have a light snack before we continue." "All right, thanks," Dane accepted happily. "Training here is quite nice," he said as he enjoyed the cookie. In another development, his father, Count Arkin, was having his own reflections. "Phew, every year is exhausting, but we gained a lot from that final banquet. I can confirm that many nobles are focusing their attention on the South. Most of them want to build a good relationship with us. Since the war ended, the South, with its good climate, holds many things that the nobility craves. Their interests have become very clear. But those interests still can't compare to the amount of attention Dane received." The conflict with Count Tyron's eldest son was unexpected, but the boy calmly and clearly explained the situation before the adults. He even confidently revealed his talent. "The boy is far too mature. Sometimes I wish he could act a bit more like a child, true to his age. I suppose that's just my own wish." Thinking this, Arkin looked at the clock beside him and muttered, "It's almost time. Dragon Tail, let's let the boy give it a swing today." No sooner said than done. Shortly after, Arkin brought the spear to the training ground to find Dane. And there, he discovered Dane practicing with a sword in his hand. Swordsmanship, but why is Dane using a sword instead of a spear? Arkin wondered to himself. But very quickly, he deduced a reason. Right, that old duke must have said something to the boy. Why else would he be here practicing sword techniques after spending all that time on the spear? But it seems the boy is quite experienced with the sword. The strength he's showing is something even those who have practiced swordsmanship their whole lives couldn't replicate. Where on earth did he learn this? Regardless, one thing is for sure. The boy has talent for the sword too, Arkin thought. After observing Dane practice for a while, he spoke up, interrupting him. "Dane, I've been watching for a bit, but since when did you learn swordsmanship?" Hearing this, Dane stopped his movements, feeling a bit worried. "Crap, I've been caught. Maybe it's better to tell father the truth." Thinking this, Dane spoke up. "I didn't actually learn it." "Huh, is that so? So it really is just natural talent. Spear techniques, magic, assassination, summoning, and now even swordsmanship. If it were anyone else, I would never believe a child could have talent in all those fields." Having said that, as if making a decision for himself, Arkin proposed. "Dane, are you curious about this world?" "Pardon, what do you mean, father?" Dane asked curiously. "Exactly that, the world outside these walls. I think this territory is too small for your talent. If you stay here, it would be a disservice to you." The man shared his thoughts honestly, leaving the protagonist in silence. It seemed he had realized that he couldn't keep him here forever. Dane then replied, "I'm not sure, but I am a bit curious." Turning back to Arkin, hearing Dane's answer, he broke into a slight smile and continued. "That's good, now we need to prepare for you to step out into the world." "Really?" Dane said inquisitively. "Of course. Although it's a bit sad, I must follow my son's wishes. And today I brought you something a bit special." As he spoke, he firmly planted his own spear into the ground. "Do you recognize it? It's the dragon tail that reacted to you on your very first birthday." Arkin added, making Dane vaguely remember the weapon. "Right, I remember. It reacted to me." "Here, give it a try," Arkin said, handing the spear to Dane. And the moment his hand touched the dragon tail spear, our protagonist immediately felt an explosion of power surging within his body. "Incredible, there is so much power here." Dane marveled to himself while Arkin smiled and stroked his chin. "It reacts even more violently than when he was a baby. Now no one can say it's just my imagination. I need to. No, I will make his talent with this spear shine the brightest on the continent." Thinking this, a sense of excitement rose within Arkin, and he patted his son's shoulder. "I'm thinking of at least helping you master the spear before you leave. So, get ready. One day, this spear will be yours. Before that day comes, become strong enough to hold it with pride." "Of course, father. Instead of the dragon tail, I will work hard to follow your teachings with pride." Dane's affirmation made Arkin burst into laughter. "Haha, just as expected of my son. All right then, shall we begin?" Time passed quickly. After an exhausting training session with his father, Dane returned to his room in a daze, staring up at the ceiling and letting his mind wander. The outside world. "I've always been curious about it. Even during the days I spent on the battlefield in my past life as a Rick, all I knew was war. Cleaning the camp, maintaining weapons, eating tasteless food, and heading back to the battlefield. The only escape was for the war to end or to die on the field. There were only those two ways. I couldn't even imagine what life outside the battlefield would be like. But as Dane, the situation is completely different. I don't know how my talents will be used. How will the world receive me? Or what can I do in this world? But I have the opportunity to go anywhere and do anything. For a moment, I just wanted to stay here and enjoy the warmth of this place. But thanks to Father's words, my mind has changed." "All right, it's time to step outside," Dane blurted out, and his words were overheard by Lady Lily, who had just arrived. "So you've made your decision, son." She spoke up, making Dane startle slightly. "Mother, since when were you here? Don't worry. So you were so deep in thought that you didn't even hear your mother knock." She smiled gently at her son's focus. "Ah, is that so?" Dane said bashfully. Lady Lily, not minding Dane's distraction, asked, "That's right. I heard from your father that you'd be lost in thought. So are you curious about the world outside our territory?" At this question, the protagonist's expression changed, and he lowered his head slightly. "Yes. Father said it would be a waste of my talent to stay here, and after thinking for a while, I'm curious about the outside world too." "I'm sorry, Mother," he said, sounding as if he had done something wrong. At this, Lady Lily sat down and gently stroked him in comfort. "There's no need to apologize, Dane, but your sisters aren't here anymore, and if you leave too," Dane stammered. "I'm fine. Your mother understands you, Dane. I know how great your talent is. Even if you didn't want to, the outside world would eventually call for you anyway. It would be wonderful if you could stay with me longer, but what kind of world would allow that? So go and do what you want to do, Dane." Over on this side, faced with his parents' advice, Dane finally became more resolute in his thoughts, but he didn't forget to affirm, "Yes, Mother. Even if I leave this home, I will still return to visit often and tell you everything I've seen in the world." "Thank you, my son. Well then, it seems I also need to prepare to send you out into the world, just like your father," she said calmly. "Pardon, prepare. Meaning what?" Dane asked back in confusion. "I was planning to teach you reconnaissance and take it slowly from there, but it looks like you'll have to learn how to set and avoid traps now too," Lady Lily said with a laugh. It seemed she had been waiting for this day for a long time, while only Dane felt his idle days were coming to an end. "Oh boy, I have to take special lessons from Mother too. And skills for disposing of corpses as well. Ah, that's right, you also need to learn the structure of the human body," Lily added. "Good heavens, I'll be exhausted before I even step out into the world." Dane groaned inwardly. "Regardless, I will teach you a great many things," Lady Lily concluded. "Yes, Mother, I will do my best," Dane said confidently, while thinking to himself that these special lessons from his parents were taught with love, and if he wanted to step out into the world, he had to be thoroughly prepared. The southern region of the Arabella Empire, the Sagar's territory, with its warm climate and abundant natural resources. This place had become a key territory of the Althian Empire to ensure they were not depleted during the Long War. And thanks to the rule of Count Sagars, this land always remained peaceful. After the war ended, the remaining remnants of the rebellion were also captured. Finally, the era of peace that felt as if it would last forever had returned. On a street within the territory, two girls in their 20s were walking together, chatting as they went. "Have you heard the rumors? They say young Master Dane stopped by some shops." "Really?" the person beside her asked. "Truly, he came and bought something. I heard the shopkeeper's daughter even fainted that day." "Goodness, so the rumors are true. I heard he gets more handsome every day. I wish I could see his face just once. It seems he doesn't have a sweetheart yet, right? The girl in the purple dress said as she began to daydream, making her friend beside her jump. What? Are you crazy? Wake up, he's only 14 years old. The friend shouted when she saw her companion start to drool. It seemed a cradle robber hunter was being born. In response, the gossip hunter shared what she had overheard. From what I've heard, he doesn't look 14 at all. They say he's already as tall as the count. Wow, is it because the countess is also tall? Good genes really make a difference. I'm sure if you saw him, you'd think he was 20. Platinum hair and blue eyes. My heart would stop if I saw him, the girl in purple said, her eyes shining like car headlights, while the girl in the brown dress listened and felt a bit of expectation. Next time he comes, I definitely have to go see. I wonder when he'll come out again. It seems he visits that shop quite often. Ah, right, speaking of which, a forest ranger told me about this, the girl in brown added. Is that so? Then it would be easier to meet the ranger first and then go there. Wait, are you actually serious? The girl in brown exclaimed. Scene changed to the outskirts of the territory, inside a certain pine forest. This is a place overflowing with ancient magic known as the Apocalypse Forest. Here, Dane was carrying out an escape mission assigned by his mother. At this time, Dane was wearing a green cloak and holding a spear, moving cautiously through the forest. He pulled out a piece of cloth, dangling it before him to check the wind direction. The wind is coming from the south. I've seen cherry spiders here before, so I must head west. Having said that, he tucked the cloth away and thought, 3 hours left. I must get out before the sun sets. Thinking this, Dane began to move swiftly, jumping between tree branches. One of the most important things for an assassin is not to be caught by the enemy. Within a set amount of time, Dane had to avoid the nets and traps set by his mother and escape from this dangerous forest. Back to the story, Dane had just landed in a clearing. He inhaled the air and mana around him, held it for a moment, and then exhaled. After concealing his presence and blending into the scenery, hidden traps placed in unexpected locations would appear, just like now. Thin, almost transparent wires were everywhere. It seems that if I just touch one, the trap will activate immediately. This is the most basic, yet most dangerous mechanism. Luckily, this type is quite easy to disable, Dane thought, as he rolled up his sleeves to deal with the traps immediately. However, since these were traps set by Lady Lily, there was no way he could resolve them so easily. Right then, strange noises began to echo above Dane's head, catching his attention. When he looked up, Dane realized that without him noticing, a group of monsters that looked like giant chipmunks were perched on the trees ahead, staring at him with gluttonous eyes. Then one of them shrieked and lunged straight at Dane. Its cry acted as an alarm signal for the rest of the pack to pounce simultaneously to draw his blood. Looking at the fierce pack of monsters, Dane instinctively backed up a few steps. Crap, a pack of Russelts. I didn't expect them to appear here. They're charging in with terrifying speed. I have to deal with them quickly, Dane thought as he reached for the spear beside him to fight back. But then his movements suddenly stopped. Wait. In the process, if I touch the traps, it'll be even more dangerous. No choice then, I have to get out of here for now. Thinking this, Dane gave up on fighting the pack. He immediately grabbed his spear and bolted. While the chipmunks behind him gave chase relentlessly, the foolish monsters collided with numerous thin threads in the air as they moved. This caused the traps set by Lady Lily to trigger instantly. Right as the threads snapped, the walls on both sides of the forest erupted with the sound of tearing wind as sharpened stakes flew out. Before the chipmunks could react, their bodies were riddled with holes like honey. Seeing them in such a pathetic state, Dane stopped for a moment, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. Haha, they fell for the traps. I dealt with them without spending any energy, Dane muttered. Before he discovered, one chipmunk actually survived that rain of stakes, and it was desperately lunging to attack. Although surprised that the creature was still alive, Dane quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the monster's strike. It's so fast, the protagonist thought to himself. Meanwhile, when the chipmunk saw its attack had failed, it immediately used its forepaws to scratch the ground hard to stop itself. It then opened its mouth to spit out a mist of reddish-brown blood. Although he didn't know what it was, the protagonist grew wary. Whatever it's spitting out must be very dangerous, Dane reminded himself. He then spun the spear in his palm like a fan, blowing the orange mist away. However, being held up by such a petty monster made him a bit irritated. Damn it, I can't keep wasting time here. Thinking this, Dane felt a surge of urgency. If he dallied here, he would fail the mission given by his mother. Left with no choice, Dane took the initiative to attack to send the monster to the afterlife, while the chipmunk also lunged to get a piece of it. Just like that, the two of them charged directly at each other. After a few sounds of tearing wind, the creature was sliced in two by the protagonist's spear. In his annoyance at being hindered, He even swung the spear back once more. He directly sliced its head in half. Time passed quickly until late afternoon. Finally, Dane escaped the forest and was lying on the ground, panting like a dying dog. Huff, huff, I'm going to puke. But at least I've safely escaped the forest, Dane said wearily. However, as if the heavens wouldn't give him a moment's rest, strange sounds began to echo again, forcing the exhausted young master to sit up and prepare for any situation. Now what? Damn it, when did I let my guard down? Dane gritted his teeth and gripped his weapon. However, the person who arrived was actually Lady Lily. Well done, Dane. 3 hours and 30 minutes in total. You're even faster than I was. Seeing her appear, Dane was a bit surprised. You were watching the whole time, Mother. Of course, I couldn't let you go alone. Even though I know your talent better than anyone, as a mother, it's different. You did well, I couldn't find a single mistake. Are you hurt anywhere? She said as she gently patted Dane's head. I'm fine, he replied. My goodness, at this rate, you'll be recruited as an assassin, the lady remarked, making Dane offer only a wry smile. Next, Lily pulled the dagger from her sleeve, the one used in the selection ritual when Dane was 1 year old. Here, take this. It seems it suits you better than me now. Looking at the dagger, the protagonist's eyes flashed with surprise. This is Mother's dagger, Black Horn. Can I really have it? Dane asked. Lady Lily nodded. Of course, I don't use it anymore anyway. Black Horn was crafted from mystical ethereal ore, the kind that absorbs the elements of all things. If you wish, you can even store every kind of poison in existence within it, Lily introduced. Without her saying more, Dane already knew the function of the dagger by heart. I even know it can absorb toxins and use them, he thought. He quickly took the dagger. Thank you, Mother. I will keep it well, he said hurriedly, making Lady Lily happy. Thank you, Dane. Shall we head back? I guess that's everything Mother had to teach me, Dane thought. However, just as they were about to return, a blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out from within the forest, causing the surrounding birds to fly up in terror. Both Lily and Dane froze. Mother, did you hear that? Dane asked with a frown. Yes, it seems someone is in the forest. Let's go, Dane. Yes, he replied hurriedly, and both of them ran toward the sound. Time passed quickly. Scene changed to the auxiliary tower of the Saugers family. In a certain room, an old man with white hair and a beard suddenly woke up with a look of terror, as if he had just had a nightmare. A few seconds later, he calmed down enough to scan his surroundings. Where am I? I remember I was eating mushrooms in the forest. Hearing his voice, Dane entered the room carrying a cup of tea. So you're awake. The detoxification process is still ongoing. Don't move too quickly. Seeing Dane enter, the old man wondered about his identity. Detoxification, did you save me? That's right, you ate red-capped mushrooms. Luckily we found you in time, Dane said calmly. However, at the mention of red-capped mushrooms, the old man's face turned pale. So those were red-capped mushrooms. In response, Dane handed him a cup. They're poisonous. If we had been any later, you would have been a corpse. Here, drink some water. Thank you, the old man said, reaching out for the cup. He immediately drained it. Looking at his appearance, Dane began to speculate. There's a Nixian Magic Tower badge on his belt. He's no ordinary person. Without Black Horn, even I wouldn't have been able to save this old man. Back to the old man. After drinking, he asked, Thank you. So where am I? You are in the auxiliary tower of the Saugers family, Dane said with a shrug. Because the Saugers family was famous, the old man guessed where he was, but it gave him a headache. So not only am I lost in the south, but I ate poisonous mushrooms and ended up. Unaware of his thoughts, Dane saw his complexion improving and said, Just rest. I've informed my father. He will come to see you soon. Your father, then you are? The old man asked. Dane nodded. That's right. I am the youngest son of Count Saugers, Dane Saugers. Hearing this, the old man remembered something and stroked his beard. Haha, is that so? You are Arabella's brother, the genius all the magic towers have their eyes on. But how did you find me? He asked with interest. Dane saw no reason to hide it. Actually, I was training with my mother in the forest. What, in that crazy forest? The old man shouted in shock, remembering his own painful memories there. Even as a rank 8 mage, I got lost and my mana flow reversed while casting spells, causing me to collapse. Thinking of this, the old man looked in disbelief. Seriously, that forest is full of ancient energy and traps. That's right, that forest is our family estate. It's extremely dangerous for outsiders, and since the energy there is different from what modern mages use, it's best not to go there. You were in critical condition from the mushrooms too, Dane explained, helping the man understand. So that's how it was. I almost died there, he remarked, before realizing something very serious. Wait, does that mean this boy is strong enough to train inside that forest? Thinking of this, he instinctively asked, Were you also the one who made the antidote? Yes, that's right, Dane admitted. This astonished the old man even more because Dane looked so young, just an adolescent. yet he had crafted an antidote requiring vast knowledge and precise skill. Haha, how can such a family exist in this world? Besides two genius daughters, even the youngest son is. If this were still wartime, the Sagar's family might have become the most powerful noble house in the Althian Empire. After finishing his thought, the old man laughed and said, "Haha, I told you quite a lot, didn't I?" "That is indeed true, sir," Dane replied with a nod, and this unconventional answer made the old man fall silent, thinking to himself that this kid was quite bold before pausing for a few seconds and continuing, "Let's see, I should repay those debts. But first, allow me to introduce myself. I am Sidrin Gauss. Not long ago, I was the master of the Nixian Magic Tower. If there is anything you want, just say the word, for I have everything in this world, except for the things I don't have," Sidrin said arrogantly. He must be talking about subspaces. Many mages can live without a house by placing everything into a subspace. Dane thought to himself before asking to be sure. "Oh, is that really true?" Dane spoke calmly, looking as if he didn't care at all. This once again caused the old man Sidrin to stall, thinking, "What is this? I told him I was the master of a magic tower. Any normal person would be shocked or show me some respect. Yet this brat remains as steady as a rock." Thinking of this as if afraid Dane didn't understand the value of his words, the old man gesticulated wildly to explain, "You will never have another opportunity like this in your life. There's no need to be modest. If you want something, just tell me." Hearing this, Dane began to frown slightly, as if contemplating his reward. This expression brought a triumphant smile to the old man's face. However, Dane's next words immediately made that smile vanish. "I'll take some time to think about what I want and tell you later." Hearing this answer, even a man with one foot in the grave couldn't hold back his anger, thinking, he really doesn't care at all. What kind of creature is this kid? Since he was finished here, Dane promptly prepared to leave, saying, "Well then, you should rest up and get well," as he quickly made his way out of the room. He left behind a bewildered Sidrin, who still hadn't fully grasped the situation. "Haha, he's the first person to ever treat me like that." The old man laughed foolishly to himself before making an important decision. "I intended to stay for a day or two and then leave, but I guess I won't. I need to stay here to investigate this interesting young fellow more closely." Time passed quickly. Scene changed to the training ground. Now, after finishing his practice and while resting, Dane told Herman about how he had found Sidrin in the forest, and upon learning the man's identity, Herman couldn't hide his shock, exclaiming, "The master of a magic tower. He must be extraordinary in the field of magic." "Certainly, from what I've heard, he is a rank 8 mage," Dane said with a nod. "Rank 8, that's even higher than Lady Arabella." Herman asked in return. "Well, that's true if it's indeed the case," Dane replied, and hearing this, Herman's voice grew excited. "Young master, that means a very powerful person owes you a debt. Magic towers function like independent territories on this continent, almost like their own nation." He remarked in awe, while Dane himself found his luck hard to believe, thinking, who would have imagined he was such a high-profile figure? Back to Herman, after congratulating his young master, the man began to wonder, "But I wonder what the master of a magic tower was doing wandering in the forest like that." In the distance, Dane spoke his thoughts while practicing his sword. "That isn't an ordinary forest. Mages consider it a forbidden woods, calling it the Apocalypse Forest." Hearing the name, the butler understood a part of how terrifying it was without further explanation and clicked his tongue. "If that place is the Apocalypse Forest, then even mages would face a trial there. It's thanks to you that he survived, young master." Instead of answering, the protagonist looked at the sword in his hand for a moment and spoke up. "Herman, bring me a new sword. All the ones I'm using are too short and light." Hearing Dane's complaint, Herman startled and looked back at the swords on the rack, saying, "So that's how it is. All of those are damaged swords the Count brought back from the war, no wonder. I will prepare a longsword so you can practice tomorrow." Seeing that he wouldn't get a new sword immediately, Dane accepted it. "Thank you. Then I'll finish today's practice with this one." Having said that, he remembered the gift Count Boost had given him years ago, thinking, "Now that I think about it, I have that too, the insignia Duke Thurman gave me." 7 years have already passed since that day. If I ever have the chance to go to the capital, I must definitely pay him a visit. Next, after completing the day's training, Dane met his father, Arkin, on the way back to his room. "It seems you practiced very hard today." "Yes, father. I thought you had business to attend to, you're back early," Dane said in surprise. "Things finished faster than I expected, and I had a reason to return home in a hurry," Arkin said with a smile, and Dane immediately guessed why his father was in such a rush. "Is it because of the Magic Tower Master?" Dane asked with a smile, and the man admitted it, marveling. "That's right. Who knows, maybe he can be of help to Arabella. He might even be a good mentor." Back to Dane, hearing his father say this, he began to visualize some unpleasant images, thinking, "Just as I thought, father thinks the Tower Master can help Sister Arabella, but I'm not sure if he can handle her temper, seeing how decisively she punched that senior earlier." Dane thought worriedly, while Count Arkin patted his son's shoulder and praised him. Regardless, you've saved another life. You've done well, Dane. I only did what I had to do, father. He replied modestly, not everyone can do something like that. What you did is truly wonderful. Arkin reminded him. Then, as they walked together, Dane remembered something and asked, by the way, are my sisters not coming this time either, father? At this question, Count Arkin replied regretfully, regarding that, it's so hard to see my daughter's faces these days. Arabella just finished her extended semester and is choosing a magic tower to join, and I heard Claire was requested to attend a meeting as a teaching assistant for her professor. Seeing that both his sisters had their own achievements, Dane was happy for them. They both are quite impressive. Dane said with a nod, your sisters are indeed impressive, but I have high expectations for you too. I wonder how the world will treat a multi-talented child like. The man wondered aloud. I don't know either, Dane replied with a shrug, making the man burst into laughter. Just thinking about how you surprised Boost makes me laugh, Arkin said cheerfully. Back to Dane. Hearing Arkin mention Boost, he felt a bit of expectation, thinking, Duke Boost Thurman. I want to test my swordsmanship against him again one day. Anyway, I wonder how Layla is doing. The last time I received a letter from her was a year ago. Oh well, I guess I'll find out when I go to the capital. Time passed quickly. A few days later, Sidran was shouting at the top of his lungs. What? I haven't fully recovered yet. I'm going crazy staying in this room for so long. Seeing the old man complaining so much, a person dressed as a doctor grew exhausted and gave in. Then just don't go too far, and for the time being, you are not permitted to use magic. What? Not permitted? Sidran shouted. Because for a mage like him, not being able to use magic was like an addict without their fix. Opposite him, the doctor, fearing the old man didn't understand the gravity of the situation, reminded him, that's right, your magic flow hasn't purified yet, and we haven't neutralized all the toxins in your body, so you must wait a bit longer. Hearing this, although he really wanted to use magic, the old man wasn't stubborn and accepted it. I guess it can't be helped. It's been a while since I couldn't use magic. I'll consider it a change of pace. But I can't stay here any longer. Let's go out. With that, the old man excitedly stood up like a child wanting to explore, while the doctor could only sigh at the sight. You don't even know your way around. Ignoring him, Sidran slammed the door, leaving the doctor with a sense of worry that if the old man caused trouble, he would be the one punished. He spoke to himself. Scene changed to a corner of the territory. Some maids were gathered together gossiping. Mages only fall into two categories, a genius on the left and a madman on the right. Listen, he's walked up and down every floor in the house dozens of times, and now he's been staring at the flowers in the backyard for hours. But isn't he supposed to be the strongest among mages? If so, then what? He must be crazy. Lady Arabella needs to live a normal life, but as they gossiped for some reason, the old man Sidran was indeed sitting and staring at the carefully tended roses before him, wondering to himself, I'm really curious who created this garden. I didn't expect these flowers to have such extraordinary magic. While the old man wondered, Dane approached and greeted him. I stopped by to see how you were but couldn't find you, so you were here. Hearing the familiar voice, Sidran turned and replied, Haha, did you think I had run off somewhere? He explained, that's right, that is actually what I was hopping for, Dane said with a smile. Back to Sidran. Looking at the peaceful scenery around him, the old man felt as if his soul was being healed. This region is truly a good place for someone to rest and recover. Now I can understand why nobles come to the south when vacation season arrives. You're right, this place is wonderful. I'm a bit sad I have to leave so soon. Dane agreed with a nod, but the information made Sidran curious. What? You're leaving. Where are you going? In response, Dane shared bluntly, not very far. I plan to go to the capital. Oh, the capital. Then you must be planning to go to the academy. And your sisters are also at the academy, right? That's right. They'll have an easy life there. Dane said with a laugh, while Sidran began to observe Dane with curiosity, thinking, his sisters are famous for being exceptionally talented, so I wonder how talented this boy is. Should I try testing him? He thought. The curiosity took hold of the old man's mind, and he couldn't help but use his sensory ability, enveloping Dane's body, and immediately discovered that the boy's body contained an incredible source of energy. This caused him to break into a cold sweat, thinking, good heavens, what is this dense mana? His mana is unbelievably concentrated. If mages consider the geniuses of his age group to be streams, then this boy is a violent waterfall. Such a large amount of mana would normally be unstable enough to erupt, but how? Back to Dane, how could the old man's probing escape his eyes? He reminded him, don't you think it's a bit rude to evaluate someone's magic without their permission? Dane said irritably, making the old man scratch his head sheepishly. Ah, you noticed. You have skills. I apologize, I was very thoughtless. Then the old man began to scream inside his mind. There's no way I can believe something so absurd. Can someone who possesses mana as concentrated as this boy actually exist? He spoke while looking at Dane as if he were an alien, leaving the protagonist confused about why he was so shocked. Back to Sidrain, after focusing on Dane for a bit longer, the old man was shocked once again. Wait a minute, why don't I see any magic circles? With that density, I should be seeing them. This led the old man to a terrifying deduction. No way. Does this kid have 2 mana cores? To verify his theory, he immediately asked Dane, how did you create your mana core? Looking at the man's expression, which looked like a rabid dog about to bite, Dane asked, is there a problem? Of course there is. You have such an insane amount of mana, yet you still want to hold a spear. And you possess a type of magic that only requires a core without needing circles. Do you really want to throw away the greatest talent ever known? The old man shouted. It seemed he couldn't ignore such a terrifying magic talent that refused to study magic properly. Dane shrugged and said, then why not just use both? Back to the old man. Hearing Dane's answer, Sidrain's teeth began to chatter, while his face crumpled and he pulled at his hair, thinking, this is maddening, so frustrating. Where should I even begin explaining? Next, to knock some sense into the boy, Sidrain took a deep breath and explained slowly, do you know why the lifespan of a magic swordsman is so short? They are powerful because they possess both a mana core and magic circles simultaneously. However, they hinder each other, and when they collide, a problem arises. That is the law of nature. Mana compressed in the core is transferred to the magic circles, and those circles cannot withstand the collision and will explode. The old man spoke with total seriousness, making Dane, though he hadn't experienced it, begin to sweat, thinking, well, I've researched this quite a bit, but is it really impossible? He asked himself inwardly. Back to Sidrain. At this point, the old man was so angry he wouldn't even look at Dane. Such wasted talent, what a total waste. Seeing the old man's irritation, Herman asked, is it not possible to use magic without circles? In response, the old man thought for a moment and said, it's not impossible, but without the refinement of magic circles, how can you use spells that require pure magic? Furthermore, it's not like no one has had the same thought as you before. However, most of the people I know met with failure. Hearing that he still had a chance, Dane thumped his chest and said, then let me try. I've never tried it before, but it seems feasible. What on earth is this crazy kid saying? Herman thought, gritting his teeth at Dane's word. If I rearrange the magic, Dane muttered, waving his hand in the air. With each movement, he left behind a trail of blue energy containing numerous strange ancient runes. Then he tightly clenched his hand, and immediately, a violent flame suddenly erupted in midair. And by some miracle, it didn't seem to affect the protagonist. Seeing the fire appear, a slight smile broke across his face. Oh, it worked, but it's only a basic rank 1 spell. Opposite him, Sidrain's eyes nearly popped out at the unbelievable sight. What? How is this possible? This child has no magic circles, so how can he use magic? Thinking of this, the old man couldn't help but shout, unbelievable. You should only be able to use magic through circle refinement, yet you still. The more he spoke, the more confused Sidrain became. Dane simply waved his hand and created a protective barrier. He then voiced his theory. My sister Arabella said my affinity for magic is very high. Perhaps that's the reason. Hearing this, Sidrain still found it hard to believe. Ha, even so. Is this what commoners say when they describe inimitable talent? So-called natural-born talent. Sidrain thought to himself, feeling for the first time what it was like to be an ordinary person looking at a true genius. Unaware of his thoughts, Dane himself was a bit surprised. It actually worked on the first try, so it is possible to use magic without circles. Now I understand. The boy nodded to himself, while Sidrain's face opposite him was so dazed he could hardly stand. Innate mana affinity, and it's pure mana, thicker than anyone else in the world. Does this person actually exist? He thought. A sense of extreme urgency rose within the old man Sidrain. Do you want to be my disciple? He proposed, but Dane didn't seem to have much interest in using magic yet. However, the old man refused to give up and kept rambling in his ear. I'm saying we should talk for a bit. It would be a real shame for you to throw away such incredible talent. Do you even know how to use rank 2 magic? I don't know that code, so I can't, Dane replied awkwardly. His answer made the old man break into a gleeful dance. Ho ho, that's wonderful. If you become my disciple, I'll show you rank 8 magic right now. Without waiting for the old man to finish, Dane rejected him with a cold face. No, thanks, I'm not interested. Seeing himself a former master of a magic tower and a rank 8 mage, being rejected repeatedly by a mere brat, Sidrain's anger finally reached its boiling point. His eyes turned completely white as he gnashed his teeth like a rabid dog in need of a shot. Fortunately, before he could lunge and take a bite out of Dane, Count Arkin's cheerful voice rang out. Haha, I didn't realize you had grown so close to my son. Father. Dane greeted him as his father approached. So son, what were you two discussing? Arkin asked, to which Dane replied irritably. Oh, he keeps demanding that I become his disciple, but I refused. A disciple, huh? Arkin spoke while giving Sidrain a meaningful look. making the old man turn to Arkin in embarrassment to plead his case since he couldn't convince Dane. Well, Count Arkin, your son possesses the talent of a truly great mage. Haha, is that so? The man replied calmly, for he knew his son was 10 times more talented than this old man could imagine. Back to Sidrain, fearing Arkin didn't believe him, he patted Dane's shoulder vigorously and affirmed, he's likely even greater than you imagine. He can even use chain-tier magic without needing any magic circles. At this, Arkin's expression shifted slightly, and he turned to his son to confirm, without magic circles. Is that true, Dane? Ah, yes, father, the young man replied blankly. I'm quite certain you don't even have the most basic magical knowledge. Arkin laughed, making the boy's talent seem even more impressive. Sidrain agreed, and with this praise, Arkin mentally labeled the man as having a good eye for people. As expected of a former Magic Tower master, you immediately recognized my son's talent. It's not just talent, your son is a genius. He could even become a rare magic swordsman. The old tower master suggested with a smile, and immediately an image of Dane in a knight's uniform, raising a sword and declaring, the sword is better than the spear, appeared in Count Arkin's mind. Thinking of this, Arkin's face suddenly darkened. A magic swordsman, you say? Arkin's voice was heavy with gravity. When Dane saw this, his internal alarm bells went off. Crap, you shouldn't have said those words in front of my father. Dane shouted in his heart. However, Sidrain didn't notice Arkin's grim face and continued smiling. Exactly, a magic swordsman. You're finally interested, aren't you? If he becomes my disciple, I'll take full responsibility. I'll turn him into the strongest magic swordsman in the Empire. At this point, Sidrain's voice cut off abruptly as he felt a chilling gaze directed at him. What is this? Why do I feel a shiver down my spine? Sidrain wondered, and he quickly got his answer when he saw Arkin's eyes turn white with beastly rage as he roared. He is not allowed to be a magic swordsman. The old man recoiled in fear and asked weakly, but why not? A magic swordsman uses magic. Don't you see how perfectly suited he is? My son Dane will not be a magic swordsman. He will become a magic spearman. The Count bellowed, causing Sidrain to jump back several steps. What? That's the issue. Having said that, he turned to look at Dane's resigned face. He could only laugh inwardly. Haha, why is everyone in this family like this? Time passed quickly. Dane was now reading in his room, and the matter of becoming Sidrain's disciple remained undecided. Currently, the protagonist was researching magical knowledge. For a mage, becoming a disciple was a significant event. Mages usually nurtured successors through a process called inheritance. This tradition had existed since ancient times and continued even into the modern era, where general magical education was established. Indeed, the master of a magic tower wasn't just looking for an ordinary student, but a successor. Considering that a rank 8 archmage was hovering around him like this, it meant his talent was something truly extraordinary. After hearing so much praise, I also feel something stirring within my body. At this, Dane's eyes suddenly brightened as he recalled a childhood memory. Ah, I know. The image of Arabella bringing a crystal ball to him appeared in his mind, telling him, if you ever want to see me, just pour magic into this crystal ball. Thinking of this, the young master immediately opened his wardrobe, took out the magic crystal ball, and said happily, all right, I'll just ask Sister Arabella. Elsewhere in a place that looked like a library, Arabella suddenly heard her brother's voice. Sister Arabella, it's me, Dane. Hearing the familiar voice, the pen in her hand stopped as she said joyfully, Dane, my little brother. Quickly, Dane recounted everything that had happened to ask for her advice, and naturally, Arabella was astonished. What, Dane, you can use rank 1 magic, but you don't even have magic circles yet. Well, it's true I don't, but I can still use it. He shrugged, leaving her to offer a wry smile. I knew you were a genius, but I didn't think you'd be this good. Back to Dane, he continued. Magic circles only function to purify and circulate mana. Maybe it's because my mana is already pure. On the other end, Arabella nodded. That sounds reasonable. I have a way to test it. Dane, I'll send you a magic stone through the transport device in your room. Just pour a little mana into it, okay? Understood, Dane replied happily. He marveled at his luck in having such a sister. Eldest sister is so good to me. Mana has always made me curious. Advice from a rank 6 mage was incredibly useful. On the other end, Arabella reminded him, speaking of which, if you can already use magic, you're going to get a lot of attention at the academy. I don't want that, Dane said in fear. It's unavoidable. Talent is the most attractive thing there. Make sure to tell me if you get bullied at school. I'll deal with anyone who dares touch my brother. Arabella spoke confidently, making Dane remember something. I almost forgot. I heard you broke the nose of the guy who was hitting on you. He was the second son of Duke Well, right? At this, Arabella remembered the man's annoying face and hissed, don't mention that bastard again. She barked out the words, making those around her look at her with apprehension. Seeing this, Arabella quickly lowered her voice and continued, By the way, even without magic circles, can your mana become even purer over time? I'm not sure about that, the protagonist stammered. Well, I'll look into it later, Arabella said with a nod. However, before she could talk with her brother much longer, a female student ran up to her. Senior Arabella, the professor is looking for you. Hearing this, Arabella reluctantly said, Dane, I have to go. I'll call you back later. All right, see you later then, Dane said. Okay, I'll send the magic stone as soon as I can. Back to the protagonist. After his sister disconnected, he broke into a happy smile. I'm about to step into a new horizon. I didn't even expect my mana to be this pure. Do I have the heart of a dragon or something? Dane muttered as he placed a hand on his chest. Elsewhere at that moment, the old man Sidrain, unable to convince Dane to be his disciple, was sighing wearily like a dying man. Oh, I'm going to die. I used mana to probe him, and it made my condition even worse. I plan to leave early, but I can't yet. Not until he accepts my offer. But what do I have to do to make him agree? Should I give him some magic artifacts, or the accumulated knowledge of my many lives? Sidrain asked himself, but quickly shook his head. No, that's too much. If I give them to him and he still refuses, I'll be leaving empty-handed. The more he thought, the more his head felt like it was graying. Just then, Dane's voice rang out from outside. Are you in? It's me, Dane saw. Hearing Dane looking for him, a spark of hope lit up in Sidrain's eyes. Why is he here? Has he agreed to my offer? With expectation on his face, Sidrain called out, Come in. Dane opened the door and entered quickly. Great, you're here. I have something to tell you. Oh, what is it? The old man said snootily, and after looking at Dane's form, he immediately imagined Dane was there to beg for discipleship and laughed. Haha, I knew it. You want to be the disciple of a great rank 8 mage like me. The old man laughed triumphantly, but Dane bluntly corrected him. No, that's not it. At this, the smile vanished from Sidrain's face as he clicked his tongue. Then what are you here for? Didn't you say you weren't interested in magic? It's not that I'm not interested, Dane shook his head. Then why won't you be my disciple? Do you already have a master? Sidrain asked, but Dane shook his head again. No, I don't have one. At this point, even a saint would be annoyed. This is maddening. Is this kid playing with me? If that's not it, then what on earth are you here for? Sidrain gritted his teeth. Naturally, Dane wasn't there for idle chat. I don't know how to progress to the second tier. It's hard for my sister to teach me from so far away. Ultimately, the best way is to learn from Sidrain. He still owes me his life, after all. Thinking this, Dane decided to use that debt. I don't just want to be an ordinary mage. The old man deduced. What? You want to be a magic spearman? No, I'm going to be a mage, a spearman, an assassin, and a summoner. The little rascal listed off a long string of professions, leaving Sidrain's mouth hanging open. What? Does such a profession even exist? He scratched his head, but it wasn't over. Ah, and a swordsman too. Dane added, and Sidrain could only shake his head. How absurd. This is hard to say. You're still refusing me even though you know this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That's right, Dane replied calmly, and at this resolute tone, Sidrain fell into thought. Damn, he's so stubborn. The old man grumbled to himself, but in difficult moments, his mind began to work, and an idea occurred to him. Ah, maybe this will work. Thinking this, Sidrain slammed the table and shouted, Do you want a letter of recommendation? I heard you want to enter that academy. If I write you a recommendation, you'll be admitted immediately. Sidrain said excitedly, and for Dane, this bait was incredibly tempting. That is indeed a very attractive offer. All right, he sighed. Excellent, now let's discuss the details, Sidrain shouted. Can I make a condition? Dane asked, and the old man smiled to himself. He's bitten. I'll grab this chance and make sure he can't escape. Of course, go ahead and speak. Well then, can you teach me how rank 2 magic functions? Of course, I understand every type of magic in the world, Sidrain boasted. Oh, really? Then I'll count on you. The protagonist spoke with a voice full of expectation. Haha, it's nothing. The old man waved it off, thinking to himself that a letter of recommendation and rank 2 magic were nothing to him. He wanted to show off his great knowledge immediately. Shall we begin right now? Even though my condition isn't great, it doesn't matter. All right, let's start, Dane agreed. He's fallen completely into my trap. Sidrain laughed inwardly, but Dane wasn't that foolish. By the way, I'll consider this your repayment for me saving you in the forest. Hearing this, Sidrain's face went blank. What? You said it yourself. You owe me your life, so I can ask for whatever I want. And I've already stated what I want, Dane said with a cunning smile. This made the old man's eyes pop out. Wait a minute, what about you becoming my disciple? Absolutely not, Dane said with a shake of his head. No matter how slow he was, Sidrain realized he had been played. What, have I just been tricked? Tricked by a 14-year-old kid? His mind started racing again, and he realized a detail in Dane's request. Wait, you're asking for 2 things, but I only owe you 1 favor. At this challenge, Dane replied coldly, I don't think so. First, I saved you from the forest. Second, I removed the poison from your body. Furthermore, I had to carry you all the way back here, but I didn't even count that. The protagonist confidently listed his life-saving merits, leaving the old man's face looking defeated. How can this child be so shrewd? Goodness, my back hurts a little. In the end, old experience cannot beat youthful enthusiasm. Time passed quickly. Scene changed to the training ground. Having been cornered by Dane, they were now there to practice magic. But of course, Sidrain didn't intend to give up easily. It's fine. If I keep persisting, maybe he'll change his mind. It would be a waste to ignore such a natural talent. Thinking this, the old man began his instruction. The fact that you condensed a mana core before having magic circles is not worth mentioning. The important part is using magic without circles. The rank 2 magic transfer method I'm about to explain is very complex. Countless people have given up at this step. So listen very carefully, Sidrain said, glancing arrogantly at Dane behind him. Fine, Dane agreed calmly. Haha, look at those sparkling eyes. But I won't let you achieve your goal easily. I'll show you what respect means, the Tower Master shouted in his heart. Finally, the lesson officially began. Rank 2 magic is on a completely different level from rank 1 because you have to calculate the amount of mana, the mana density in the air, and even your physical condition at the time. The reason most people give up studying magic is because it's so complex, the old man explained. Meanwhile, Dane was busy taking notes in a small notebook, and seeing his focus, Sidrain felt a bit of doubt. Well, do you understand what I'm saying? You're surely going to have to ask me to explain it in simpler terms. Imagining Dane begging him, the old man smirked and asked, That's the basic idea, do you understand? In response to those words, Dane nodded confidently. Yes, I understand now. I have much to learn, not only how magic functions, but also the things I don't yet know. Opposite him, Dane's words were completely unexpected for Sidrain, leaving the old man utterly bewildered. What, you actually understood all of that? Then tell me about the laws of how magic operates. Turning back to Dane, upon hearing the question, he continued taking notes while casually replying. The first law is coexistence. Magic power can coexist with the physical world and other sources of mana. Through coexistence, a mage uses their own magic power, along with the surrounding mana to cast spells. The second law is preservation. If magic power gathers enough physical elements, then through preservation, it can utilize magic through all different elemental attributes, and so on. As soon as Sidrain heard Dane speak, his entire body froze like a block of wood. Unbelievable. He completely understands the true nature of magic, and he's even adding his own interpretation. Most people find this subject tedious, but he doesn't seem to feel that way at all. How can someone like this even exist? The old man marveled inwardly. Then, because Dane had answered the question so excellently, he began to dive deeper into the lecture. With every rank, magic becomes exponentially more complex. Instead of explaining, I'll demonstrate it for you. Saying this, the old man paused and waved his hand to the side. This caused his arm to be enveloped in bands of blue energy, which quickly intertwined to form a grid-like symbol. Looking at this symbol, Sidrain turned to Dane and said, For example, this is rank 1 magic, which can be cast using simple laws. However, from rank 2 onward, it's different. Rank 1 simply cannot compare. Having said that, he continued to provide examples, creating larger energy bands with countless complex characters floating around. This is how rank 2 magic functions. The old man spoke calmly. Looking at the magical examples created by Sidrain, Dane felt the level of complexity had indeed risen to a different level. They are tightly bound together in a very intricate way. It feels even harder than the theory, Dane thought with a frown. As for the old man Sidrain, seeing the change in Dane's expression, he laughed. Well, this is the magic that forms rank 2 fire magic, Fire Arrow. Furthermore, if you want more of them, you need to cast the same spell multiple times. I bet you're quite surprised, aren't you? You've never seen the inner workings of rank 2 magic before. Sidrain thought this to himself and continued aloud. It looks complicated, doesn't it? Most people take at least a year after mastering rank 1 magic before they even start using rank 2. No matter how intelligent you are, you can only understand a part of the magic. The important thing here is the law. If you can't grasp that, nothing else matters. I'll observe you for about a week and then slowly explain the technique to you, Sidrain silently planned. However, he was still slightly underestimating a genius like Dane. Should I give it a try? Dane asked, causing the old man to snap out of his thoughts. Well, it'll be difficult, but go ahead and try. Sidrain said nonchalantly, thinking Dane certainly wouldn't be able to do it. All right then, Dane replied calmly. Next, he imitated Sidrain based on what he had observed, causing his body to be enveloped in countless streams of gentle energy, and very quick. He successfully executed the grid-like magic. This is rank 1 magic, right? Dane asked. Yes, Sidrain nodded. He was also a bit shocked inwardly. Ho ho, he can create lines of a specific length and width. Impressive. so he's already mastered simple rank 1 use. Seeing the old man confirming it, Dane proceeded to use rank 2 magic. And this is what you just showed me. As he spoke, the energy around Dane suddenly changed, becoming winding and identical to the rank 2 magic Sidran had just used. At this point, Sidran didn't know what to say to the sight before. Is this for real? He copied the workings of rank 2 magic perfectly. He understood it instantly after seeing me do it just once. Thinking this, a sense of curiosity rose within the old man, and he asked, "How did you do that?" While I was watching, I memorized the laws and patterns. When defining the magic in my head, it wasn't that difficult. Dane explained simply. Even though it sounded easy coming from Dane, Sidran knew exactly how incredibly hard it was, truly beyond imagination. Even a magic genius like me took a while to use rank 2 magic, yet this boy can manifest it without even needing magic circle. He thought in amazement, but the shock wasn't over yet. Immediately after, the protagonist decided to show off a bit more and proposed, "Well then, I'll try using fire arrow as well." "Wait, what?" Sidran asked back, but Dane didn't have time to repeat himself. He immediately extended his hands to both sides and focused his spirit. Controlling each of his mana sources, he caused them to turn into streaks of light, flying wildly around. Then from within those streaks of light, 4 fire arrows suddenly appeared in midair. Seeing that his magic was successful, Dane felt a bit of joy. Oh, it seems it worked. Back to Sidran, looking at the young boy rejoicing because his magic had manifested, he simply found it hard to believe. This is utterly absurd. If I had possessed talent like this, I could have achieved my rank 9 dream by now. Unaware of his thoughts, Dane controlled the arrows to bring them closer to him and asked, "Am I doing this right?" "Ah, yes, very impressive. You learn everything I teach very quick," the old man said while coughing slightly, while Dane himself felt surprised. "Yes, I'm also amazed I could do it on the first try." As for Sidran, he was now truly a bit afraid of Dane's terrifying talent. A mage without magic circles, the world will fall into chaos when they see him. I must hide this talent, because all sorts of people will try to approach and bother him, especially until he becomes my disciple. I should think about how to write the recommendation letter to the academy, Sidran told himself and continued. "All right, shall we move on to another spell?" "Yes," Dane replied. Just like that, time passed quickly until evening. While lying in bed, Dane began to remember the moments from that morning. Magic class is more fun than I thought. I need to study both theory and practice thoroughly, but because I can use magic. Thinking back to my past life, I was in a situation where I was forced to give up magic, in a circumstance where I didn't even know when I might lose my life. Taking time to learn magic was a luxury I couldn't afford. To survive, I had to swing a sword. Because magic, up to a certain point, prioritizes theoretical study over practice. It makes me look forward to it more in this life. Combining the theory I learned from my sister with my innate talent, I can show explosive growth with just simple instruction. In being taught by the former master of a magic tower, what magic will I learn tomorrow? Dane wondered to himself. Just like that, time passed, and half a month later, Dane and Sidran were meeting Arkin to make a proposal. "What, you want to make a magic reagent?" Arkin exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, father. Since there aren't enough ingredients, I'll need to go outside the territory," Dane replied. Trying to make potions already," the man said blankly. Beside him, Tower Master Sidran affirmed, "Don't worry about the boy. He's already learned how rank 4 magic works." Turning back to Arkin, although he knew his son was incredibly talented, he was still impressed every time he heard of his achievements. Doesn't it usually take a month just to finish rank 1? Information on magic reagents isn't that easy to come by. Where did you learn that? In response to the question, Dane flashed a bright smile. "I learned it while reading magic books in the library. They made me very interested." Hearing him say this, Sidran also smiled. "Haha, truly, a genius is different. I never thought you'd be curious about magic reagents. Most people find them very boring. But for you, even picking out materials is fun. I'm sure of it." Looking at the smiling faces of the two of them, Arkin contemplated for a moment and agreed. "All right then, this will become a valuable experience for you. Since you're going out, make sure to check on the territory as well." "Yes, father," Dane replied. Next, the three of them, Dane, Herman, and Sidran, left the manor and stepped onto the street. As soon as he appeared, it caused a commotion as his identity was recognized by everyone. "It's young Master Dane. Young Master, he's carrying snacks. It's the new product. That silver hair looks so beautiful fluttering in the wind today." Voices of greeting to the young master echoed everywhere, and the protagonist didn't act aloof but nodded and smiled back at them. "I hope everyone is doing well. I'll come back for more snacks later." Beside him, Sidran observed how the people treated the young master and thought to himself, "It seems Count Saugers is not a bad man. Well, based on how the boy treats me, that makes sense." Thinking this, he looked around at the bustling scene and remarked, "There's a lot of delicious food here in the south. The weather is harmonious and the people are friendly. It's a scene rarely found in the capital. Yes, this place is very warm, Dane replied. So how much longer until we reach the magic tool shop? Sidrine asked. However, for a homebody who spent all his time in the castle, this question was a challenge for Dane. Well, I'm not sure because I've never been there before. What, really? Sidrine exclaimed in shock, while the protagonist took the opportunity to turn to his butler. Herman, I'll need you to lead us from here. Yes, young master. Herman nodded. Next, the man nudged his horse and took the lead, saying, this way. It's not much further. Time passed quickly. Scene changed to the magic tool shop. Dane's group had just arrived. Upon seeing them enter, the shopkeeper said excitedly, oh my, is it really young Master Dane? Your silver hair and emerald eyes are as incredible as the rumors say. Thank you for welcoming us. How has business been lately? Dane greeted her. Facing the question, the shopkeeper shrugged. The same as ever. Not many people in the territory come to buy magic tools. I only sell to foreigners and those interested in magic. At this point, as if recognizing Sidrine's identity, she said respectfully, I didn't expect to have the honor of meeting the former master of the Nixian Magic Tower, Lord Sidrine, in this place. Hearing the greeting, the old man smiled back, while Dane was slightly surprised. She recognized him with just a glance. I guess that makes sense, since not many people become a master of a magic tower in the Empire. Except for this old fellow. Turning back to the shopkeeper, knowing they were there for a reason, she didn't want to waste their time. Please feel free to look around the shop. If you need anything, just call me. With that, she left them to their choices. Since this is your first time at a magic tool shop, feel free to look around. I'll talk with the owner for a bit, Sidrine said. That works. Herman replied. Next, while the old man was chatting, Dane took the opportunity to observe all the different items and jars on the wooden shelves and marveled. Wow, there are so many interesting things here. And there's something strange too, a very familiar feeling, the protagonist wondered to himself. Furthermore, if I touch the magic tools, I can see their magical reaction. It must be because my magical sensitivity is quite high. Thinking this, Dane suddenly sensed a strange presence that caught his attention. What is that? There's a fairly strong reaction coming from over there. What is it? As he spoke, he looked toward where he sensed the presence. Beside him, the shopkeeper saw Dane's posture and reminded him, young master, those are just decorations. Oh, is that so? Dane muttered. Meanwhile, the old mage turned and said, why don't you come over here and look at some potion ingredients? Moon root is also very good. In response, the shopkeeper took the chance to advertise her products. That's a perfect choice. At least 50 types of potions contain moon root. These are hand-grown by me and are of excellent quality. Back to Dane, he was still bothered by the strange sensation he felt. So strange. He muttered to himself before sensing the exact location of the presence and immediately looked behind him. It turned out the entire sensation was coming from a certain stone. That's it. That stone is calling out. Thinking this, he hurriedly ran toward the stone. This made the butler Herman curious. Young master, what is it? Herman, I sense something from this stone. Dane explained. Seeing this, Herman observed the stone and shook his head. What? It just looks like an ordinary decoration. I'm not sure either, but this stone is really strange. As he spoke, he gripped the stone to inspect it, and very quickly, he had his answer. I see. The more magic I channel into it, the stronger the reaction becomes. Could it be that it only reacts to my magic? Unaware of the stone's strangeness, the shopkeeper was still introducing her wares. Your eye is quite good, Lord Sidrine. Using that as a sample is perfect. Let's see. Then give me those moon roots and some Canwell berry. May I ask what is this? Dane said as he held up the stone in his hand. Hearing the question, the shopkeeper looked at the object and said in shock, where did you get that stone? Is something wrong with it? Sidrine asked. Oh no, those are just decorative items. She waved it off. This only made Dane more confused. Decoration? No way. What kind of decoration reacts to magic? As for the shopkeeper, seeing the stone in Dane's hand made her face scrunch up. Sigh, just looking at that stone makes me annoyed. Hearing this, the old mage asked with interest, why, were you cheated by someone? The shopkeeper let out a sigh and said, a few years ago, some peddlers paid me with a large pack. When I opened it, that rock was inside. The man had already left. I didn't know what it was, so I had it appraised, but in the end, it was just a rock and nothing more. I didn't know where to put it, so I just left it there. Strange, this stone is definitely not ordinary. Dane wondered to himself, but instead of telling Sidrine, he decided to keep it to himself for now. Seeing that Dane still hadn't chosen anything, the shopkeeper suggested, young master, if you want something better, look over here. I have some very special magical artifacts. I'll show you. With that, she pulled out a roll of paper and introduced it. This is a directory roll, blah blah. Ignoring the advertisement, Dane remained focused on the stone. Even though there are many cool things here. I only want this, unaware of his thoughts. The woman continued her enthusiastic pitch. If you place it inside, it will automatically save the information you want, and you just have to call out the person's name and their card will appear. Also, Before she could finish, Dane interrupted. I'll take the directory role in this stone. The fact that Dane wanted the useless stone shocked the shopkeeper. What? Why would you want that useless rock? On the other side, the tower master also asked curiously, what do you plan to do with it? In response, Dane just smiled without much explanation. After getting what they needed, they quickly left the shop. While walking, Sidrain remarked, I didn't expect you to be interested in decorations or art, or is there something special about that stone? Seeing the old man seeing through him, Dane laughed. Haha, you noticed, of course. Why else would you want to buy such a useless stone? Only then did Dane provide a bit of information. Exactly. I'm certain this stone is more than just an ordinary decoration. It reacts to my magic. Hearing this, Sidrain's interest was piqued. Is that so? I'm not sure what it is either, but that makes me curious. There are too many people here. Let's head back to the manor to examine it more closely. That works, Dane said with a nod, and the group urged their horses to return home faster. Time passed until the afternoon. Currently, the two of them were preparing to research the stone. Do you know what it is? Dane asked. Are you underestimating my priceless experimental tool? With these, we'll find out what it is, even if a mage appraised it and said it was nothing special. Dane asked back. Hearing him, the old man looked a bit contemptuous. HMPH, no matter what he said, how could he compare to my tools? I poured all my money into these advanced tools. They can analyze anything you place on them. Sidrain said as he looked at the magic tool he had just pulled out from his subspace. Seeing his confidence, Dane felt a sense of expectation. Great, let's give it a try right now. All right, I'm quite excited myself. Just place the stone on here. Then channel your magic into it. As he spoke, the tower master placed the piece of stone on the star-shaped symbol. Once he channeled mana into it, the magic circles hidden within the device activated and began analyzing the item. There's something special here. Finally, I can stand tall with pride, the old man chuckled to himself. Very quickly, numerous bands of energy were shot out from within the star symbol. Looking at the ancient runes within the energy flow, Dane gasped. It's magic code. Beside him, with his vast knowledge, Sidrain also recognized the anomaly and pointed it out. That's right, but it's no ordinary magic. Staring at the incredibly complex magical currents weaving through the air, Dane just stood there with his eyes wide, astonished. This is a spell with laws, structure, and casting methods I've never seen. It might be as complex as a 6th or even 7th tier magic. Thinking this through, part of it became clear. So the magic hidden in the stone is what manifests that spell. Dane muttered, and the old man beside him nodded and said, That's right. As you said, your magic is the key that unlocks that spell. I say that because it only reacts to your magic. Back to Dane, hearing the tower master's words, curiosity stirred in him again. So what exactly is it? What spell is hidden inside this stone? And why does it only respond to my magic? The more he thought, the more confused the protagonist became. Meanwhile, Chu Tower's master also wanted to analyze the spell. Let's see. The sealed magic inside is somewhat unfamiliar to me, but since I was the former tower master of this magic tower, I'll give it a try. Back with Dane, seeing the old man take charge personally, he asked, If you succeed, maybe I can find out why my magic differs from others. Perhaps, Sidrain nodded. In another development, in Arabella's private laboratory, she was reviewing a set of analysis reports carefully pinned to the wall, muttering that indeed it was different, clearly not like ordinary magic. A special characteristic. There's one special trait in Dane's magic that even I don't have. However, which magical domain this spell fits into wasn't in the results. Magical reagents, mana gates, arcane techniques. If it doesn't belong to those domains, then what on earth is it? It must correspond to something. She pondered deeply until suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in her mind. Right, there's a branch of magic that's been lost. Dane's magic might fit it. Thinking that, she hurried to check her pile of spellbooks. Where did I put them? Here they are: alchemy, divination, and spirit reading, the soul death method, and even a primitive magic codex. As she searched, her hand accidentally knocked a book and sent it flying to the floor. This is an ancient grimoire. She brushed the dust off the book. It looked untouched for ages. She recalled that a magic kingdom existed long ago and that some arts were inherited from Asen. But because it was an ancient art from 2,000 years ago, no one knew how to use it. Thinking that, Arabella let out a self-mocking laugh. What am I saying? Ancient magic disappeared 2,000 years ago. There's no way Dane's magic fits it. After laughing, her expression grew thoughtful again. Well, whatever, I've got nothing to lose. I'll try. She acted at once, directing her magic at the typewriter in front of her, and quickly. The typewriter began spitting out a sheet of paper with results. Something was appearing. After waiting for the machine to finish writing, Arabella quickly checked the results. What is it? Alchemy, divination, or hopefully not the soul death method? As she spoke, Arabella's eyes narrowed. She read a bit, and a flash of realization struck her. No way. What the hell is this? She shouted. Back with Dane's group, with Sidren's magical power, he quickly completed the unsealing. Suddenly, the stone shattered into many pieces, bringing a rare smile to the old man's face. The seal's been lifted. There's something inside. Dane frowned. Right, we'll take it out then. Sidren nodded. Then, from among the fragments of rock, the old man pulled out a very ordinary spiked bracelet. A silver bracelet, Dane asked in surprise. The old man also widened his eyes. After expecting so much, they got this scrap metal. It looked like the kind of bracelet anyone could buy at the market. Damn, we thought there'd be something special in the material, but there's nothing. Here it's this because it only reacts to your magic. Try wearing it, Sidren said as he casually tossed the bracelet to Dane. Seeing that, Dane took the bracelet and slowly slipped it onto his wrist. And just as they expected, the moment Dane finished putting it on, the bracelet suddenly emitted a soft blue light. The old man's expression changed. Oh, it's starting to react. Turning to Dane, he added, I can see some strange characters here, Sidren said, eyes wide as he observed. These tiny ant-like characters, do you know what they are? Dane asked curiously and very quickly. That's right, these characters are an ancient script that no one in the world can read. The ancient script you mentioned, Dane asked puzzled. Is it the script used by the ancient magic kingdom Archana? The old man spoke calmly, and the protagonist had heard the story of that ancient kingdom before, Archana. I'd heard Arabella mention it when I was young. She said it was an era when even the smallest item was created with magic. But then one day, that era came to an end. All that remained were some ruins and passed-down stories, and this line of magic code. As for Sidren, learning that Dane was connected to a vanished magic kingdom long ago filled his face with excitement. Haha, I knew your magic was special, but I didn't expect it to be tied to an ancient magic kingdom. No wonder I could move so freely in that forest these past few days. Dane nodded in reply. Seems so. The magic in that forest traces back to Archana, the old man said, and his desire for Dane to become his protege grew stronger. Turning back to the protagonist, after looking at the bracelet and feeling it a bit, he shook his head. But I don't sense anything else from this bracelet. In response, the former tower master admitted he didn't know much either and could only offer some advice. You can study it slowly. However, don't tell this to anyone. Yes, I will follow your orders, Dane said. Dane nodded, and then suddenly both of them heard a strange cracking noise as if something had just broken. What's that noise? They said in unison. Don't tell me that alarm sound means a monster is attacking, Sidren said anxiously. Which made sense. After all, he had been a bit careless just now, but at that moment, after checking and testing himself, Sidren found he could use mana normally again without harming his body, and with that he regained his confidence. Haha, very good, my body is almost fully recovered. I'll relax a bit. At last, I can repay the favor. Saying that, the old man grew eager to smash something in celebration and turned to Dane. What are you still doing? Go grab a spear or something. What is that? It sounds like it's coming from over there. Seeing the old man's excitement, Dane calmly explained, that sound has nothing to do with a monster. It means my big sister is trying to contact me, he said as he looked at the pendant continuously beeping in front of him, and that explanation deflated the old man's mood. What? You should have said that from the start. Haha, there's no way a monster would appear in this area. Now if you'll excuse me, I'll talk with my big sister for a moment. Dane replied awkwardly, then immediately contacted his sister Arabella. Hello, sis, are you there? On the other end, Arabella was a little annoyed that her younger brother finally picked up so late. Dane, why did you take so long to answer? Sorry, sis, did you call me for something? Dane asked. Hearing that, Arabella got to the point. While I was analyzing your magic site. Sensing something, she paused and asked, wait, is there someone beside you? Before he could answer, Dane seemed to guess and replied, don't tell me you also realized my magic is ancient magic. What? How did you figure that out? Arabella exclaimed. After he explained everything, Arabella finally understood. Ah, so that's it. When you and Lord Sidren were analyzing a stone, you deduced it came from an ancient magic kingdom, and you said the stone only reacted to your magic. Yes, that's right. Dane nodded. Sidren, hearing that Arabella had identified Dane's magic as ancient magic, clenched his teeth. She deduced it just from analyzing the boy's magic. I knew she was a genius, but she's even more talented than I imagined. He thought to himself, turning back to Arabella now that everything was clear. She asked anxiously, does anyone else know about this? No, Dane answered. Good, Dane, listen carefully to me, Arabella said, and Sidren also listened. You must keep this secret. If you reveal it now, you won't be able to bear the consequences, Dane. At mention of the old man, he cleared his throat. Ahem, Miss Arabella, I've heard quite a bit about you from Dane. Oh, Lord Sidren, I've rushed into things and forgot to introduce myself. Don't worry, I'll keep this secret, she replied. Sidren added firmly, if this gets out, not only Dane but the entire Sagar's clan will be in serious trouble. Indeed, he immediately grasped the matter at hand. Arabella cheerfully asked. Will this conversation be recorded? He asked. No, once the call ends, it will automatically disappear. Good, no one wants stray evidence. Besides, I plan to return to the Magic Tower to investigate this matter further. Sidrain added, thank you for helping us. No need, Miss Arabella. I did it out of duty as a mage. He waved it off. The old man waved his hand then, as if remembering, asked, Ah, while we were talking I heard you're looking to join a magic tower, right? Have you decided which tower to join? Regarding Arabella, hearing this she understood Sidrain's meaning. Not yet. However, I'm not considering Nixian Tower. It doesn't focus on the field I like. She said awkwardly. Earlier, I wondered who that decisive kid took after. Seems it's from his sister. Sidrain thought to himself, but quickly his attention returned to Dane, so Arabella's refusal didn't disappoint him much. Haha, I understand. You don't have to join our tower. Arabella reassured him. I'm sure other talented people will join your tower. Anyway, Dane, we'll discuss details later, okay? Okay, take care. Dane nodded and quickly ended the call. After their conversation ended, the Tower Master nodded. Your sister is quite capable. Hearing him, Dane felt a bit proud. Of course, she made this device. She said this refined crystal orb is the trend among young mages today. Turning to Sidrain, looking at Dane's communication device, he shook his head. Impressive, but I don't need such items. Once one reaches rank 8, contacting others isn't what they seek. If something important needs to be said, they can meet me directly, right? Yes, I understand, Dane said to satisfy the old man, also guessing that Sidrain probably had no friends at all. Setting that aside, Dane quickly told his parents that he possessed ancient magic. Ancient magic, you say? That makes me a bit worried, Arkan said. Haha, father, don't worry so much. Dane smiled but stayed calm. If anyone targets you, I'll make them pay, his uncle said firmly, and beside him Lady Lily promised. Sounds good, mother will silence anyone who goes after you in her own way. Looking at his parents' fighting spirit, Dane began to sweat for the poor fools who might try to take him on. Haha, they're full of murderous intent, but with both of them protecting me, I'm safe, he thought. Then Arkan stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, but if that's true, it means ancient magic might be hidden in our bloodline, doesn't it? Hearing his speculation, Lady Lily nodded. That's a good question. We don't know if any of our ancestors had it. I'll check on my side of the family. Hearing both of them, Dane felt a little hopeful. If both sides investigate, what might they find? It's not crucial, but I'm curious, he thought. Putting the ancient magic aside, Lady Lily looked thoughtful and turned to her son. Anyway, it seems you've already crossed more than one boundary. Dane, if you stay here, that will hinder your development. You should consider moving to the capital to live starting now, she said. Dane looked a bit flustered. The capital? He asked blankly. Uncle Arkan nodded. Yes, you know they only accept students who are at least 14 into the academy. And now you're old enough. Honestly, I wanted to keep you here another year or two before sending you, but it seems there's nothing left here for you to learn. Turning to Lady Lily, seeing Dane's worry, she took his hand gently and advised, Dane, if you choose this path, you can leave whenever you want. Hearing that, the protagonist was a little surprised and thought he hadn't expected them to agree so readily. Dane, you'll do well. Go and fulfill your talent as you wish. Arkan laughed, and with his parents' encouragement, the protagonist no longer hesitated. Yes, I understand what you mean. I'll prepare to enroll in the academy. That's a good choice, Arkan nodded. Good, it's time for me to level up again, the protagonist told himself. Time passed quickly. Dane told Sidrain his plans. Oh, so that's your choice, Sidrain asked. Yes, though earlier than I expected, Dane said. You made a very good choice. Staying here would only limit your talent and be a waste. Also, a piece of advice. Don't immediately reveal too much of your talent. Although the academy welcomes talent, not everyone thinks that way. The old mage said seriously, and with his 2 lifetimes of experience, Dane understood part of it. Indeed, Arabella had warned him before. She'd faced others insulting her. Turning back to Sidrain, ordinary kids won't keep up, but the Thermion clan is another story. The old man nodded, which made Dane recall the girl Layla. Ah, right, come to think of it, I told her I'd visit if I went to the capital. If I don't visit her, she'll be disappointed. Also, I should think about what weapon to make with the sigil the Duke Thermion gave me before, he thought. Thinking that, unaware of the protagonist's current thoughts, the old man stroked his beard and said, Let's see, if you join the academy in 3 months, you should depart from here in 2 months. Hearing this, Dane nodded. That seems reasonable. What about you, sir? Hearing the question, the old man shared his plans. I'll return to the magic tower. I think I have matters to attend to. You've made my days less boring. If I find any clues about the ancient magic or anything related, I'll tell you. Really, if that's so, I'd be very grateful, Dane hurriedly said. Then the remaining issue is your lessons. If time is short, we must speed things up. Reaching rank 3 is difficult. Rank 2 is nothing compared to rank 3. Yes, I'll study very hard. And I also prepared a gift for you. A gift. Sidran's voice held a hint of surprise. Dane took a small wooden box from his personal space, set it before him, and nodded. Yes, my sister sent this to me by teleportation magic yesterday. It was a newly produced item. From both their gazes, inside the box lay a small stone of some sort. This is a compact crystal orb not yet on the market. Arabella invented this new product. She likes me, so when I asked she gave it to me. Across from him, Sidrain, as if seeing a new toy, hastily picked up the stone. His eyes lit up. Ho, quite compact and beautiful. Ah, I don't need this, but I'll kindly accept the gift you prepared. I can inscribe my rune on it. Yes, please use it to contact me. Though he claimed he didn't need it, he looked very excited. Dane quietly began instructing the old man on using the modern device. Yes, do it like this here. Haha, this is simple to use, he said happily, which made Dane a little worried. He wondered if the man would contact him off. Time quickly passed to evening, and the protagonist suddenly pondered the coming period. The academy. I need to seriously prepare in the remaining 2 months. My goal is to be able to use summoning magic to a certain degree. I'll aim to officially enter the summoning magic class, receive the summoning mark, and get the chance to take the competency evaluation. Since Claire is an assistant professor, I'll probably see her often when I enroll. Saying that, Dane looked at the egg in the glass case and muttered, Ah, I forgot to infuse my dear friend with magic. No sooner said than done. He habitually began channeling his mana into the egg. As he infused it, he thought, For 7 years I've tirelessly soaked it in magic day and night, yet it showed no reaction. However, if the magic I've put into it hasn't gone elsewhere, and the egg has absorbed that energy, surely one day it will hatch, Dane thought with eager eyes. Time quickly passed. Scene shifts to Arabella, who is explaining the academy exams to the protagonist. There's a general exam and a specialized exam. On the other end, he understood a bit but still asked, Is that so? Could you explain in more detail? Let's see, the general exam is like a preliminary test to classify candidates. It's about culture, history, and empire-related topics. You should pass it without issue. Of course, the better you do, the better, since it's counted toward your entrance evaluation. The next is the specialized exam. As the name implies, you choose a specialty and are tested on it. The content depends on the professor, but I believe you'll pass, and you even have a letter of recommendation. Arabella said confidently with no worry about Dane's abilities. Ah, I see, you and the others passed it easily, right? Dane asked. Yes, truly no difficulty at all. Arabella shrugged, then reminded her younger brother. However, once you pick a specialty, you must stick to the specialty you chose for the specialized exam, unless you want to switch majors later. Exactly, so choose carefully at first. I don't hope our little brother picks the magic specialty. On the other end, Dane was training with his sword and could only force a smile at that. Haha, sis won't give up, huh? All right, I'll think about it. So if I want to change majors after enrolling, is transferring the only way? He asked. Usually yes, unless you graduate and start over. Of course you can attend other specialty classes, but typically from year 3 on, advanced specialty courses won't accept students from other majors. Arabella explained slowly, and with that info Dane fell a bit pensive and said nothing for a moment. So I'll have to pick a single specialty to pursue, then. On the other end, as if remembering something, Arabella immediately reminded him, Oh right, there's an elective specialty program for talented students like you, Dane. They have that too. Sounds interesting, Dane exclaimed, but that path isn't exactly a walk in the park. Not at all, Arabella warned her little brother, and unless you plan to intentionally fail, nobody really signs up. Arabella shook her head. Why's that? Dane asked curiously. Because up until now, no one has passed that exam. Oh, is that so? The protagonist nodded, and hearing his tone, Arabella paused mid-step and worriedly asked, Don't tell me you're thinking of trying it out. No way, sis. Sir Sidrain is here. I'll call you back later. Dane denied it and cut the call, and at that moment, Arabella felt a twinge of regret. Did I push him too hard? No, but magic is still better. At the same time, a woman's voice called from ahead, Senior Arabella, the professor is looking for you. All right, I'm coming. Back with old Sidrain. That afternoon, he had brought Dane the promised letter of recommendation. Here, the letter I promised you. As he spoke, he handed over the letter. On the other side, Dane hurriedly took it and said, Did you really write this for me? In reply, the old man stroked his beard and puffed up. I put effort into both form and content. I've written a few recommendations before, but this is the first time I've poured so much care into one. Consider it an honor. Seeing his face, yes, he's a bit vain, but you can't deny the effort he put into the letter. Dane felt genuinely grateful. Yes, I'll do my best not to disappoint you. Returning to Sidrain, he looked at Dane and suddenly sighed. If you want to be my student, I wouldn't mind. But even if I took you on, I don't think you'd obediently call me teacher. The remark hit Dane's funny bone and made him catch his breath for a beat. Haha, how did he know that? The old man blinked awkwardly in his head. Putting that aside, Sidrain asked, have you finished preparing for the trip? Yes, sir. Actually, I don't have much to bring, and the academy dorms are well equipped, so most necessities are already provided. Hearing this, the old man smirked and shook his head, sharing some experience. The facilities are good, but a few folks hog them. You're not the type to let that slide. Right? Haha. He said that as if the academy is just a club of rotten noble. Dane thought and twisted his mouth into a crooked smile, which Sidrain immediately caught. The old man guessed his thoughts and warned, don't forget this. Things can be harsh there. If you show contempt, many will reveal their true nature and snap it. On this side, hearing the warning, he quickly pulled his mood together and thought it probably won't be much different from a battlefield. Thinking that, he nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand. Seeing this, the old man added, if you need anything, contact me. Also, that crystal orb you gave me is really useful. I'll put it to good use. Then he talked about Dane again. Hearing the old man speak as if they were about to part, he asked, why do you sound like you're leaving? No sooner had the words left than Sidrain's eyes flashed with surprise. Oh, you noticed. I'm leaving tomorrow. Really? Dane said regretfully. Well, I can't stay here forever, can I? Your father offered me the position of magical advisor, but I'll think about that later when I'm free of work. You know, I still have many tasks to complete when I return. I thought I'd finished everything, but it turns out there are still many missions I must carry out, the old man said, patting Dane's shoulder. It made him think of the ancient magic incident. He's talking about ancient magic. Helping him is like helping myself. Not so bad at all. Dane thought to himself, anyway, thanks, kid. Yes, and thank you for everything past, sir. Dane nodded. Indeed, I'm eager to see how strong you'll be when we meet again. Then I'll go, don't see me off, you'll embarrass me, said the old mage as he turned to leave. Yes, please take care, Dane replied, feeling a little wistful. Perhaps they'd grown close, so he felt sad at his departure. Time passed quickly, and one day that month Arkin and Lily talked. Sidrain has left safely, and Dane said he'd set off today, right? The uncle asked. Yes, the boy said he's all prepared. Hearing he'll leave early eased her. But surely he won't run into trouble on the road. Lady Lily fretted slightly about her son's first foray into society. With that, Arkin patted his wife's shoulder and reassured her. We'll use the teleport gate Arabella prepared. What's the problem? At that, the lady relaxed a little. Yes, I needn't have worried so much. Back to Arkin, thinking of the family's affection, he broke into a happy smile. All in all, I think we've raised our children well. Meanwhile, kids of other families are busy scheming over who will inherit the house. We must decide firmly, and someday we won't favor anyone. At that moment, the door opened, and Dane entered. He had packed everything necessary and came to bid his parents farewell. Seeing him, they nodded. Oh, Dane, you're here. Are you about to leave now? Did you take the token Mother gave you along with the dark sigil? Lady Lily asked. Of course, Dane smiled. Seeing that, Lady Lily couldn't help but add, if you run into trouble, go to the place I told you and show that token. Yes, I remember. Are those people Mother's former colleagues? Dane asked curiously. That's right, they are Mother's close friends. Though it's been long, they'll surely help you. The lady said confidently, while Arkin broke into a nervous sweat. Could our Dane really go there and start a path as an assassin? Thinking that to keep Dane from going there, Uncle Arkin hurriedly reminded him, Dane, when you reach the capital, seek out Duke Thermion before entering the academy. The Duke will help you. Yes, father, he replied. And before parting, suddenly Lady Lily couldn't hold back her tears. Dane has grown so much and is about to leave us. Seeing his wife, the uncle could only force a smile. Haha, see him off with a smile, my lady, we must. We won't be far, she said, brushing away her tears, while Dane felt a tightness in his chest, and his legs suddenly felt unusually heavy. Then I'll take my leave, Dane said, forcing a half smile. After that, they watched his back from the window, the magical. Arkin's expression turned cold as he instructed the figure behind him, Gilad, keep a close watch. Make sure Dane reaches the teleport gate safely and report back to me. Yes, master, Gilad replied coldly like a machine. Then he turned and left to ensure the young heir's safety, and seeing her husband's arrangements, Lady Lily sighed. It's been a long time since I've seen such care. You know what to do, right? Watch Dane's teleport, see if anything odd happens. Back where Dane stood, for some reason the teleport gate wasn't set up inside the family manor, but placed out on a patch of open ground. When the steward Herman laid eyes on the gate, he widened his eyes. Master, seeing something like this in person is impressive. This is. Indeed. This is the teleport gate eldest sister, prepared in advance. Dane smiled, and staring at the gate's sophistication, he had to admire his sister. No wonder she spent a whole year investing in this. Beside him, the steward asked, if we step in, will the instant teleport activate? Yeah, probably, Dane replied with a smile. He remembered when the gate was being built, how much effort she must have put in. Instant teleport can't be done by rearranging sigils like other spells. It also requires constant channeling of magical energy alongside the rearrangement. yet the gate she installed is a flawless device, meeting every condition for instant teleport. Dane thought, then before parting, Herman said somewhat sadly, "Master, please take care." "Yes, take care, Herman," the old mage said, patting Herman's shoulder as he saw the steward on the verge of tears. After that, he slowly stepped onto the platform inside the gate and thought. She said, "Just infuse the gate with magical energy, and it will activate." Thinking it, Dane began to flood his body with magical energy and channel it down into his feet, and immediately the gate emitted a pale, shimmering light, and at last Dane's figure vanished within the layer of energy. Time passed quickly and the scene cut to the capital. Where exactly Dane teleported to was unknown, but now he rode a horse at the city gate. Watching the bustling crowd, he showed a hint of joy. "We're here." The entrance to the capital Altheon. A general laughed, and at that moment, seeming to recognize Dane, a knight raised his hand in greeting. "I've been waiting for you, young Master Dane Saugers. I'm Luik Ismar, captain of the 1st Cavalry of House Thermion. Oh, so it's you." Dane replied as if that were expected, though he didn't know who the old man was. Having the captain come personally made him a bit uneasy. Sensing Dane's thoughts, Captain Luik continued, "We'll escort you from now on." With that, he turned to give instructions to his 2 subordinates. "Ensure the route is secure." "Yes, Captain," the 2 answered in unison. "Then let's depart immediately, pleased to be of service." Dane nodded and a strange thought filled him. Stepping here felt odd. He never expected to set foot in the heart of the Thermion Empire he once loathed, and as a promising figure to boot. Then on the road to the castle, Dane heard the bustling cries of countless vendors. "Hurry up, cheap, magic frozen parfaits, only 1 silver coin." Hearing those sounds, Dane couldn't help but be amused as he scanned the crowd, thinking, "Haha, all sorts of oddities. Who knew the capital would be this lively?" No sooner had he thought that than Captain Luik turned back and reminded him, "There, that's the Thermion family mansion. We've arrived." At this, Dane looked ahead and was overwhelmed by its scale. "What a grand mansion," he blurted out, for before him stood a colossal architectural complex. However, there wasn't much time to take it all in when suddenly he got the feeling someone was watching him from behind. Something felt off, as if someone were tailing him. Could it be just imagination? Dane murmured to himself. Set that aside for now. Following the knights, Dane quickly reached the main entrance, where servants stood solemnly on both sides to greet him. "Welcome, young Master Dane Saugers." Hearing this, Dane nodded in return. "Thank you for the reception." Then he praised the group. "The ranks are immaculate. Etiquette and ceremony proper, so natural and strong, nothing like back in the South." With that, he stepped forward to face his uncle, Duke Bout, whom he'd last seen as a child. Standing before him, Dane didn't forget his manners and knelt on one knee to greet. Dane Saugers requests an audience with Duke Thermine. In response, his uncle broke into a bright smile and nodded. "Indeed, it's been a long time, Dane. How have you been lately? The journey must have been hard. Come inside and rest." Saying that, his uncle hurriedly led him into the house, taking the chance to appraise Dane's current bearing and exclaim, "Oh, just a glance shows you're nothing like 7 years ago. Among peers, no, even compared to those a year or two older, few can match you. Arkin must be proud." Then he gave Dane an approving pat on the shoulder. Dane replied politely, "You flatter me too much." Hearing this, Bout added, "Though not on par with Beek Jang, while you prepare for the academy entrance exam, you should rest comfortably. I'll arrange a personal servant for you, so tell me if you need anything." Back to Dane, grateful for his uncle's thorough arrangements. He thanked him and cheekily asked about that girl Layla. "Yes, certainly. By the way, how's Layla doing these days?" "She's fine, of course. Are you two quarreling?" His uncle chuckled, leaving Dane puzzled. What do you mean, sir?" His voice full of confusion. Bout, thinking of his daughter's recent expression, sighed heavily and shared, "Lately, whenever her name comes up, she seems unhappy. Perhaps partly due to pressure from the entrance exams. But Layla will get through it." He laughed, growing more puzzled. "What's really causing Layla's irritation?" Dane replied he'd meet Layla in person to ask, though inwardly he wondered, could it be she's hit puberty? Across from him, Bout agreed that it might be better for young people to sort it out themselves, nodding, "All right, we'll talk about it later. But don't be too harsh with it. Soon you'll understand. Now go to your room and rest at once. A servant will show you the way." Sure enough, a servant quickly arrived and led Dane to his room. Before leaving, he bowed and said, "May you rest comfortably." "All right, thank you." Dane nodded, waiting until the door had fully closed. The protagonist glanced around his room and muttered, "I'll stay here for about a week to prepare for the entrance exam. This guest room feels a bit too luxurious, doesn't it? First I'll sort my luggage, then I'll find the training area afterward." With that, he casually tossed his satchel aside, but before he could tidy his things, from inside the ward, a figure with pink hair stepped out and spoke. "I'll take you to the training grounds." "Dane, why are you only just arrived? I've been waiting for you forever." Hearing that familiar voice, Dane eagerly turned and replied happily, "Layla, long time no see. How have you been?" Unlike Dane's cheerful tone, Layla seemed a bit irritated, just as Uncle Bout had said. I'm fine, more than fine actually. But don't you have anything to say to me? She demanded, storming toward him like she intended to settle the score, causing Dane to take a few fearful steps back. Huh, what do you mean? Dane stammered, why didn't you write me? Layla shouted, and only then did Dane finally realize why his friend was so angry. He looked apologetic and explained, I meant to reply but forgot I'm sorry. A simple sorry is enough. Layla raised her voice again, twisting Dane's face with guilt. He tried to explain, I came here in person, didn't I? I was prepping to leave the family and wasn't up to much. Please forgive me this once. Layla puffed her cheeks, turned her face away and refused to look at him, making it clear she was very mad. Having no choice, Dane gritted his teeth and said, what can I do to apologize? I'll do anything you ask. Hearing this, Layla finally looked at him and asked, really? Dane reminded himself, first get out of this spot, but what does she want me to do? He thought and asked aloud, so what should I do for you? Upon hearing that, Layla immediately excitedly proposed, fine, how about a light match? A match? Dane sounded puzzled. Yeah, fight me, Layla cheerfully repeated. Though puzzled, Dane agreed with a smile, all right, let's see. From Layla's perspective, seeing his confident stance, she felt a bit smug and said, are you sure you won't regret it? I'm far stronger than before. I'm not the one who learned to channel magic from you anymore. She shared this happily, surprising Dane inwardly. His confident air suggested he'd grown a lot over the past 7 years. Then, as if remembering something, Dane asked, speaking of which, you mentioned in your letter that you won some competition. Layla's eyes brightened with pleasure at the reminder. You remembered. I won the Danter Prize held by the royal family. Ah, right, that's it, the tournament for youths under 15 in the Empire, right? Dane asked and Layla nodded. Yes, it was a high-standard competition. If you had entered, you'd likely have faced me in the final. What a shame. Hearing this, Dane felt a spark of excitement and replied that regret could now be resolved. Layla, however, sounded worried. Are you sure it's okay? You still have the entrance exam. What if you get hurt? I'll be fine, Dane waved his hand confidently, and seeing his response, Layla had no reason left to refuse. All right, it's late today. Tomorrow, as soon as we wake up, let's have our match. Time quickly passed to the next morning. The scene shifted to a spacious courtyard where, as promised, Dane and Layla had arrived to spar. But when the topic of weapons came up, Dane hesitated and asked, we're using training weapons. Layla's eyes flashed with surprise. Are you still using blunted weapons? Dane shook his head softly. No, but it's just a light match. Fine, training weapons then. No matter how skilled a warrior, you can't handle every situation. What if someone gets hurt during the duel? Dane said with earnest seriousness, making Layla sigh at his overthinking. Don't worry, the Empire's best healer works for my family, Layla explained. And what if something happens that even the healer can't fix? Dane pressed again. This left the swordswoman flustered and speechless. Seeing that, Dane added, if you want to wield a bladed weapon, you need that kind of mindset. Hearing this, Layla complained, it's just a match, why so serious? Fine, training weapons it is. She sighed in annoyance and called to the servants waiting nearby, bring the training weapons here. Yes, milady. They replied and ran off to fetch the weapons. From Dane's perspective, watching Layla now, he gave a small smile. Indeed, she had become the proud young woman people gossiped about. They said she'd soon match the stronghold set by her 2 industrious elder brothers as knights. Perhaps Duke Thermion had produced his first female head of household. No wonder that back then, unlocking mana had become such a driving force. Dane mused inwardly. Meanwhile, Layla thought similarly. Thanks to you, I learned the basics of mana control faster than my peers, and now I have 2 mana cores. Thinking that, Layla glanced at Dane and said, I've waited a long time for this. If I win, will you be upset? At that moment, a servant brought 2 training weapons. Milady, the weapons are here. Ah, thanks. Layla nodded and casually tossed Dane a wooden spear. As soon as he had it, the protagonist swung it a few times to test its feel. Right, as a training weapon, it's fairly light. Anything wrong? On the battlefield, I'd use whatever's at hand. Dane told himself and immediately took an offensive stance. Shall we start? Seeing this, Layla gripped her sword and nodded. Go ahead. And so the two locked eyes on each other. Yet neither rushed to attack. Layla thought, lucky I faced spear users before. I sparred against a spearman in the Danter Cup, so it's not hard. The spear has long reach, but its impact drops sharply at close range. With that in mind, she decided to charge in. Thinking so, Layla gathered power in her legs and sped forward, like an arrow to close distance and negate Dane's reach. As she neared him, Layla thrust her sword forward fiercely. However, before the blade could touch him, his figure suddenly vanished, causing Layla's motion to halt abruptly. What just happened? Where did he vanish to all of a sudden? Layla was stunned, only to find the tip of Dane's spear resting on her hand from the side. She stared in disbelief. When were you standing there? She asked, bewildered. Beside her, Dane looked at her reproachfully. Good thing this is a training weapon. If it were real, that could have been serious. Responding to that, the pink-haired girl was still bewildered at losing so quickly. I clearly touched the blade. Turning back to Dane, as if reading his friend's displeasure, he offered again, "Come on, let's restart. The same method won't work, so move carefully." Upon hearing this, Layla unconsciously tightened her grip on the sword and reminded herself, "It's been a while, so I'm a bit nervous. All right, this time I absolutely won't yield." Thinking that, she noticed Duke Thermion watching the two of them from the balcony above, and of course, Dane also noticed his presence. He even guessed why the Duke stood there watching. Duke Thermion came to check the final result. I know his intention. After Layla won the Danter Cup, he worried a lot because she worked so hard. Today I'll put those worries to rest, Dane thought to himself. From Layla's view, Thermion watching made her even more determined. "Dane, brace yourself. My father is watching, so I'll give it my all," she said with firm resolve. In response, Dane nodded and said, "Bring it on." Seeing that, Layla said no more and immediately seized her sword and swung hard toward Dane. Her attack generated 2 wind blade arcs heading straight for the protagonist. However, Dane only had to spin his spear like a propeller to easily block. Taking advantage of that, Layla lunged in. "How's that, Dane? Not easy, right?" she said as she sliced her sword forward. However, Dane's expression showed some disappointment. "Not yet, try harder." Back at Bout's position, he remained focused on watching the duel. Their fight was still evenly matched so far. What would happen next? But what's with this uneasy feeling? The smile that had been on Dane's face earlier had completely vanished. He now looked like a warrior about to go into battle. Back in the fight, Layla kept moving continuously, attacking Dane from every angle. But she still couldn't break through his defense. With his skill, all of Layla's sword strikes were easily parried by Dane. With no other choice, the swordswoman had to attack relentlessly to find an opening, until she noticed Dane suddenly exposing a gap at his waist. Seeing this, Layla clenched her teeth and told herself, "The opportunity's here." Acting on it, she didn't hesitate and thrust her sword toward that spot, unaware that everything had been calculated by the protagonist. As her blade shot forward, Dane slammed his spear down onto her wrist, causing the sword to fly from her hand and clatter to the ground. "Looks like I win this round too," Dane said calmly. At that moment, Uncle Bout saw the outcome and asked the knight behind him, "Lost again. What do you think, Luik? Do you think this will knock some pride out of Layla?" Hearing that, the captain of knights broke into a sweat and sighed. "So you knew about this too?" Replying, Bout's gaze never left his daughter. "Of course I knew. She showed signs even before the Danter Cup, and after winning the championship, it became fully apparent. I was planning to have a serious talk with her, but I think it'll be better if she realizes it herself." In the back, Luik agreed and said it was a very wise decision. Then the uncle turned his gaze to the protagonist and quietly asked, "What do you think? How many monocores does that kid have?" Hearing that, Luik watched Dane fighting below and guessed, "At least 3 cores. That made Bout frown a little. "I think differently, at least 2, at most 3. He muttered, prompting the captain of knights to stroke his chin in curiosity and ask, "Why do you think that?" To this, Bout looked forward and explained, "Look closely. Although his spear speed is overwhelming Layla, it's not simply because he's fast. What Layla lacks experience in is tactical movement." Back in the duel, even though Layla attacked with almost Gale-like force at close range, none of her strikes troubled Dane, to the point Layla herself couldn't believe it. "You can block everything?" She asked again, and Dane confidently told her, "I can read all your moves." Back at Bout's position, a hint of past memory flashed across his eyes. The moment Layla matured most was after the Southern inspection 7 years ago, after meeting Dane, and perhaps this time is no different. Behind them, the knight Herman, after observing Dane's ability, praised without restraint. "It's quite something. The lady won the Danter Cup, but didn't use her full power. Clearly Count Sagers trained him harshly." Hearing this, Uncle Bout almost laughed out loud. "No, you don't understand Art. Though strict, he's not the sort to train someone cruelly. Unlike me, and Dane himself doesn't need brutal training." "What do you mean by that?" Luik asked, puzzled. And to that question Bout gave a very simple answer. "Overwhelming talent that ordinary people dare not surpass. Dane is a genius. Perhaps he didn't enter because he wasn't interested in that tournament." "Is that so?" Luik said in surprise, finding it hard to believe. "No way, he's not interested in the Danter Cup. That's the tournament every young man and woman in the Empire dreams of." Unaware of these thoughts in Luik's heart, Uncle Bout affirmed that no one that age could rival Dane's talent. Then he voiced a small hope. "Layla, I hope you'll recognize your shortcomings from this match. If you give up that complacency and focus on sword training, you can surpass your brothers completely." Back with Dane and Layla, their duel had ended, and once again the victory belonged to the protagonist. Indeed, Dane won so easily he didn't break a sweat, while Layla was drenched. Facing repeated defeats, whether she liked it or not, Layla had to admit defeat. It's Dane, I simply can't beat him. He's a prodigy. I didn't expect the gap to be this big. Layla thought bitterly. Meanwhile, the protagonist sheathed his spear and suggested stopping the sparring. You're tired, let's stop here. All right, you win, Layla conceded, making Dane squint slightly as he thought. Duke Thermion's wish has been fulfilled. Surely he's realized he's not number one. Thinking that, after teaching the swordswoman a lesson about who the true genius is, Dane turned and left. However, at that moment the swordswoman gaped and shouted, "You, how on earth did you train like that?" In response, Dane coldly replied with 2 words, hard work. But that answer still didn't satisfy Layla. She shot back, who isn't hard work? Dane's footsteps paused for a beat up ahead, and he muttered, then just work harder. Well, I'm off then. His words made Layla's eyes flicker in surprise for a moment. Then she yelled out, declaring, next time you won't win. Fine, I'll be waiting, Dane replied and calmly walked on. Watching his retreating back, the swordswoman began to recall childhood memories. Dane is the only child I admire, and he's also the one I want to surpass. Just with guidance and patience, I want to prove I'm not a little girl anymore. So why does he keep pulling further ahead? Thinking that, Layla unconsciously clenched her fist and whispered to herself, just you wait, next time I'll definitely win. Time flew, and soon the exam day arrived, with talents from across the empire flocking to take the entrance test, and including their families and retinues. Thousands gathered in the capital. About 6,000 candidates passed the Royal Academy selection this time. Simply paying the exam fee didn't qualify one to apply on its own, but 2/3 of them failed the first round. Now, after the initial preliminary, over 2,000 people were preparing for the second specialized exam. Cut to an office inside the Royal Academy grounds where professors were meeting. A voice piped up, 2,000 passed the first round. That's a bit more than usual, it's lively. At that, a professor in purple asked how many would pass this exam. Replying, the blonde guessed at most about 200. Elsewhere, someone asked how the children in this entrance round were. Nodding, some showed potential genius. Someone answered that the first round's tally wasn't finished yet. Professor Dinabo, head of the magic department, explained this. Professor Ingrid, head of Arcana, also complained that they're still compiling results. Who will get the highest score? She said curiously, but the other professors already had opinions. The top swordsman should be Duke Thermion's daughter. Yes, she won the Danter Cup. That final was splendid. Duke Thermion raised his child well. It seems the top of the sword department is someone to look forward to, Professor Del Pinso, head of summoning, said with eager anticipation. Professor Esterand, head of the sword department, affirmed to her in a very confident tone, what's there to anticipate, it's almost certain. Indeed, with no real competition, another nodded, making the rest admire Esterand. Finally, the sword faculty has a talent like this. When will we see another one? They chatted happily when Professor Dinabo grew pensive, took a letter from the table and said calmly, my view is a bit different. Looking at the letter, Professor Ingrid asked curiously what it was. It's a recommendation from Sidrain. It bears the seal of the magic tower Narujan and contains mana. Hearing this, Ingrid gasped in alarm. Does that mean Sidrain really recommended someone? Whoever it is, they could beat the Danter Cup champion. The head of the sword faculty affirmed in confusion, though the sweat on his face showed he wasn't very confident in his own words. Around them, everyone began clustering together to discuss. Then Professor Dinabo clarified. Sidrain, the famed master who never takes disciples, sent a recommendation for a new 14-year-old, 3rd rank, 3-star. Who on earth is that? Professor Del Pinso hurriedly asked. Not leaving them in suspense, Dinabo went on. It's Dane Saugers, and the name out of his mouth stunned everyone once more. It's the Saugers family again. The clan already has 2 prodigies in magic and summoning, and now even the youngest son is personally recommended by Sid. Back with the professors, news of an outstanding student naturally piqued their curiosity. If it's the Saugers clan, it's no small thing. 2 supreme families of the continent registering at once will surely be big news. Saying that, Esterand, head of the sword faculty, recalled something and stroked his chin with interest. Wait, isn't that the family famed for military arts? If the recommendation comes from a mage, it seems Saugers might now become known for magic. As for Professor Ingrid, she couldn't help feeling regretful. Oh, I was sure he'd join the Arcana department. Responding, Uncle Dinabo laughed heartily. If he joined my department, he'd be formidable alongside Arabella. He smiled smugly and thought to himself that after all, the Royal Academy needs magic. At that moment, an assistant burst in from outside to announce the results, apologizing for interrupting. We've finished tallying the first exam. Hearing that, the group urged eagerly, oh then let's quickly see the numbers. Then a blue screen displayed the results. Sword Department 1,367, Magic 227, Summoning 152. Looking at the overwhelming number from the sword faculty, those in the meeting involuntarily swallowed. The sword department has 1,367 people. The magic department has 227. Indeed, the sword faculty shows a huge difference. Back to Esterand. After checking the screen, he said cheerfully, "Oh, unsurprisingly, the top name is from the Thermion family." Turning to Professor Dinabo, he took the chance to check too, narrowing his eyes. "Wait, Dane Saugers, I don't see that name here." Hearing that, everyone looked at each other wide-eyed. Really? What about Sidrane's recommendation? Meanwhile, Ingrid checked her list and shook her head. "Not in my department either." Out of options, a man in the meeting hastily asked the assistant who'd run in, "Hey, is there any candidate not on the list?" The assistant fumbled through her papers and hesitantly said, "About that. There's a candidate applying as a free major." And among the 2,000 examinees, Dane Saugers scored the highest in the first exam. What? Dane Saugers got first, Esterand shouted. Back where Dane was, he was still quietly reflecting on the past month. Time flies. The duel with Layla felt like it happened yesterday. Before he knew it, the first exam had passed, and results were pending. Luckily, it hadn't been too hard. He thought cheerfully, and at the same time Layla, the swordswoman, ran up to him to ask about the result. "Dane, did you get your result yet? What rank are you?" He showed her his palm and boasted, "I'm first." "Of course it's you. So annoying, I missed first place." Layla complained, then turned to ask Dane, "So how exactly did you study?" "Mostly it was the questions my sister sent," Dane replied. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl rubbed her temples and said, "I've looked at those too, but they still seem hard. Especially military studies. What does a 14-year-old know about strategy and army management?" I think that's the easiest part. Don't you find it interesting?" Dane asked in surprise, mainly because he already had an advantage from learning it in his previous life. Back to Layla. Seeing Dane like such a silly subject, she gave him a look like he was an alien. "What, are you even normal? Not just military, but fine arts, music, even the history of the Drenic Empire," she marveled. Dane smirked arrogantly, "It's my specialty." Saying that, he remembered days from his past life. So many things he'd absorbed unconsciously while crawling about the battlefield, he thought to himself. Putting that aside, Layla asked where he was taking the second round. 3 places in total, Dane answered, he thought to himself. As soon as he said that, Layla guessed which major Dane intended to take and was stunned. 3 places. You're really applying to the free major. Be honest, besides magic and summoning, what else is there? She said with a sidelong glance. Dane just chuckled to himself, keeping it secret. I'll tell you later. Why pick the encyclopedic major? No matter how I think about it, I don't get it, Layla shouted. Dane replied that he simply wanted to study that major, which made Layla's scalp tingle as she warned him that acceptance rates there were very low. In response, Dane explained why he chose that brutal major. I heard if you study encyclopedics you can attend any class you want. You don't even have to pick a specialty until graduation. All subjects can be studied under the same specialist professor. No need for Dane to explain more. Layla was already well aware of that. Who doesn't know? Aren't you signing up for that just so you don't have to study with me? She demanded loudly. No way, Dane shook his head. So you really think you can pass that major? Aside from spear techniques and summoning, what else can you do? Tell me, growled Layla like an angry lioness. Dane was a bit flustered, unsure whether to reveal the full scope of his talents to her. Time flew, cut to a meeting of the 3 professors. Dinabo, Ingrid, and Dell were now seated together to discuss Dane's exams. Finally, we're all here. The encyclopedics major requires passing 3 rounds. There's no avoiding it. It seems he must take the tests. Spearcraft and summoning core magic and circle magic oppose each other. Almost impossible to clear both. What was he thinking? Although some passed 2 rounds before, most couldn't beat the final, right, Dell said, glancing between his colleagues. Professor Dinabo nodded. Yes, better to choose one spear or summoning. Why not just register for one? Hearing this, the 2 female professors sighed. The encyclopedics major was established 200 years ago, but almost no one has ever passed it, because back then it wasn't as difficult as it is now. Hundreds of years ago was different. The academy desperately needed talent. It was a time of conquest, so every gifted person had to be put to use. If someone was talented, they were trained first. That's not the case now, so standards keep rising. Applicants must be the very best. At this, Professor Ingrid curiously complained. If that's the case, why keep this major at all, since no one signs up and no one can pass? Why not just scrap it? Professor Dinabo shook his head and explained. It's symbolic, an emblem reserved for the Empire's most outstanding talents. Professor Dell agreed. Yes, it's important, even if the major has faded and only the name remains. At the same time, Professor Dinabo produced some documents and noted that he'd investigated and found only 2 people had passed in the past 100 years. One dropped out, the other became an emperor. Hearing this, Professor Ingrid's face went pale with sweat, worrying for Dane. That meant unless you're a genius, you have no chance at all. In response, Professor Dell nodded quietly. If he's the youngest son of war hero Arkan Sagar, I'm rather intrigued. This isn't an ordinary family. Who knows, maybe he's just an arrogant child. Ingrid shrugged. If it were up to us, he'd get in, but professors hold certain seats, so we can't be careless. Let's see how this plays out. Does he have the confidence to try for this emblem? The group murmured. Time passed quickly. Cut to the second exam hall where all three professors had arrived to test Dane. Standing before them, the protagonist calmly introduced himself. I am Dane Sagars, applying to the Royal Academy's Encyclopedics major. Hearing this, Professor Dinabo nodded and asked, do you know what applying to this major entails? Of course, I've heard you must pass all 3 rounds to be accepted. Dane bowed and said. Then, as if giving him another chance, Professor Ingrid spoke. You say you're Dane, right? It's still not too late. I hold Count Sagars in high regard. He's the greatest in the Empire. I don't want to see his son eliminated, so. Before she finished, Dane interrupted from across. Thanks for the advice, but I'm here to give it my all. His voice brimmed with resolve, quashing any notion of persuading him otherwise. Right, if he were the sort to quit at a word, he wouldn't have signed up in the first place. Thinking that, Professor Dinabo began to lay out the rules. Fine, then there's no choice. The contest has 3 distinct rounds depending on the major you chose. Fail any round and you're eliminated immediately. Even a cow could understand that, let alone Dane. I understand, he nodded. Hearing this, Professor Dinabo turned to Professor Dell and continued. All right, as decided, begin with the summoning round first. Hearing that, Professor Dinabo looked to Professor Dell and repeated. All right, as decided, begin with the summoning round first. At these words, the purple-haired professor calmly rose from her seat and walked toward Dane. From Dane's perspective, he'd heard of this professor. Delphinus of the summoning department is famed as the Empire Althean's highest-ranked summoner. Rumor has it she once maintained 3 level 2 or higher summons at once. He thought to himself that anything to do with summoning would be intense. Meanwhile, Professor Delphinus didn't want to waste time and went straight to the point. The summoning department's test is simple. Satisfy me. Hearing her, the protagonist showed no great surprise. Expectedly, it's a free-form challenge with no specific standards or format. Having thought it over, Dane proposed. Then could you summon a creature for me? A summoned creature. Delphinus asked, puzzled as if not fully understanding Dane's meaning. Yes, any kind will do. Dane nodded again, and at his request, the 2 observing professors nearly fell backward. What did he just say? A candidate asking the professor to perform the summoning. Ingrid exclaimed in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Professor Dinabo was sweating profusely as he tried to guess Dane's intent. What's his angle? Since there's no set format, this could be explained theoretically. By the way, he wants to see a summoned creature in person. Turning back to Professor Delphinus, after a few seconds of thoughtful silence. Though unclear about Dane's intent, she nodded and agreed to his request. Fine, bold move, but interesting. I know this is far from ordinary, so I'll keep my eyes wide open to see what happens next. Saying that, she began to murmur each incantation, and as she chanted, ribbons of energy light writhed around them. Finally, they gathered together and formed a spatial gate high up in the sky. As it appeared, a strong gust blew through, knocking some nearby observers to the ground. Paying no heed, a giant wolf's head then pushed through from inside the portal. It was a summon with a wolf's head on a humanoid body. Upon appearing, it gaped and roared, sending shockwaves of sound out. This was the berserk summon Edorak. Turning to Dane and eyeing the terrifying summon, he felt not fear but a bit of excitement. What a chilling sound. It's the most ferocious of the level 4 summons. It's notorious for attacking anything it sees. Since this is an entrance exam, I didn't expect much. But this time is genuinely interesting. Thinking that, Dane broke into an excited grin. Across from him, Professor Delphinus looked at Dane with a challenging gleam. Well, I've summoned whatever I wanted. What are you going to do now? Around them, some assistant professors widened their eyes in shock and fear for Dane. Edorak is the fiercest among level 4. Even many dual knights would struggle to beat it. What on earth are they planning? Professor Ingrid worried aloud. Then, to everyone's eyes, the youth slowly stepped toward the giant wolf. Even Professor Delphinus was stunned and tried to stop him. What are you doing? Stop right there if you provoke Edorak. No sooner had she spoken than the giant wolf started to go berserk, emitting terrifying howls to warn Dane to stay away. However, our protagonist calmly advanced at a slow pace. He just needed to prove something by any means, right? He asked again, true, but if you prove it by putting yourself in danger, Delphinus warned. Before she could finish, Dane cut in and stated firmly, that won't happen, don't worry. Saying this, he slightly extended his hand forward. The motion immediately put the giant wolf on alert. Its jaws kept bellowing threats as it stared at Dane with wild eyes. Yet for some reason, the longer it looked at Dane, the madness in it gradually softened. Finally, it bowed its head in submission before Dane. "Good boy," he remarked approvingly. The unbelievable scene left Professors Dinabo and Ingrid in utter disbelief. How is this possible? Dinabo wondered aloud. Meanwhile, Dane reached out and patted Edorak's huge head. "You're much bigger than Genfu, huh?" As for Professor Delphinus, the one who summoned the beast, she knew it better than anyone and found it hard to believe. "Unbelievable, I can't believe Edorak's ferocity yielded so easily." Thinking that, she suddenly noticed a pale blue strand of energy linking to her summon. Is that the mana tether to Edorak? Its faint color meant it wasn't full obedience, but it completely erased Edorak's hostility, she whispered to herself. Of course, the other two professors could see that strand too. Even seeing it in person, they still couldn't believe it. "Is this some innate empathy? Marvelous," they both exclaimed. Meanwhile, Delphinus began to analyze how the protagonist had pulled that off. Did he approach Edorak, quickly analyze the mana tether, then replicate a similar mana strand and link it to himself? Since there was no set method, this might be the most suitable way to tame it. It's an ability far beyond mine, the kind a master used to praise. If he truly has that talent, his future will be genuinely promising. Thinking that, she stepped forward and acknowledged the test result. "Dane Saugers, your ability is fully confirmed. Strong courage, calm judgment, and solid basic skill. Without a doubt, you've passed the test." Beside her, Professors Dinabo and Ingrid agreed. Time flew to evening. Dane recounted his test result to Layla and she gasped. "Only 30 minutes long. Then you really are top of the class." Upon hearing that, Dane's eyes showed curiosity and he asked back, "What? I heard you were top in swordsmanship too." "No way you are the top," Layla shook her head. "Cheer up, they're throwing a party to celebrate our passing," Dane replied with a smile, but Layla couldn't hold back tears. "Don't eat, make sure you eat plenty." Saying that, she could only suffer silently. Sigh, unbelievable. Who knew there'd be such a huge gap, like an irresistible force, a natural disaster, that's the feeling. With that, she wandered off aimlessly, and seeing her dejected posture, Dane wanted to offer some comfort. But before he could, Uncle Bout stopped him. "She wants to be alone, leave her be, don't worry. Layla will get through this." Saying that, he paused and asked the protagonist, "Have you contacted your father yet? The Count will surely be proud." No need to remind him, Dane already had. "Yes, everyone's very pleased," he nodded. Hearing that, the Duke glanced around at the party and added, "For a free major, it's well deserved. Everyone here is surprised. The exams are over, so rest well and prepare for enrollment." Dane didn't forget to thank him. "Yes, thanks to the Duke's care, I had a very good time." Then Bout recalled something and asked Dane, "Right, have you thought about the entrusted item for the forge?" Hearing this, Dane openly shared his thought. I'm considering a sword but have no concrete plan yet. My body is still growing, so I'm not sure what kind of sword to make. I'll think it over a bit more. This is a good opportunity." Hearing his explanation, Bout nodded as if he understood. "That's right, no need to rush, take it as it comes." At that moment, a servant beside them reminded the Duke, "Your Grace, you've got to go to the Duchess now." At this, Bout's expression changed and he became hurried. "I know, I'll go ahead." Saying that, he quickly went to see his wife, and watching his retreating back, Dane guessed the Duchess's illness was apparently ongoing. Beside him, Layla explained further to Dane, "Luckily the symptoms haven't worsened, but they haven't improved either. It's been like this for years." Turning to Dane, in this case he could only sigh inwardly. What a pity. Having never seen a family member ill, it's a feeling I can't fully understand. Should I go comfort Layla? He wondered to himself. Time flew by. 2 days later, on a morning at the Royal Academy, the students who passed the exam were gathered for the opening ceremony. An old man stood before them and spoke. "Welcome, new students of the Royal Academy. I'm Hwold Hammett, the Academy's headmaster. Seeing these new students who overcame fierce competition and stand here today, I believe the Empire's future is bright. You are all the Empire's gifted talents. And among this year's freshmen are an unusually large number of outstanding prodigies. There's even a student admitted into the free major, something only 2 people achieved in the past 100 years. This student was approved by 3 department heads: the pedagogy department, the magic department, and the summoning department." Hearing this from the headmaster, the students below began to panic and glance at each other. "What? Admitted to the free major? Unbelievable. Who on earth is that talented?" Turning to Hwold, and not leaving the crowd in suspense, he then invited that person to step forward as the freshman representative. "Valedictorian Dane Saugers, please come forward." At the call, Dane calmly walked forward, and when the students heard his family name, they gasped in admiration. Dane, the one who passed the free major. What blessing did the Saugers family get? At the same time, Dane's parents were present to witness their son participating in the opening ceremony. "Do you see Dane over there? The boy has truly grown up. He looks quite dashing, doesn't he? And in first place, no less. You have raised your son wonderfully, Boost praised Arkin with a smile, making Arkin grin broadly as he replied modestly, it's nothing compared to you. Hearing this, Boost's face showed a hint of irritation as he complained about his two sons. I had to raise two sons, and neither of them turned out right. The youngest enrolled without anyone knowing, the eldest was kicked out, and the middle one just ran away from home. Meanwhile, you have two daughters. I'm truly jealous, but at least you still have Layla, Arkin replied with a strained smile. At that, Boost looked at his daughter with a bit of regret, wishing his wife could have been there to see this. Scene changed to Professor Delphinus. She was currently talking to Dane's sister, Claire. You've been close to your summons since you were little, haven't you? Yes, Professor, Claire nodded, confirming the professor's suspicions. Indeed, it seems that harmony has existed since birth. Having said that, she looked at Dane as if staring at a monster, a child without any summoning seal who had surpassed every other summon. Ignoring her, Claire voiced a doubt of her own. Professor, if Dane's level of harmony is so high, is it possible he might summon creatures that cross the horizon? Cross the horizon. That is another world, where summoned creatures that disappeared 100 years ago once connect. To this question, Professor Delphinus could only give an uncertain answer. Who knows? Those creatures choose their own mages, so there is a possibility. Back to Principal Hwold, looking at Dane's face, he nodded with satisfaction. So you are the rumored Dane Saga. You are free to display your talents within this academy. With that, he handed the protagonist a piece of paper. Dane reached out to take it and affirmed, I will keep that in mind, Principal. And now, the representative of those who passed the exam will take the oath, someone shouted. Just like that, the opening ceremony concluded. Looking at the paper in his hand, Dane reminded himself, I've finally entered the academy. It took a long time to get here, but I won't waste this new life. From now on, this is a new beginning. Scene changed to the main lecture hall. The teaching assistants were reminding the new students, the academy orientation ends here. From now on, this is a new beginning. You may take a break for now. For the next part, please enjoy the refreshments in the back and rest comfortably. Hearing this, the students began to look at each other and chat animatedly. Meanwhile, the swordswoman Layla didn't forget to warn her close friend. Listen, Dane, many people will be targeting you from now on. Whether their intentions are good or bad, you must be careful. If anyone makes an offer, consider it very carefully. She paused and whispered to Dane, I heard this place is full of strange people who weren't raised properly at home. Looking at her acting like a worried young mother on her child's first day of school, Dane said dejectedly, Understood, I know already. Layla immediately realized Dane wasn't taking her seriously and warned him again, Don't just ignore me, listen carefully. At the same time, upperclassmen began to run in with smiles, pitching their clubs to the freshmen like pyramid scheme recruiters. Haha, look at these new recruits. Catch that red-haired kid, that's the talent we're looking for. They spoke excitedly while approaching the freshmen, making Layla sigh in exasperation. The seniors have already started hunting new students during the break. For Dane, the scene was somewhat amusing. I heard about this from my sister. It seems there are many interesting clubs. Unaware of Dane's thoughts, the upperclassmen soon noticed his presence and shouted to one another, Find that top-ranked kid from the Saugers family. We have to get him into our club. They all turned to stare at the protagonist simultaneously, making Layla panic. Dane, everyone is aiming for you. What do we do? First, let's just get out of here. With that, the swordswoman grabbed the protagonist's wrist and pulled him away. However, the seniors weren't about to let them go so easily. Dane Saugers, join the bodybuilding club, the place that nurtures and trains the perfect physique. A muscular senior spoke enthusiastically. Elsewhere, a blonde senior shared her pitch. Hey rookie, what do you think of the Map Research Club? If you join now, you'll have access to a completely new map. Our Astrology Research Club gathers all the best talents. Over there, that's the heir of the Thurman family. We can't let our precious lady escape. They shouted while chasing the two like zombies after fresh meat. Layla, hearing this, was a bit spooked by their intensity. Not joining, I'm not joining, the red-haired girl screamed. Meanwhile, the chase felt somewhat familiar to the protagonist. I'm used to being chased by enemies, but this is a first. Being at the top of the list is truly exhausting, the young master grumbled to himself. Time passed quickly. Scene changed to a hallway where a professor was walking calmly. His identity seemed somewhat special, causing the assistants to gossip. Is that Kelthas Redfield? Someone asked. The friend beside them nodded. Yes, I heard he resigned as the leader of the Imperial Knights to become a professor. Wow, such an outstanding figure has come here. But now it might be a bit troublesome. A new student in the free major after decades. Lately, life was so comfortable just writing occasional essays and getting average grades. That peaceful life is over now. I guess you'll have to prepare a curriculum now, right? Even I find it troublesome. Sounds of complaining rose up, while Professor Kelthas felt a massive headache. The orientation for new students is ending. It's an unbelievable situation. Why does it have to be the top student right now? Thinking this, he looked at Dane in front of him and asked, "You are Dane Saugers, right? You're here early." Hearing someone call him, Dane turned and bowed. "Hello, Professor. It's a pleasure to meet you." "All right, come in," he replied and quickly invited Dane into his office. Afterward, Kelthas cursed his bad luck. "I worked so hard to reach this position. I came here to rest, not to teach students. Even as a mentor, I'm already sick and tired of dealing with knights." Thinking this, he turned to Dane and asked with interest, "Why did you apply for the free major?" "Because I want to do everything I desire," Dane replied. "Have you ever thought about switching to the special major?" Kelthas suggested. "No, sir," Dane shook his head. At this answer, Kelthas's face scrunched up. "If that's the case, then I have no choice but to mentor him. Is there really no other way? If he didn't take the swordsmanship exam, it means he lacks confidence." With that thought as if a plan had formed, Kelthas continued, "Do you know anything about swordsmanship? I don't mean to offend, but since you're in the free major and I'm your professor, you need a certain level of skill with the sword." From Dane's perspective, he immediately smelled something fishy. Suddenly he's talking about swordsmanship. I don't feel like he's welcoming me at all. Dane thought with a frown and replied, "It's not that I'm uninterested in swordsmanship." Hearing this, Kelthas immediately stood up and proposed, "Very well, shall we test you right now?" "Sure," Dane accepted casually, making Kelthas unable to hide his joy, thinking, "Good, I've got him," as he said excitedly. "Then let's move to my training ground." In saying this, Kelthas had a motive. Since he had the right to evaluate students, he planned to use Dane's supposedly clumsy swordsmanship as a valid excuse to fail him and kick him out. Next, scene changed to the training room. Kelthas reminded Dane, "There are many swords here, so choose whichever one you like." "Yes, Professor." He nodded and scanned the practice swords nearby. However, seeing the disorganized state of the swords and the trash scattered on the floor, Dane was disappointed. Is the training ground really in a place like this? Even if there are no polymath students, this is a bit severe. "Oh well, I'll just pick one that fits." Thinking this, Dane picked up a sword. "Is that one enough?" Kelthas asked. "Yes, this one is sufficient," Dane affirmed. Hearing this, Kelthas began to explain the rules. "If you can land even a single strike on me with that sword, you pass. It won't be hard, as I will only move within 2 paces," he said confidently. Unaware that he was standing before a master of the blade, Dane replied calmly, "I understand." "Good, then let us begin," Kelthas said coldly. He thought for a moment. He accepted my conditions so calmly. Is he that confident? He wondered. Next, Dane gripped the sword and lunged forward to attack. First, he aimed the sword at Kelthas's waist. However, the man dodged easily, though the strike made Kelthas surprised. "Oh, that was fast. Is that how he got into the free major?" he thought. Before he knew it, the sword in Dane's hand was thrusting toward him as fast as a machine. This made the professor startle and forced him to use his own sword to parry Dane's blade back. Having done so, he gulped in worry. That was a close call. An unusual sword style. Is he some kind of sword idiot? Furthermore, that boy fights like a soldier on a battlefield, not like someone from a noble or knightly background, Kelthas thought with a frown. But before he could analyze further, Dane attacked again. The protagonist's body moved constantly, launching lightning-fast strikes from all directions. This forced the professor to work incredibly hard to block them all. The more they fought, the more difficult he found it. "I can't believe it. I'm rank 6, yet I have to focus this much. Am I really fighting a 14-year-old? He doesn't even need a handicap, but this style looks so familiar," Kelthas told himself. At this moment, he began to recall a memory from the past, from his time on the battlefield, witnessing an enemy soldier with incredibly powerful swordsmanship. It was astonishing to think the Drenic Empire had someone that brave. But that person didn't have any medals or knightly banners. Who on earth was he? Returning to the present, while Kelthas was distracted by his memories, Dane seized the opportunity and launched a strike at his flank. Of course, Dane stopped the blade the moment it touched the professor's body, marking the end of the test. Looking at Dane's sword against his body, Kelthas cursed himself. Good heavens, why did I let my mind wander like that? Seeing that he had won, Dane broke into a satisfied smile. He retracted his sword. "Professor, I believe I've met the requirements." Hearing this, Kelthas had to grit his teeth and admit, "You pass." Having said that, he looked at Dane with a very wary gaze. This kid is a genius, a special kind of genius. Even with a handicap, he didn't fall behind me, a rank 6. Now I understand why he wasn't excited about the swordsmanship exam. Thinking of this and knowing Dane possessed such immense talent in swordsmanship, Kelthas couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, "With strength like this, why didn't you apply to the swordsmanship department?" "Because I thought it would make my family sad," Dane replied, words that made Kelthas startle slightly. However, remembering Dane's background, he quickly understood the reason. Dane's father was a master of the spear, and his two sisters were masters of magic and summoning, so perhaps he chose all three just to meet his family's expectations. It's not that he lacked confidence in his sword skills, I completely misjudged him. Turning back to Dane, unaware of the professor's inner thoughts, the boy asked, "Professor, have you finished the verification?" His voice snapped Kelthas out of his reverie, and the man nodded hurriedly. "Ah, yes, all right, you may go. I'll send you the notification soon." "Thank you, Professor," Dane said with a bow, and quickly left the room. Watching his retreating back, Kelthas could only lament his bad luck for the second time. What a failure! The department heads who acted as judges probably felt the same way. All my plans to kick him out so I could live comfortably have vanished into thin air. Next, Dane reunited with his sister Claire outside on the campus, and she was somewhat surprised that Dane had finished the test so easily. "Did you really pass the exam already?" "That's strange. Professor Kelthas isn't someone who lets students pass easily. That professor only attends regular meetings once a year, but this time the principal called for him. He absolutely hates troublesome tasks." Hearing this, Dane felt it was a bit hard to accept and complained. He truly is someone who likes living according to his own whims. "Yes, that's why I was so surprised. But fortunately, nothing happened, Dane," Claire said with a smile, making Dane feel a bit amused. His second sister didn't praise him because he was her Dane, but she felt relieved that he was safe. "That's one of the reasons I like my second sister." Just then Arabella ran up from a distance and shouted, "Oh, Dane, I was wondering where you were." "So you're with Claire, you passed the test, didn't you?" she asked with a bright smile. Seeing the three Sagar siblings gathered together, the surrounding people began to whisper excitedly, "Look, the Sagar siblings are together. I thought Arabella and Claire were amazing enough on their own, but now the youngest is even better than his sisters. Just what kind of family is that?" Next, Dane followed a guide to tour the dormitory area. As they walked, the guide introduced himself. "My name is Max Howe, in charge of all dormitory operations. The dorms are divided into 3 areas based on entrance scores. The highest rank is called Danter 1, named after the first emperor. Student Dane, as the top student of the polymath major, you'll be staying in this area. The dining hall, training grounds, and library are all standard, and there are even lounges and magic projection rooms. Additionally, there are secret facilities. It may not happen, but depending on your grades, there are cases where you might have to leave this area. Arabella and Claire stayed here until graduation too." With that, he pulled out a key and continued explaining. "Here, this is the entry key for Student Dane. We will provide you with 2 as backups, so please report to me if you lose them. Be careful from now on, there are many strange students here. They aren't bad people, but unexpected things happen sometimes. All right, go check your room and report to the logistics office if you need anything." After speaking, Max left immediately, while Dane let out a long breath. "Phew, should I go see the room now?" Thinking this, he quickly walked around to explore and admitted, "It's quite high-end, but why is it so quiet? Something is very strange. I don't sense a single human breath, as if everyone has evaporated. Just what is going on here?" Dane wondered with a frown. Intensely curious about the situation, Dane closed his eyes and focused on diffusing the energy within his body into the surroundings. "Let's try spreading out my sensory aura," he thought. Then Dane's energy flows began to slowly spread around, reaching every corner of the dormitory area, and images began to manifest slowly in the protagonist's mind. The smell of grease drifted past his nose, followed by the faint sound of gears clicking. "It's a trap." Seeing this, Dane guessed what was happening and offered a small smile. "So that's it, is this a hazing ritual?" Dane murmured. Just as he predicted, in a certain spot in the dorm, a group of students was watching him through a simulated screen. Seeing Dane standing still, the red-haired student said curiously, "Why did he stop moving? Does he really have that good of an intuition?" Beside him, a blue-haired student complained, "Hey Arnold, do you think he's already spotted the trap?" In response, the young man named Arnold smiled, adjusted his glasses, and affirmed with absolute certainty, "That's absolutely impossible. My Joulard family has been the finest family of hunters for hundreds of years, so I am very confident in my traps." This handsome student was the eldest son of Baron Joulard, Arnold Joulard, a third-year student in the marksmanship department. One of the students in the group was a bit worried and asked if it was dangerous, and naturally, Arnold wasn't foolish enough to do anything like that. "Of course I removed everything that could cause injury. It's only enough to make him a laughingstock." Seeing there was no danger to life, the group began to grow excited, waiting to see Dane embarrassed. This first ritual is quite something to look forward to. That kid is going to look pathetic when he gets here," Arnold said mockingly. Then a worried voice asked, "Is this really okay? That's the Sagar's family." "So what? We all went through a memorable ritual, haha." "Just wait and see. He'll probably be scared to death," Arnold replied without a hint of fear. After all, for large families, the pranks of these children weren't serious enough to involve the adults. Unlike Arnold's confident posture, a girl in the group frowned and reminded him, Have you forgotten he's the top student of the polymath major? This time might be different. His sisters are both geniuses, and if he passed the polymath exam, he might be even more of a genius than them. This girl was Priscilla Neliel of the Neliel family, a fourth-year student in the neurology department. Turning to Arnold, faced with Priscilla's doubt, he bristled and shouted, "What did you say? Are you suggesting he won't fall for my traps?" Before Priscilla could answer, a brown-haired student teased, "Don't you look a bit insecure yourself? Don't laugh, that's not it at all," Arnold bellowed. However, despite his loud talk, he was panicking inside. Adjusting his glasses, he tried to comfort himself with optimistic thoughts. There's no way he realized they're my traps. I used invisibility spells and lubricated the mechanisms to be silent. Just as he thought that, Dane began to move again. This caused the group to scramble to watch. "Hey, he's moving. Really? Move over." The group shouted and jostled for the best viewing angle. Back with Dane, the traps before him were mere child's play compared to those set by Lady Lily. With a single glance, he had spotted them all. Starting with a tripwire, huh? It'll trigger with just a light touch. Then I'll use a mana bullet. Thinking this, Dane began to accumulate mana in his palm. He fired a mana bullet straight at a brown bag on the ceiling. Upon being hit, the brown bag exploded. This caused the water inside to pour down like a waterfall. However, after observing the volume, Dane was a bit surprised. "Less water than I thought," he told himself. There was one thing Dane didn't predict. Immediately after, a stone tile on the floor suddenly opened, and from within, a plume of brown smoke billowed out. The stench was so foul it almost made Dane faint on the spot. "Good heavens, what is this smell? Truly childish," Dane said irritably. Back at the position of Arnold's group, as much as they had looked forward to the protagonist being embarrassed, they were now growing equally irritated. All this frustration was directed at Arnold, the one who had confidently declared his traps would succeed. "Hey Arnold, what is this? You said he absolutely wouldn't detect them. It's barely started and it's already like this." It's just a coincidence, Arnold stammered. "What do you mean, coincidence?" Priscilla's voice was full of suspicion, but Arnold kept nodding frantically. "Exactly. I went a bit too easy at the start, that's why he spotted it. Just wait, he'll definitely fall for the next one." The bespectacled boy gritted his teeth, and seeing him stake his heart and soul on that claim, his two friends nodded, choosing to trust him one more time. Maybe there was just a mistake. Let's try trusting Arnold." Hearing this, Priscilla only sighed inwardly as an invisible sense of unease began to surround her. "Why do I feel so uneasy?" she whispered. Meanwhile, after continuing down the hallway, Dane quickly discovered the second trap. He muttered in disappointment at this latest snare. "Sigh, the second one is just as clumsy. Should I just break it now?" Next, the traps Arnold had set were triggered. At that moment, countless boxing gloves began to fly out from all sides of the corridor, firing wildly everywhere. However, with Dane's incredibly agile movements, he dodged them easily without any difficulty. Even the stake traps, arranged with great sophistication, could do nothing against our protagonist. In the observation room, watching Dane's performance, the group of young people was stunned into silence before exclaiming in awe, just as expected of the Saugers family. Behind them, Arnold's face had turned pale upon seeing the traps he had spent so much effort on become useless against someone like the protagonist. Even his two friends in front lost all faith in him. It's like Dane knows exactly where everything is. Arnold worked so hard to hide them, yet they're being spotted this easily, they both remarked. However, Arnold felt too humiliated to give up yet. Damn it, it's too early to quit. There's no way he dodges the final trap. He gritted his teeth, making Priscilla stop and ask, "What is the final trap?" In response, the bespectacled boy didn't explain clearly, but offered a meaningful smile. You'll see." Just like that, they soon saw the final trap Arnold had prepared. Before the protagonist, a massive red dragon appeared, and not just that, but behind it stood another equally large goat-headed monster. From Dane's perspective, seeing these massive monsters suddenly appear, he deduced, are they summoned beasts? It seems they've prepared some quite strong ones. Dane praised them before realizing something was off. Wait a minute, something isn't right. As he spoke, Dane narrowed his eyes to observe, and very quickly, he discovered that the images of these monsters were slightly distorted and blurry, not quite realistic. These are just illusions, all bark and no bite. No wonder they look suspiciously strong. An ordinary student would have run away. But I don't need to avoid them at all. I just need to disrupt the mana flow and they'll vanish. Thinking this, Dane began to focus energy into the palm of his hand. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the students were stunned when Dane didn't run. "What? This guy isn't running. In fact, he looks quite relaxed. Wait, what is he doing? Is he accumulating mana?" someone cried out. These words were like a thunderclap to Arnold. His face began to drip with sweat from anxiety. Did he realize their illusions in a heartbeat? Impossible. How could that be? The more he thought, the more the worry showed on Arnold's face. Looking at his expression, Priscilla sighed. It's all over, she whispered. Back at Dane's position, once he had accumulated enough energy, he released it toward the illusions of the monster. Immediately, those illusions were shattered in an instant, as if they had never existed. Afterward, Dane smirked and said, "What nonsense. Let's see where the designer of these things is hiding." Scene changed to Arnold's group. For some reason, they suddenly ran out of the room with looks of utter panic. That's an Edorak. Run. Why is that thing here? Arnold, damn it, do something, the black-haired boy shouted. However, Arnold was scared out of his wits. How could he have the strength to fight the giant wolf chasing them? "I don't know. What on earth is that?" Arnold screamed. "Wasn't this what you prepared?" the red-haired boy asked hurriedly. Then the giant wolf suddenly opened its mouth and let out a massive howl, making the red-haired boy scream in terror. At the same time, Dane's voice rang out nearby. "So this is where you were hiding." Hearing the familiar voice, Arnold's group seemed to have found a savior. They immediately turned to ask for help. "Freshman, if this is your doing, can you handle it? We'll apologize. Please just get rid of that thing." Back to Dane, having felt he had scared these seniors enough, he canceled the summoning of the wolf, causing it to vanish into a spatial portal. Only when it had completely disappeared could the group finally breathe a sigh of relief. Next, the long-haired boy straightened his clothes and awkwardly spoke to Dane. "Ahem, it seems the induction ritual was a failure. Welcome, rookie. I am Droyan Valentine, a fifth-year student in the alchemy department and the sole heir of the Marquis Valentine family. Quite a good physique and handsome, too. With sisters that beautiful, it's understandable, right?" he said as he held out his hand. Dane reached out and shook the man's hand. "Ah, yes, it's a pleasure to meet you," Dane said while thinking to himself, "What on earth is this guy talking about?" Unaware of Dane's thoughts, Droyan continued to praise him. "You're quite good at avoiding traps, so you're in the free major. I guess that's why the ritual failed." Arnold is quite disappointed. He's the heir of the famous Juillard Hunter family and the one behind all these traps. Droyan's enthusiastic advertising made Arnold incredibly embarrassed. "Damn it, why bring me into this?" he shouted. "So he's the one who designed the traps," Dane thought with a smile. Next, Droyan requested, "Hey, everyone come over and say hello." "Ah, all right," the group replied and stepped forward. Droyan pointed at Priscilla and introduced her. "This is Priscilla, a fourth-year student in the Holy Magic department. It's best not to mess with her. For someone who wants to be a priest, she's actually—" Before Droyan could finish, Priscilla guessed what he was going to say and swiped the dried fish young man aside. "Kind and beautiful, right? Nice to meet you. I am Priscilla Nelliel, the abandoned child of my family. Joining the Holy Magic department means I can't even dream of marriage anymore." Dane replied with a nod. "Ah, yes, I look forward to working with you." They shook hands, but immediately Priscilla's eyes went as wide as an ox's, as she felt the terrifying energy within Dane. "What is this? Why is your mana so dense? Is this really the mana level of someone our age? Unbelievable. It's impossible." Behind her, Droyan didn't quite understand why she was overreacting. "Is it that important?" he asked. "I suppose so," the red-haired boy replied. Meanwhile, Arnold was a bit annoyed. They're overreacting over a bit of dense mana. Ignoring him, the red-haired student stepped forward. "Nice to meet you, Dane. I am Skal Hespro, a second-year student in the martial arts department. I'm not like those muscle-obsessed freaks, so don't misunderstand. Muscles are important, but martial arts aren't just about what everyone sees. If you're interested, just say the word and I'll teach you real martial arts," Skal promised. Next, Dane looked at the final person, Arnold, who was arrogantly looking away as if he didn't care about the introductions. This uncooperative attitude made the group complain. "Hey Arnold, what are you doing? It's your turn. Don't tell me you're upset because your traps were all broke. Is it really over something that small? How petty," the group chided, making veins bulge on Arnold's face. Left with no choice, he reluctantly turned to greet Dane, though the only thing he said was his name. Arnold Juillard. That was all he uttered. Luckily, Dane didn't mind and remained cheerful despite the other's irritation. "I am Dane Saugers. It's a pleasure to meet you." The boy was clearly annoyed about his traps. "Should I praise them?" Dane wondered and offered a few compliments. "Those were very good traps. You seem to understand mechanisms and triggers well, but the paint made them easy to spot. Why don't you try mixing silver F3 and black D6 in a 4:6 ratio instead of using black F6? At this brightness level, it would be harder to notice." Aside from that, it was a trap anyone would fall for. Beside them, the group was dazed by Dane's talent as he gave Arnold advice on improving traps. Is he teaching Arnold how to set traps? You really are an interesting person. After the greetings were finished, the group led Dane to his room. Following them, Dane thought to himself, "These people are quite interesting. It feels good to have some decent friends. Things are starting to get interesting." Time passes quickly and the scene shifts to a corner of the school grounds. Dane is currently talking with his close friend Layla. It is unclear what he said, but the female swordsman screams in shock after hearing it. What, you're taking 6 major classes this semester? In response, Dane slowly explains that there are only 3 majors, and each one requires attending 2 lectures. Seeing this, Layla still shakes her head at his overly calm attitude. There are general education courses too. What are you going to do? You won't have any time to sleep. Usually, freshmen only have 4 sessions, which means, let's see, maybe you could skip the first class. Back with Dane, after listening to her, he gives Layla a slightly judgmental look. Can you even say something like that? That's exactly why military science was added as 2 general education sessions. You're so cold, I'm terrified of military science. In my first semester, my grades dropped so much because of that class. Layla complains, and Dane has to agree. Fair enough, it really is the hardest subject, Dane mutters to himself. Next, Layla checks the time and speaks up. You really have the aura of a top student. See you later in the swordsmanship major. I have to go to my general education lecture now. Seeing this, Dane asks out of curiosity, which general education class is it? Oh, it's understanding cosmetics and skin, Layla says with a face full of excitement, while Dane can only chuckle to himself upon hearing that. Haha, girls will be girls. Thinking this, he nods in response. Got it, see you later then. Time quickly passes and the scene shifts to the military science classroom. Our protagonist Dane is already there. With his appearance, it is naturally impossible to avoid the curious stares and observations from everyone in the class. That's Dane Saugers. Why is he here? Is he actually planning to attend the lecture? Could it be? Since he's a count's son, he seems a bit cold. I think I know what you mean. The whispers fall straight into Dane's ears, making his face look slightly annoyed. I can hear everything, he groans internally, then opens his book, thinking about the military science general education course. Based on what he read yesterday, there was content he already knew, but there was also information that was completely contrary to reality. Makes sense, if theory and reality were always in sync, no country would ever lose a war. But the reason military science is taught is that basic theory is vital. Just as he thinks this, a middle-aged professor with a stern face enters the classroom from the door, causing the entire room to fall silent. Hello, everyone. I am Francisco Gabius, and I will be in charge of teaching military science theory. You can just call me Professor Gabius. We'll start the lesson right after roll call. From the protagonist's perspective, just looking at the professor's solemn face makes him respect the man a few notches more. Looking at that face, this seems like someone with extensive experience on the battlefield. This is something to look forward to, Dane whispers to himself. Once roll call is finished, Professor Gabius begins his lecture. His voice echoes through the quiet room. One must delve deep into military theory to be effective on the battlefield. Soldiers can be reckless, but a commander must always weigh victory against the lives of their troops. Clearly, theory is crucial. You must rely on theory to understand the field, and by recognizing inconsistencies in reality, you will understand the true utility of military science. I'm truly curious to see how many talented students here will become elite. What do you all think is the most important thing in war? In response to this question, while everyone is still hesitating on what to say, Dane suddenly raises his hand. Seeing this, the professor's eyes narrow slightly as he asks, all right, let's hear from the student with his hand up. Answering the question, Dane says with a completely confident face, the most important principle is logistics. Hearing this, a look of admiration appears in Gabius's eyes. He nods and continues, correct answer. Triumph, victory, innovation, all of these can only be achieved when logistics are guaranteed. Interesting, someone got it right at the very beginning, he says with amusement before turning to ask Dane one more question. Then do you know the 3 most important factors in logistics? Solving this question, Dane answers. First is strict military management. Logistics from the center to the front lines isn't just a physical distance, the entire system is extended. If even one person is ambitious in the wrong way, corruption easily occurs. This results in a lack of supply. As he says these words, Dane is drawing entirely from his own battlefield experience. He isn't making things up, he truly understands the issue. Most supply problems are caused by improper people at the intermediate stages, even if the shipment was initially sent safe. Exactly, next is, Gabius prompts. And this time, Dane is able to answer very quickly. It's the standardization of supplies. If the quantity and weight of supplied goods are standardized, mass production becomes possible. This greatly aids in rapid supply, and frontline units will maintain their strategy without losses. Hearing these words from him, the group of students in the class look at each other with wide eyes and whisper, "What is he talking about? This isn't in the book." Not just them, even Professor Gabius cannot hide the shock on his face. Then he presents the final point. This time is also the correct answer. Finally, Dane responds, "It's local production." The longer a war drags on, the more the above 2 points will be ignored, and the quality of supplies will drop. That requires soldiers on the battlefield to find ways to be self-sufficient at a minimum level. Although the quantity and quality might be quite low, it provides enough emergency food for critical moments. Dane says with a slight smile, "These are all things I've witnessed and felt with my own eyes on the battlefield," he thinks to himself. Meanwhile, the room has become pin-drop silent. At the protagonist's words, they begin to gape in awe, unable to say a word. Finally, Professor Gabius cannot help but praise him loudly. "That was an outstanding answer. What year are you in?" "I'm a freshman, sir," Dane replies. That answer causes a look of confusion to cross Gabius's face. Sweat begins to form on his forehead as he asks again, "What? You're only a freshman." How does a kid who just enrolled know all of this? He asks more specifically about what Dane just said: strict military management, standardization of supplies, and finally local production for self-sufficiency. Those answers are practical experiences that soldiers and officers have had to go through on the battlefield. How could someone without battlefield experience like you know this? On the opposite side, Dane's face is a bit pensive. Of course, he can't say he experienced this directly, so after about 2 seconds he makes up a story. "My father often told me these things." "Your father, then what is your name?" Gabius asks curiously. "It's Dane Saugers, sir." The protagonist answers with a proud face. After hearing his family name, Gabius is completely convinced. The Saugers family. "So you're the son of the Blue Whirlwind." That explains it. If you're from the Saugers family, you must be the student who passed the liberal arts major. No wonder your level is different from the other freshmen. Thinking this and with no more doubts in his heart, he raises his voice to the whole class. "Haha, so you all heard that clearly, right? Completing the military theory portion that we will study involves exactly what student Dane Saugers just answered. Applying theory to fit real situations, based on textbook theory. This is the ultimate goal that military science aims for. Let's move on to the next part." Having said that, he looks at Dane with a face full of anticipation. It's been a long time since such an exceptional Saugers appeared. Time passes quickly. After the class ends, Dane is running away in a panic. As he walks, he mutters, "I almost ended up in the Great Academy." As soon as the class ended, Professor Gabius called him immediately, even trying to persuade him to register for the Imperial Great Academy. It seems the professor was a bit too eager. Thinking of this, Dane remembers the advice his sister Claire gave him. If anyone advises you to enter the Imperial Great Academy, just refuse, reject them, and leave immediately. His second sister's advice really helped, but it seems the professor won't give up that easily. Well, his current task is that he hasn't adapted to the Academy's map, yet because it's too huge. The meeting place with Lily is at the central fountain square. While thinking, Dane strains his eyes to look at the map in front of him. Very quickly, he finds his objective. Oh, there it is. Crossing the Mist Garden is the fastest way, he muttered. The Mist Garden is a place where even if the sky is cloudy, visibility is as limited as if there were fog, making it very easy to get lost and wander around inside. It is also a vast garden covered in thick mist, causing everyone to avoid it. Furthermore, there are rumors about ghosts appearing at night. But this place doesn't seem like what my eldest sister said. The weather is good, so I've already arrived. Just as he finishes speaking, as if to contradict Dane, he suddenly hears a blood-curdling scream from behind him. "Help, is anyone there? Anyone, please help me." Hearing this pathetic sound, Dane turns his head toward the source with a curious look. "Huh, is someone there?" The sound is coming from inside. His mother had told him that if someone is in danger, he must help them immediately. There is still enough time until the next literature class, so he can save them and get out. Dane reminds himself internally and begins to move quickly toward where he heard the sound. Then not long after, Dane successfully rescues an anonymous male student. After being saved, the guy chirps his thanks. "Thank you, I thought I was going to be trapped in there forever." In response, Dane just waves his hand and checks on him. "All right, are you hurt anywhere?" This guy with glasses says he's a bit tired but fine. Then he introduces himself. "I'm Ernest Dyland, a freshman in the exploration department." Hearing this, Dane looks at the dazed young man as if looking at an alien. "Huh, a student from the exploration department got lost." His voice is full of shock, making Ernest's face look a bit embarrassed and flustered. It's because I was so excited that I walked around unconsciously." "How excited do you have to be to lose your way like?" Dane sighs, skipping the mention of Ernest's scatterbrained nature. He notices the guy's last name and asks, "If you're Baron Dyland, the family should be in the West. The crest is probably a ship and sailor." Of course, that's the most famous lineage for exploration, right? Dane asks, and this guy Ernest nods. "That's right. My family has been exploring the seas and unknown lands for generations. But for you, that seems a bit difficult." Dane silently notes to himself. Then this guy Ernest scratches his head shyly and asks Dane back, "It's surprising that you know about our family. What is your name?" "I'm Dane Saugers," the protagonist answers with a smile. And just hearing his surname, Ernest's expression immediately changes and he exclaims, So you're the new student who passed the liberal arts major after 100 years. Yeah, that's me. Dane scratches his head awkwardly. Meanwhile, Ernest starts looking at him as if seeing his idol. Oh my god, how lucky. I've wanted to meet you at least once. From Dane's perspective, Ernest's overly enthusiastic attitude makes him even more flustered. Then, after calming down, Dane suddenly notices Ernest's appearance is a bit unusual and frowns in thought. He said he wasn't hurt anywhere. But what are those bruises? And there are scars too. They're very different from scars gotten from exploring. Could it be? Dane speculates internally and seems to have some sort of idea. Then, to verify his hunch, the protagonist speaks up. Are you exploring this garden? Hearing that, his friend Ernest shares. Exploring, I feel excited. Actually, for me, not just the garden, but everything new I approach is an exploration. Not just this maze-like garden, but people and objects too. Having said that, Ernest opens his backpack to show Dane the countless items he has collected. Look at this. Beside him, Dane is somewhat surprised and says, is all of that exploration gear? That's a lot. My goal is to explore every corner inside the academy, Ernest continued. Then, pausing for a moment, he whispers a warning to the protagonist. This mist garden is obviously one of them. There's definitely something here. The sky is cloudy, yet the mist is this thick. Isn't that just too illogical? Back with Dane, talking about the garden makes his expression change, and he nods. You're right, so have you found out anything yet? To this question from Dane, Ernest can only shake his head regretfully and answer. Not yet, but I'm sure there's some kind of power inside this garden. But hasn't it been that no one can clarify? Dane shrugs in response. However, Ernest has his own thoughts on this. True, but what if there's a reason no one thinks of clarifying it, or they tried and still couldn't? A reason it can't be clarified, Dane exclaims in wonder. And at this point, the guy with glasses slowly reveals his speculations regarding the garden's strange phenomenon. Exactly. It's impossible to know right now. But suppose it's a power created by unknown factors or objects, such as the legacy of a lost ancient kingdom, or things summoned from beyond the horizon. Back with Dane, the words coming from Ernest's mouth begin to pique his interest. If it's the legacy of an ancient kingdom, that would be quite interesting, wouldn't it? Dane nods. As for Ernest, seeing someone agree with him makes him very excited. You think so too, right? I really want to find the secret of this place. Speaking of Dane, he hasn't forgotten that he needs to go to the lecture hall, so he temporarily stops the conversation. Oh, right, I'm on my way to a lecture. Hearing this, Ernest is startled and hurriedly apologizes to Dane. We should get out of here quick. However, before they can even move, the weather suddenly changes and rain pours down in torrents, causing Ernest's expression to change. He turns back to warn the protagonist. This is bad. I heard that if it rains, the mist gets even thicker. What? If that's the case, it'll be hard to get out, right? Dane asks hurriedly. Right, we'll lose our sense of direction, Ernest says, gritting his teeth. Sure enough, as they said, waves of mist begin to rise continuously around them, causing their visibility to decrease visibly. Even when Ernest takes out a compass from his bag to determine the direction, its needle just spins around like a wheel, without fixing on any direction at all. Just as I thought, the compass isn't working either. We can't move like this. The guy with glasses says bitterly. Meanwhile, Dane asks back, can't we solve this with exploration abilities? Ahead, Ernest shakes his head slightly and puts the compass away. There's another path here, but the mist is too thick to reach it. There's some unknown power affecting this place. Hearing this, Dane's face begins to break into a cold sweat as he mutters, an unknown power, damn it. Have we fallen into a trap? Unaware of the thoughts in Dane's heart, Ernest turns back and says, my body feels heavier. What should we do now? I'm sorry, Dane, this is all because of me. Seeing the four-eyed guy so worried, Dane spoke up to reassure him. Don't sweat it. We should just wait it out, see how things go, and then figure out our next move. Then for some reason, our protagonist suddenly felt something completely different from what Ernest was experiencing. This mist, it feels kind of familiar. Am I just imagining things? What's going on? I don't feel weakened at all. On the contrary, I feel like I'm strangely gaining more power. Could this be? Back to Ernest's perspective, he was now so worried he was on the verge of tears. Wiping them away, he blurted out, this is bad. If this keeps up, Dane is going to be in serious danger. Just as he finished speaking, a brilliant flash of light suddenly appeared beside him, making the guy stop crying. He turned to look and discovered that, for some unknown reason, an intense wave of energy was radiating from Dane's body, so powerful that it pushed Ernest backward. What the hell? This mana is insane, he shrieked. As the mana surged, the mist surrounding the protagonist was blown away. The mist, is it clearing out from Dane as the center? Dane, what on earth is happening? Ernest asked hurriedly. In response, Dane's face grew more confident. Ernest, let's move. I think I know the way out. For real, how? How do you know? Ernest's jaw dropped in shock. However, Dane didn't explain much. In his head, he thought that maybe he could uncover the secrets of this place. Just like that, the two began to move quickly. Walking behind Dane, Ernest still couldn't suppress his natural curiosity. What is going on? This is the mysterious fog that so many mages couldn't even begin to explore. Yet Dane is walking right through it like it's nothing. Plus, the mist vanishes wherever he goes, and the path becomes crystal clear. This guy is seriously a miracle worker, Ernest exclaimed in admiration. Soon the protagonist's pace quickened. He reminded Ernest, "We're almost there." "Really? You found the way," the bespectacled guy said excitedly. However, the place Dane led him to was completely different. This was the center of the mist garden. Ernest let out a gasp of shock as he looked at the fountain in front of him. Back to Dane, seeing Ernest so stunned, he figured the guy knew something and asked, "What's up? Is there something special about this thing?" Ernest's response was a look of even greater shock. "Of course, most students come to the mist garden specifically for this," he said, and then suddenly, Ernest's eyes lit up as if he realized something. "Wait, you don't know the legend of this place." As for Dane, he really didn't know a damn thing about this school, so he could only shake his head. "Legend, this place actually has a legend." Explaining further, Ernest said calmly, "There's a legend that if you reach this spot before the mist clears, you'll be reunited with the one you desire most." Beside him, Dane lost interest as soon as he heard that. Just another typical romance story. The protagonist sighed inwardly and shrugged, following up with Ernest. But if the path here is this difficult, how could it even function? At this prompt, Ernest's eyes reflected his curiosity, and he nodded in agreement. "You've got a point." Then Dane focused his gaze, staring intently at the fountain, and noted, "Unless someone is constantly supplying it with mana. Is it possible there's an energy source so powerful it doesn't need to be refilled?" Hearing this, Ernest's eyes slowly widened, and he shouted, "If that's the case, this whole garden could be a giant mechanism." Dane nodded in agreement and explained further. "Given how unnecessarily complex and confusing the layout of this garden is, that might actually be true." "No way, if this garden is a massive mechanism, then this magic fountain could be an ancient artifact," Ernest said excitedly, his eyes gleaming with more curiosity and thrill than ever before. Meanwhile, our protagonist had a few more speculations of his own, and the mist might be linked to it as well. This feeling, without a doubt, was as if something inside was reacting, like meeting an old friend. "This is ancient magic," Dane quietly analyzed in his head as he reached out to touch the fountain, slowly feeling its magic. Then suddenly, Ernest discovered some ancient characters engraved inside the fountain and cried out in shock. "Wait, this is the ancient secret language." "Ancient secret language." Dane's voice was tinged with curiosity. The bespectacled guy nodded and explained, "Exactly. I wasn't sure at first because I couldn't see it clearly, but now that I'm touching it, I'm certain. This is the language of the forgotten secret ancient kingdom." Hearing this, Dane couldn't hide his surprise and praised him. "You actually know this too." "Of course, I'm a Dylan. Learning ancient languages like this is essential for explorers. It's so frustrating to reach a ruin and not be able to read what's written there. Obviously, I haven't mastered every language yet, but I learned this one from my father when I was a kid. Let me try to decode it," Ernest said, his eyes shining like stars, the excitement and thrill clear on his face. The guy even took out a pen and paper to start taking notes. Without waiting for Dane's approval, he dove straight into the exploration, leaving Dane with a blank smile. Haha, his explorer instincts are really on fire. As time passed, Ernest squeezed every bit of his intellect to decode the language on the fountain. As he worked, he muttered to himself, "This word means qualification. What's this one?" "Yes, that's it, if you put these words together." "Dane, I've finished decoding it," he shared excitedly, while Dane asked what it actually said. Answering the question, Ernest immediately showed his notebook to the protagonist and shouted, "Those who are qualified shall prove their strength." It was a rather cryptic sentence, leaving Dane completely confused. Qualification, proof. Could qualified here refer to ancient magic? Somehow, the closer he got to the center, the more familiar it felt, Dane thought to himself. Meanwhile, Ernest was thinking along the same lines. Kind of funny, right? If the qualification this place mentions is ancient power, then it's impossible for anyone to fit that. To this, Dane replied plainly, "Thanks, Ernest." Saying that, he began to focus the power within his body into the bracelet he and old man Droyan had obtained before. From Ernest's perspective, seeing Dane suddenly use his power as if he had an idea, the explorer hurriedly asked, "Hey Dane, what are you doing?" Without answering Ernest's question, Dane remained lost in thought. They say runes have power just from their shape. If I use this bracelet, it might react. Then, exactly as Dane predicted, the ancient characters engraved on the bracelet began to appear. "Strange symbols are appearing on the bracelet," Ernest shouted. Then our protagonist reached his hand forward, and the bracelet automatically detached from his wrist, flying toward the fountain and beginning to trigger some kind of resonance. Next, the entire ground around them shook violently. "What's going on? It's shaking like crazy. Dane, what did you just do?" "The fountain is sinking into the ground," Ernest screamed in shock, while Dane himself couldn't contain his joy. "Awesome, that really was the right answer," he told himself. By this point, even a fool would have realized what was happening. What is this? Even the mist is clearing away, activating an ancient artifact this easily. The qualified one the fountain mentioned turned out to be Dane. As he thought this, Ernest stared intently at Dane, as if trying to figure out who his friend really was. However, before Ernest could think further, the giant blue crystal in front of them suddenly emitted a blinding light. Seeing this, Dane quickly warned his friend, "Ernest, look, something is glowing in the center." Hearing this, Ernest temporarily cut off his thoughts and watched closely. Next, both of them stood there jaw-dropped at the sight before them. "Wow, it's beautiful. It's like a jewel. That must be the power source that runs the fountain." Ernest spoke his mind, and Dane agreed. "Maybe. It's also the cause of all the weird phenomena in this garden. And now, let's face this ancient power together," Dane said calmly. Following that, a complex magic circle appeared beneath the protagonist's feet, radiating an intense aura. Dane himself reached out, sensing the energy it was emitting. "This power, ancient magic, it's identical to the power I have." Then he noticed the ancient text written on the crystal and speculated. "Arcana once existed and was destroyed. This is its legacy." "This is great. I can understand the ancient language I couldn't read before. This really is the legacy of the Arcana Magic Kingdom, so I've absorbed this power," the protagonist said happily. However, just a second later, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his chest, making Dane instinctively clutch his heart. "My heart, it suddenly hurts so much. Something is happening to my heart," Dane screamed internally. Then, according to his senses, a magic circle was rapidly forming inside his heart. "Is this a magic circle?" Dane asked himself. "A core and a circle. Their roles are completely opposite. Having both is extremely rare. This combination is inefficient and can even damage the body. That's why magic swordsmen always have heart problems. That's why I didn't want to create a circle just for magic, but I never expected it to be forcibly implanted into my heart." The protagonist groaned, and the anxiety on his face was so clear that Ernest could easily notice it. He turned to ask Dane, "Are you really okay? You've been looking pale for a while now." Ernest's voice was full of concern. Seeing this, Dane didn't want him to overthink it, so he forced an awkward smile and waved his hand. "Don't worry, I'm just deep in thought." Hearing this, Ernest stayed quiet for a few seconds. Then, not wanting to pry further, he nodded. "Right, I was shocked too, but that power you absorbed, right? The mist, the ancient language. It seems like it's all connected to you." From Dane's perspective, Ernest being this curious didn't surprise him much. Ernest must have a million questions. He had witnessed everything. It's best to get a handle on the situation first, Dane thought to himself. With that in mind, he pinned all the responsibility on his sister. "I just did what my sister taught me. I don't know the details myself." "Oh, really? Well, let me know when you figure it out," Ernest said with a laugh. Dane nodded for sure. As they left the garden, Ernest thought back on everything that had happened today and shared excitedly. "My blood is pumping today. This is exactly how an explorer should feel. Dane, do you want to explore the Academy's mysteries with me? We can share any weird phenomena or mysterious places we find." "Sounds good to me," Dane replied with a smile. At the same time, he felt a bit of anticipation. Maybe there were other places containing magic like this. Then Ernest suddenly remembered something and reminded Dane. "Wait, Dane, didn't you say you had a class coming up?" Ernest's reminder startled Dane, who suddenly remembered his class. He gave Ernest a pat on the shoulder and bolted. "Right, Ernest, sorry, I'm heading out first." "See you later." "Yeah, see ya," the bespectacled guy called out with a smile. Watching Dane's figure grow smaller in the distance, he thought to himself, "He really is an interesting friend. If I keep exploring with Dane, I'm sure some amazing things will happen. I can't wait." Back to Dane, his body was currently racing forward like the wind. As he ran, Dane began to feel some differences after his body absorbed the energy from that blue crystal. Weird. Why is moving around so much easier now? Even though a circle and a core coexisted, there was no discomfort. Normally, a circle would obstruct the mana from the core, making it extremely inefficient. But now, no matter how much mana I generate, nothing feels off. No, actually, it's the opposite. The mana flows through the circle and then seems to gather back into the core. Plus, the mana in the core is even purer than before. "This is amazing. I should get in touch with my eldest sister," Dane told himself. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to a territory located in a desert region. This was the district of Hengston. At this moment, our protagonist, along with countless students from the Royal Academy, was present here for an unclear reason. Beside Dane, his close friend Layla shared excitedly. So this is the famous Hangston district I've heard so much about. Oh, I see the entry. Right now, a massive gate stood before them. Looking at it, Layla let out a gasp of admiration. This must be the famous magic shield. A magic shield? Dane's voice was full of curiosity. Hearing that, Layla immediately realized Dane didn't know a damn thing, so she gave a cheerful explanation. It was created by Saul Hangston, a legendary mage of the Academy. This is a shield that activates once a year specifically for freshmen with magical talent. As you pass through it, the shield displays a color, depending on that person's quality and level of magic. Originally, it was a device used to detect and eliminate dark mages infiltrating the Academy. But after dark mages became extinct, it was repurposed into this. At this, Dane's face lit up with a wave of intense interest as he asked, "Which level does each color represent?" Explaining the question, Layla spoke up. "Oh, it's like this. If there is no talent, no color will appear at all. If the talent is decent, it's yellow. If the talent is significant, it's blue. And if the talent is overwhelming, it will be red." Layla explained everything very fluently, making Dane couldn't help but be impressed as he turned to praise the young girl. "You've really studied a lot." Hearing that, Layla gave a small wink and said proudly, "I want to know everything about the Academy." Then she also reminded Dane of one thing. "By the way, all of your sisters got red. So Dane, I'm going in first, okay?" After saying that, the female swordsman slowly stepped through the gate, and it was not very surprising when the gate's color turned red, proving she was an overwhelming genius. "It's red," Layla said happily. "That's truly impressive." Dane nodded in recognition. "Hee, at least I'm this good." Layla raised her hand to show off her achievement. Next, Dane couldn't help but want to check where his talent levels stood. "Then I'll give it a try too." With that, he also slowly approached the gate. Even before stepping inside, Dane had a bit of a hunch. "I'll probably get red too. Since I've absorbed ancient magic, I might even be stronger than usual." That was what he thought. However, the result provided by the gate was completely different. The color displayed on the gate wasn't red, blue, or yellow, but green. Looking at this beam of light, both of their faces became confused. Green, what's going on?" "There is no level that is green." Layla turned to Dane with wide eyes. Yeah, really," the male protagonist replied awkwardly. He himself didn't understand why this was happening either. Time passed quickly and the scene shifted to a lecture hall. At this moment, the freshmen were buzzing about the appearance of a stranger. "Did you see his badge? He's a student from the finance department. What is someone who only works with money doing in the magic department?" someone asked. However, the person next to them shook their head and said, "How should I know? The magic department's classes are always very popular. He's probably just here for the orientation and then he'll leave." At this time, standing before the group of students was a tall, blonde guy with a face full of arrogance. Seeing this, an orange-haired student stepped up to ask, "Senior Arthur, why are you here?" In response, Arthur shared straightforwardly, I stopped by because I have something to pass on after class." "But hasn't he arrived yet?" "I'm talking about the interdepartmental student Dane Saugers." The person speaking was Arthur Diamant, the fifth-year representative of the magic department. In front of him, the freshmen were puzzled. "He said he would join this class, but I haven't seen him anywhere." Hearing that, Arthur scanned the surroundings and nodded. "Is that so? He's probably just taking his time getting here. When he comes in, lead him to see me. After all, he is Senior Arabella's younger brother, so I have to give him some special attention." "Yes, sir," the freshman replied hurriedly. Just as Arthur was about to turn and leave, he was attracted by the noisy sounds rising from all sides. "Wow, he's really handsome. Look at those eyes, they look just like emeralds. Being the top student is so nice. He's the center of attention wherever he goes." "Is that Layla Thermion standing next to him?" Sounds of admiration began to echo. However, for someone who disliked noise like Dane, being noticed and discussed by so many people gave him a massive headache. Meanwhile, his close friend Layla teased him playfully. "This is great. The top student is always the talk of the town, no matter where you go." On the other side, Arthur smirked upon seeing Dane's figure. "Oh, he's finally here." Saying that, he stepped forward and spoke up to greet him. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Dane Saugers. I saw you clearly during the entrance ceremony. As expected, you really stand out." His sudden words left both Dane and Layla stunned. They wondered to themselves, who is this? He looks like a senior, but why is he acting so familiar? Thinking this, Dane couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "But who are you? Doesn't the magic department teach even basic manner? If you have business with me, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Dane's voice carried a hint of complaint. Hearing those words, the arrogant Arthur's face immediately turned veiny with rage. His eyes bulged and he grit his teeth. "This arrogant brat," he cursed inwardly. Not just him, but even the freshmen standing around felt the atmosphere become tense. Arthur was like a bomb that could explode at any moment. They couldn't help but worry for Dane. Did he really just talk to Senior Arthur like that? Isn't this going to become a big problem? If you offend a senior, your life at the academy is basically over. Back to Arthur, after taking a few deep breaths to try and stay calm, he spoke to Dane reproachfully. I specifically came here because you are the younger brother of a senior I respect, yet you show an arrogant attitude, not knowing your place. Have you ever considered that your behavior could affect your family's reputation? Hearing that, Dane simply replied sarcastically, I've never thought about that. From what I see, aren't you the one being rude? On the opposite side, Arthur grit his teeth once again. He said in a cold voice, Can you really not see the situation in front of you? With that, he also reminded himself, If I let this pass, my honor will be damaged. Senior Arabella will surely understand. Thinking so, he decided to teach Dane a lesson. It seems you need to be taught a thing or two, don't you? As soon as he finished speaking, Arthur began to gather mana in the palm of his hand. But unfortunately, before the two of them could start fighting, a shouting sound rang out. Thud, the professor slammed his book down on the table and shouted, What is going on over there? Is there a problem? Hearing that authoritative voice, Arthur immediately backed down. He hurriedly explained, Professor, I just stopped by to welcome the freshmen. For the head of the magic department, Drivo, he understood perfectly that things weren't as simple as Arthur claimed. However, since no serious incident had occurred yet, he didn't intend to dig deeper and only gave a cold reminder. Is that so? Then keep the socializing for after class. Hearing these words, Arthur had no more reason to stay. However, before leaving, he dropped a few suggestive words to Dane. I'll let it slide this time. Watching his back as he left, Layla whispered a reminder to Dane. You should be careful. That guy doesn't look pleasant at all. And exactly as Layla thought, Arthur had no intention of letting this go easily. He coldly ordered a subordinate next to him, take him to that place. This command made the subordinate jump. But that's Senior Arabella's younger brother. Is it really okay to do that? Arthur just narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. I'll explain to the senior later. Just take him there. Returning to the classroom, after the noisy crowd had left, Professor Drivo began his lecture. Today is orientation, so we'll keep things simple and then end the class. But since this is a practical combat course, let's start by measuring everyone's mana. As he spoke, he placed a device on the table that looked like a disc with a hemisphere on top. On the opposite side, the group of students stared at the mana measuring device, chatting excitedly. Wow, is that a mana measuring device? I've seen it before. Back to Professor Drivo, he didn't keep the students waiting long and quickly instructed. If you place your hand on the device and channel your mana like this, you can see the number of your mana circle. As he spoke, he demonstrated directly, placing his hand on the device and beginning to channel his mana into it. Immediately after, several magic circles appeared behind. Looking at the number of circles, the students couldn't suppress their shock and shouted, Wow, 8 circles, as expected of a professor's level. Ignoring the students' cheering, Drivo continued to explain. Of course, even at the same level, the color will become darker if the skill level is higher. But there are also cases where mana circles do not appear. That doesn't mean there's no talent, so don't worry. That's right, it's normal for some people to have not formed mana circles yet, the students called out in response. Drivo nodded and continued. That's why we can't rely solely on circle checks for evaluation. Since you're taking this class, you must at least know basic magic. We will use this magic orb to measure mana more accurately. Use the basic magic, telekinesis, to control the orb to demonstrate your mana control ability. Just like this. As he spoke, he controlled numerous orbs to fly all over the place. Seeing that scene, the whole class stared in amazement. That's incredible. The magic characters are perfectly formed. He can move the orbs using only telekinesis. No need to make a fuss, Layla complained under her breath. Over here, Professor Drivo continued the introduction. Even basic magic has differences in power and accuracy depending on the user. To move the orb, you must channel mana into it. With your current level, controlling up to 3 orbs is already quite good. Hearing that, the female swordsman Layla glanced at Dane and asked curiously, I wonder if Dane can control more. In response, Dane just gave a slight nod. At this time, Professor Drivo glanced at Arthur and suggested, Arthur, you're only auditing, but could you demonstrate for your juniors? Hearing these words, the arrogant Arthur, who was looking for a chance to show off in front of Dane, thought to himself, I'll make this kid understand the gap between us. Thinking so, Arthur replied immediately, Yes, Professor, I understand. Not just him, but even Dane felt a bit of interest. Now I'll see where that arrogance comes from, Dane thought to himself. Immediately after, Arthur quickly stepped up to the podium and channeled mana into the measuring device. Instantly, 4 magic circles appeared behind his back. Seeing this, the freshmen couldn't help but scream like they were going crazy. As expected of Senior Arthur, he has achieved 4 circles, and the color is extremely dark too. Not to mention the freshmen, whose level was just like novices. Even Professor Drivo nodded with satisfaction. It seems you've improved even further. Hearing that, Arthur replied with a smug face, "It's all thanks to your guidance, Professor." Next, Drivo turned to the class. Normally, reaching 4 mana circles is something that happens only after graduation, but your senior has achieved it while still in school. This is truly overwhelming talent. You should all learn from him. Who knows, maybe his advice will help you develop further. These words from the professor caused a stir in the class. Meanwhile, Arthur took the opportunity to glance at Dane with a mocking look. "It's too early to be surprised, Dane Saugers. I'll show you the difference between us." With that, he began to control the blue orbs, making them fly around the classroom at extreme speed. Seeing that scene, the freshman stared jaw-dropped. He's controlling the orbs perfectly. No way, exactly how many orbs is that? But in reality, to do this, Arthur was so exhausted that the back of his shirt was soaked with sweat. Despite that, he still tried to act calm, turned to stare at Dane, and laughed provocatively. "I've pushed my power to the limit. How's that, kid?" On the opposite side, seeing that Arthur had gone full throttle just to show off, the freshman didn't hold back on the praise. "Incredible. Everyone, let's give him a round of applause. As expected of Senior Arthur. Which magic tower will he join later?" Curious voices began to rise. Over here, Professor Drivo, seeing that Arthur had done a good job demonstrating, let him leave. "Well done, you may go now," Arthur replied with a smiling face. "Yes, Professor." Having said that, he turned to look at the protagonist again and gave a smug smirk. "Hee, I really want to see your mana level." Unaware of these thoughts, Professor Drivo turned to the rest of the students. "Anyway, if you have no mana, nothing will happen. If you are worried, you may leave the lecture hall now." To this statement, the entire group of students remained pin-drop silent. No one answered or left, because after all, how could someone not possess mana and still get into this royal academy? Seeing this, the head of the magic department also nodded and continued. "No one? Very well. Then let's begin. Step up in order, starting from the first row." Just like that, the group of students began to buzz, waiting for their turn to be checked. As for Layla, having witnessed this many times, she could only sigh and explain. "This is called orientation, but in reality, it's just a way to expose everyone's abilities in front of the whole class." Beside her, Dane heard that and fell pensive for a second or two, then nodded in agreement. "You're right. That's exactly what the academy is aiming for." Next, the students took turns going to the mana measuring device to check. Some students possessed 1 magic circle, while others felt nothing at all. As for the magic orb control test, they did even worse. Most couldn't control it for long before the orb fell. Back to the arrogant Arthur, he stood on the side, observing until now, then spoke up in contempt. "What a complete mess." At the same time, the blonde girl next to him hurriedly reminded, "Hey, it's that guy's turn now." Hearing that, Arthur turned his attention, as it was now Dane's turn to check. "Dane, I'll be watching to see how far your arrogance can take you," he muttered to himself, but no one heard. Even without him, Dane himself wondered about his current ability. "To be honest, I'm quite curious too. Since I've absorbed ancient magic, something must have changed." With that thought, without further delay, Dane began to channel his energy into the measuring device. Over here, Professor Drivo was also looking forward to Dane Saugers' performance. "During the entrance exam, he solved my test perfectly. I'm looking forward to seeing how many magic circles he possesses." With that thought, he widened his eyes and focused his observation, not wanting to miss a single second. But then, something completely unexpected happened. The measuring device suddenly displayed a bright red screen with the words, "Unable to measure." At that moment, the entire classroom suddenly fell into chaos. What does that mean? Is it broken? If he doesn't have mana circles, then he just doesn't. But why is it unable to measure? The group of students chattered as they moved toward Dane, trying to get a closer look. Meanwhile, our protagonist had a slight hunch in his heart. Could it be? Because of the ancient magic I absorbed. As for Professor Drivo, he was the most shocked person there, even more so than the students. He knew exactly what this measuring device was capable of. Furthermore, he had never witnessed such a case before. This machine had 100% accuracy. It could filter out anyone intentionally faking their rank. But now, it said it was unable to measure. I've never seen anything like this before. At this point, unable to find a logical explanation, he could only offer a defensive excuse. It must be overloaded. At least, let's finish Dane's orb test first. Hearing this, Dane nodded and agreed. "Yes, Professor." In front of him, the arrogant Arthur smirked upon hearing that Dane's case was due to an overloaded machine. "Ha, I knew it. No surprises there, Rook." Ignoring those mocking words, Dane slowly walked toward the magic orbs. He felt a bit of regret in his heart, so it really couldn't be measured. That's a shame, but let's try this. I wonder if this will work properly. With that thought, he began to focus his mind, channeling energy into the magic orbs and making them float in the air. However, what shocked everyone even more was that he wasn't controlling just 1 or 2 orbs, but every single magic orb placed on the table. This sight caused the entire group of students in the class to stare wide-eyed in horror. Someone screamed in shock. He lifted all the orbs. No way. The highest record ever achieved was only 5 orbs. Not just the freshmen, even the upperclassmen found it hard to believe their eyes. Every single orb. Is that guy out of his mind? The black-haired guy standing next to Arthur blurted out in amazement. Meanwhile, the arrogant Arthur's face completely froze. How is this even possible? He muttered to himself, unable to believe it. Beside him, Layla looked at Dane with a blank expression. He's doing it again. I'm not even surprised anymore. But I never thought he could lift all of them. He's even more incredible than I imagined. It seems after absorbing ancient magic, he's grown even stronger. She silently speculated to herself. From Dane's perspective, controlling these magic orbs felt quite fun, so he decided to unleash a bit more of his power. All right, let's make this even more impressive. With that, he began to manipulate the orbs, arranging them into a specific pattern. Seeing this, Professor Drevo broke into a cold sweat. What am I witnessing right now? He's arranging the orbs with such precision to form a picture. Even Arabella couldn't pull this off. Following everyone's gaze in the air, the image of a lion and a snake gradually appeared. Someone screamed in shock upon recognizing it. That's a lion and a snake. That's the Sagar's family crest. Witnessing the commotion Dane caused, Layla could only sigh and offer a piece of advice. It's my turn now. Calm down, Dane. Dane slowly withdrew his magic at his close friend's request. Meanwhile, Professor Drevo didn't hold back his praise. Truly excellent, Dane Sagers. Even Sidrain, who has never taken a disciple, would be proud to call you his own. Responding to the praise, Dane simply gave a slight nod. Thank you, Professor. All around, people's jaws dropped upon hearing this earth-shattering information. Wait, what? He's the disciple of the former Magic Tower Master. Now I understand why he entered the Advanced Magic Major. Back with Arthur's group, the black-haired subordinate was now breaking into a cold sweat and hurriedly asked, Arthur, what do we do now? That guy, he's not normal. He might even be stronger than you. In response, Arthur, who was also scared out of his wits, barked back, Shut up, I'm thinking. With that, he tensely clenched his fist, silently cursing Dane in his heart. Damn it, the Sagers family is terrifying. Why are they all monsters? With that level, we need to change the plan. How frustrating, but if I pick a fight and end up being inferior in skill, I'll lose face. If I can't defeat him with skill, then I'll have to win him over another way. The arrogant Arthur silently schemed. Then, as if he had made a decision, Arthur said to his 2 companions, We need to pull him into the student council. What? The student council? The other 2 screamed, but Arthur only nodded in confirmation and explained his reasoning. Yeah, since I already have a foot in that council, it'll be easier to control him if he's under my wing. Hearing this, his 2 companions still couldn't accept the decision and tried to advise him, but he's just a freshman. The brown-haired guy spoke up. The orange-haired girl also hurriedly chimed in. Exactly. Even we wouldn't dare dream of joining it. However, Arthur was determined to pull Dane in at all costs and completely ignored his subordinate's words. It's unprecedented for a freshman to join the student council, but who cares? Rules were made to be broken, right? Trust me, if we have him, the reputation of our magic department will be known by many. With that, he smirked and thought, and of course, my own reputation and career will also soar. Ignoring him, Professor Drevo spoke with a face full of painful regret. Perfect, Dane Sagers. If I had known this beforehand, I would have competed with the other professors to ensure you join the magic department. Hearing this, Dane remained calm and replied, I will do my best, regardless of which department I am in. Professor Drevo then turned and shouted to the other students. Did you all hear that? The students in the magic department better be more on guard. With that, he patted the protagonist on the shoulder and instructed, If you have some free time, come see me. For Dane, being able to meet freely with the head of magic was a good thing, so he agreed. Yes, Professor. Thus, when the class ended, Dane and Layla quickly left the lecture hall. As they walked, the female swordsman Layla complained, How did you do that? And why do you keep doing such unbelievable things? Dane shrugged, responding nonchalantly, Well, to be honest, I don't know either. His slightly smug tone made Layla a bit annoyed. Do you think you're so special or something? Seeing his best friend looking upset, Dane quickly diverted the conversation by praising her. But you also made 5 orbs fly up. Hearing that, Layla only muttered petulantly, You're not making me feel any better. Then she turned her head away, refusing to look at Dane anymore. Seeing her attitude, Dane could only manage an awkward smile and thought, Why does it sound like she's sulking? Before Dane could think much further, Arthur approached him with his 2 close associates and greeted him. I've witnessed your skill. I acted improperly the last time we met. Can we talk privately for a moment? Arthur's current attitude and tone left Dane unable to hide his shock. Is he completely changing his attitude after seeing my skills? Dane frowned in speculation. Immediately after, Arthur didn't beat around the bush and went straight to his request. He wanted to invite Dane to the student council. The student council was the place that decided policy and managed the academy's treasury. The members of the council were all legendary figures who possessed many unique privileges. For example, the student council could issue disciplinary punishments to students or approve departmental events. As for Dane, he had heard a bit about the student council through his genius sister Arabella. "I've heard about it from my sister. It's an incredibly powerful council, and only a few students ever get the chance to join." Dane thought as Arthur continued to try his hardest to persuade him. "What do you think? I'm planning to nominate you for that council. You've already far exceeded the entry requirements, no test needed. If you become a member of the student council, you'll automatically become part of the Dantera Society." Hearing this, Dane frowned and reminded him, "I'm already in it." Arthur obviously knew this, but he continued, "Well, that's true, but who knows if you can stay in it forever." Not only that, student council members have the right to be exempted from many other things. Hearing this, Dane found it hard to believe. Exactly how much authority do they have? Do they really have that many privileges? While Dane was wondering to himself, Arthur continued to widen his eyes, speaking like a multi-level marketer trying to lure someone in. "Are you interested in joining the council?" To this question, Dane flatly refused without hesitation. "No, I don't want to. Even if I were to join, I'd only be interested if I got in through my own merit. Besides, benefits granted for no reason usually come with a very high price." Opposite him, Arthur's two subordinates looked at each other with eyes full of shock. As for Arthur, Dane's refusal made his blood boil a little. "Do you realize what you just missed? Getting a foot into the student council is the dream of countless other students. Once you spend some time at the academy, you'll understand how amazing this offer is. Come on, think it over. An offer like this doesn't come easily." Layla, standing nearby, was fuming after seeing Arthur pester Dane over and over. "What the hell? Why is this guy so stubborn?" She complained inwardly, then quickly pulled Dane to the side. "Dane, if we die, the tarts will be gone. Hurry up." Seeing this, Dane understood that Layla was trying to bail him out and immediately agreed. "Ah, right, I almost forgot." Behind them, Arthur saw them leaving and called out in panic. "Hey, where are you going? I'm still talking." Dane only replied with a smile. "I have something more important to do, so please excuse me." Having said that, he didn't forget to silently thank his best friend. "Thanks, Layla. Your timing was perfect." Watching their backs as they left, Arthur still didn't give up. He called out loudly, "Dane, I haven't given up yet. I will convince you, Dane Saugers." Time passed quickly. At this moment, Layla was still complaining about that guy Arthur. "He really is a nuisance. It seems he really wants to pull you into the student council. If you accept that offer, it'll be a perfect stepping stone for him to turn you into his pawn." Hearing this, Dane smiled and said, "Thanks for helping me get away from him." Layla replied with an extremely annoyed face, her eyes wide. "The point is he didn't even acknowledge me. He didn't even bother to ask me a single question." "So that's why you're feeling angry," Dane said with an awkward laugh. Then Layla let out a sigh and continued, "It's probably because of your ridiculously high talent. Today's test confirmed it. So you're finally admitting it?" Dane asked with a laugh. "Well, there's no way around it." Layla shrugged in response. Then Dane asked her, "By the way, do they actually sell tarts?" Layla replied, "Of course, this is the Royal Academy. If a dessert exists in the Empire, it'll be here." Just like that, the two of them went off to buy tarts. In another development, Professor Drevo and Arthur were having a conversation. The professor asked, "Did you see Dane's talent?" "Yes, he's truly magnificent." Arthur nodded in admission. The professor burst out laughing. "Haha, compared to Arabella, he might even have the upper hand." The professor's comment left Arthur shocked, and he asked back, "Is he really at that level?" Answering this, a slight smile appeared on Drevo's face. He tilted his head slightly and said, "Magic is indeed a vague field, hard to determine. But when talking about innate magical talent, it's not impossible." Beside him, Arthur was stunned by those words. "My God, do you mean his talent has surpassed even the senior I admire?" he asked himself. Back with Professor Drevo, he seemed to notice that Arthur had some friction with Dane and advised, "About that, Arthur, just turn a blind eye to Dane. Take good care of him so he can enter the magic class." At the professor's words, Arthur's hand instinctively clenched his thigh. He thought irritably, "Everyone is like that. They're all overwhelmed by his talent." Next, despite his jealousy, Arthur shared his thoughts. "Actually, I met him after class to suggest he join the student council, but he refused." Hearing this information, the head of magic was also taken aback. What? Could he have heard something from Arabella? His talent is too great for us to lose. Thus, both of them fell into a dejected silence. However, as if thinking of something, Arthur inquired about the recommendation letter from before. Before he could finish his sentence, the professor replied with a smile, "Ah, that. It seems things didn't go very smoothly. But don't be too hasty. You still have 2 years left, don't you? Someone like you will surely be recommended by the Magic Tower before graduation. Back to Arthur's perspective, he had a bright smile on the outside, but inside he was silently cursing the professor. Damn it, he said the same thing last year. Do you think I don't know your true intention? If I take a spot in the Magic Tower now, it means losing a student you can play around with, doesn't it? You're blocking me, aren't you? I heard you were the one who cut the 2 spots in the Magic Tower I wanted to apply for in my 3rd year. With that thought, since he couldn't do anything about the professor anyway, Arthur had to continue. Fine, then I'll try to convince Dane. Hearing this, Drivo nodded with satisfaction. Very well, Arthur, I'm counting on you then. This made Arthur's face freeze for a beat. Damn, my future is being held over my head by him. Whether I like it or not, I have no choice but to follow along. This damn old man, he silently cursed. Meanwhile, back with Dane, he was carrying a large bag on his shoulder and turned to ask his best friend. By the way, Layla, is the path to the cafeteria always this crowded? Why are there so many club events? To this question, the female swordsman explained. If a club has too few members or cannot prove its activity, it'll be disbanded. This is the first time I've participated in so many events like this, Dane added. Beside him, Layla glanced at the bag Dane was carrying and smiled. Well, we've won so many prizes. 20 mana-infused stones, 15 lunch coupons, 5 meal vouchers, 8 convenience store discount coupons, and a treasure map. Then Layla reached out to take the map and ask, "What's this?" Dane replied. The senior hosting said it was bought from an auction in Arkender. Hearing this, the female swordsman's eyes lit up like car headlights. Bought from an auction in Arkender. Then this must be quite valuable. Seeing her money-hungry face, Dane just gave a slight smile and thought, yeah, my father once said. The Arkender auction house specializes in collecting rare and beautiful items from all over the empire. The best appraisers in the country appraise everything and ensure only masterpieces are put up for sale. In front of him, Layla pointed at the seal of the scroll and shouted, "This is still intact." Is it a treasure map of the academy? Dane speculated, and Layla nodded in agreement. I've heard that this academy has many mysterious and secret places. With that, she threw the map back to Dane. Looking at it, he instinctively had a thought. Ernest will be thrilled to see this. The scene shifts to the main hall, a place primarily used for hosting general education lectures. And at this moment, our protagonist is standing outside the building. Gazing at the massive architecture before him, Dane couldn't help but marvel. So this is where the history of the empire is taught. Before coming here, I was tutored by the head butler, so I already know most of the material. That's a relief, Dane thought to himself. At the same time, his exploration-loving friend, Ernest, called out to him from behind, "Hey Dane, we meet again." Hearing the familiar voice, the protagonist turned to reply, "Is that you, Ernest? You're in this class too." To Dane's question, Ernest happily introduced, "This is a mandatory subject for freshmen. I figured I'd run into you here." I guess we did run into each other. How are you feeling? Is your body doing okay? Dane smiled, but the answer was a bit vague. Not much has changed. It's a bit complicated. I'll explain the details later. Oh, that's right, Ernest, I have something to tell you. Dane smiled, likely wanting to mention the treasure map he had just acquired. However, before Dane could speak, a red-haired guy leading a group of people approached Ernest to cause trouble. Hey, you're Ernest, right? Hearing this voice, Ernest's face turned to panic, which did not escape Dane's sharp eyes. He wondered to himself, what's this? Ernest's eyes just changed. He's trembling. He looks absolutely terrified. Opposite them, the reddish-brown-haired guy leading the group smiled as if the two were the best of friends. Wow, Ernest, didn't expect to see you here. It's been a while, hasn't it? For some reason, sweat began to pour down Ernest's face more and more from the tension. This made Dane think. He looks no different from a soldier suffering from psychological trauma. Then Ernest hesitantly replied, "Braun, hello." Seeing this, Braun spoke reproachfully. "If you've started classes, why didn't you let me know? I got here first." Beside them, Dane thought, are they friends? But this relationship doesn't look normal at all. He continued to watch closely as Ernest bowed his head and said, "Sorry, I didn't know." Braun stepped closer, rubbed Ernest's head, and continued, "Damn, how did you even get in here? I thought you wouldn't make it. You're always shaking like a leaf when we talk, aren't you?" "Perfect timing, I'm too lazy to go out and buy stuff, and we just happened to meet here. Go buy me a sandwich." He laughed loudly, making Ernest's face turn pale as he exclaimed, "What, right now?" For Braun, seeing Ernest refuse him caused his expression to shift slightly as he growled, "What's that? You don't want to go, Ernest?" Ernest awkwardly explained, "I'm hanging out with a friend, so it's a bit inconvenient." Turning his gaze toward Braun, the guy eyed Dane for a moment and teased, "Your friend, well, he looks pretty tough. Which department are you in? If you're hanging out with Ernest, I can already guess your skill level." His tone was filled with contempt. This sparked a flame of anger inside Dane. I don't know what family he's from, but that carefree attitude reminds me of the thugs on the battlefield. The more he thought, the darker Dane's expression became. Braun continued to mock him. This guy isn't going to answer. However, just then a teacher noticed their group and shouted, "Hey, you kids, what are you doing? Class is about to start. Get inside now." Hearing this, Braun turned to reply, "Right, we're heading in now." After speaking, he glanced back and warned Ernest, "We'll talk after class. I have a lot more to say to you. This academy is about to get interesting." With that, the red-haired guy led his pack of hounds into the classroom, leaving Ernest behind, still shaking uncontrollably with fear. Seeing his trembling arms, Dane went over and asked, "Ernest, are you okay? Who are those guys? It looks like you know them." Hearing this, Ernest tried to steady his breathing and explained, "They're from another family. Back home, they used to bully me. I knew they were studying at this academy, but this place is huge and has so many departments. I thought I wouldn't see them again. I'm sorry for dragging you into this." Ernest's tone was full of guilt, giving Dane pause. But then he followed up, "I'm fine. Let's just go to class." He looks so pale. Just how much have they been tormenting you? Thinking this to reassure Ernest a bit, Dane comforted him. "Don't worry too much. I'll stay with you." These words left Ernest unable to hide his surprise, but immediately after he shook his head in refusal. "Stay with me. There's no need. I can handle it myself." Back to Dane looking at Ernest's scrawny frame. He knew that handling it likely meant becoming a punching bag for Braun's group. Dane asked, "Are you planning to just go alone and do whatever they say? If you do that, they'll just keep bullying you like before. Come on, you saw my magic at the fountain. What are you still worried about?" The protagonist's reminder brought Ernest back to the moment Dane unleashed that terrifying source of energy at the fountain. He suddenly realized just how powerful Dane was. Inside him, a flicker of hope seemed to rise. Seeing this, Dane settled the matter. "So, let's go together." Time passed quickly. Soon the history class ended and the two groups met once again. On the opposite side, Braun said nonchalantly, "It's so quiet here. Quite pleasant. Hey, Ernest, bringing back any memories?" Without letting Ernest answer, our protagonist spoke up first. "Are you really his friend? Why are you dragging him out here just to pick a fight?" Braun's response was a warning stare directed at Dane. He turned to glare at him and growled, "And who the hell are you to interfere? You looking to die?" Dane replied coldly, "I could ask you the same thing." For an arrogant bully like Braun, how could he stand someone standing up to him? His face began to bulge with veins as he screamed, "What, you arrogant brat? Just because you got into the academy, you think you're something special. You've heard of the Sauer family, haven't you? I am the heir to the most powerful family in the West." Dane just picked his ear provocatively and shrugged. "The Sauer family. Never heard of them." On the other side, Braun's face was as dark as a ticking time bomb. At this point, the lackeys standing behind him joined in. "What did that kid just say? Braun, are you just going to stand there and take that insult?" Seeing how eager his subordinates were to fight, Braun didn't disappoint them. He ordered, "Hey, go on, give him a beating." For the lapdogs, seeing their master give the order made them visibly delighted. Unfortunately, they didn't know Dane's true strength, so they were still very confident. "Ernest, you really picked the wrong friend. Now you're going to get hit twice as hard." The threat from the thugs frightened Ernest, who took a step back and turned to advise the protagonist, "Stop it. I think we should leave while we still can. No matter how strong you are, they are truly dangerous. Especially Braun. He's been called a swordsmanship genius since he was a kid." Hearing this, Dane's eyes became a bit more focused. He said with amusement, "Now I'm starting to get interested. Ernest, I'll leave one of them to you. Knock him down with your own fists." "Me?" Ernest screamed in disbelief. Dane continued, "Trust me, you can't go on living like this forever, can you?" Turning back to Ernest, he really couldn't understand what Dane was saying anymore. However, they weren't given any more time to talk. As one of the thugs in the group lunged forward and barked, "What are you acting so calm for? You're dead meat, you bastard." As soon as these words rang out, he swung his fist directly at Dane's face, causing his head to tilt to the side. Seeing this, Ernest cried out in worry, while the thug was utterly smug. "How's that feel, you bastard? Have you snapped out of it yet? I'm not done with you yet." With that, he swung his fist again, intending to teach Dane a direct lesson. But there was no way the protagonist would let him achieve his goal so easily. Dane just calmly raised his hand, easily blocking the fist. Then he spoke in a cheerful voice. "Clearly, you made the first move. So from now on, this is self-defense." Across from him, the thug, hearing Dane mumble like that, cursed, "What did you just say, you bastard?" As he spoke, he swung his fist forward. However, with Dane's close combat skill, the thug's punch looked painfully slow to him. Immediately, Dane ducked to avoid the blow. Then he curled his fist and launched a straight punch into the thug's waist, making him wince so hard his eyes rolled white. The large man's body staggered from the pain, losing momentum forward. Seeing this, Dane seized the opportunity, slid to the side, and kicked straight at the thug's heel, causing him to lose balance and tumble to the ground. However, at that moment, a brown-haired thug in the group rushed forward and threw a punch. But once again, Dane easily dodged. He even used the brief moment, while the brown-haired man hadn't recovered his guard, to land a punch on his chin and deliver a powerful shoulder shove. As a result, the man's body flew backward like a torn sack, nearly crashing into another member of the group. Yet Dane's assault wasn't over. He had no intention of giving these thugs any chance to fight back. Instantly, Dane used his magic, forming spheres of energy and firing them at the two remaining men, sending them flying backward and knocking them out on the spot. It sounds long-winded to say it, but in truth, the fight only lasted a few dozen seconds. After defeating the thugs, Dane was a bit surprised. Phew, why did I suddenly get stronger? Is it because of ancient magic? Nearby, Ernest and Braun stood frozen, eyes wide as they watched Dane win so easily. What's going on? They muttered in shock. Meanwhile, Arthur's gaze flickered with hesitation, but he still cursed his underlings. Damn it, you idiots. Up front, the guys who'd been kicked started to come to and cleared their throats. Braun, this guy's not normal. But before they could finish, Braun barked like a mad dog. Shut you, you're disgraceful, getting beaten so easily. Hearing that, Dane turned and taunted. Well, you gonna keep going? Or are you all taught? Dane's provocative words made Braun's eyes blaze with fury. He demanded, What did you just say? Behind him, another subordinate, seeing Dane's power, hurriedly warned Braun, Stop, that guy is strong. Look at how he fires magic bolts. But Braun couldn't bear the humiliation or let it end there. Coward, you gonna take shame in front of these kids. Get out of the way, let me handle this myself. As he spoke, he began to use his mana, opening a spatial gate at his side. From it, he drew out a long sword and said coldly, In a remote place like this, there's no one around, so it should be fine. You just made a big mistake, forcing me to draw my sword. Seeing this, Dane only gave a cold chuckle and praised, That sword actually looks impressive. Unlike Dane's calm, Ernest panicked. This is bad. Braun drew his sword. This could get really ugly. Watching Braun draw his weapon, Dane couldn't help but admire him inwardly. Is he stupid or unrealistically confident? This guy's reckless. Doesn't he care about academy rules? Dane thought to himself. But Braun kept up the threats. You know, when the sky turns gloomy, a fog rolls into this area. A fog so thick no one can find the missing. Beside him, one of his underlings, who seemed to know the academy rules, worriedly said, Braun, are you okay? What if you get expelled? In response to that well-meaning advice, Braun only shot a crazed look. He spun around and ordered, Shut you, Go beat that idiot Ernest and bring him to me. Seeing Braun's hungry glare, the underling no longer dared to object. He could only accept bitterly. Tusk, fine. With that, the two thugs lunged forward together. Meanwhile, Ernest, witnessing this, was so terrified he almost wet himself. Damn it, what should I do? Dane, if you fight Braun, what am I supposed to do? Hearing that, our protagonist remained calm and said evenly, Don't worry, those guys aren't so scary. If it's a one-on-one fight, you can win. You've explored a lot. Your lower body strength is definitely solid. So get in close and deliver one really strong strike. Ernest widened his eyes at Dane's words, unsure whether to believe. However, at that moment, Braun and his companions closed in on the two of them. You're all dead, Braun sneered. But then Dane suddenly spun and ran to the side, which drove Braun into a rage. HMPH, not letting me close the gap. So you've picked up some real combat experience lately, huh? Without answering the provocation, before leaving, Dane confidently told Ernest, Do exactly as I say. And so the two of them quickly left the area. Meanwhile, Ernest seemed to feel more confident from Dane's words. He clenched his hand and reassured himself. Right, Dane's right. I can't keep living like this. Across from him, the brown-haired thug stepped up to Ernest. He scratched his head and said disdainfully, So now you're clenching your fist. Your eyes actually have some fire. Seems friends do matter, huh? Just standing next to him seems to make you more confident. He scoffed and continued, Come on, take a few hits and leave, yeah, I'll go easy. As he spoke, he interlaced his 10 fingers to warm up. Meanwhile, sweat poured down Ernest's face. He told himself, Don't panic. Think, in this situation, what would Dane do? At that moment, a mental image flashed in Ernest's mind of Dane, dodging the black-haired thug's strike. But before he could come up with a plan, the brown-haired thug laughed loud. Then I'll just land a few punches first. Saying that, he swung a quick punch toward Ernest. However, just before that punch hit his face, Ernest immediately lowered his body and used the top of his head to absorb the blow. Then he suddenly lunged forward and unleashed a full-force punch. The person you knew, the old me, is dead. Ernest's devastating punch slammed into the thug's face, making him hurt so badly he spat saliva everywhere. Looking at the thug writhing in pain on the ground, Ernest still couldn't believe he had defeated him. Sweat streamed down his face as he shouted, I did it. Not far away, Dane heard Ernest's victory shout and teased, Braun, looks like the guy with you just went down. Hearing that, Braun panicked and cried out, "What? No way. My friend lost to such a pathetic loser," he said as he turned his back to check. The only thing he saw was his comrade lying dead like a dog on the ground. While he was busy watching his comrade, Dane glanced at two brooms placed nearby and whispered, "Oh, looks like I found something interesting." Then Dane calmly picked up a broom. He chopped off the brush head and kept only the shaft, treating it like a spear. This seemed to insult Braun, who shouted, "You think you can fight me with that thing?" Dane smiled and replied, "That's all I need." Dane's nonchalant, almost casual remark made Braun's face go black with fury. He yelled, "Arrogant brat, today I'll crush you. I won't kill you, so don't worry. I'll leave a little scar on your face, so every time you see it you'll remember how terrified you were of me." With that, he lunged at Dane and launched a flurry of slashes. Each stroke sliced the air with a whistling sound. But to Dane, those attacks were far too simple. With a few basic steps, he easily dodged. Seeing that, Braun couldn't help but admit, "You're better than I thought." Dane smirked in response and taunted, "Because your blade patterns are too predictable." Braun roared in anger, "What do you know about my swordsmanship? You think you're the son of Duke Thermion or something." As he spoke, Braun privately analyzed the situation in his head. He's trying to hold on by channeling mana into that staff, but it won't last much longer. Thinking that to rattle Dane, he began to hurl insults. "You're just a rat trapped in a cage. What can you do with that battered stick?" Opposite him, Dane only smiled quietly. Then Dane concentrated more mana into the shaft and thrust forward with great force. The lightning-quick thrust struck Braun square in the chest, causing his eyes to bulge in pain, and his whole body curled like a shrimp as he writhed on the ground. Just a wooden stick with that much power, the thug panicked. Ernest, the adventurer friend, watched the scene with wide eyes and stupidly said, "Amazing." He knocked Braun down with a single strike. "I knew Dane was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong." Ignoring those words, Dane approached Braun clutching his stomach and said, "Stand up. Once you draw your sword, you must fight to the end. My father used to say, once you draw a weapon outside of a fair duel, you must be prepared to accept all consequences." For Braun, no matter how stupid he had been, he now realized Dane was not someone simple. He thought inwardly, "Damn, this guy is on a completely different level." Then he shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Dane coldly introduced himself. Dane Saugers, eldest son of Count Saugers, first-year student in the School of Freedom. Hearing that, Braun's eyes widened because the name Dane Saugers was so familiar. "Count Saugers, so you're the first person admitted into the School of Freedom in 50 years. A prodigy, the youngest scion of that family. Looks like I introduced myself a bit late," Dane whispered. Inside, Braun was crazily regretful, thinking to himself, "Damn, no wonder he's so confident. Why would someone like him hang out with that idiot Ernest?" Back to Dane, he began to consider. "So what should I do with Braun? What should I do? You drew your sword and you lost. Should I take your life? From my perspective, this wasn't a fair fight. But since you actually drew your sword," as he spoke, Dane's gaze grew a bit colder. Killing intent began to radiate from him, making the foolish Braun's face go pale. "That bastard, he really intends to kill me." Thinking that to protect his own skin, Braun hesitated no longer. He hurriedly sat up and knelt before Dane to beg for mercy. "I'm sorry. I'm truly, truly sorry. I didn't know you were of the Saugers family. I swear I'll never do anything this stupid again." Before he could finish, Dane shook his head to cut him off. "You still don't understand, do you? You're apologizing to the wrong person." Saying that, Dane pointed toward Ernest, who was standing and watching. And it seemed that only when faced with mortal danger did Braun's tiny brain start working. He immediately turned, grabbed Ernest's arm tightly, and pleaded, "I'm really sorry, Ernest. I'm truly remorseful. I sincerely apologize for everything I've done to you, so please forgive me." As he spoke, he wept pathetically. Looking at his pitiful posture, memories rushed back into Ernest's mind without end. Braun, the one I used to be so terrified of, is now kneeling on the ground like a pathetic wretch. Beside him, Dane stepped forward and advised, "Hey, Ernest, finish this however you want. Whether you beat him until you're satisfied or accept his apology and let it go, do what you feel is right." Hearing this, Ernest tightened his lips. He began to waver. Meanwhile, Braun knew Ernest's next words would decide his fate. His hand unconsciously gripped Ernest's arm and he admitted, "Yes, beat me as much as you want. I deserve it." From Ernest's point of view, seeing Braun so miserable, the anger inside him suddenly seemed to die down. "Honestly, I did want to punch him to vent." He muttered once and issued his challenge. "Braun, next time, fight me in a fair match. After that, I'll forgive you." The sudden proposal stunned Braun so much he stopped crying. Ernest paid it little mind. He turned and added, "So this time I'll let you off." Beside him, Dane nodded gently. "You did well, Ernest." With that, the two of them quickly left the area, leaving the stunned thug Braun standing behind. At the same time, the swordswoman Layla came up to them. Dane, I've been waiting for you, but you didn't come, so I had to find this place. Then she noticed the thugs sprawled on the ground and asked, "What's going on? You were in a fight." Hearing that, Dane explained the story. "Someone provoked me first." As he spoke, Dane cast a slight glance at Braun behind them. This made the swordswoman a bit curious too. What kind of idiot dared challenge Dane? Of all people, why pick on him? From behind, Braun saw Layla approaching, and his face went ashen like tripe because he recognized her identity. That, Layla, is the daughter of Duke Thermion really here? Not caring about the audience, Dane casually asked. "He said he studies in the sword department with you. Do you know him?" The swordswoman crossed her arms and shook her head. "No, I don't know him, and I'm not interested." Then she curiously turned to Ernest and asked, "And who is this?" In response, Dane said, "This is Ernest Dillon, a first-year student in the exploration department." Beside him, the explorer friend scratched his head awkwardly and greeted, "Miss Layla, nice to meet you." "Oh please, no need for formalities. Just treat me like a friend." The swordswoman waved her hand and asked curiously, "So what do you study in exploration?" Ernest answered, "Stuff like ruins, secret sites, basically exploration." Walking between them, Dane chimed in, "His family's famous for expedition." At that, Layla's eyes lit up and she excitedly said, "Then we should show him the map we have, maybe he'll spot a clue." Dane returned a wink. "Anyway, that was my original idea in coming to find Ernest." Ernest, still a bit blank and not following, asked, "What map all of a sudden?" Dane turned and smiled. "We took part in the club event last time and got a treasure map." Hearing that, Ernest pieced it together and exclaimed in admiration, "I heard someone got a treasure map, so it was you guys." Saying that, Ernest's face brightened so much even Layla gasped and commented, "He's like a completely different person." Dane replied, "Must be obsessed with relics." Then the swordswoman suggested, "Let's find a quiet spot and examine it." After inspecting the map in his hands for a moment, Ernest's brows furrowed slightly. "This map looks complicated, doesn't it? Because it's a treasure map, you can't just glance and understand it. It doesn't show the whole academy, only points to a specific area." She pointed to somewhere on the map and asked, "What's this?" "There are a lot of strange inscriptions on the map." Dane studied it too, then shook his head. "I can read them, but the meanings don't connect. Is there some pattern?" Having read this far with no new discoveries, Layla asked, "So what do we do now?" Ernest replied, "First, we need to find out who made this map. Things like these have no standard orientation, but if we know the creator, we can roughly guess what to expect." Hearing that, Dane stroked his chin and pondered, "So cracking it right away might be a bit tough, huh?" Before our hero could finish, the explorer friend reminded them of one detail. "One thing's certain, the map isn't within the academy grounds. These architectural motifs were only used when the academy was built." At that, Layla and Dane both jolted and cried out, "So it's somewhere nearby." From Ernest's perspective, seeing their excited faces as if they'd already found treasure, he sighed and warned them. "The problem is that this architectural style uses a unique secret magic by Saul Hankston." That name was very famous. Layla had heard it countless times, so she asked, "Saul Hankston, isn't he the Academy's founder and a legendary archmage?" Unlike her, Dane immediately guessed what Ernest meant. "That magic can't be used anymore, right? Because Saul Hankston left no disciples." Ernest nodded in agreement. "You know a lot, Dane." Layla finally understood why Ernest looked so disheartened. "I suspected this wouldn't be easy, but I didn't expect it to be this hard." Ernest shrugged nonchalantly. "In the end, the key is still to find out who created this map. That way we can find clues to decode the symbols and read the map." Beside them, Dane smiled and suggested, "Once we decode it, let's go treasure hunting together." His suggestion was immediately met with enthusiasm from the other two. "I'm in too. Sounds fun. Before the academy, I just worked with my family. This is my first time doing something like this." Their childlike excitement about going on a camping trip made Dane chuckle inwardly. "You two look pretty eager, huh? This could take a while, so let's investigate slowly." Hearing that, Ernest nodded. "I'll look into it more. Oh, and I'll return the map to you." As he spoke, Ernest rolled the map up and handed it back to the protagonist. Dane refused. "Keep it. Isn't it better to have it while we decode it?" "Ah, no need. I've memorized it all," Ernest said confidently, causing even genius-level Dane to cry out in surprise. "No way, how good is your memory?" Not that anyone else understood it. Ernest himself didn't know why he had such a super memory. He explained, "I don't know why, but I remember codes and texts very clearly." Dane and Layla exclaimed, "So you've got an amazing talent in certain areas. That'll be super useful on tests. But anyway, got it. If you need anything, just say the word." Saying that, Dane reached out to take the map back, and Ernest squinted and said, "Thanks, this is the first time I've searched for something without any guys tagging along, so I'm really happy." To celebrate, Layla suggested, "Let's eat. Consider it a celebration for forming a team." Sounds good, the other two agreed. And so the group went off to eat together. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the dormitory, specifically Dane's private room. Now he had time to tidy up his mess. Wow, a lot happened today. I should take the chance to organize my stuff a bit. Where should I put the important gifts from my family so they're easy to see? But where do I put this summoning egg? They say you shouldn't keep living creatures in subspace. Saying that, Dane scanned the room for a suitable spot for the large egg. But at that moment, the egg began shaking violently, making Dane a bit panicked. Why is this happening all of a sudden? In 7 years, this has never happened before. Is it because I moved into the academy? No way. No matter how mysterious this place is, the mana distribution here isn't much different from my room. Then it must be the ancient mana stream I absorbed in the garden. I didn't expect it to trigger the egg's reaction immediately. All right, I'll put everything into this. Maybe it will hatch today. No time to hesitate. Dane immediately placed the egg on the table and poured his mana into it. Then, without him actively transferring more, the egg emitted a powerful suction that began drawing his mana in, surprising him. My mana is being sucked dry nonstop. I've been feeding it mana for 7 years. How much more could it possibly need? I can't stay here, this room, about to collapse. What should I do? This seems like a perfect opportunity to hatch it. The more he thought, the more flustered Dane became. In the end, he risked bringing the egg to his sister Claire's laboratory. Claire, seeing her brother arrive with an egg radiating continuous energy, widened her eyes. It's reacting violently. What the hell is going on? Dane explained in reply. It's still trembling violently. I stopped feeding it mana. Claire suddenly remembered and reminded him. Dane, isn't it time for dorm roll call? Skipping it won't be good for you. Of course, Dane had already prepared for that, so he giggled. I've got a way to handle it. Don't worry, sis. Cut to the student dorms, just like Claire mentioned, and a tall guy with 2 friends strides down the hallway shouting, I'm Albert, president of the dorm council. Now, I will take roll call in the Dantera hall. Inside the rooms, the students, hearing someone checking, rushed out to be counted. Roll call for all dorms at the Imperial Academy follows a strict standard. Over here, Arnold glanced around worriedly and said, but why haven't Priscilla and Dane come out yet? Do they even know roll call is happening? If you're late for the monthly roll call, you lose 1 discipline point, and if absent, you lose 2. 3 late marks in a term leads to disciplinary action and labor duty. 2 absences and you get demoted out of the dorm. As for Albert, seeing people whispering, he barked. Everyone freeze, no moving, no talking. 9th floor, Dantera Hall. Don't think you can slip by today. His stern tone made Arnold uneasy. Why's the atmosphere so serious today? To satisfy his curiosity, Arnold asked, what do you mean? Hearing that, Albert waved his hand and summoned a blue screen, saying, check the new mana surveillance footage. Interesting stuff. There's a clip showing someone inside the dorm, Arnold, sneaking out. We tracked and confirmed she left the dorm grounds just 5 minutes ago, but now the system shows student Priscilla still inside her room. Saying that, he opened Priscilla's door and indeed found no sign of her leaving the room. Albert laughed like he'd lost his mind, his voice cutting word by word. Normally, we don't check presence like this, but from now on we might have to change the rules. His ominous tone drained the Arnold group's faces pale. They thought silently, damn it, a penalty storm's coming. After a bit of inspection, Albert's anger cooled down somewhat. Everyone else looks fine, rooms are clean. Arnold will lose 2 points for unauthorized absence. Make that public. Yes, understood, the meek group replied. Albert continued, and the last one, Dane Saugers, is he a freshman? But he's not present. Don't tell me he missed his very first roll call. Trying to explain, Droyan stood up to defend Dane. No way, he's definitely in his room. He was busy unpacking a moment ago. Not letting him elaborate, Albert waved him off. Enough, go check and you'll see. He strode into Dane's room and indeed found him fussing over something. This surprised Albert a little. Dane Saugers, you're in here. Didn't you know roll call is happening? Dane scratched his head awkwardly and answered, sorry. I was busy unpacking and didn't notice. His cheerful manner disarmed Albert, who nodded. Right. It's the first day, so understandable. Cut to Claire's laboratory. Of course he's actually in the lab, and the Dane Albert met was a fake. Claire shouted, isn't that the illusion projector MK1? The protagonist smiled and explained his trick. You said most people wouldn't notice. That my image would be projected from the device connected to this. Saying that, Dane revealed a round device in his hand, leaving Claire speechless. After a few seconds she sighed. I heard this thing is tricky to use. Because it's remote controlled, the signal's easily interfered with. One tiny glitch and it'll blow the trick, Dane replied. I anticipated that, so I checked it many times. As long as they don't get too close, we're fine. His confident air even earned Claire a bit of admiration. Man, the kid's got guts. By the way, how's the egg? It's clearly reacting to your mana, Dane. That probably means it's about to hatch. But lots of eggs react like that and still don't hatch. Still, just seeing a reaction is a step forward. Hearing that, Dane squinted and asked, "So what now? Keep feeding it mana." The blonde senior stroked her chin thoughtfully and said, "There's still too much unknown about summoning. Putting it into a daily mana stabilizer is pretty risky, but I don't think we should stop here. Also, I think this lab is the best place for it to hatch. Haven't I always set up mana barriers here to keep things secret?" Her words immediately won Dane's agreement. He nodded. "Right, if we leave it, it could hatch anytime, anywhere." After puffing his cheeks in thought for a moment, Claire made her decision and said, "Okay, let's start. Dane, your mana is pure, but I'll attach a mana filter just to be safe." Then once again Dane began channeling his mana into the egg. This time the egg's suction was even stronger than in his room, making sweat bead all over Dane's face. Good heavens, it's still hungry. It's sucking up a mountain of mana. What on earth is inside this thing? Claire watched from the side, growing worried. She thought to herself, this is a contract beast egg. Anyone with money can buy one, but getting it to hatch is another matter entirely. The hatching conditions are a mystery. All we know is the caretaker's mana must match the creature's mana frequency, no matter what it is. What kind of talent this kid actually has. I knew he was good, but seeing it with my own eyes leaves me speechless. Just as she thought that, cracks began to appear across the egg's surface. Seeing that, Dane cried out in joy. "Sis, do you see that?" Claire's voice hurried in response. "Okay, looks like it's about to hatch, just a little more." "Great, let's see what kind of creature this is." Then, under their expectant gazes, the egg began to emit a fierce light, and finally produced a small explosion that scattered shell fragments everywhere. The blast wave blew Dane straight backward, while Claire shielded her face and stepped back a few paces. Claire rushed over to check on her brother. "Hey, are you okay?" Dane gasped and shook his head. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy." "Oh sis, look at that." As he spoke, Dane pointed forward to where the egg had been, and now a small pale purple dragon stood there, staring at them foolishly. "A dragon!" Claire shouted, just before she watched the little dragon puff flames in every direction. "Oh my, it can breathe fire too." Dane shouted, but before he could say more, Claire shoved him forward and explained, "Don't stand there gawking, go get closer." There have been cases where a contract beast bonds with the first person it sees. "Dane, that's your contract beast, so hurry up." Following his sister's cue, Dane slowly approached the little dragon and muttered, "Up close, it's actually pretty cute." "Hello there, little one. My name is Dane," he said as he extended his hand forward. Then Claire's delighted voice rang through the room. "You've connected with it, Dane." Hearing that, the protagonist happily replied, "Yes, it's so adorable." Dane gently reached out to catch the little dragon as Claire excitedly rushed over and asked, "How did you do that so easily? Let me see." After focusing to observe the purple dragon for a moment, Claire's eyes widened and she exclaimed, It looks like a creature summoned from the other side." Hearing that, Dane hurriedly asked, "Are you serious?" Claire nodded emphatically. "Yes, only a handful of chosen summoning prodigies can do that. Even I can only summon part of a soul. I never thought the youngest brother could summon something like this. This is big, Dane." Seeing his sister's serious expression, our hero suddenly grew a bit anxious and asked, "So does that mean it's not a familiar summoned creature?" Claire began to explain, "I know all the common summonable creatures, even the larvae, but I don't know any summon that matches this little guy's traits. The closest would be a dragon, but the details are clearly different." To her observation, Dane could only smile. "It doesn't look all that special, so nobody knows what this actually is." In response, the blonde said, "We'll have to study it from now on. The problem is there's no documentation mentioning a creature like this." Dane suddenly speculated, "Could this be a new species? Why would it come to me? Might it be connected to ancient magic?" Unaware of these thoughts, Claire the summoner started tidying the mess in her room and reminded, "Right, remember to keep the eggshell safe. Some species eat their eggshell for nutrients when they hatch." "Got it, so what should I do from now on?" Dane asked, and Claire quickly handed him a list of instructions. "First, approach carefully. Try to record everything. What it likes and dislikes, how long it sleeps, whether it shows aggression, how much it grows each day, things like that, blah blah." The more Dane heard, the more overwhelmed he felt. He muttered, "Too much, but it's definitely worth it. I don't really know what it's thinking. I'm starting to feel like I have to protect this little one." Claire saw Dane's pensive face and seemed to sense his thoughts, so she said, "Are you planning to keep it with you now? People might freak out if they find out. Why not leave it in the lab?" Hearing this, Dane nodded. "Maybe, but we can't hide it forever." The hero's words made Claire feel a bit conflicted, unsure what was best. But before she could think long, Dane waved his hand. "It's fine. Even if I get caught, I have you sistered. It would feel trapped if it were stuck in the lab." Claire sighed in agreement. "That makes sense. Then take this chance to officially register you with a title, a summoner's title." Dane asked, and the blonde smiled and explained, "Yes, you're still a rookie, but your talent is obvious. It'll be tough to handle everything, but now you have a summon. This is your opportunity. Back in Dane's perspective, after a few seconds of thoughtful silence, he stroked his chin and nodded. Sounds right, then let's do it. In response, Claire asked, all right, you signed up for summoning class, right? Orientation is tomorrow. Isn't Professor Tamaric Splavo leading it? If you show your talent there, someone will definitely mention special admission. Usually meeting the requirements is tough, but you're different, Dane. Of course it needs approval, but I'm sure you'll qualify, she said, patting Dane's shoulder confidently, and the protagonist seemed a bit thrilled. Special admission. Sounds fun. What should I call it? Time flew, and Dane soon returned to his dorm. As soon as Droyan spotted him, he worriedly asked, Dane, where have you been? You weren't in during roll call. Dane replied, I had urgent business, which made Droyan more curious. How did you get out during roll call? Priscilla got caught right away. There's always a way, Dane shrugged, making Droyan sigh. Sagar's families always surprise people, huh? His offhand remark made Dane curious. He glanced over and asked, your sisters did stuff like that too? Droyan nodded. Your sisters are legends in this dorm. Ask any dorm student and you'll hear about them. But don't worry, only I know you snuck out, so you're good. After saying that, Droyan waved goodbye to Dane. Back in his room, the protagonist flopped onto his bed and groaned. Phew, glad we made it back safe. What was Priscilla thinking, wandering off like that? Then Dane noticed the little dragon circling the room, occasionally puffing little bursts of flame. He murmured, it's so excited, but honestly, it's awesome. A memory flickered, how he'd returned to the dorm without being seen. Here it is. The secret passage my sister mentioned. The entrance was closed. This is the first way back. They surrounded the whole dorm with a mana fence. How could I break through that? First, I'll try to sense the mana flow. There has to be a weak spot. He reached out and lightly touched the barrier, feeling it. But before Dane could dismantle the barrier, the little dragon beside him began to puff flames, and immediately created a large gap in the magical fence. In short, that's how Dane got back into the dorm without the supervisors noticing. Just thinking about the little dragon's ability made Dane's heart race with excitement. So that's a flame that temporarily disables mana. Unbelievable. This dragon really is an extraordinary summon. Time flew to the next day, and Dane told Ernest about his new pet. But the name Dane picked left Ernest baffled. Happy. You actually named it Happy. Who names a dragon like that? Dane shot back, I thought it was friendly and easy to call. Come up with a different name then. Ernest was a bit surprised, glanced at the dragon. Let's see, it's cute, but the name should have more weight. Seeing Ernest's serious demeanor, Dane laughed out loud. You don't have to be that serious. After a few seconds, Ernest came up with a name. Karnas. How about Karnas? Dane stopped in his tracks. He turned and nodded. Nice, what does it mean? Mysterious. Fits pretty well, right? Ernest replied. Dane was very pleased. Perfect. From now on, your name will be Karnas, he said, looking at the little dragon Karnas. Time passed quickly, cutting to the Bermuders Hall, named after the scholar Bermuders, and the venue for the summoning department's classes. By now, the group of students had quickly gathered there. In another corner, Digron, the guy who fought Dane when they were kids, was also present. He immediately recognized the protagonist, a bit shocked. That's Dane Sagar. He stole my summon. And after we were embarrassed at the banquet, my family completely collapsed in public. Now the family can only try to hang on to our city nobility status. Of all places to run into him, here. He's here for summoning class. Why did it have to be this class of all time? I have to do everything I can to avoid him. Digron reminded himself quietly, his face sweating from the stress. Just then a big guy called to him from behind. Hey, Digron, repeating the year, eh? Embarrassed, Digron turned and replied, Ah, yes, senior, right after that. The tall senior slapped Digron on the shoulder and cheerfully reassured him. Come on, it's no big deal. Everyone repeats a class once. I'm on my second time repeating this one. It's just this subject, okay? Treat it like an easy A to show up the rookies. The burly senior boasted, and Digron could only force a smile to spare his senior's feeling. Not long after, the professor entered the lecture hall, and the noisy chatter suddenly died down. At the front, the handsome Professor Tamaric spoke. This lesson will begin with the basic theory of summoning. This knowledge is crucial for those just starting down the path of a summoner like you. This theory will appear on the summoner certification exam, so study it thoroughly. Right after he said that, the students listening erupted into excited whispers. Wow, this professor seems strict. I heard the official summoner exam is ridiculously hard. Across the room, hearing the chatter, the professor nodded and warned the students. Of course, if qualified, you can pass the special admissions. That said, it's by no means easy. At this, a student shouted, Professor, what are the requirements for that special admission? Responding with a hint of amusement, Tamaric said cheerfully, Right, I knew you asked that. Look here, he waved and conjured a blue screen in midair and explained. First, you must summon a grade 5 summon or higher. using a blank summoning seal. Second, you must maintain the summoned creature for over 30 minutes. In the back, students hearing these sky-high requirements gaped and exchanged doubtful looks. A grade 5 summon, even with a summoning seal that's still rough. Grade 7 is already insanely hard, and you have to keep it for 30 minutes. Not wanting the students to grumble further, Professor Tamaric turned back and stated the final condition. Finally, you must demonstrate your unique quality, qualifying you for special admission. Even if you pass the first requirement, you'll fail if you don't meet the third. Whatever it is, you must make an impression to be considered special. Upon hearing this, the students in the class couldn't accept it. This is ridiculous. The first conditions were already hard enough, and now a subjective requirement too. Has anyone ever passed this exam? Not that they were immune. Dane even sneered at the professor's conditions. In short, the professors just pass who they like and fail who they do. Back in Tamaric's view, the student's reaction didn't surprise him. He'd seen it 100 times. Now you see why this is called the special admissions exam. Oh, and you also need recommendation letters from at least 2 experts in the field to apply. Across the room, the students fell silent, unable to say another word, looking at their bewildered faces. Tamaric smirked inwardly. Of course, I knew you'd be left speechless. Now nobody will dare try. He then glanced over at Dane and thought, Dane Saugers is it? If that cross-department student is who I think he is, then what now? I heard about his entrance exam from Professor Delphines, that he managed to form a secondary link with the grade 4 Aetherat she summoned. But until I see it with my own eyes, I won't believe it. Maybe she's connected to Count Saugers and made it up to help him. I want to verify it myself. Then Tamaric continued his lecture. Your first goal is to pass the regular test, so keep studying. If you can summon, you'll pass, but I don't think freshmen can manage it. On the other side, the students remained flustered, exchanging looks without a word. Even Digron swallowed nervously, while the protagonist's face showed suspicion. He thought to himself quietly, the new students must be really confused. They only did the theory and compatibility tests. Above them, Professor Tamaric kept smiling, taunting the students. Really, no freshman can summon. What a disappointment this year. As he spoke, he casually stole a glance at Dane. This made the protagonist's scalp tingle, he thought. He's staring at me so casually. Is he planning to test me himself? If that's the case, then, Dane decided to prove himself a bit and stood up. I can try, Professor. His declaration was immediately met with enthusiasm from the handsome professor. Oh ho, really? What's your major and name? Dane answered. I'm a first-year cross-department student, Dane Sager. I've heard about you from the head of department. They said you're exceptionally talented. Tamaric praised, and Dane waved it off. Yes, if that's how the head assessed. Returning to Tamaric's perspective, his expression stiffened slightly as he silently judged Dane from the exchange. Well, look at this kid. Usually people are either humble or full of themselves, but he answers so smoothly. With that thought, Tamaric said bluntly, there are many rumors about you, and honestly, your talent sounds absurd. That said, can you show everyone your ability right here? Well, he just called me out, Dane thought and nodded. If you want, I can do it, no problem at all. But if I prove myself, could you write a recommendation letter so I can apply for the special admissions exam? Dane's sudden request silenced the professor and every student in the lecture hall. Into complete silence. After a few seconds, Tamaric opened his mouth. You want a recommendation for the special admissions. You understand what that implies, right? Dane had just heard Tamaric explain the requirements, so how could he forget? He affirmed. It means I must demonstrate exceptionally superior talent right here. Tamaric frowned and asked, what if you can't do it? Dane shook his head. I haven't even considered that. Right after that line, veins stood out on Tamaric's face, but he forced himself to hold it in, thinking, this is way too confident. Not even Claire Saugers, his sister, would ever be this cocky. With that in mind, as if wanting to teach the brat a lesson, Tamaric cheerfully agreed. All right, come up here. If you truly meet the requirements, I'll be happy to write you a recommendation. But easier said than done. Leaving the professor aside, the other students in class started shouting like the roof was on fire. What is he thinking? He's not even a summoning major. Besides, he's Claire's brother. What the heck is up with the Saugers family? Ignoring the students' chatter, Tamaric issued his final warning. But if you fail, you'll have to accept all the consequences. Whatever they are, do you still want to try? After a few seconds of thought, Dane agreed. Yes, I will do it. Hearing that, Tamaric didn't bother to lecture further. Amused, he requested, very well, come down here. By chance, I already have a summoning mark prepared here. With that, Dane quickly stepped toward the lectern, thinking to himself, I didn't plan to do this on the first class, but oh well, whatever. Might as well take whatever I can. With that thought, Dane reached for the white card in front of him and slowly channeled his energy into the card, whispering, answer my call. No sooner had he finished the words than a magic circle began forming overhead, and from within it, a giant wolf leapt out. Dangerous chi radiated from its body with a single glance. It made the students tremble like lambs seeing a wolf. Oh my god, it's real. Isn't that a grade 5 summon? Using a blank seal, how could that be possible? In another corner, Digron immediately recognized the wolf as his own summon that Dane had snatched earlier. That's my gen. Unaware of these thoughts, Dane confidently turned to the professor and said, Professor, I've summoned Genfu. Over here, Tamarick was still stunned by the scene, sweating and screaming inside. How did this kid do it with a blank seal? Has he just formed an official contract? Or is there something else? Even so, he's only just summoned it. There's no way he can maintain it for 30 minutes. Thinking that, Tamarick calmed slightly and said, Impressive as reported, but the second condition is not easy to overcome. Dane, not wanting to waste time, offered another option. That's true, I won't waste class time. How about I show you something else, Professor? His words made the professor's eyes curious as he asked, What, something else? The students were equally curious. They turned to each other and buzzed. What's he going to do next? The Sagar's family really is terrifying. Back to Digron's train of thought. For some reason, the young man grew anxious. God, the third condition is to demonstrate uniqueness. In the end, it all depends on the professor's judgment. If the professor is that resolute, is he really going to try it? With that, all the students turned their eyes to the protagonist, determined not to miss a single moment. And the professor nodded in agreement. Very well, let's see what you can do. At the same time, Dane parted his lips and began to speak some obscure incantation. And to everyone's astonishment, Genfu's body slowly swelled, its claws growing sharper than before. Seeing this, even Dane's mage friend was amazed. This is truly the power of ancient magic, he muttered. The student crowd nearly lost their minds as the wolf howled like a resurrected dinosaur, an enhancement on a summon. Isn't that something only fifth-year students can do? And he's not even from the summoning department. On this side, the giant wolf Genfu let out a thunderous howl, silencing the students instantly. Dane just smiled, looked at Tamarick, and asked, Is this enough to prove my uniqueness? Turning to Tamarick, the professor was stunned speechless. Good lord, he even pulled off a link enhancement, so what they said was true. How does the kid have such unbelievable talent? I can hardly trust my eyes. The more he thought, the wider his mouth hung open. Seeing that, Dane almost burst out laughing. Looks like even the professor's shocked. No wonder I'm shocked too, he thought, reaching out to stroke Genfu. After a few seconds, Tamarick finally regained his composure, cleared his throat, and said, Ah, yes, this is indeed special. We'll discuss the recommendation letter later. Yes, I understand, Dane replied cheerfully, while Digron, watching from behind, swallowed nervously. He's matured since before. Truly a scary kid. In short, after the commotion, the class resumed. I could feel the professor's gaze fixed on me, but I didn't bother to react. Dane could always feel the professor's eyes on him, sometimes with that same awkwardness. I heard he's very serious. Sis will be amused to hear this. This is already part of a recommendation letter. Should I ask Professor Delfinso for the rest? Dane wondered to himself. Before long, the lesson finally ended. All right, that's all for today's class. With that, groups of students began to file out of the classroom. As they left, suddenly a voice called, Dane Sagar. Hearing his name, the protagonist turned, recognized the familiar red hair, and frowned. Ah, you're Digron Turin, right? You were the former owner of Genfu, so you study at this academy too. Hearing that, Digron awkwardly said, You remember me. Yes, I had to retake after failing a subject. Seeing his embarrassed stance, Dane grew curious. Weren't you supposed to be here for revenge or something? Why so calm and friendly? Unaware of Dane's thoughts, Digron scratched his cheek awkwardly and said, Actually, I saw you before and meant to ignore you. It's been a while, but I still feel I was in the wrong back then. At this, Dane's face broke into a small smile, and he nodded. That was years ago, don't worry, I'm fine. Hearing that, Digron cheerfully asked, Really, so can I continue studying here? I won't cause trouble or get in your way. Hearing that, Dane seemed to guess something. Oh, you think I'll report you so you get expelled or something, he thought to himself. Then stepped forward, patted Digron on the shoulder and reassured him. No, don't worry, everything's fine now. Those words made Digron very happy, he exclaimed. Thanks, Dane. If you need anything, just say the word. At the same time, suddenly Dane's jacket bulged outward, and something began to move inside his coat. This made Dane realize, looks like Karnas has woken up and is starting to throw a tantrum. Could it be hungry, he thought. Dane turned and asked right away, You're from the summoning department, right? Perfect timing. I need some supplies from the shop. Can you show me the way? Responding, Digron cheerfully shared, Sure thing. The place is called Hughes and Bowden. I might come here often. It's run by 2 former students who set it up after graduating, and it's been over 30 years. About the usual items, blah blah. The trend these days is blah blah. Hearing his chatty friend so happily sharing, Dane thought, He really seems remorseful, huh? No need to be hostile. At that moment, the little dragon Karnas poked its head out, peering around curiously, and Dane hurriedly warned, "Calm down, Karnas." Soon after, the two of them headed to the shop. Pale golden sunlight filtered through the trees, warming the afternoon air. Along the way, Digron turned and asked with curiosity, "What do you need me to help you find?" "Actually, just tell me what summon rank it is and I'll handle the rest," Dane replied. "I only need food for it." Digron nodded, stroked his chin thoughtfully, eyes gleaming with confidence. "Oh, this is my specialty. I used to be in charge of compatibility training, so this is easy peasy." "By the way, what kind of summon do you have?" Dane hesitated a bit, then answered, Yeah, a wyvern." He thought to himself, Karnas does look a bit like a wyvern, so their diets are probably similar." Hearing that, Digron suddenly shouted excitedly, "A wyvern, a rank 3 summon, seriously that big?" Seeing Digron get worked up, Dane quickly signaled for quiet, lowering his voice. "Yeah, but it's still small, so keep it secret, okay?" At the same time, the little Karnas in the black coat wriggled and made tiny chirps. Dane thought, if this leaks, we know who to blame, no one but Digron. Digron still excitedly continued, "A wyvern, huh? Soft food is best. Even small wyverns eat a lot. In about a week, they'll start eating meat." Dane nodded slightly, thinking, sure is an expert, but how did this guy fail his exam? When they reached the shop, a bustling atmosphere greeted them, shelves packed with magical goods that shimmered with mystic light. Digron scanned the stalls, quickly grabbed 2 small bags of food, turned to Dane with a triumphant grin. "Here you go, this one, made from 17 ingredients. And this is a soft mix blended with milk. Take both." Dane took them, smiling brightly and gratefully. "Thanks a lot. With your help I got everything, otherwise I wouldn't have known what to do." Seeing Dane polite, Digron frowned slightly and nodded. "That's all you need. Anything else?" Dane shook his head. "That'll do for now." Digron enthusiastically suggested, "Since we're here, browse around, there's plenty of useful stuff." Sounding reasonable, Dane nodded. "All right, let's take another look around." The two strolled through the shop, which sold countless magical items, from glowing garments and vibrant support potions to shimmering 3-pronged staves. Suddenly, Dane stopped, his eyes lighting up when he spotted a magnificent magic staff before him. He exclaimed with delight, "Oh, this looks pretty cool, huh?" But at that moment, a warning voice rang out from beside him. "Hold on, this isn't something for newbies to touch. You haven't even mastered summoning, and you're hunting weapons. Mind you don't pick up a cursed item. Step back." Near the staff, a neat warning sign was posted. "Do not handle carelessly, especially newcomers. We are not responsible for consequences." Digron nodded, reminding him, "That's right, Dane. This staff is usually for 4th-year students. Just touching it can drain your mana dry." But Dane seemed unconcerned. He thought to himself, "Oh, come on, it's not that big a deal. The more they forbid it, the more I want to try." Ignoring all warnings, Dane reached out and grabbed the staff. The shopkeeper cried out in alarm, "New student, don't touch that, it's dangerous." But before he could finish, Dane had already clutched the staff tightly. The orb at the staff's tip suddenly emitted a mysterious light, shining like a precious gem. Dane smiled with satisfaction, thinking, it's craving mana. Immediately, he channeled mana into the staff, feeling power surge within. The shopkeeper gaped, stammering, "What the hell just happened?" The staff absorbed enough mana and stabilized. He thought to himself, even if someone has mana, almost nobody can control this. Dane remained calm and smiled. "Not bad, is it?" Digron, standing beside him, couldn't hide his astonishment. "Dane, I knew you were skilled, but you're seriously on another level." The shopkeeper stepped forward, hands on his hips, irritated. "You're really a first year. I've never seen anyone like this." Dane replied with a light laugh. I'm Dane Saugers, younger brother of Senior Claire." At that name, the shopkeeper flinched and his tone changed. "Oh, the top student from the interdepartmental faculty. Even Claire in her first year couldn't wield this staff. I underestimated you. If you'd told me earlier, I would have advised you more carefully." Dane gave an embarrassed chuckle, thinking, their attitude flips faster than a pancake. The shopkeeper continued, "Are you planning to buy this staff?" Dane shook his head and returned the staff to its place. "Oh no. Why bother? You know how to use magic. Why not buy it? It looks troublesome and can't even hold much mana." The shopkeeper was surprised. This staff is more than enough for 5th or 6th years." Dane looked at the staff, thinking, feels like pouring a whole well into a teapot, not worth it. Finally, he said, "I'll just take the food bags." The shopkeeper muttered, "Are all Count's kids like this? Same as your sister. How is my younger sister doing?" 4th years are all eager to hold the staff, but she refused, said it didn't look cool. Dane frowned, nodded, thinking, "That's my sister for you." After thinking that, Dane said, "I'll come back if I need it later." Said that, he quickly left the shop. "Digron, let's go, we'll grab this." Afterwards, Dane and Digron paid and left. The shopkeeper watched them go, muttering, Why are geniuses all so strange? After leaving the shop, Dane found a quiet, secluded corner. He carefully set the 2 food bags he'd just bought in front of the eager little Karnas wriggling in his coat. Looking at the tiny wyvern, its eyes glittering like gems, Dane chuckled softly. Here you go, tasty. Take it slow, don't choke. Karnas ignored the warning and dove into the bag, making delighted little munching noises. Each soft bite melted in its mouth and it clung happily, its tiny tail wagging like crazy. Watching that, Dane shook his head, thinking, next is basic class. Layla said only 5 minutes left. Better hurry back to the dorm. Suddenly, a strange noise came from the nearby alley, shattering the peaceful air. Clanging and the sound of things breaking sent Dane freezing. He frowned and muttered, "What's that?" The sound coming from that alley. Obscene curses echoed from the narrow lane, cold as a blade. "Hey brat, shut that mouth of yours, beat him senseless for me." Another voice, equally harsh, "You idiot clown, a few punches and you can't even open your mouth." Dane squinted, unease rising. Something off about people trying to act tough. "Nobody was here yesterday, you're unlucky today." A weak voice replied, trembling but unbowed, "I'm not afraid of you anymore." Hearing that, Dane froze, his heart pounding. Wait, that voice is. He immediately turned, his gaze sharp toward the alley. There, Ernest was surrounded by 3 thugs. The sight of him was pitiful beyond words. Hair in disarray, glasses crooked, limbs trembling, yet his eyes still flashed with stubborn resolve. The red-haired guy, clearly the leader, sneered with contempt. "Did you hear what he said? Says he's not scared." The one beside him guffawed and added, "Big mouth but shaking like a dryer." Ernest gritted his teeth, fists clenched, thinking, "These bastards, wait until I'm alone, then they'll gang up on me." One of them spoke arrogantly, "Who goes first? There's no one around here." Another sneered, "Leave it to me, my jaw still hurts from last time because of..." The 3 advanced together, swaggering. Despite his fear, Ernest took a defensive stance and shouted, "Don't come near." The 3 burst into mocking laughter. "Haha, this loser dares to raise a fist. Got lucky once and now thinks he's tough." Despair rose in Ernest's mind. "It's over, what can I even do this time?" But at that moment, decisive footsteps rang from afar. A calm, slightly sarcastic voice rose, drawing the gang's attention. "You lot again." The blonde turned his head. His eyes widened as he recognized who had appeared. He yelled, a hint of panic in his voice, "Dane Sager." Dane paid no mind to their surprise. He strolled forward with a lazy smile and waved at Ernest. "Hello there." Ernest saw Dane like a lifeline, his eyes bright, his voice trembling with emotion. "Dane." When Dane appeared, the bullies began muttering. "What's going on? You said nobody was coming." One grumbled. Another replied, "Who cares? Grab some weapons." Dane glanced at them, thinking to himself, troublesome. He looked around, thinking, there's no one else here. Right, then I'll make you taste some pain. Immediately, a surge of mana poured from Dane's body, startling the attack. In the blink of an eye, countless spears appeared in the air, aimed straight at them. Seeing that, one of them shouted, "What the hell is that? He can cast spells too." The ringleader stammered, trembling. "Isn't the Sager's family famous for martial arts?" The red-haired guy shouted in anger. "Idiot, have you forgotten? She's Arabella Sager." Beside them, Ernest also blurted out in surprise. Dane, with the spears hovering in the air aimed at the bullies, said coldly, "All right, choose. Either step back obediently, or get beaten to a pulp." Hearing that, the 3 bullies went pale, fear surging up. Immediately after, the nearby wall sprouted countless cracks as if something had pierced it. The ground suffered the same fate. The bullies were now face down on the ground, wailing in miserable pain. Ernest, still trembling, stepped closer and said, "Thank you, Dane. My hands and legs are still shaking." Dane smiled and replied, "As long as you're safe, that's fine." Then he added, "Ernest, let's train together from now on." Hearing that, Ernest rubbed his sore arm and asked in surprise, "What?" Dane answered, "You once said you wanted to beat Braun, right?" Ernest nodded, smiling wryly. "Ah, yes, that's right." Dane continued, "So I'll help you get stronger." Ernest could only smile. "Haha, I always rely on you." After that, the 2 walked across the school grounds. Dane turned and asked, "Hey, have you joined any clubs yet?" Ernest replied, "No, I've been looking but can't find an exploration or archaeology club." Dane wondered, "I thought there'd definitely be one." Ernest explained, "In our year there's a map research association. But that's a required course, not a club. I also dropped by some map analysis clubs, but they all use excuses to slack off. Really disappointing." Hearing that, Dane stroked his chin, thinking, seems most people just want an easy life. Ernest nodded in agreement, then asked, "But why did you ask about clubs? Are you going to join one?" Dane replied, "It's just that everyone's so eager to recruit freshmen, it makes me wonder if it's really that important." Ernest explained, "They say choose carefully. Once you join, you can't change for 2 years." Dane chuckled, "Rules are stricter than I thought. Picking wrong wastes 2 whole years." At that moment, the campus was full of club recruitment boards, dessert connoisseurs here, book discussion club there. Suddenly, Dane stopped walking, turned and said, "How about we start our own club?" Ernest was surprised. What kind of club?" Dane replied. "A club where anything goes." Ernest still asked, "What do you mean?" Dane explained. "I mean, we can train and explore ruins. And when we're free, gather to eat, do whatever we want, lawless and carefree. What do you think of that idea?" Ernest's eyes lit up. He hurriedly agreed. "I'm in. Going with you will definitely be fun." But before he could celebrate, he suddenly asked, will this club even get approved?" Dane confidently replied, "No problem, leave it to me." Ernest nodded. "If you say so, I believe it'll work, but why the sudden idea?" Dane smiled, "Because the club recruitment pitches are so annoying, I always have to refuse. No club excites me, so I'll just make one myself." Ernest asked next, "If I join, will I get to learn merchant arts or swordsmanship?" Dane smiled, "Of course that's a given. Who knows, you might even discover a hidden talent." Ernest beamed. "Great, we'll definitely learn a lot from each other." Then he suddenly remembered, "But I heard you need at least 3 people to form a club, right?" Dane nodded. "We've got Layla too. I'm sure she'll join." Ernest sheepishly grinned along. He continued, "Since we mentioned her, go ask her now." Cut to the club registration desk. The 3 chatted as they walked. Ernest asked, "We just submit this form here and that's it, right?" Layla, excited. "Sounds easy, hurry up and fill it out." Dane glanced at her, thinking, classic Layla. She, ditch a sweets exploration club just to come with us. Layla turned and said cheerfully, "The dessert club meets weekly to sample sweets perfect." Dane nodded. "We could do that too if you want." Arist piped up, "I love tarts, do whatever." Dane added, "If you want to meet upperclassmen, that's fine, but just follow Ernest." Hearing that, Layla looked satisfied and beamed. "Done with the form, let's go register." By now, the 3 were standing in front of the office to register the club. They filled out the club founding form and took it to a room for confirmation. Suddenly, Layla shouted, "What? The rules changed." A blonde woman pushed up her glasses and explained, "Yeah, the Academy has over 3,000 clubs now, most inactive and hard to manage. So starting this year, clubs need approval, not just reporting." Dane's expression tightened slightly and he asked, "What do we have to do for approval?" Layla sighed, "Oh great, just our luck." The blonde continued, "You need a recommendation letter from a faculty professor. Do you need me to give you the form?" Dane nodded. "Give the form to me first." He thought to himself, trouble from the start as usual. After that, the 3 left the room. Layla complained, "How are freshmen like us supposed to get a recommendation?" Ernest nodded in agreement. "Seriously, we haven't even met any professors yet." Layla added, "We can't just pick any random teacher to ask for a signature." Dane smiled. "Actually, I already have someone in mind." Layla and Ernest yelled in unison, "What? Who? We're just freshmen. They'll probably look down on us." Dane smiled confidently. "Trust me." Ernest and Layla gaped, speechless. Cut to Professor Lot Keltis's office. Dane sat presenting the plan to found the club. After a while he thought, "Damn, the professor said he'd hear us out, but why's this getting so hard?" Keltis asked, "Why have you come here?" Dane replied, "Professor, actually we want to start a club." Keltis, rather surprised, "Oh, sounds interesting. What kind of club?" Dane smiled, "A club for sword training, exploring the academy and fun adventures. But now we need approval, so we're looking for a professor's recommendation." Keltis asked, "A recommendation?" Dane nodded. "Yes, we're looking for a great professor to ask." Hearing that, Keltis stiffened slightly and thought to himself, "Looking for a professor? You came all the way here to find me and still say that. Kid, do you really think there's a better professor than me?" No sooner had the thought finished than Keltis broke into a smile and said, "Haha, isn't there a professor right here? No need to search far, I'll recommend you myself." Dane replied, "Professor, you're always busy. I'm afraid I'd be bothering you." Before he finished, Keltis cut in, "Busy how? At least I can do this. Now what do I need to do?" Dane smiled, "Really? Then please sign here, Professor." He quickly pulled the registration form out from his coat and handed it over. Keltis cheerfully took the pen and signed the form, saying, "My only student wants to start a club. Of course I'll enthusiastically support that." Dane smiled and bowed. "Thank you very much, Professor." Once he had the signature, he thought to himself how conveniently things had gone. After finishing up, he immediately rejoined Ernest and Layla. Layla shouted, "Unbelievable, we got the recommendation so fast. Are you acquainted with the professor?" Ernest interjected, "We didn't even get a word in." Holding the recommendation letter, Dane grinned. "I pretended to ask about sword techniques and luckily won his favor." Ernest nodded. "At any rate, I'm glad we succeeded." Layla slapped her chest excitedly. "So are we really starting the club now?" Dane nodded. "Now we just need to submit the application." Imagining the club being formed, Ernest went crazy with excitement. "I'm so pumped, this is going to be so much fun," Layla marveled. "I thought this would be hard, yet Dane made it as easy as pie." Dane took out a blank sheet and said, "Now we need a name to register. What should we pick?" Naming turned out to be a long story. Ernest said, "The name has to represent our image. This is important." Layla nodded. "I don't want something too childish or meaningless." The two tore their hair out, muttering what name would work. Watching them, Dane smiled faintly, thinking, they're taking this really seriously. Suddenly, he felt something wriggle inside. Glancing down, Dane muttered, "Karna's waking up now." The little dragon shifting around inside him made Dane uneasy. He whispered, "Not now, Karnas." Ernest spoke up. "Dane, have you thought of a name yet?" Dane replied, "I'm fine with anything." Layla questioned, "What? You suggested this but have no idea." She pointed at Dane's jacket. "Huh, there's a lump on your coat." About to be exposed, Dane thought inwardly, "I haven't even introduced it yet." He stammered, well, this is." Ernest's and Layla's eyes were fixed on him. Layla pressed, "What are you hiding?" Suddenly a button on Dane's jacket popped open, and a dark shape shot out. It turned out to be Karna's. The mischievous little dragon had escaped, seeing the tiny, adorable dragon. Ernest and Layla gaped, mouths forming perfect O's. Dane gave an awkward smile, thinking, well, that's it, game over. Layla pointed accusingly, "What is that? A summoned beast? How did it crawl out of your coat? Don't tell me it hatched from the egg you took from Claire." The little dragon circled on Dane's shoulder and let out an adorably low snarl. He nodded. "Yes, it was born not long ago. Its name is Karnas." Ernest cheerfully, "Hello Karnas, long time no see." Layla angrily, "Ernest, you knew about this too." Dane hurriedly changed the subject. "Anyway, the club's name is more important, Karnas. While we head to the registration desk, let's think of one." At the registration desk, the blonde woman frowned, holding the paper. The Magic Exploration, Summoning, Commerce, and Swordsmanship Club. The three could only grin awkwardly. This name couldn't be more ordinary. She asked again, "Are you sure you want this name?" Dane nodded. "Yes, please approve us." After approval, the three left the registration room. Layla turned to scold, "Dane, never name anything again." Dane frowned. "Isn't it fine?" Layla snapped. "No, it's not fine at all." Ernest hurried to placate them. "Haha, don't worry, we can always change the name later." Cut to Tamarik's office, Professor of Summoning. Someone entered and said, "Hope I'm not intruding." Tamarik replied, "Haha, not at all, Dean." "It's Delphinso." She sat and asked gently, "How have things been lately?" Tamarik answered, "There are many talented students, but I worry the faculty will be overloaded." She added, "I've heard a student stands out above the rest." Tamarik stammered, "Ah yes, that's true." He thought to himself, "News travels fast in class, huh?" Delphinso, holding a teacup, continued, "I heard your class has some interesting happenings. I won't meddle with your lessons, just curious." Tamarik answered quickly, "No, of course it's fine. You're the dean, this is normal." He set down his teacup and added, "There's a particularly noteworthy student, surprisingly above expectation." Delphinso smiled. "It must be Dane Saugers. I personally admitted." She continued, "I heard you promised to write him a recommendation, right?" Tamarik nodded. "Yes, that's right." Delphinso added, "Since the special admissions need 2 letters, I'll write the other one." Tamarik, surprised, "You'll write it yourself." She smiled. "He clearly has talent. How could I sit idly by?" Tamarik fell silent, thinking, that sly snake, she's trying to take everything. He clenched his hand and muttered, "Of course, she's always been like that. I underestimated." Delphinso asked, "Professor, is something bothering you?" Tamarik startled and quickly replied, "No, not at all." Delphinso looked him straight in the eye. "Is that all? When you finish the letter, show it to me. After all, we should be candid with each other about this." Tamarik frowned slightly, feeling nervous. That goes without saying. Having achieved her goal, Delphinso stood up. "Then I'll be taking my leave." Watching her back as she left, Tamarik grit his teeth, pensive. His hand was clenched so tightly it shook as he muttered, "Do you think I'll just sit by and let everything go your way?" She's trying to pull Dane to her side, but this time I won't let that happen. I have to win over that genius first. The scene shifts to the school grounds. Dane walked along, muttering, "Only the Empire's Foundation history class is left today, right?" Dane sighed, "There's still time. Maybe I'll go get a tart or something." Suddenly, a figure approached and called out, "Dane Saugers." Dane turned his head and saw a blonde girl he had never met. He asked, "Who are you?" She replied, "Greetings, I am a messenger from the academy. Professor Delphinso, the head of the summoning department, has summoned." She smiled, making Dane wonder as he muttered, "Wasn't it supposed to be Professor Tamarik?" He asked further, "For what reason does the head of department want to see me?" The blonde girl replied, "She only mentioned the recommendation letter. She requested that you come immediately. Shall we go now?" Dane nodded. "Ah, the recommendation letter." But in his heart, he muttered, "Summon this suddenly. Something isn't right." The Imperial Academy, the cradle of the Empire's brightest talents, where the flame of academic passion always burns bright, is renowned for its cutthroat competition that exceeds all expectations. Especially the power struggles among the professors. A department's influence determines the budget, equipment, and facilities they receive. Here, the three largest departments, swordsmanship, magic, and summoning, are always allocated the highest budgets. A professor's reputation and evaluation fluctuate accordingly, directly impacting their core responsibilities. At the office of the head of the summoning department, Delfinso gazed out the window and muttered, "I can't stay stuck in third place forever. I can't keep losing to those guys." She pondered, if that boy joins our department, we could easily overtake the magic department. The problem is Professor Keltas from the interdepartmental major. However, his sister Claire is studying here, so it'll be hard for him to refuse. As long as I pique his interest in summoning, the opportunity will come. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside. "Professor, I have brought Dane." Delfinso replied immediately, "Come in." She smiled and spoke up. "The academy must be quite busy, isn't it, Dane? With your abilities, I'm sure many places are inviting you." Dane replied humbly, "I still have much to learn, so I am approaching everything with the mindset of a fresh." Delfinso nodded, humble indeed. A desire to learn is a very valuable attitude. "Is there any subject that particularly interests you?" Dane laughed softly. "Haha, I haven't chosen a specific subject yet. I want to do well in all of them." Delfinso nodded in approval, wanting to be well-rounded. That is truly the spirit of a new student. "You know why I called you here, right?" Dane shook his head, looking unclear. She continued, "I heard about the miraculous event in Professor Tamarik's class. You summoned Denfu and performed an enhanced link. With skills like that, how could a department head like me sit still?" She smiled. "With your capacity, you should participate in the special admission exam." Delfinso continued, "Professor Tamarik and I have agreed to write recommendation letters for you." Dane gradually understood the reason and replied, "Thank you for evaluating me so highly. Writing a recommendation for a student outside the summoning department is a first for me, but your talent is rare." Writing a recommendation for a student outside the summoning department is a first for me, but your talent is rare. Dane wondered, "Summoning?" She nodded and said truthfully, "Someone qualified for the special exam doesn't need more lessons, but for that very reason, I want to personally tutor you." Dane mused to himself, if the department head is personally making this offer, the summoning department must be quite short on talent." She continued, "Oh, that's right. Have you joined any clubs yet? If you're interested, there are many great clubs within the summoning department." He replied, "I thank you, Professor, but regarding clubs, I have already established one with a few friends." Delfinso was startled. "What, already established? The new regulations are quite strict." Dane smiled. "Yes, it wasn't easy, but fortunately Professor Keltas wrote a recommendation for us." Hearing this, Delfinso's eyes widened. She muttered, "That annoying Keltas. He never attends faculty meetings, always lazy. Yet he beat me to the punch." She clenched her fist, irritated. "He dares to ruin my plan to lead the boy into my summoning club." She calmed down and continued, "Well, congratulations on your club. When you're free, stop by my lab. There are many interesting things there." She muttered internally, "I'll cast the bait for now." Then she added, "I have some rare items like unhatched spiritual beast eggs." Hearing this, Dane was a bit shocked. He asked, "Spiritual beast egg?" She continued, "Yes, a single unhatched egg is valued at the price of an entire castle. They are that rare, so definitely stop by and see." Dane was startled, touching his jacket, thinking to himself, "Oh no, I'm already raising one." Delfinso smiled. "Don't worry about the recommendations. Professor Tamarik and I will provide them for you. If you have any questions about the exam, feel free to ask me anytime." Dane replied happily, "Thank you for your concern, Professor." She took a cookie and said, "Have some dessert while we talk. What you brought looks delicious." As she enjoyed it, she muttered, "Tamarik is probably planning to beat me to it again. I must write that letter quickly to see the look on their faces when they see it." The next day, Claire met Dane and said, "Dane, Professor Delfinso just contacted me." Dane wondered, "Contacted you?" Claire nodded, "Yes. After sending the recommendation, the Summoning Association contacted her today. They are sending an examiner to the academy immediately." Dane was startled. "They're coming that fast," he muttered. "Too fast. They clearly want to recruit me." Claire's eyes went wide. "Professor Delfinso really likes you. What did you do to make someone so difficult notice you like that?" Dane laughed it off. "I don't know, maybe just because I'm a top student." Claire continued, "Anyway, you're about to be called for the exam. Back in my day, we had to summon 3 spiritual beasts at once, maintain them, and perform an enhanced link." Dane shouted, "3 at once. This is getting serious." He muttered, "Claire passed the special exam when she was only 16. Claire went on, "Yeah, but no one knows what this exam will be like. They don't announce it beforehand. With Professor Delfinso's recommendation, you're qualified, but there's internal infighting within the Summoning Association." Dane asked, "Internal infighting?" Claire explained, "You probably don't know. Professor Delfinso has refused the association's requests many times, so they don't like her. They won't let her gain an advantage easily." Dane pondered, meaning the exam might be harder because of that, right? Claire nodded. It's possible. But I'm not too worried about you. If you get hurt because of adult squabbles, I'd feel terrible. Dane smiled. Don't worry, sis, that won't happen. He thought to himself. I have no intention of getting caught in those traps. 2 days later, the Summoning Association's inspection team arrived at the academy, led by Chairman Elgard Poten. He spoke up. Long time no see, Professor Delfinso. She replied, I hope you've been well. Elgard nodded, yes, so just how good is this student you've recommended? Delfinso remained calm. My apologies, Chairman, but his talent is so outstanding I couldn't ignore it. Elgard continued, then you should have taken a seat on the board when we offered it. Everything would have been handled quickly. Delfinso gave a forced smile. You know I still value my responsibilities at the academy. If I joined the board, I couldn't be fully devoted. She grit her teeth, thinking, do you think I don't know you're trying to pull influence to your side? Because of the association's greed, I almost died several times during those reckless missions. She turned, then follow me. We can talk as we walk. Elgard nodded. Fair enough. He thought to himself, the recommendation was sent, so I will cooperate, but I don't like this kid one bit. On the way, Elgard asked, the boy is Dane Saugers, Claire's brother, right? Delfinso replied, yes, his talent truly reflects the Saugers bloodline. Elgard continued, I heard he summoned a rank 5 Denfu, performed an enhanced link, and even managed multiple simultaneous links during the interdepartmental exam. Delfinso nodded. That is correct. He turned to her. Such ability is truly extraordinary. It's caused a stir in the association. Even for a Saugers, I didn't expect the younger brother to surpass those who came before him. Could he already be on par with Galderin? Delfinso smiled dismissively. I'm not sure if he's reached Galderin's level yet, but once you see him with your own eyes, you'll understand. Elgard frowned. We will evaluate him very strictly. The special admission exam has always been that way. Delfinso nodded. Yes, I understand. The appearance of the Summoning Association caused a buzz among the students. One exclaimed, what? The Summoning Association is here. What for? Another replied, I heard Dane Saugers received a special recommendation. Another student chimed in, the freshman who caused a shock in Professor Tamarik's class. He even did the beast enhancement. One roared irritably, incredible. Is there anything summoning related he's not good at? After a while, Delfinso and Elgard arrived at the summoning department. She said cheerfully, all right, this is where the exam will take place. Elgard glanced at the summoning department emblem and muttered, very well, let's go inside. At the testing area, light filtered through the door slats, illuminating the entire room. Dane stood in the center of the yard and spoke up. I am the youngest son of Count Saugers, lord of the southern region and head of the Saugers family. My name is Dane Saugers. It is a pleasure to meet you. As he finished, a confident smile played on his lip. Seeing this, Elgard thought to himself, impressive indeed. It's hard to believe he's only 14 with such presence. Now I see why they were in such a hurry to send the recommendation. Elgard stroked his chin and spoke. I am Elgard Poten, chairman of the Summoner Association. I have heard much about you. You have been praised quite a bit. However, this test will not be easy. Seeing this, Dane showed no fear and replied immediately. Yes, I am prepared. He thought to himself. He's pretending to be friendly, but there's nothing pleasant about this. Elgard turned to his assistants behind him and spoke. No need for more talk. Start immediately. Everyone prepare. The two behind him replied, yes, sir. Delfinso narrowed her eyes in the back and said, I wonder what kind of challenge the chairman has prepared for us. Looking at Delfinso, Elgard spoke. Whether you pass or fail will be entirely up to me, Elgard Poten. If you object, you can withdraw from the exam now. Dane replied instantly. I agree. He continued. During the exam, any form of cheating is strictly forbidden. If the exam is judged unfair, the results will be cancelled and your summoner status may be revoked. Bear that in mind. Dane replied calmly, yes, I understand. Elgard continued, good, then I shall wait to see what your special quality is. Immediately after, he raised his hand high and shouted, the test begins. The officials surrounded him. A summoning magic circle appeared in front of each person. It drew in all surrounding energy to reinforce the magic circle. Seeing this, Dane muttered, this is. Suddenly, sounds began to emit from the magic circles. Immediately after, a massive source of energy enveloped the testing ground. Both Dane and Delfinso narrowed their eyes. Delfinso thought, they've activated the magic circles. This means. Immediately after, the surrounding mana gathered toward Elgard. He opened his eyes wide and spoke, respond to me. With those words, a massive torrent of mana surged from his magic circle. Then, a huge, ferocious creature appeared, with a head that looked like a lion. Seeing the massive amount of mana pouring out, Dane thought, just as I expected, the chairman's mana is terrifying. I didn't think the test would be on this scale. His eyes went wide. Looking at the creature before him, he wondered, thinking, This thing is much more dangerous than normal. Lightning bolts containing a massive amount of mana appeared around, giving anyone facing it a sense of extreme danger. Seeing the monster appear, Delfinso shrieked in shock. Impossible. A rank 3 summon, that's Anteri. Antares clenched its fists, looked up to the sky, and let out a massive roar, causing all its surrounding mana to burst forth, creating a thick shroud of dust at the exam site. Bracing himself against the immense pressure, Dane muttered to himself, "Now I understand why my sister was so worried about me." Gazing at the summoned beast before him, Elgard crossed his arms slightly and spoke. "Since you are a genius, this level should be appropriate for your rank, shouldn't it?" He narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, "You may use any weapon you deem necessary. Your mission is to subdue Antares by any means." Looking at the ferocious summoned beast standing before Dane, Elgard added, "This is the requirement for the special admission selection test." Witnessing this scene, Delfinso grit her teeth, fuming inwardly. "That old man clearly wants to see me disappointed. He's trying to make me lose face." Elgard spoke in an irritated tone, "But with your superior talent, there's surely nothing to worry about, right? Of course, if you're afraid, you can still withdraw right now." Dane replied immediately, without flinching, "No, I will perform the test as planned." Seeing this, Elgard gave a slight smile. "Very well, I will give you a little time to prepare." Immediately after, Dane reached into the subspace before him, fumbling for something. He muttered to himself, "Good, I have the perfect thing for a situation like this." Right after that, he pulled something out and muttered, "The spear Sister Claire gave me for my 7th birthday. Now I finally have an occasion to use it." Looking toward the beast in front of him, Dane whispered, "It's big, so there are bound to be plenty of openings. I'll attack quickly and then retreat." Seeing this, Elgard narrowed his eyes. He's using a spear, truly the Sagar's bloodline. Immediately after, his gaze shifted toward a corner of the testing area, where Tamarik's group and a few students were arriving to watch Dane's test. Witnessing the scene, Tamarik's jaw dropped as he stammered out, "What the hell is this? Making him fight a rank 3 creature? Isn't that going way too far?" Hearing the familiar voice, Delfinso glanced back and spoke. "It seems Professor Tamarik has arrived as well. He'll likely object to this." Elgard, unconcerned, replied, "It's fine, he's already prepared. Let's begin." Immediately after, his expression darkened slightly, and he thrust his hand forward, shouting, "Antares, destroy the enemy before you." As soon as he finished speaking, Antares began to gnash its teeth with a rasping sound, its eyes glowing a fierce red. It immediately used its strength to lunge powerfully toward Dane. Dane remained calm, waiting for the monster to draw near. He muttered, "All right, come at me." As it closed in, the monster accelerated instantly, bolting toward Dane. But immediately, using his expert spear techniques, he parried the monster's attacks. Right after that, he darted behind the creature. By now, Dane's expression was no longer calm as it had been before. He began to take this matter seriously. His elusive movements left the surrounding onlookers stunned. Countless voices rang out in surprise. "Good lord, what kind of movement was that just now?" Ignoring these comments, Ardain quickly regained his defensive stance. He couldn't help but flash a confident smile, thinking to himself, "It seems the special training is starting to pay off." On the opposite side, the monster didn't seem particularly affected by its wounds. Consequently, it continued its maddened charge to attack Dane. As soon as it closed in, it swung its massive hand, slamming it directly toward the protagonist, causing the ground to shatter into a crater-like shape. It was terrifying. Fortunately, Dane dodged to the side just in time. Had he not, he would have been smashed into mincemeat. Seeing its prey escape, Antares' eyes flashed with a red light, filled with fury. Next, it lunged forward to close the gap and unleashed a non-stop barrage of punches, forcing Dane to leap backward repeatedly. With every punch from the massive monster, it left a large, bowl-shaped crater in the ground. Dane himself had to praise Antares' power in his mind. Wow, no wonder it's rank 3. That size and moving at this speed. On the opposite side, it seemed Antares was gradually getting smarter. It realized that closing in on Dane wouldn't be easy. So at that moment, a brilliant golden flame suddenly erupted from its body. Then it thrust its hands forward, releasing a scorching pillar of fire. Seeing this, Professor Delfinso couldn't contain her worry and screamed, "He's taken a direct hit." Beside her, the old man Elgard stroked his beard and nodded, feeling smug and satisfied. Even with enhanced strength, facing Antares head-on is complete madness. It seems the end of this test was predictable after all. That was what he thought. However, Dane began to prove him wrong. Inside the flames, Dane's spear spun incessantly, creating a powerful gust of wind that dispersed the surrounding fire. Nevertheless, Dane was a bit startled by the previous attack. That was a close call. "Almost had me there. All right, it's time to end this." Immediately after, he unleashed his mana. To enhance his physical strength, and lunged forward to attack. However, Antares also reacted with incredible agility. Before Dane could even land his attack, it clenched its fist and struck forward, tearing up the ground until it was unrecognizable. Unfortunately for the beast, an attack that doesn't hit Dane is useless. At that moment, he circled to the side, aiming for the massive creature's waist. Thinking to himself, for the finishing blow, I'll use what my father once showed me. Concentrate mana into the tip of the spear to create an explosion, a single-point blast. Just like that, taking advantage of the moment before Antares could regain its guard, Dane's explosive spear thrust struck the creature's waist direct, easily piercing deep into the massive body. The agony of the wound made the monster roar ferociously. Meanwhile, Dane gripped the spear tightly, thrusting with all his might. Ribbons of blue energy were constantly being released. Finally, the explosive power of the strike took effect, causing the monster's waist to be blasted open into a large hole. However, it was as if this lion man was on some kind of performance-enhancing drugs. After taking such a hit, it could still concentrate strength into its arms, as if preparing to counterattack. Regarding the crowd of extras observing, witnessing the protagonist's power, they were all left with their mouths agape. Incredible. The summons attack barely landed, and what on earth was that amount of mana? Back on the battlefield, this massive monster was clearly a cheat. At that moment, the site of its wound was enveloped in a brilliant golden flame. In just a few seconds, its wound had recovered as if nothing had ever happened. In fact, being wounded only served to make the monster even more enraged. Frenzied sounds began to emanate from its mouth. In fact, being wounded only served to make the monster even more enraged. Frenzied sounds began to emanate from its mouth. Seeing this, Dane's scalp felt numb. Oh boy, it looks like it's really ticked off now. As soon as he spoke, the lion man opened its mouth and spat out a scorching flame, causing Dane to jump to the side in alarm. However, his spear remained stuck in Antares' waist, leaving his expression momentarily dazed. Damn it, my spear. Keltas came rushing in from outside, sweat beading on his forehead, his mouth nonstop swearing. Damn it, I'm not late, am I? Why on earth would they hold the exam in such a remote place? His heart pounded, a mix of worry and irritation. The moment he pushed the door open and stepped inside, the scene before him made Keltas freeze, his eyes widening in shock. He grit his teeth, his gaze fixed on the brilliant mana barrier before him. His voice trembled with disbelief. A barrier in the testing area. What on earth are they summoning? From within, Antares tilted its head back toward the sky and let out a savage roar, the sound seemingly tearing through the air. Its eyes seethed with the fire of rage, flashing brilliant red streaks that struck Kelta's eyes direct. His face darkened and his heart raced from the shock. He clenched his hands and shouted, his voice full of indignation. What, a rank 3 Antares? The mix of horror and excitement made his body tremble slightly. In the arena, Antares had just swatted away Dane's spear, sending it tumbling across the ground, leaving long scrape marks. The wound caused by the spear was still oozing blood, unable to recover immediately. The monster growled, its eyes bloodshot, staring straight at Dane as if it wanted to devour him. Dane stood opposite it, muttering to himself in his mind with a hint of admiration. It took a hit like that and didn't even flinch. It's certainly stubborn. He nodded, the corners of his mouth curling into a confident smile. In his head he thought, the spear won't be enough to wound it anymore. Then he flicked his hand, his eyes flashing with resolve. Sorry, father, but in the end, I'll have to use my sword. Immediately, Dane drew the sword from his hip, the blade shimmering under the mana light. He narrowed his eyes, looking straight at Antares, a confident smile on his lips. Let's start round 2. His movements left the entire gallery stunned. Elgard stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he spoke up, ha ha, using a sword. Delphinso beside him nodded, her voice full of contemplation. It makes sense. This is an independent exam, so a bit of eccentricity isn't strange. Elgard nodded in agreement, but his eyes betrayed his shock. True, isn't it? But the terrifying thing is that he remains so calm. That stance, it's like a warrior who has fought through countless battlefields. On the gallery, the crowd of students whispered, their hearts racing with excitement. Keltas stood behind them, narrowing his eyes to observe, a surge of pride mixed with curiosity in his heart. He spoke with a tone of certainty. Now we will truly see what he is capable of. In the arena, Antares charged straight at Dane, its eyes ferocious, its fists clenched to form a massive ring of fire that radiated a scorching heat. But Dane didn't flinch. He stood his ground, calmly receiving each of the monster's consecutive strikes. The skills of a true swordsman were clearly revealed in his superior agility and speed. After a few exchanges of techniques, Dane backed away, a thought flashing through his mind. He muttered, his voice full of admiration, not bad. After a few weeks of fighting, it has switched from power to speed, reacting precisely to each of my moves. Antares was relentless, continuing its frantic attack, but he was not one to be easily subdued. He maintained a state of calm, swinging his sword to parry every strike. The moment he found an opening, Dane swung his sword, striking a powerful blow against Antares' arm. However, the attack caused no damage. He muttered with a hint of surprise, "Both arms are covered in fire. It's hard to pierce through with sword aura." Antares accelerated even further. Punches rained down like a storm. Dane was flooded with thoughts, telling himself, "I want to crush it with ancient magic, but there are too many eyes watching here, so I'll have to use this method instead." From the gallery, Delphinso was terrified, her face turning pale. She turned to Elgard and said with a trembling voice, "Chairman, this is too dangerous. If the student is injured, none of us will escape punishment." She placed her hand on her chest, preparing to activate a forced unsummoning. But Keltis appeared from behind and spoke up to stop her, his voice low but full of confidence. "Wait, just keep watching." Delphinso turned back with a start, surprised. "Professor Keltis, when did you get here?" Keltis smiled, his eyes sparkling with faith. "I understand your worry, but it seems Dane has found a strategy." Inside the arena, Dane continued to swing his sword to parry Antares' relentless attack. Suddenly, he spotted an opening. His eyes widened, flashing with a decisive spark. A magic circle manifested beneath his feet. Mana erupted brilliantly as Dane accelerated, lunging directly toward Antares, and unleashing a rapid succession of sharp slashes. Deep gashes appeared on Antares' thighs, causing it to throw its head back and roar in agony. The wretched sound echoed through the area. The monster lost its balance, and its strikes became imprecise. It slammed its hands onto the ground, its face contorted with fury as flames erupted around its body. Elgard flinched from the gallery, his voice full of shock. Did he just combine swordsmanship and magic in that single moment? Keltis nodded, a confident smile on his lips. "It seems we should have summoned something even stronger." Hearing this, Elgard's expression darkened, and he clenched his fist, thinking to himself, "Damn it, a rank 3 summon should have been enough to make him fail. Yet he has far exceeded all my expectations." His heart pounded with a mix of irritation and genuine admiration. In the arena, Antares opened its mouth wide, rings of fire manifesting around its jaws, signaling a catastrophic attack. Dane gave a small smile, thinking to himself, "A final struggle, truly a king of stubbornness until the very end." He clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with resolve. "I didn't want to resort to this, but it's time to wrap this up." Above Dane's head, 3 spears enveloped in mana suddenly appeared, hovering in the air. He stared straight at Antares, a smirk appearing on his face, ready to deliver the finishing blow. The atmosphere in the arena was suffocatingly tense, as if the whole world was holding its breath before the collision of rank 3 Antares, terrifying power, and Dane's explosive magic. Sensing the danger, Antares tilted its head back and let out a savage roar, a sound like rolling thunder that shook the ground. It opened its maw, spewing a brilliant pillar of fire that lunged toward Dane with a heat that incinerated everything in its path. But just as it prepared its strike, Dane's 3 spears, wrapped in shimmering mana, bolted forward at a terrifying speed. Antares was stunned, its eyes widening in shock, unable to dodge in time. The energy from the spears erupted, creating a massive mana explosion that made the entire arena tremble. The 3 spears pierced straight through Antares' body, leaving 3 large holes in its torso. The monster was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, its mouth screaming in agony as the wretched sound echoed throughout the space. Dane stood in the center of the arena, his gaze sharp and cold, his lips curling into a satisfied smile. His heart beat steadily, but he was filled with the thrill of victory. He maintained an incredible composure, like a seasoned warrior. In the gallery, Delphinso turned to Elgard, her face pale and her voice full of worry. "Chairman, this exam was a bit excessive." Keltis, standing behind them, narrowed his eyes and spoke with a challenging tone. "Excessive? Why do you say that?" Delphinso, her eyes flashing with anger, explained. "No matter how talented he is, forcing a freshman to subdue a rank 3 summon, do you really think that's reasonable?" Sensing the tension, Elgard gave a strained laugh, trying to soothe her. "Ha ha, but the result turned out fine, didn't it?" His words only made Delphinso explode further. She shouted in a voice full of indignation. "Fine. It was so good it'll be recorded in the history of the Empire. A freshman using spears, swords, magic, and even a forced link to subdue a rank 3 summon. This is absolutely insane." The crowd in the gallery fell silent, their hearts racing at her emotional words. After the battle, Dane calmly stored his weapons in subspace, his demeanor as composed as if he had never faced such a terrifying monster. Elgard and Keltis looked at each other, frowning, their hearts filled with shock. They thought to themselves, that finishing blow was truly earth-shaking. Suddenly, Dane stepped closer to Antares, reaching out his hand to everyone's astonishment. The action caused the gallery to erupt in whispers. It was a reaction to pure power. Dane established a forced link with Antares, suppressing its hostility. In terms of both tactics and results, it was a flawless conclusion. Delfinso, still angry, spoke up. If word of today gets out, people will call this an unfair test designed to make him fail. Cornered, Elgard turned to explain, Professor Delfinso, I had established clear safety measures. But the answer did not appease her. She stood up abruptly, her voice full of reproach, and yet you sat still while he confronted it head-on. Elgard stammered, trying to find an excuse, that was. But before he could finish, Delfinso glared at him, her voice firm. As a professor, I cannot turn a blind eye to this, Chairman. Elgard grit his teeth, thinking to himself with utter frustration, damn it, how did it end up like this? The whole plan has gone down the drain. Keltas stood in the back, closing his eyes in quiet contemplation. He muttered with a hint of admiration, I knew he was a genius, but to this extent. From the very start, he seemed more like a veteran knight than a freshman. The gazes of Keltas and Delfinso turned toward Dane, flashing with determination. I absolutely must take him as my disciple. After the test concluded, Elgard stepped forward, his voice echoing, the test is over. For Dane, who has passed this special admission exam, we officially grant the title of summoner along with this badge. May you continue to develop your talent as a summoner of the Empire. Please accept this. Dane accepted the badge and bowed in thanks, his eyes shimmering with pride. He looked at the gold badge before him, engraved with strange runes, and muttered, a gold badge is only given to those who pass the special exam. That really is cool. Holding the badge, Dane paused for a moment, then held it high. Channeling a massive amount of mana into it, he whispered, respond to my call. Instantly, mana poured from the badge, shooting straight into the air and creating a massive magic circle. From within, a tide of mana surged out, and something bolted forth, leaving everyone stunned. Elgard opened his eyes wide and shouted, what is that? In the arena, a creature with long ears and stubby legs appeared. It was a summoned beast that looked like a rabbit. The information displayed, Alterma, rank 4 summon beast, enhancement type, with the ability to significantly boost the physical stats of its summoner. Looking at the little rabbit, Dane smiled, his voice full of interest. It's got great quality, doesn't it? And it's cute too. He stepped closer and said gently, it's good to see you again, Alterma. The atmosphere suddenly stilled as everyone stood frozen, speechless at the unexpectedly adorable sight. Delfinso turned to Keltas, who was also frozen in place, and thought, it seems everyone is stunned. She glanced at Dane, her heart full of contemplation. With this many witnesses, the entire academy is definitely going to be in an uproar. Just as predicted, the school grounds were buzzing with students' chatter. One person shouted, is he really the one who passed that special exam? Another replied in shock, what exactly is with the Sagar's family? With this performance, he's even surpassed his sister. At that moment, Dane, Ernest, and Layla were walking across the grounds. Countless eyes were fixed on them. Ernest turned to Layla, his voice full of bewilderment. Layla, I can't wrap my head around this. Can this really happen? Layla crossed her arms and replied nonchalantly, her eyes sparkling with confidence. Don't try to understand, just accept it and you'll get used to it. He comes from another world. Ernest changed the subject, his voice excited. Oh, that's right, I finished decoding the map. Layla was overjoyed, her eyes lighting up. Really? You're amazing. Dane added in a calm but expectant tone. Well then, once it's decoded, let's have our first club meeting. Hearing this, the whole group was thrilled. Layla was beaming. Wonderful, I was getting bored to death. Ernest clenched his fist, his voice cheerful. I'll try to decode it even faster then. Dane remained composed and smiled, thinking to himself, actually, I'm quite curious about it myself. Then he turned to the others. Professor Keltas is calling me. I have to go. See you all later. In the training room, Keltas was waiting. He looked at Dane, his voice deep and full of authority. Alterma is a terrifying summon. A summoner from the Renick Empire once called out 2 of them, and it was a nightmare. Just 2 of them took down 3 knights and dozens of soldiers. Dane was startled. Thinking to himself, I remember now. I heard Professor Keltas was actually present at that battle. Keltas stepped closer, his gaze sharp, and yet you defeated that creature without a single scratch. Dane scratched his head sheepishly. It was just luck, sir. Keltas shook his head, his voice serious. Sometimes excessive humility is a double-edged sword. In my opinion, your decision to switch to the sword was the right one. Dane was startled, thinking to himself, he's no ordinary man. Keltas turned and walked slowly, only 14 years old, yet your skill and composure with the sword far exceed your actual age. He stopped, his voice dropping low. Because of that, I want to ask you, would you like to officially learn swordsmanship from me? The proposal made the air feel as if it had frozen. Dane's eyes became resolute, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and pressure. He took a deep breath, preparing to answer. carrying the determination to change his fate. On the paper, lines of text were written by Dane reporting his safety to his family. Dear parents, I hope you are both well. The hot summer is approaching, and outside the brilliant sunlight shines down on the vast school I am attending. Today is the same. Your youngest son is still busy with academy life. Currently, Dane was studying swordsmanship with a professor at the school, and he happily shared this information with his family. Oh, I have completed the swordsmanship class with Professor Keltas, whom I mentioned before. He was very dedicated and joyful while teaching, and Dane could feel it too. I have learned so much theory, which makes me think that coming to the academy was a wonderful choice. The brush flew quickly to record Dane's thoughts. Now I can perform sword techniques much more proficient. Thinking of something happy, he smiled with interest. Perhaps it is time for me to forge a sword at the smithy. A moment later, Dane stopped and dipped his pen into the ink pot. The content of the letter was not just about Dane himself, but also his friends. Oh, Ernest finally decoded the map. He even discovered the designer was Saul Hanks. There was also an adventure into an ancient ruined place within the academy. Far to the east of the academy, beneath the now abandoned St. Amer Hall, it is said that something extraordinary is hidden in the crypt of the saints. Dane reread the letter and felt somewhat dissatisfied, wondering if writing it this specifically was too much. Then he took the pen and crossed out a few words. I shouldn't record too many details. He remembered the wooden door blocking the passage and changed the news he had just written. After all, that place was a forbidden area, strictly off-limits. Dane thought silently. More importantly, there was the major issue of the undead appearing there. He had told Ernest and Layla about the presence of the undead, and both were terrified. Undead. The two looked at Dane with piteous expressions and wailed, "That's so scary, Dane." In the letter, Dane continued to record his story. I thought about giving up, but luckily I received help. The help he mentioned was a beautiful blonde girl. When she heard his request, she was shocked and terrified. What? You want me to go into the forbidden area with you? Are you crazy? He clearly wrote her identity for his family to know. The person who helped was Priscilla, a student of the Holy Studies Department. Then there was a small lesson that Priscilla taught Dane's group of 3. Listen carefully. The undead will vanish if you destroy its core. She gave careful instructions. Oh, but before that, you must definitely receive a baptism from me. Ernest and Layla could only listen in a dazed stupor and follow her lead. Later, all 4 of them explored the crypt together, fighting the undead. Dane, break its core. Concentrate all the dense mana into one strike. Purple light flew through the air, helping everyone stop the dry bones. As expected, Priscilla's holy power was terrifying. Thanks to her baptism, they could handle the undead easily. Layla skillfully held her sword and slashed through all obstacles. Not to mention, Layla's swordsmanship had also improved by leaps and bounds. Ernest and Priscilla stood back to back to keep each other safe. On the other side, Dane bravely faced the undead horde alone. The battle raged fiercely. An arm of one of the undead was sent flying high into the air. Finally, Dane's group reached their destination, an ancient architectural site now covered in green moss. After surviving the night, they reached the underground crypt, and finally, they found the treasure. Layla followed behind and asked skeptically, "Is it really from 300 years ago?" Dane pointed ahead and answered firmly, "Yes, the treasure is right here. The treasure the Emperor once desperately craved but could neither open nor take." When they found the treasure, both he and Priscilla smiled happily. Ernest and Layla couldn't help but beam with joy. What they found was a large red gem, a treasure glowing with a brilliant, magnificent red light. Dane had to use both hands just to hold the gem. Everyone was overjoyed seeing it in his hands. Our club's first achievement brought immense happiness. The 4 of them couldn't hide their satisfaction and bliss after this trip. They stood in the middle of the crypt laughing heartily. Everyone was so excited they couldn't even sleep. Dane wrote everything down candidly on paper, and thanks to that, the whole academy was in an uproar. He also reluctantly recorded his decision. I think I should stay quiet for a while, as clear light shone into the neat and tidy room. At this point, Dane stopped to reflect for a moment. Then he still chose to tell his family the origin and history of the treasure, while regarding the true nature of the gem. Everyone will be shocked to know it was originally an ancient mana core, right? And perhaps I don't need to mention that the gem gave me an additional mana surge. Finally, he stopped writing and whispered to himself, "Yes, I will tell them directly when I have the chance." Dane leaned back in his chair and told himself, "Until then, I'll just rely on my sister." Right then, the voices of his friends echoed from outside. "Dane, what are you doing? We have to go now. There's not enough time to clean the club room." He quickly grabbed his bag and shouted back, "All right, I'm coming." Before that, he added one more sentence at the end of the letter. Oh, and after that day, Priscilla also joined the club. Dane opened the door and walked out. Waiting for him were the familiar figures of Ernest and the others. He happily declared in the letter that now the club has 4 members. Ernest glanced at Dane and urged, Dane, hurry up. Priscilla teased with a fake frown. How dare you keep your senior waiting? Layla joined in the joking. That's right, we're busy too. Seeing this, Dane scratched his head and smiled as he explained. Sorry, I had some tidying up to do. Let's go. He wrote in the letter helplessly, but they keep complaining that the club name sounds silly. The sound of their chatter echoed through the hallway. I'll handle all the heavy lifting today then. Of course, who else among us can do the heavy work but you? Dane stepped closer to the three of them. Then they looked at each other and laughed happily. From then on, a group of four was formed, so we decided to call it Namin for short. The sky was clear and beautiful. The whole school became bright under the brilliant sunlight. In the room, a long piece of paper was covered with lines of text. In the magic department, there is a famously difficult exam, an exam that lasts for 24 hours, requiring one to endure a full day without food or sleep. The surrounding desks were empty, the space so quiet one could hear a pin drop. As long as you don't bring another person, all types of open book materials are allowed. This is an exam notorious for its severity. Dinabo stood with his hands behind his back in front of the window, marveling that Dane had passed so easily. He calmly analyzed. He completely grasped my intention. Not only is he good at problem solving, but his ability to analyze the environment surrounding the problem is extraordinary. Dinabo folded his arms with a complex expression. I feel sorry for the other students, but this is the first time I have craved a student from another department this much. Suddenly he turned to inquire, so, how is the task I assigned going? Arthur heard this and looked at him in silence. Then he reported hesitantly, he keeps refusing the invitation to join the student council. If he joined, he wouldn't just have a title, he could even reach a pivotal position, deciding the academy's policies in the future. Hearing that, Dinabo turned back to look at the scenery, saying in a calm tone, so that's how it is. Even when I sent a fifth-year student like you, it was still unsuccessful. Dane's figure appeared in his mind. He thought with frustrated unwillingness, damn it, truly an unpredictable child. He lacks the vanity or arrogance common at this age. Every prediction was completely wrong. Dinabo looked stern and upright on the outside, but internally he had stubbornly made up his mind. But he cannot escape my grasp. Thinking of the future prospect, he smiled with pleasure. His mind was resolute not to give up. I will definitely hold onto him tightly. As in the distant mountains, the tall cliffs acted like walls blocking the way. In the room filled with books, Arabella's laboratory, a voice asked with concern, is Arthur from the student council still following you? Dane replied helplessly, yeah, it's a bit annoying. Arabella put her hands on her hips and complained irritably, that professor still hasn't changed. It was the same in my time. Seeing this, he scratched his head and asked curiously, he did that to you too? She admitted immediately, yeah. Arabella grumbled unhappily. He even said he'd make me the president of some student society. Dane commented in surprise, student society president, that sounds impressive. She immediately retorted, that professor loves to lure talented children to turn them into his henchmen. She also revealed other secret information to him. Those with ability but humble backgrounds and unclear career paths are easily trapped. Hearing that, he immediately remembered Arthur's close relationship with Dinabo. So that's why Arthur keeps following Professor Dinabo. Dane smirked and inquired, then my refusal was correct, wasn't it? Arabella looked at him and affirmed firmly, of course, that professor is very dangerous. Not only is he capable, but he's a master at pulling people to his side. If you get caught, you'll become a puppet obediently following his orders, so you must be careful. Not feeling at ease, she also warned carefully, no matter what he offers, refuse it immediately. Dane listened with patience and replied, I understand, sis, I'll be careful. Suddenly the door burst open. Arabella cried out in defensive surprise, what's that? Someone holding a glowing blue orb held it high calling for help. Dane, so you're here. Look, I found something incredible. The newcomers were Dane's three friends. Layla led the way, hurriedly requesting, Ernest brought this back from the forbidden area. Can you take a look at it for me? But hearing her words, Arabella asked in shocked disbelief, what, the forbidden area? Did you kids actually go into the forbidden area? The three of them didn't feel like anything was wrong. On the contrary, they smiled brightly with pride. Seeing this, Dane helplessly covered his face, not daring to look. I clearly told them to stay quiet for a while. Sorry, sis. Dane approached Ernest and asked anxiously, Ernest, how? Surely after the visit to the St. Amer temple, the guards have tightened up. He smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Dane, as an explorer, I must overcome such challenge. Hearing that, he looked at Ernest and inquired hesitantly, well, that is your specialty, but isn't it still too dangerous? He folded his arms and replied with a determined tone, I understand your concern, Dane, but my explorer's blood is boiling. I can't sit still. Seeing this, Dane felt relieved and thought, since going to the St. Amer temple, Ernest has become much more proactive. He thought of the presence of the man in the black cloak at Amer, and felt Ernest's reaction was only natural. It made sense. Saul Hangston, the only person said to have reached the Nine-Chain Realm after the fall of the magic kingdom of Arachna. A place created by such a genius would make any explorer's eyes light up. On the other side, Layla was desperately pleading with Arabella. "Senior, please look over this." She grumbled helplessly. "You kids truly do nothing but cause trouble." Dane glanced at the three of them and asked curiously, "So what is Layla holding?" He looked at the orb faintly glowing in Layla's hand and speculated, "Did you shove something into the mana wave detector?" Hearing that, Ernest rubbed his nose and recounted hesitantly. It was like this. Last night I couldn't sleep, so I took a stroll into the forbidden area. When he got there, he discovered something suspicious. You know, Saul Hangston's laboratory is in the forbidden area, right? I kept hearing strange sounds coming from inside the building." Ernest had glanced around in fear, searching. It sounded like machinery operating or something being manufactured. It gave me goosebumps. Furthermore, the noises coming from inside kept ringing in his ears, and they included human voices too. Dane listened but still felt puzzled. So, even if it's a forbidden area, guards still have to go in and out, so hearing human voices isn't strange. Ernest rubbed his head and retorted firmly, "It wasn't just the guards, I'm sure." His gaze became sharp and full of suspicion, and the most suspicious part is, he recounted that the blue orb suddenly lit up then. "The mana wave detector I left running as a backup detected mana." Dane blurted out in shocked disbelief. "What? Impossible. After Saul Hangston's death, all the items in the lab were moved to the memorial hall, so there couldn't be anything in the lab emitting mana waves." At that moment, the blue orb helped Ernest realize the hidden secret of that place. He followed up cautiously, "Exactly, which means." After that, Ernest had escaped the forbidden area in a panic. He recalled the gloomy setting of the building and affirmed solemnly, "Inside Saul Hangston's laboratory, there is definitely something unknown." Dane was also made serious and suspicious by his attitude. "Mana waves, huh?" A moment later in Arabella's room, she announced solemnly, "Ernest, you guessed right, there really is something in there." Ernest asked back in shock, "Really, Senior Arabella?" She put a paper on the desk and said, "Yes, and it's not ordinary. Here, look at the data I've analyzed." Priscilla and Layla leaned down to examine the information inside. Following them, Dane also picked up the paper and read it carefully. The paper was covered in text and continuous oscillation curves. "These oscillations are very similar to the samples you collected. Ernest, of course, not all of them match if you exclude the vague sample." Hearing that, Dane looked at Arabella and asked calmly, "What is the conclusion?" She smiled smugly and declared that there is definitely something massive in that building. Ernest's group stared wide-eyed in horror and repeated in unison, "Something massive." Arabella looked down at the blue orb on the table and inquired, "Yes, this type of oscillation usually comes from an object containing a terrifying amount of mana. You said you struggled to capture the oscillation, right?" She looked at the three of them and explained confidently, "I think it means something has blocked the waves from leaking out." Ernest heard this and stood there blankly, speechless. Arabella ignored his reaction and continued to explain, "As for whether the one who hid that mana wave was Saul Hangston or someone else, we don't know yet." Beside her, Dane again looked at the data on the paper and pointed out seriously, "The only thing for certain is that whatever it is, it's valuable enough to hide the mana wave." Arabella nodded in agreement with Dane's thought. She folded her arms and recounted, "In short, that's it. And as far as I know, guards don't even step into Saul Hangston's laboratory. In the past, I even used to sneak into the forbidden area when I was too bored." Priscilla opened her eyes wide in surprise and asked, "Really?" Dane looked at the pride on Arabella's face and thought helplessly, "Even you, sis?" "Yes, I guess no one can resist the allure of Saul Hangston, truly a mage in his prime." Finally, she summarized, "Anyway, I don't know what they're hiding, but if it's related to Saul Hangston, it will definitely be an earth-shattering discovery. It could be something containing Saul Hangston's mana, or even more powerful." As on the table, the mana detector continued to emit a faint blue light. Hearing that, Ernest clenched his fists and spoke with joy. "If that's true, it would be wonderful." Layla asked with some confusion, "But why would such a thing be in an empty laboratory?" Arabella praised approvingly, "Ernest is truly extraordinary. He found this entirely through instinct." Seeing this, Ernest immediately thanked her solemnly. "Thank you, Senior. You've helped me a lot." Arabella looked at him and asked helplessly, "This kid, what are you planning to do with something like this?" Beside her, Dane harbored a suspicious guess, but there's a high chance it's not a real mana core. The previous exploration of the crypt by the four of them showed there was nothing suspicious inside. He had paid close attention throughout the journey to sense his surroundings, so he could confirm that, if it were a real core, I would have recognized it the moment I entered the forbidden area. Dane frowned and thought silently, in that case. He looked at the light coming from the orb and let himself be immersed in thought. What on earth is in there? Opposite him, Ernest's inquiry woke him from his train of thought. Dane, what should we do now? I told you to be careful for a while, but isn't this wave worth investigating? Layla also joined in to persuade him. Yeah, even if you don't go, Ernest will definitely go at any cost. He replied firmly, exact. Dane looked at the three of them and pointed out the disadvantage. We might be able to avoid surveillance somehow, but no one knows what could appear in the lab. Are you all truly confident? Layla held up 2 fingers and replied smugly, of course our club is very strong. Ernest affirmed confidently, that's right, and besides, Karnaz is with us. Priscilla folded her arms and replied firmly, I won't back down. Seeing this, Dane complained helplessly, Ernest and Layla aside, but now even Priscilla. Arabella was also at a loss for words. At this rate, we really can't stop. Immediately after, she pulled out a scroll and instructed, fine, if you won't listen, at least take this with you. Dane asked suspiciously, what is this? Arabella introduced it with a serious expression. This is a magic rune scroll. You know how to use it, right? Then she pointed at the scroll and explained how to use it to the 4 of them. If you face any danger, don't hesitate. Tear it immediately. It will instantly teleport you back here. Forced teleportation will cause a slight shock to your body and mana, but it's better than dying right. Layla wasn't intimidated at all, but instead asked with joyful excitement to confirm, are you really giving us 3 of these precious scrolls? While Priscilla expressed her gratitude, thank you, Senior Arabella. She also carefully reminded them, bear this in mind. You tend to forget that entering forbidden areas leads to suspension, and being suspended twice will certainly lead to expulsion. Do you understand? The 3 of them responded with a timid and cautious, yes. Dane smiled and reassured her, don't worry sis, nothing will happen, but Arabella wasn't quite convinced. Don't just give me empty words. Finally, she could only watch the 4 of them helplessly as she let them explore the area. Her instructions echoed in the room. All right, then return safely and tell me what you discover, okay? Then the space returned to a silence as if no one had ever been inside. A while later, the 4 of them gathered in one place and opened the map to examine it. Ernest explained the plan in detail to the other 3. Here is the infiltration route. The entrance is from here. There will be a blind spot in the line of sight when moving toward this building. We will take advantage of that gap to enter. Dane praised him with satisfaction. Ernest, not bad at all. After finishing the discussion, everyone reorganized their backpacks and necessary supplies. We will begin the operation in 2 days. We have distributed the exploration equipment according to the number of people and checked the infiltration route detail. Ernest thoughtfully instructed everyone on things to keep in mind. From here on, we must scatter anti-tracking powder as we move. Once we arrive, Karnaz's role will be very important. To dissolve the dense mana barrier without leaving a trace, we need Karnaz's flame. Dane nodded in agreement. All right, I'll be prepared. Priscilla folded her arms and also offered her opinion. We must also prepare a plan B for emergency situations. Instead of blindly tearing the scroll, we should assume a course of action for each case. Layla agreed in surprise. That sounds reasonable, Senior Priscilla. Finally, Dane formulated the combat plan, calmly assigning roles to each person. Let's do it that way. We will arrange the combat formation like this. I will be in charge of detecting mana in the front, while Layla and Ernest will be in the back. He indicated to Priscilla, and Senior Priscilla will stand in the middle. Senior Priscilla is quite vulnerable to ambushes. She agreed without a moment's hesitation. All right, understood. Then he turned to assign a task to Ernest. Ernest, this time use a short bow instead of a staff. You've practiced a lot, so just shoot with a supportive mindset. He accepted happily. All right, just leave it to me. Dane looked at everyone and gave a serious and cautious warning. Everyone, please remember. He reminded them again of the danger of the forbidden area. The top priority is not to be detected. We don't know what is hidden in there. Ernest massaged his arm and spoke up curiously. All right, I wonder what will be in there. I'm so excited. Layla, on the other hand, prayed fearfully. I just hope it's not ghosts. Seeing that the 3 of them were in good spirits, Dane spoke up to confirm. Is everyone ready? Facing him were 3 faces without a hint of fear, only excitement. In that case, Dane signaled in a loud, positive voice, Romantic Club, let's go cause some trouble. On the high walls of the building, the soldiers stood guard with a stern exterior, but the sound of their gossip echoed around. This is so annoying. If it's like this every day, I'll die. Just a bit longer. There are 20 minutes left until the shift change. What kind of fool would dare sneak into the forbidden area like this? Just wait until they get caught. After the words ended, the space sank back into silence, the flickering firelight illuminating the figures of the guard. In a corner of the forest, Layla blurted out in surprise, why are there so many guards? While Ernest guessed in a low voice, I heard they doubled the sentries recently. Turns out it's true. It's probably because of us. Hearing that, she inquired anxiously, now what should we do, Ernest? In the darkness, the four figures groped about quiet. Then they quickly ran in one direction according to Ernest's guidance. Everyone is tired at this hour. There will be a gap. I know where the sentries are weakest. Let's go that way. On the high wall, another squad of soldiers arrived to announce, it's time for the shift change. A soldier who was standing guard looked at them and grumbled, I'm bored to death. I almost fell asleep. Another guard asked suspiciously, why are you so late? Behind the shift-changing squad, Dane's group of four darted past. The soldier, unaware of anything, was still complaining. Everyone had already dispersed. As the last person jumped to clear the wall, the whole group safely avoided the guard. But because of the momentum of that jump, a guard turned around to investigate. Seeing this, the soldier standing nearby asked in wonder, what's the matter? That guard rubbed his head and inquired, did you hear anything? The soldier replied with little concern, it was probably just the wind. The guard confirmed suspiciously, really. Luckily, that guard didn't pay it any more attention, and finally, that group of sentries left. All right then, thank you for your hard work. From the wall, the guard's confident voice echoed, ensuring that not even a mouse could slip through. Below, Dane's group of four all knelt on one knee to keep their balance. He reported calmly, good, so we have successfully infiltrated. Under the moonlight, the large building was silent, without a single sound. But now, at the stairs inside the house, a person's voice rang out as a reminder. Everyone, watch your step. We're about to see the door to the basement. A while later, Dane's group stopped in front of a tall, large door. Priscilla marveled, is it here? Thanks to Ernest, we got in quite easily. Having him lead the way was truly a wise choice. Suddenly, Dane discovered something and spoke up to stop them. Wait, is there a mana barrier here? He looked closely at the blue light surrounding the door and muttered a speculation. The closer we get to the center, the stronger it gets. Saul Hangston was truly cautious about preventing intruders. Analyzing to this point, he countered his own words. No, it's not like that. Dane went closer, touched the magic circle, and evaluated this barrier. It doesn't carry the feel of Saul Hangston's mana. He seriously observed the barrier layer and concluded, it's completely different. Layla heard this and asked in confusion, really, how can you tell? Dane explained nonchalantly. Saul Hangston lived a long time ago. This barrier looks new. Ernest stroked his chin and exposed it in disbelief, which means someone entered here before us and set up a new barrier to hide whatever is inside. Dane affirmed solemnly, correct. He looked toward the door and speculated cautiously. There might be something very dangerous hidden in there. Priscilla inquired in confusion, so now what do we do? Go back. Layla looked at her and firmly objected. We've come all this way, how can we go back? Perhaps an academy official came in, set up the defense, and then left. Ernest looked at the three and solemnly stated his thought. I think otherwise. No, this looks more like the work of an outside intruder. If the academy discovered a new relic of Saul Hangston, they would have no reason to keep it this secret. Hearing that, Layla spoke up irritably. So besides us, there's someone else aiming for this treasure, my treasure. Priscilla folded her arms and helplessly corrected her. We're here to explore, not to steal treasure. Suddenly, Dane solemnly affirmed, that's right. He looked around the architecture of the forbidden area and analyzed calmly. They are different from us. They deliberately set up a barrier to hide something. Whatever it is, if we encounter them, it will be very troublesome. Layla also sighed sadly and pointed out, if they have malicious intent, it will be hard for us to stop. But Dane smiled and expressed a positive outlook. True, this place may have become much more dangerous, but I believe in the power of the romantic club. We are strongest when we are together, right? But in his heart, Dane thought differently. That sounds reasonable, but honestly, I'm dying of curiosity. Ernest, unaware of his thoughts, was moved to tears and called his name, Dane, while Layla folded her arms and agreed with a bold confidence. Well, few can beat Dane, that's for sure. Seeing this, Priscilla helplessly followed the majority opinion. If I let you go, something will surely happen, so I'm coming along. I have no choice. Ernest and Layla looked at her with sparkling eyes. Having determined everyone's wishes, Dane smiled and declared, no one objects, right? Good, then we'll go all the way. Then the group turned to seriously handle the barrier on the door. Despite some hesitation and fear, we decided to continue moving forward. They summoned the little dragon to breathe fire onto the barrier. Karnaz did a great job breaking the mana barrier. That barrier couldn't withstand Karnaz's flame. A while later, the door finally opened, as we opened the door and stepped inside. The four of them had to undergo intense and dangerous dodging. Before them was a hallway full of traps stretching endlessly. Dane warned as they went, Ernest, get down. Everyone be careful, the floor is collapsing. Just follow me. They quickly jumped high to avoid the traps. The stone path echoed with the movements the four made. Then they went to a large, gloomy room. After overcoming countless traps, we finally arrived. What is this place? I didn't expect such a large room beneath the ground. There's a giant room here. Wooden chests and sacks of rice were piled there. Another corner even had a dining table and a bed. Ernest was the first to discover this. He called to them to take note. Everyone look, there are piles of food here. Someone has definitely been living in this place. Dane also pondered in confusion. Strange, the space has signs of daily living, as if they've been here for quite some time. Layla turned her head and asked him doubtfully, could it be that the academy came here to conduct research? He disagreed with this idea. That possibility is very low. Dane glanced around and indicated, look closely. He pointed at the piles of wooden chests around and analyzed carefully. If the academy were truly investigating, they would have provided the equipment. The items here are all different, coming from various places, and some are even illegal. If it were truly the academy, they wouldn't have made it this secret. Dane looked at everyone and drew a conclusion. Senior Priscilla is right. Clearly this is due to someone else, not the academy. Ernest became silent and apprehensive upon hearing that. Then Dane assigned everyone to find out about the things in the room. Let's quickly check the surroundings. We don't know when the owner of this place will return. This place was lightless and gloomy, making one feel afraid. Following his words, Layla searched the wooden chest. Priscilla examined the wall. Meanwhile, Dane knelt to observe the ground. Suddenly his hand felt something suspicious on the ground. What's this? Beneath this room, I sense a massive flow of mana. Suddenly, Ernest called out, drawing his attention. Dane, come here and look. Dane stood up and inquired, did you find something? He reported, there's a staircase going down behind this wall. He didn't expect the answer to appear so quickly. We can personally verify the mana source sensed from the ground. The gloomy staircase led down to another basement level beneath the ground. Even though torches were hung on both sides of the walls, they couldn't illuminate the space here. Suddenly, a strange purple light radiated from the end of the staircase. The four of them followed the path to a room containing a massive blue crystal. The group was shocked and filled with disbelief upon seeing this sight. Unbelievable. I've never seen such a large mana stone. This thing was hidden deep underground. Dane looked up at the mana stone, thoughts racing through his mind. No doubt about it, this is Saul Hangston's aura. It's radiating an overwhelming mana. Then he looked down at the complex formation beneath his feet and confirmed. There are also formations engraved around. Dane examined the mana stone emitting mana in the center of the room and speculated with a heavy heart. What exactly do they plan to do with this thing? Who, and for what purpose? Suddenly, Ernest, standing behind, cried out in panic. Oh no, everyone, someone is coming this way. He looked at everyone in a panic. Priscilla and Layla turned to look back at the sound, only to hear Ernest's terrified warning. The sentry devices we placed around are signaling an alarm. Dane immediately tightened his expression and heightened his vigilance. Outside the building, a group of people in black cloaks approached stealthily. One who seemed to be the leader ordered, "Hurry up," and the other three replied respectfully, "Understood, Captain." That group quickly broke into the house, their clear target being to run in one direction, focusing only on taking the mana from the essence of Saul Hangston inside. The captain declared fanatically as he ran, "Glory shall belong to us." The subordinates replied with respect, "Yes," their voices echoing in the quiet space of the stair. A while later, they reached the final level of the building and opened the door to enter. The captain led the group into the room. When he arrived before the mana stone, he reported, "We have entered safe." Then he turned to order his subordinates, "You, go clean the room. If anything unusual happens, you must report it immediately." The subordinates listened respectfully. Yes. One of them observed the stairs and sighed. "Finally, we can rest for a bit." The guy beside him inquired, "We have to stay here for the next 2 months." And the bald man nodded in confirmation, "Maybe even longer. At least the food is sufficient, so that won't be a problem." That man finished speaking and then stepped onto the stair. Unexpectedly, a mechanism suddenly expanded on the wall of the staircase. From there, dozens of swords quickly shot straight toward both of them. The bald man widened his eyes in horror at the dangerous weapons getting closer by the second. In the next instant, both men were blown back, letting out wretched cries. They rolled down the stairs and fell back into the room. The captain heard the commotion and hurriedly went out to inquire, "What's going on?" No one replied to him, only the sound of the door closing echoed. Then an unusual purple gas flowed in and filled the room. One subordinate who inhaled it trembled and asked in discomfort, "What gas is this?" While the one beside him stammered in horror, "Gas." Immediately he turned his head around and shouted in fear, "Captain, this is." The captain arched his back and issued a stern command, "Back off." He struggled to cover his mouth and nose, his voice strained as he warned, "This is a trap." A while later, Dane's group of four tied the cloaked men tightly together and searched their belongings. Ernest marveled in surprise, "There are more things than I thought." He picked up a paper, read through it, and concluded, "A notebook," while Layla added from the side, "A few gold coins and all sorts of junk." She pointed out curiously, "There's also something in the back pocket." as Dane stood behind, silently observing the intruder. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, who exactly are these people? Clearly, they were targeting Saul Hangston's Mana Stone. He looked at the four unfamiliar faces before him and guessed doubtfully, could it be they are people from the academy? Or suddenly Priscilla approached Dane holding a notebook and reported, Dane, look at these notes. They seem important, don't they? He accepted without a moment's hesitation. Yeah. Dane took the notebook and seriously read the information inside. It contained notes on a strange experiment. In the essence extraction phase, always maintain 2 extraction machines. When the progress reaches 60%, add another one. If the formation is damaged, stop immediately and reinforce it. Check the attached formation diagram. Dane repeated pensively, essence extraction, huh? Priscilla evaluated straightforwardly. That sounds really dangerous. And he agreed, yeah, extremely dangerous. Ernest also brought a long piece of paper closer for him to see. Not only that, these guys also have a map of the continent. He asked back in shocked disbelief, a map of the continent. Layla opened her eyes wide in surprise and commented, the Empire controls that extremely strictly. It's absolutely forbidden to take it out. Ernest speculated solemnly, could they be some kind of rebel group? Dane heard all this but didn't respond. He pondered silently, there are too many suspicious points. Suddenly seeing something, he widened his eyes in horror. Across from him, a strange liquid was flowing from the captain's mouth, and inside his mouth, a light was flickering. That was. Dane reached out to touch his mouth. He narrowed his eyes, his expression grave as he thought, just as I suspected. In his hand was a tiny purple tube. This is suicide poison. This reminded Dane of the knowledge his mother had taught him when he was a child. I remember learning this from mother. He glanced at the cloaked figures, thoughts racing through his mind. This thing is used by assassin guilds or secret organizations to silence members. To prevent secrets from being leaked in an emergency, they are brainwashed to commit suicide and provided with poison. What kind of organization would do something like that? Suddenly, Priscilla discovered something else in the book. She looked at everyone and noted, everyone, look at this. There's a set of regulations written here. The three of them turned to look in surprise. Immediately after, Priscilla seriously read the content inside. For a new world. The rules echoed in the quiet room. Rule 1. Security must always be put first, more important than life itself. Rule 2. We always act to change the world. The notebook was filled with dense lines of text recording cryptic rules. Rule 3. Do not investigate the identities of other members. We are one, but we are also separate individuals. Rule 4. Reading to the end, Priscilla frowned and reported, this part is the most suspicious. Dane asked doubtfully, suspicious, and she clarified, there are coordinates written here. I'm not sure of the exact location, but it's near the academy, as the Mana Stone in the center of the room acted as a light source helping the Four see everything clearly. At the very bottom of the page, a specific number was written. Priscilla looked at it skeptically and inquired, 34.58. Where is that? Ernest stroked his chin and replied pensively, wait, if it's that location. Seeing this, Dane looked at him and asked, Ernest, do you know that place? He replied firmly, yes, that's the supply transport route near the back gate. Layla blurted out in shock, so they entered from there. Dane agreed with her thought. He looked at the group of cloaked men and analyzed calmly, that's highly likely. There must be someone inside the academy aiding them. After he spoke, Priscilla and Layla were both rendered speechless. Dane and Ernest fell silent as well. Then he looked at the massive Mana Stone and spoke slowly, breaking the heavy atmosphere. A secret organization trying to extract Saul Hangston's essence. What do they plan to do with it? Finally, the four agreed to return. We decided to leave quickly. The path of the staircase remained silent, flickering with purple light as if no one had ever been there. In the room, a pitch-black circle was sucking up all the intruders' belongings. Everything was gathered into the subspace for investigation. Once finished, the four looked at the assassins and reached a decision, agreeing to report to the academy leadership and the guard. However, before leaving, Dane looked at the Mana Stone and suggested, and yet, it would be such a waste to return empty-handed like this. The three of them cried out in sudden confusion, what? He narrowed his eyes and stared intently at the stone block. Then Dane made a bold request, let's take this Mana Stone with us. He looked at the Mana Stone emitting a faint light and thought to himself, if we leave it, it will just fall back into their hands. Rather than letting unknown people use it for some plot, it's better if we take it ourselves. On the wall, the purple glow still stilly shone. Suddenly, frantic calls rang out in the room. Captain, wake up. This is bad, Captain. The captain woke up at the sound and questioned dazedly, my head, what is all this noise? A subordinate looked at the crystal block and reported in horror, the Mana Stone. The Mana Stone is empty. The captain looked at him in disbelief and shouted, what nonsense are you talking about? Two other subordinates also looked at the now ordinary blue stone, and realizing the man spoke the truth, cursed angrily. Damn it, the ones who set the trap must have done this. The captain widened his eyes, unwilling to believe it. Impossible. Suddenly, a squad of guards entered from outside. The lead guard barked at them defensively. Stay right there. The guard threatened crossly. Who dares to trespass upon this sacred academy? We won't let any of you leave. One assassin blurted out in panic. How did the guards get here? While the guard immediately commanded, apprehend them. Don't let a single one escape. The captain grit his teeth and cursed silently. Damn it all. Immediately after, the group of guards charged with weapons to attack the assassin. Seeing the situation, he speculated resentfully. Has the organization abandoned us? His gaze drifted up to the sturdy gray fortress walls, standing out against the brilliant emerald sky and dazzling sunlight. He couldn't help but cry out, this is madness. A person slowly stepped out from the city gate, a sharp gaze scanning the area. That person sighed. After decades of peace, is this forbidden zone causing trouble again? The young blonde captain shouted with a furious face. Have the intruders confessed anything? The bald subordinate under him put his hand to his chin, thought for a moment, and replied, report, not a word. Perhaps we need stronger measures. In his mind was the image of the three just captured and tied, three faces with three different expressions, anger, helplessness, and dejection, all maintaining a stubborn silence. The captain pointed toward the captives and ordered decisively, then beat them until they snap out of it. Once the preliminary investigation is complete, move them to the interrogation room. The bald man replied immediately, understood, sir. He narrowed his eyes in deep thought. This incident was grave. Despite doubling security, 5 intruders still slipped through. He watched the soldiers passing back and forth before him with suspicion, a sense of unease rising in his heart. I'll definitely be punished, and I might even lose my position. Suddenly, a soldier came running in a hurry. Captain, he reported, an investigator from the magic department has arrived. The captain was utterly surprised, already. He rubbed his forehead with the back of his hand, looking annoyed and incredibly worried. Damn it, I didn't expect that lazy professor to come all the way here personally. From inside the base, an astonished questioning voice rang out, meaning, you heard noises in this building, found the mana barrier gone, and then saw the intruders inside. The captain affirmed immediately, yes, sir. Dinabo found it puzzling. Strange, Saul Hangston's mana barrier isn't that easily broken. He glanced toward the tied-up men, wondering how they were capable of doing that yet were captured so easily. The captain closed his eyes slightly, a look of dejection clearly visible. I don't understand it either. He brought over a book and said in a confused tone, by the way, we found this among their belongings. Would you like to take a look, sir? Dinabo was surprised. A book. He reached out to take the thick blue book, sensing the cold magic energy emanating from it. Dinabo opened it carefully, turning each page slowly. After a thorough examination, he announced with a serious expression, it's sealed with magic. Only authorized personnel can open it, but someone forcibly broke the seal. The captain was shocked. What? How is that possible? Dinabo tucked the book inside his jacket with a determined look. I'll take this back for further investigation. There might be other hidden spells on it. The captain gave an embarrassed laugh, trying to remain composed. Of course, I only glanced at it, but they seem to belong to some secret organization. Dinabo frowned, his gaze turning sharp. A secret organization, huh? The captain added. We also found a massive mana stone in the basement. It's taller than a grown man. Dinabo wondered, a mana stone, but the basement was supposed to be empty. The captain was also suspicious. We find it strange, too, why a massive mana stone would be located in a forbidden zone. Dinabo parted his lips slightly, reflecting for a moment, his mind quickly connecting all the unusual details. Finally, he decided to order, lead me there, I want to see for myself. At the academy fountain, many students were actively discussing the latest topic. Did you hear? More trouble in the forbidden zone. The guards are running all over the place. Why have there been so many incidents lately? It feels so unsettled. Priscilla, standing on the porch, was troubled by what she heard. Good Lord, that place has been in an uproar since the chaos yesterday. Knowing her current mood was quite unpleasant, Dane smiled and changed the subject. Priscilla, did you find anything? Sure enough, she turned her attention elsewhere. Yes, I heard the magic department squad captured them. Even Professor Dinabo came personally. Ernest said solemnly, if the professor came himself, then this case must be serious. Layla also scratched her neck awkwardly. We really did cause a huge mess. This news has already hit the Daily Academy newspaper. Want to see? At that, Ernest lost his composure. What? That fast? Talk about walls having ears. The information in the newspaper stated clearly, Forbidden Zone infiltrated. 5 strangers being interrogated by Magic Department. Guard Captain, I take full responsibility. While everyone was focused on the paper, Dane stood behind them thinking, If Professor Dinabo appeared personally, then he definitely recognized the severity of the matter. He thought for a moment, then spoke up, but if the magic department is handling it, it should be fine. Priscilla replied with a dejected sigh, yeah, they're notoriously ruthless. They'll use every kind of spell to interrogate them. Layla asked tremulously in fear, but will they find us? In contrast to her, Ernest comforted her optimistically. Come on, calm down. We wiped all our tracks. He also comforted the young lady. Actually, the Academy should thank us. If not for us, those intruders wouldn't have been caught. Dane replied with defeat. What kind of logic is that? Seeing them chatting happily like that, Dane smiled, nodded, and said softly, don't worry, they fell into the trap without even knowing we were there. For now, let's just stay under the radar for a while. Then he turned to ask his friend, Ernest, did you bring their belongings? The other man was momentarily startled before answering, ah, yes, here are the analysis results. Take a look. The whole group shared a single thought. Who knows, by following their trail, they were all expectant of something. We might find another treasure like Saul Hangston's essence. A few days later, the Academy fell into chaos once again. A troop of cavalry stood on the grounds, looking quite majestic. This time, it was due to the appearance of the Royal Investigation Team. They marched in with a thunderous sound. Flags bearing the royal emblem fluttered in the air. Everyone else stood by watching. The royalty rarely set foot in the Academy, yet now they arrived with dozens of people and fluttering banners. Truly unprecedented. Under the sweltering sky, no one uttered a word. In a certain place. In the basement, a man dressed as a knight looking rather sturdy blurted out, strange. He frowned and continued. The St. Amer Temple had an intruder who left no trace, and now strangers are found hiding in Saul Hangston's lab. This man was the commander of the 4th Royal Knights. Someone nodded in agreement. This is indeed strange. We followed the leads, but there are still no clear results. He glanced at the person and asked in a low voice, what about the barrier? Facing pressure from someone of high status, the girl holding the paper stepped forward hesitantly and replied, yes, we are still investigating, but so far there have been no clear signs. Hearing this, Delphian walked away in frustration. How troublesome, especially since this is one of Saul Hangston's designs. Then he raised his head. He asked cautiously, what do you think of this, Your Highness, 3rd Prince Edward Dantora? He didn't expect to be questioned, so he looked away in confusion and stammered, I haven't thought of anything yet. Seeing this, Delphian grew even more irritated and sighed. I understand, Your Highness. Dinabo only now noticed the presence of this person and was utterly terrified. Wait, the 3rd Prince himself is here. Why would he come here personally? Edward closed his eyes to sense the surrounding. In a moment of silence, he gradually realized something mysterious. Is this a trace of the barrier being melted? It's hard to tell, but there's something unusual about the surf. Now the 3rd Prince no longer looked flustered, and instead folded his arms seriously. It's as if it was dissolved and then put back together. He pursed his lips and praised silently. The person who broke it is truly impressive. Saul Hangston's barrier was created to last for centuries. Until now, no one had ever broken it. Hearing that, Delphian leading the way nodded. Yes, a perfect steel fortress, never before pierced, and now it has been broken. Edward uttered terrifying news, but remained perfectly calm. That means even the royal barrier can be infiltrated. Suddenly, his eyes went wide. His body felt a pain that pierced his very core. The prince's pale face was drenched in sweat. Unable to take it anymore, Edward clutched his stomach. Seeing the strange state of his companion, Delphian spoke up worriedly, Your Highness. He ran over and asked with a frown, Are you in pain somewhere? Edward lowered his head and replied calmly, It's fine, just a normal ache. The man with the savage face advised gently, Please, if you feel any discomfort, say so and we will return immediately. The investigation is important, but your health is more so. It was as if this prince's personality had changed. No, I came here of my own volition. He raised his arm and waved it. Don't worry, my arm is fine. Meanwhile, Dinabo observed from the side and thought, the prince and the knight commander appearing together, huh? Those two were also noticing him. Perhaps we must be very cautious this time. Delphian advised, perhaps you should go outside and rest for a bit. If your condition worsens, please tell us immediately. He replied softly, yeah, I'll do that. Before leaving, he couldn't help but look back. What a piteous person, burdened with the reputation of the useless prince, and now even his hand won't obey. Delphian frowned slightly. If only his highness had been born with a healthy body. At this moment, the figure of the prince just stood there alone in silence. However, as soon as he left, he showed a look of annoyance. Damn it, there's always something obstructing me. Looking at his surroundings, he thought, but now isn't the time for hesitation. I need more clues. I have to find them myself. Edward began to walk. They told me to stay put, but he closed his eyes and thought, sorry about that, Delphian. Over here, he asked his subordinate, is there really no trace at all? You said it was around 5 a.m., Dinob replied. Yes, just before sunrise, that's when it happened. Delphian asked further, what about the mana detection spell? Nothing was detected, sir. Hearing that, he grew tense. Everything was a mess. Just then, someone ran up from the distance to announce, Captain, bad news. His Highness has disappeared. Delphian was panicked. What? Impossible. He was just here. The man recounted in confusion. It happened when the guards let their guard down for a moment. He heard this and widened his eyes in fear. You fools. Immediately, Delphian told those around him to cease all other activities. Stop the investigation and find His Highness immediately. The others also shouted solemnly, understood. He was constantly worrying. His body was already weak, and yet, why? Meanwhile, Edward was running through the forest nonstop. His pace was quick. I must make progress on this investigation at any cost. Edward looked ahead with determination, so that this time Father will have to notice me. Even if I have no talent, I will prove myself through effort. He told himself, I can't be the useless prince forever. The scene shifts to another location, Bonia Forest. Layla stands with her arms crossed, reminding him, Ernest, that posture isn't stable, try again. Hearing this, he asks in confusion like this. She immediately praises him. That's better. Dane, standing nearby, gives a slight smile upon seeing this. It seems he's starting to get used to the training here, and Layla has been helping him a lot too. At this moment, his hand reaches out to activate his mana. Circles begin to form around Dane. Thanks to this, I can focus more on controlling my mana. He looks at his hand and smiles with joy. Now I've completed 2 mana circles, and even succeeded in overlapping a 4-tier code structure. Suddenly, Dane's eyes turn blue as he looks straight toward them. Ancient magic is truly incredible, but every time I focus on a 4-tier spell, I can see it more clearly. First, he looks toward Ernest, seeing the flow of mana moving within the human body. Next, Dane looks toward Layla. It's extraordinary. I wonder what I'll be able to see next time. Just then, a small cyclone begins to swirl in the air. Both of them look up in surprise at the same time. Ernest is shocked, wind, and Layla asks in confusion, Dane, what spell is that? Dane replies with a smile, wind bomb, a compressed air projectile. He stares in amazement. That's incredible. I've never seen such a large mana explosion. And Layla marvels. It must be because it's a 4-tier code spell. The power is terrifying. He looks at the winds currently blowing past. Dane reaches out his hand to control it. Then I'll just throw it lightly. At this moment, the wind begins to rise gently, no longer as fast as before. It glides between the tree trunks, weaving through them softly. Suddenly, from afar, someone collides with it and lets out a wretched cry. The 3 friends are startled and wonder, is someone over there? The tree branches there are instantly broken and sent flying into the air. A moment later, the dust gradually settles, and the tree trunks roll across the ground. All 3 of them stare in stunned silence toward that direction and then quickly run over. Layla asks Dane worriedly, Dane, you heard that too, right? Someone is there. He quickly replies, yes, I heard it clearly, while Dane thinks worriedly to himself, damn it, I thought we were the only ones here. The 3 of them tell each other, go check it out, be careful, what if they're injured? The time shifts back to a few minutes ago. Edward had arrived at the forest where they were practicing, so there really is a forest this large within the academy ground. He looks around and can't help but marvel. The students here must be so happy, studying and laughing with friends. I'm truly jealous. Edward's mood is a bit sad. If I hadn't been born a prince, would I have been able to attend the academy like? He smiles with a slight hope for the future. Just thinking about it makes my heart beat faster. Immediately after, Edward wakes up and reminds himself, no, I'm daydreaming again. Focus on finding the intruder's tracks. From somewhere far off, he hears a strange sound and approaches curiously. What's that sound? Then Edward stops at an empty patch of land to observe for a moment. Is there someone in the forest? In the air, something seems to be lunging forward at the same time. That place is exactly where Dane's group of 3 is practicing. Edward observes the scene curiously. Are students practicing? They seem to be about my age and quite skilled. Layla over here is turning to ask Dane, Dane, can you look at my sword draw again? This movement feels a bit stiff. He walks over and offers a suggestion. Measure your footsteps. After spinning, retreat your back foot half a step. And hearing that, she adjusts herself, saying, understood, I'll try again. Just like that, Edward observes them practicing from a distance. Here we go. He stares intently at where they are standing and is startled. She just said, Dane. Wait, Dane saw. Edward immediately remembers Dane's identity. The freshman who has the whole academy buzzing. It really is him. This is famous news everyone knows. Dane Saugers, a name even the royal family knows, admitted to the research department, excelling in 4 different fields. At this point his mood sinks, and I can't even handle a small task, yet I'm still observing his movements over there. Edward's emotions are somewhat envious, and he, the one called a genius among geniuses, is still practicing this diligently. In his heart he begins to wish, if I could also enter the academy, maybe I would have met friends, learned things, and laughed like. Right at that moment, something like a gust of wind suddenly lunges forward. Edward is terrified and can't dodge in time. Something is flying this way. Just like that, it uses Edward and lunges straight toward where he is hiding. A loud noise rings out, and the tree trunks there are shattered into many pieces by the shock. It also simultaneously affects Edward, who is hiding behind those tree trunks. He is sent flying into the air with a dazed expression. Then comes the wretched cry that Dane's group heard. In the forest behind the academy, Ernest anxiously asked if he was okay. Dane was flustered and apologized, saying he thought no one was here. Suddenly he exclaimed, "Wait, that uniform. It looks like the Royal Investigation Corps uniform." Layla King shouted in surprise, "So you are a member of the Royal Investigation Corps?" He hurriedly interrupted, "No, Layla, that person is probably." Dane keenly realized, yes, that's the Royal Investigation Corps uniform, and that red hair, the royal hairstyle. Ernest guessed, could it be that you are really royalty? As soon as the words fell, he was silenced. Beside him, she began to sob. Only then did the man react and start to get up. Then he shouted angrily, "You idiots, all of you." Dane quickly knelt and said, "I am Dane Saugers, eldest son of Count Saugers, Your Highness the Prince, greeting." Then he immediately confessed, "I am deeply sorry, Your Highness, I have committed a grave offense." He panicked as well, "I am Ernest Dillon, eldest son of Baron Dillon, first year in exploration." She trembled, "Layla Termian, eldest daughter of Duke Termian, first year in swordsmanship. Please forgive our rudeness, Your Highness." The prince laughed, "It's all right, I'm not hurt, just a little startled." He even remarked that more importantly, he's glad to meet them. "Dane Saugers, I've heard much about your reputation." The prince also mentioned that the Dillon family is famous in exploration. "You will become good explorers, and as for the Termian daughter, you won the Dainter Cup, didn't you?" "I watched that final," Layla replied awkwardly. "Yes, it's an honor, Your Highness." He told them not to be formal. "That's enough introductions, you may stand." They respectfully answered, "Yes, Your Highness." Ernest said he was truly relieved to know the prince was unhurt, but asked why His Highness came to such a remote place. "This area is so out of the way, even academy trainees rarely come here. It's actually well suited for training." Now it was the Crown Prince's turn to be embarrassed. "Actually, I came with the Royal Investigation Corps to inspect the academy, but I went for a walk alone and got lost." He brought up proactively, "You know about the strange incidents around Saul Hangston's residence, right? We're investigating that, but haven't found any clues. It's vexing." They asked curiously if he had come to investigate. They revealed that they had also noticed some oddities, but couldn't be certain. Dane thought to himself, what did they detect? An ordinary person couldn't notice, yet they seemed unsure themselves. He guessed that perhaps that strange phenomenon was discovered by His Highness himself. The prince hesitated. It could be said that way. Ernest and she whispered that if everything was linked to them, they'd be ruined if found out. Meanwhile, he just stood silently observing. Dane privately assessed that unlike the other two princes, the youngest prince, third in line, about their age, was rumored to be ordinary without special talent. He doubted inwardly. That's strange, we carefully scattered anti-tracking powder around here, yet he still found this place and noticed oddities others couldn't. He can't be ordinary. Dane speculated that perhaps the prince was hiding some special ability. The prince repeated that he was simply lost and ended up here. The academy is rather complex, so they hinted that he should return soon. The investigation corps must be searching everywhere. They seemed lost too, since this was their first time at the academy. He was embarrassed that the grounds were so large, but then made an excuse. "While I'm here, I'd like to hear you tell me about life at the academy." Ernest and Layla were surprised by his friendliness and began to tell their story. He thought inwardly that even if he is a prince, he's still just a teenager. Having been confined in the palace for so long, it's understandable he'd be curious about ordinary life. The prince asked, "So what were you doing earlier, training?" They replied, "Yes, because this place is quiet, we often use it for practice." Still, Dane remained suspicious. There was something very odd about this prince. He felt suffocated, as if a current of mana was tightening around him. He wondered whether mana could flow in that way, and decided he should observe more closely. At the same time, in another part of the academy, students were noisy. "Over there, nothing, damn it, move to the next building." The students whispered, "That's the Royal Investigation Corps. What's going on? It looks like they're searching for something." They gossiped, did they catch the culprit? No way. If they'd caught them, the Magic Legion would be here, not the Investigation Corps. The atmosphere was tense. They anxiously shouted, "Your Highness." The captain worried, "Damn it, not here either. Where on earth did he go?" He thought to himself that they didn't even know who's involved or what power might be behind this. If the prince, whose hand hasn't fully healed, ran into trouble alone, Losing his position would be bad, but something happening to His Highness would be disastrous. At that moment, a subordinate ran up and reported, "Captain, a witness appeared. Someone in a gold-trimmed cloak was seen heading toward the forest outside the academy." The captain saw hope. "Really? Bring that person here at once." He ordered immediately. Everyone advanced to the forest outside the academy. Top priority is ensuring the prince's safety. Subordinate Dongqing, "Yes, sir." He wondered why the forest. Why would His Highness think of a place like that? A suspicion arose. Could it be that he discovered something? Meanwhile, the prince confided to them, "It's enviable. If only I weren't born into the royal family, I might have lived like an ordinary person, unbound by princely duties. Perhaps the gods truly hate me." Dane hesitated. "Your Highness, if I may, I want to ask something curious." "What is it?" Dane Saugers speak. Given permission, he spoke up. "Is your hand hurting a lot?" Such an ordinary question, but it made the prince panic. He was stunned and thought, "No, how could you know?" She looked at Dane with question marks in her eyes. "His Highness's hand, why?" The prince hurriedly covered it up. "You must be mistaken." He doubted really, but from what I saw, she frowned. "Dane, what nonsense are you talking about?" Across from them, the prince stared at Dane, worried he would press the matter. That attitude put Dane in a dilemma as well. After a moment's consideration, he let it go. "If you don't want to talk about it, fine. I intend to forget everything I saw and heard today." He wondered to himself whether this guy had truly recognized the condition of his hand. Layla grumbled, "Dane, what are you saying to His Highness? This Dane sometimes says strange things. Please forgive him." But the prince spoke up to confirm, "No, he's right." He and she froze, thinking together, what really? A silence enveloped them. After a while, the prince honestly admitted, "My right hand is like a crippled hand." Dane Saugers, "How did you realize that?" Dane fell silent, unsure how to answer, then revealed, "To be precise, I didn't see the hand's condition. I saw the mana flow toward your hand was blocked." The prince was stunned. "What, you can see mana flow with your eye?" He said that the ability came after a lucky artifact fused with his body. He thought privately that actually it was ancient mana, but he couldn't say that out loud. He was surprised, an astonishing ability, so you can detect the true cause. Dane replied at once, "No, I can't see the deep cause, but at least right now I can tell why you feel pain. The main reason is that mana that should flow down into the hand is being blocked at the wrist and backing up. I sensed a hand that mana cannot reach, and as a result, it's gradually dying." Dane stepped closer, "Your Highness." At the same time he probed, "May I ask what happened?" When Dane asked, Edward's mood darkened a little, and after a moment he lowered his voice and began, "It started when I was about 1 year old." As he spoke, he recalled his past. When Edward was an infant, he was fine at birth, but at some point he became like this. "I could only hold eating utensils at 7. At first, when I managed a spoon, my hand shook uncontrollably. And I could only hold a pen and write after I was over 10. Edward had to work much harder than others to write. But the most important things, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't master. I couldn't learn swordplay, writing, all the things a prince should learn, and magic was out of the question. Just touching them made his hand tremble violently and uncontrollably. This was Edward's greatest sorrow and torment. Saying this, his eyes flashed with loss and disappointment. Edward turned his face away slightly, not daring to look directly at Dane, his voice cold and self-mocking. "I have lived like this all my life, a shameful prince who dares not let others know." After hearing his story, Dane felt some sympathy, thinking quietly that the problem had been with him since childhood, the reason he wasn't as renowned as other princes. In contrast, Layla and Ernest became flustered after hearing it, clutching their heads in panic. Layla stammered to Edward, "But Your Highness, is it okay for us to have heard this?" Ernest also trembled as he added, "How could someone reveal such a big secret?" Edward looked calm and shook his head, casually but firmly saying, "It's fine. I trust you'll keep it secret." Then he went on, "Moreover, I'm in a good mood today. No royal physicians or mages found the cause, but I finally discovered it." And as Edward finished speaking, Dane suddenly asked him an unexpected question. "Do you trust me?" Edward nodded slightly and half-jokingly said, "Of course I trust you. How could someone of the Saugers clan trick me? Only a great fraud would dare deceive a prince." Hearing that, Dane frowned a little, helplessly thinking what kind of joke was that. Edward then raised his hand, his voice weary and self-mocking. "As you see, strength is leaving this hand. I know sooner or later this hand will be useless." But he quickly rallied and, eager, asked Dane, "Then can you heal it?" Dane showed no expression and did not answer him immediately. Ernest and Layla looked tense, silent, and barely breathing, glancing from Edward to Dane. Dane pressed his thin lips together, then after a second spoke flatly, "Sorry, Your Highness, I'm not a physician." Hearing that, Edward widened his eyes, stunned for a moment. Then Dane squeezed his eyes shut and reluctantly muttered a discouraged line, "This certainly won't be easy." Suddenly Dane spoke up again, seriously offering, "But if Your Highness wishes, I can try. which made Edward immediately widen his eyes and freeze. Dane still smiled brightly as he looked at him. A loud shout rang out in the deep forest, excitedly, really, then do it now. Edward scratched his head, smiling brightly and promised, if you can heal my hand, I'll do anything. Dane asked nervously, really. He then lowered his eyes slightly and said seriously, if that is your wish, I'll try to alter the mana flow. However, if I fail, you could die. Edward flinched at that, terrified, instinctively cried out, what? Dane continued, if this attempt goes wrong and harms your highness, I'll surely be executed for attempting regicide. At his words, Edward vaguely imagined Dane, Layla, and Ernest bound and taken away by royal soldiers. Knowing the dire consequences, Dane nonetheless stated firmly, but I have many years to live and many things I want to do. So if I succeed in healing your hand, here he paused, frowning slightly, his expression hard to read. He looked straight at the dazed Edward and asked directly, how will you repay me? Ernest couldn't believe he had the nerve to ask Edward that straight on. His face paled. Layla was equally shocked and reflexively covered her gaping mouth. Only then did Edward speak, asking Dane, do you want to make a deal with me right now? Dane answered honestly, I don't accept vague risks. However, if a large and tempting reward is offered, that's different. He didn't hide his ambition and admitted it plainly. Edward was taken aback by his bluntness for a full 5 seconds. Silence fell over the deep woods. Then after a few seconds, Edward half-jokingly said, make a deal with me, you're the first to suggest that. Dane replied flatly, I only see princes granting favors to seek patronage. Edward lowly offered a decisive appraisal of him, someone else, Dane Sagar. He faintly curled his lips into a small smile and praised, very well. Then he looked straight at Dane's cold face and generously negotiated, Dane Sagars, if you can heal my hand, I'll grant any request you make. And with that, he burst into a calm laugh. Dane hadn't expected him to agree so easily and asked worriedly, really, your highness? Edward held out his hand and said lightly as usual, yeah, my hand will lose function soon anyway. At worst, failure just hastens that. Then he stepped closer to Dane, patted his arm and made his promise. Go ahead and try. Even if you fail, I'll at least leave a will declaring you innocent. Dane went stiff, not sure whether to laugh or cry. Layla forced out a dry little laugh, and Ernest closed his eyes and sighed tired. Edward's other hand remained resting on Dane's arm. Finally, Dane tersely agreed, I'll try. Edward sincerely said gratefully, very well, thank you. He then placed his hand over his left chest in a gesture. Though he spoke boldly, Dane couldn't help worrying inwardly. This could be the biggest event of his life. Success would be a huge victory, failure a catastrophe. He quickly pulled himself together and resolved, then it must succeed at all costs. After thinking that, Dane told Edward first, your highness, sit comfortably and rest. He followed and replied shortly, all right. Edward sat on a stone bench, thinking to himself that he'd trained controlling mana since childhood, so he was very confident. The three of them, Dane, Ernest, and Layla, stared tensely at Edward. Tilted his head, closed his eyes, relaxed and thought, besides, I also have ancient mana within me. Dane stepped forward, knelt, and took his hand. He felt and manipulated the joints. He half-closed his eyes and whispered a warning, well then, I'll begin. Edward quickly sank into a dreamy haze. Dane began transferring nama to him, a faint blue light enveloping Edward's hand. Dane closed his eyes, trying to concentrate with all his might. The light grew brighter and brighter. At the same time, elsewhere deep in the woods, people murmured to each other, what's happening on your side? There's a sheer cliff and we can't move. A soldier came running in a panic, urgently reporting to Delphian, the captain. Many forks ahead, he grimly muttered, we're doomed, I don't have enough men to split here. Suddenly Delphian sensed something and turned around on alert. Looking at the bushes and forks, he thought in confusion, impossible, what's this feeling? He suddenly raised his hand high. Then he ordered the soldiers, everyone, hide yourself. All the soldiers drew their swords in unison. They gripped their blades tightly, as Delphian commanded them to move as quietly as possible. One soldier lightly and swiftly darted forward. He was followed by a string of other troops. They acted as softly as they could, careful not to make loud noises. When they reached the spot, they stopped. Delphian held his sword firmly and strode forward boldly. Meanwhile, Dane still held Edward's hand performing magic. Layla and Ernest beside them only dared to watch, not making a peep that might disturb things. Suddenly a strange sound cut through, and Dane and Edward slowly opened their eyes. Layla and Ernest followed suit, tensely turning to look. Delphin led his troops, scowling, and coldly demanded of the three, Dane, Layla, and Ernest, "You bastards, how dare you do this to His Highness?" Suddenly a man lunged toward Dane's group shouting, "You bastards, what are you doing?" He angrily glared at them, sword raised high. Layla screamed in fear, "Knights are surrounding us." Dane panicked inwardly, "Damn it, they're closing in, I need to explain." Thinking that, he thrust his hand out to cast a spell. Meanwhile the man had rushed in with a sharp sword. "How dare you touch His Highness?" Dane also lunged forward, "He's too fast." Seeing the blade coming down, he couldn't help thinking, "At this rate I'm going to get cut down." Just then the red-haired prince suddenly appeared, stepping between them and calling out, "Delphin." Delphin widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Your Highness." Edward fixed his gaze on him resolutely. After a moment Delphin stood facing him and asked worriedly, "Your Highness, are you all right? Do you know how worried we were?" Edward calmly replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine." He nodded a few times then asked, "Your Highness, how did you get so deep into this area, and who are they?" Edward answered, "I was just wandering while investigating and got lost. As for them, I'll explain on the way back." Having said that, Edward looked down at his right arm. "The feeling in my hand is different. There must be progress." Then he looked at Dane with a grateful expression. "I'm off then. Thank you, Dane Saugers." Dane smiled back. "I only did what I could, Your Highness. It was my honor." Not long after, on the way back through the mountains, "So he's the son of Count Saugers, right? He's my benefactor." Delphin couldn't help asking, "Your benefactor?" Edward glanced at him meaningfully and said, "He's already something very precious to me." But he then asked, "So tell me, what gift should I exchange for them?" Delphin looked puzzled. "A gift? Your Highness, what do you mean?" He thought to himself, "They might be noble-born, but you only met them today." Edward stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Ordinary gifts won't do. I want to give them something truly valuable." As soon as he finished speaking, he remembered something and instinctively let out a small exclamation. Edward smiled at Delphin. "So, how about that other thing?" He leaned close to his ear and whispered softly. After hearing it, Delphin's eyes widened, and he blurted, "Your Highness, even so." Edward grinned mischievously. "Would that be appropriate?" While Delphin worriedly asked, "Isn't that a bit much? I thought you were just happy to make friends." He smiled and continued, "Compared to what Dane did for me, this isn't excessive. Send a messenger to the palace and bring everything immediately." Delphin resignedly accepted the order. "Understood." With everything settled, Edward hummed happily as he walked ahead. Delphin, standing behind, watched him and suddenly pondered, "On second thought, this isn't a bad idea." The image of Dane's three sprang to mind. They are the children of Count Saugers and Duke Termian, which could strengthen ties between the crown and the great houses. He also added silently that they would become a great support for His Highness. Under the blazing sun hitting the palace roofs, a week later we were invited to the royal hall, to the reception room of the annex. Edward sat in the center of the room and said, "My hand is much better, no side effects, thank you, Dane." Dane bowed slightly in reply, "Relieved, Your Highness." After that he gestured to the seat beside him and said, "Please sit." Once everyone was seated, Edward spoke again. "I've prepared a little something to show my gratitude. Accept it. This is all I deem worthy of." The three in Dane's group all gasped and shouted, "Your Highness, this is..." Inside the small box on the table lay an exquisite badge. Yes, a royal token. Edward smiled and explained, "It's simple to use. If you have trouble, present this token and things will be resolved." Ernest, still stunned, looked up and asked, "Can we accept it?" "Of course." Dane casually faced him and said, "Thank you very much, Your Highness." Edward added, "The formalities are done. Enjoy today." The three sitting to his left answered in unison, "Yes." A little while later, a table full of delicious dishes was laid out before them. Layla happily nibbled on a pastry. Meeting the prince that day was an unexpected stroke of luck. Beside her, Ernest also enjoyed the sandwich in his hand, but the identities of the intruders remained a mystery. Dane slowly chewed his food. None of us suspected anyone, and the strange incident gradually faded into silence. Edward sat in the main seat, happily savoring the meal. The sky outside the window remained as blue as when they first arrived. Then after some time midterms arrived. From below the academy a jubilant voice rang out, "The exams are finally over." Dane glanced at Layla and asked, "Layla, how are you?" She waved her hand and replied, "The major exams weren't too hard. The general courses should be fine too." Priscilla clenched the paper and shouted in frustration, "As for me, I wish the world would just burn. How could the test be so hard when I've memorized the entire scripture?" Seeing her like that, Dane could only smile wryly and think to himself, "So the Sacred Studies department isn't easy after all." Ernest spoke up then, "Well, it's over now." Dane quickly added, "We're free, everyone, good job. We have a few days off. What is everyone going to do?" Ernest grinned and said, "I'm thinking of joining the fitness club, the one focused on body training. What you, Ernest? Priscilla rubbed her chin and scrutinized him. Looks like you've noticed your weakness after those combat drills. You know what to do. Ernest replied confidently, that's right, just wait and see the results. The blonde girl added, and don't get hurt. Then Layla smiled softly and said, I think I'll go home for a bit. My mother has wanted to see me for a long time. After saying that, she looked at Dane. What about you, Dane? He hesitated a little, then answered, I'll probably spend time in the library studying more. Study, after exams. Dane shrugged and continued, honestly, there's not much else to do. Ah, wait. A memory of him as a child facing the Duke suddenly surfaced. Layla's words made him remember. Back then, little Dane was staring at a gift in his hands. When I was 7, the Duke gave me a present, the Termian smithy badge. He thought to himself that he was planning to make a new sword, so he might stop by that smithy. Meanwhile, Layla and Priscilla nearby exclaimed, it's been ages since you mentioned that. You're really hard work. Under the blue sky, Dane suddenly said, no, Layla, I'll go with you. To my house. Fine, but why so sudden? He rubbed the back of his neck and explained, I just thought I'd like to see what your smithy looks like. Layla turned and muttered, you're the only person alive who can call that. Just look. At that moment, Ernest suddenly asked, can I come? The Termian smithy, that sounds like an amazing experience. Amid the rows of rooftops, a cheerful voice rang out, you want to come too? Sure, the more the merrier. Later on the road to Layla's home, the Termian ducal estate, I'm so nervous, just don't touch anything, okay? Of course, I'll just look. Layla suddenly turned and said regretfully, it would be more fun if Priscilla could come. The top student of the month doesn't get a break. Dane looked at her and replied, yeah, can't help it. I heard she's been summoned to the temple. Ernest, suddenly curious, asked Layla, how long does it take from here to the Termian lands? Layla answered quickly, less than an hour by carriage. Ernest exclaimed, that close. I live all the way in the west. It takes nearly a month on horse. The three stopped in the road to chat. You must have had a hard time enrolling, right? Ernest turned to Dane, and you? Dane replied, it only took me a day to get here. My family has a teleportation gate. Layla screamed in surprise, a teleportation gate. She spun, hands on hips, in disbelief. You really used that to get here in a day? Dane didn't hesitate to confirm. Yeah, haven't I told you? This is the first I'm hearing. Layla suddenly remembered those two prominent golden heads and said, oh right, your sisters must use the gate too. They helped you a lot at the academy. I'm so jealous. She took a few steps forward while sighing. I wonder how my brothers are doing these days. Dane and Ernest stood behind, quietly watching. Come to think of it, she's never mentioned her siblings before. One of them suddenly asked, Layla, what are your brothers like? Today's weather is perfect for going home, Layla chatted as she walked. My eldest brother was really nice before he left for the east. He used to play with me every day. She mentioned each of them with a different expression. As for second brother, he just likes to tease me. When he annoys me, I get so mad. Dane smiled as he listened. Seems her brothers really dote on her. Ernest, overhearing this, asked curiously, does your second brother live in the manor too? Layla grimaced and waved her hand. No, he's the free-spirited type. Even she, his sister, didn't understand why one day he suddenly left home and no one knows where he is now. He said he went off to train or something, but I don't really believe it. That answer is hard to swallow for a normal person. Run away from home, really. Layla's brows knit tightly. Her tone dropped a little. Since he became a knight, he's lived away from home. I truly don't understand why he'd do that. Ernest chimed in with dramatic sympathy. So he's a young knight. Your family is full of extraordinary people. She didn't deny it. The eldest is diligent. The second is unpredictable. Dane looked at the pink-haired girl thoughtfully. Sibling disputes are common among nobility. He sensed this didn't seem to be the case in their house, but clearly the Termian family didn't come off as stiff. Perhaps there's a deeper story behind it. Before long, chatting as they walked, they arrived at their destination. Three riders suddenly approached them. The one in the middle called out, Miss, you're back. Layla recognized him, Lord Asmar. He smiled warmly and bowed politely. Long time no see, are you well? I heard you were returning, so I came at once. The great doors of the Termian estate opened wide to welcome them. Come in, everyone. The little daughter of the house ran forward. Father. The father greeted her cheerfully. You're taller than when I last saw you. How's life at the academy? She proudly boasted to her parents. It's wonderful. I study hard too. When he sees your grades, he'll be surprised. The Duke said with a sincere chuckle, ha ha, I'm looking forward to it. Then he turned his gaze to the other newcomer and said, and who do we have here, Dane? Dane stepped forward, bowed with a smile. Your Grace, it's been too long, very glad to see you again. The Duke inspected him and remarked, you look much sturdier than before. Ernest shyly introduced himself. It's an honor to meet you, Your Grace, I'm Ernest Dillon. It seemed he remembered what Layla had written in her letter. So you're the friend Layla always mentions. Our family has a few relics discovered by House Dillon. Layla, your friend? Impressive. Praising Layla's friend was effectively praising her, of course. She's your child's friend. The Duke turned and urged them inside. Don't stand out there. Come in. We've prepared a small feast to welcome you. Hearing that, the three replied in unison, really. Thank you very much, Your Grace. With Layla's eyes sparkling in excitement, he turned to lead the way. Follow me. Dane smiled eagerly and joked with her. Last time I loved your tarts. Will there be any this time? Layla grinned knowingly and signaled, I knew you'd say that, so I had them prepare strawberry tarts just for you. You'll love it. Inside, the feast they laid out was hardly small. After a hearty meal, Dane was thoroughly satisfied. It's been ages since I ate something this good. Ernest scratched his head. Now I see why Layla was so excited. Layla still had a mouthful of pastry and lamented that the seniors couldn't make it. They promised one another they'll visit together next time. Suddenly, the noise swelled as a group of people entered the room. Unable to contain his curiosity, he leaned in and asked quietly, Layla, who are those people? She answered, they're the knights of my house. Father invited them to the feast. I heard more people came when they learned you'd be dropping by. Dane's tone grew vague and indescribable. Really, why do I have such a bad feeling about this? As if reading his thoughts, they stepped forward to meet him. Qantas Daggerweld, greetings, young Master Dane Saga. Dane politely returned their greeting. It's an honor to meet you. Layla has told me about you. You're the Duke's Knights, right? The lead uncle, sociable and smiling, said yes, we've heard much about you. Young Master, it's a privilege to meet you in person. If you don't mind, we'd like to chat for a bit. He had no reason to refuse, of course. Layla set her plate down and relayed a rumor. They've said the Termian Knight Company is one of the Empire's strongest. Aside from the royal guards, countless squires now scramble to join. The others stepped forward amicably. I've also heard the Sagar's knights are famed. Dane didn't hide it and said, that's right, our unit trains spear techniques mostly thanks to my father. A genuine gleam of admiration lit his eyes. The Sagar's history is admirable, starting when my grandfather taught spear tactics on the battlefield. It gradually grew into a full knightly corps, now the Empire's only Spear Knight Legion. The Termian Knights, visibly impressed, said we've always been curious about your training methods. Young Master, you must be great with a spear. He smirked modestly and replied, ha ha, I'm okay, I guess. Suddenly Layla buted in like a drum roll. Dane's good at everything. Even if all of us attacked together, we couldn't beat him. The leader looked astonished, really, miss. The others found it hard to believe too. We'd all attack together. No way. Dane felt something was off. Layla, don't say things like that. Then they straightened into ranks and spoke in unison. So then, young Master Dane. They all bowed and issued a challenge. We formally challenge you to a friendly match. Please show us a thing or two. Dane hesitated and didn't answer right away. Wait, fight here on the spot. Why is my bad feeling always right? Layla's face remained calm and unconcerned as she reassured him. It's fine, it'll be okay. Show them what you can do, Dane. He turned to look at the eager faces of the knights. Now he was forced into a reluctant agreement. If you insist, I accept. They immediately set off for the training ground. The Termian Knights, as rumored, were nearly the best team around. Dane had to fight 5 opponents at once all by himself. Still, his spear control remained very nimble. Moreover, his footwork was incredibly agile back and forth. His posture remained steady, without any sign of fatigue. His face was intensely focused, radiating a presence beyond his years. The audience consisted of only 3 people, the Duke and the 2 friends. Nevertheless, the Duke watched the match with a face full of amazement. Dane's footsteps were steady on the ground. From the beginning, he hadn't taken a single hit. The spear in his hand knocked the swords out of the knight's hand. One by one, those who lost their weapons became the loser. The final sword was sent flying high into the air. Victory was completely decided, leaving them all in a state of shock. Dane calmly planted his spear into the ground. His face was completely triumphant, as the result was fully settled. It was as if a brilliant aura was radiating from his face. After a moment of being dazed, the Duke finally announced, "Victory goes to young Master Dane. That was a truly impressive match." Layla exclaimed regarding the victory prize the Duke gave him. "Oh, father gave you a gift." And he nodded. "Yeah, some books written in an ancient language." And she nodded with certainty. "I once told him you were interested in ancient languages." Perhaps he remembered. Hearing that, he shyly thanked the girl for her kind intentions. "Really, thanks. The Academy library is quite restricted. These books will be useful." And she simply smiled back. "It's better for people who truly appreciate them to read them than to let them gather dust." Dane frowned and looked around for his remaining companion. "By the way, where's Ernest?" Layla knew where he had been invited. He went with the butler to the artifact warehouse. He looked very excited, and hearing that, he was also curious. "Really? I'm quite curious myself." Suddenly she hurriedly urged him, "Aren't you tired? Get some rest, it's vacation time." And he stuttered in refusal. "I'll rest after I stop by the blacksmith tomorrow." Hearing that, she felt relieved. Sensing the atmosphere of the place again, it felt truly great. After exams, returning home, meeting family, her father even looked visibly happy seeing his spear skills. People would think you were his own son. Dane looked a bit uneasy as he mentioned her second brother, but his expression completely changed when your second brother was mentioned. What was that about? Mentioning this made Layla suddenly fall silent. After a long while, she began to recount the reason. That's exactly what's making me upset. My eldest brother still sends letters occasionally, but my second brother has gone completely silent. Father won't even say why. This caused her previously bright face to slump again. No contact, no explanation at all. Before he could speak, there was a noise from the forest. Layla's sharp eyes noticed it and she spoke up. Wait, what's that? Something is moving over there. Dane also looked over to observe as she suggested. Suddenly he agreed with her keen observation. Yeah, I feel it too. At this moment, a stream of magic was constantly swirling in the air. Dane alertly looked ahead and said, "Come out, before I have to step in there myself." His hand gradually moved his magic toward the bushes. At this moment, a voice replied from inside, "All right, I'm coming out. Don't be so aggressive." Hearing this voice made them pause, and Layla hesitantly said, "That voice." Loud rustling and footsteps echoed from inside the bushes. A person slowly stepped out and said, "This situation is intense." Leaves flew into the air as the voice rang out. "I was just watching my little sister with a strange guy." Then a man stepped out from the bushes to face them. He smiled and greeted her. "It's been a while, my little sister." This person being Delward Termian, the second son of Duke Termian. Dane saw him and frowned, saying, "Don't tell me this is." He was startled looking at the person carrying a sack over his shoulder. He's her brother. A moment later, Layla immediately began hitting Delward incessantly in anger. "Oh my God, I've been so worried about you. How could you be like this? Not once, not even once did you contact me." And he just held his head and said, "I'm sorry, Layla, that hurts." She didn't stop but shouted angrily, "You've gone too far. I've waited years for news of you. Even my eldest brother wrote home, but what about you?" Delward looked up with an awkward smile. "Ow, you've got a strong hand. Seems like you've been practicing hard." Layla didn't let him change the subject and kept hitting him. "Yeah, I've gotten stronger. Let's see if you can take it today." While Dane beside them was also worried. "That's enough, Layla." At this moment, his hand reached out toward her. Delward suddenly pulled Layla into a hug to stop her action. He gave a gentle smile and said softly, "I'm sorry, Layla. I never forgot my family." Delward's words were full of sincerity. "I have my own reason." He added, "I'm sorry for leaving you alone all this time." Delward comforted her gently. "I'll tell you everything, so please calm down." At this, she finally asked with tears in her eyes, "Really? So it wasn't because you didn't want to see the family?" He immediately affirmed, "Of course not, Layla. I never forgot my family, not even for a second," words that deeply moved Dane. Afterward, Delward gently let go of Layla. Then she stood tall and asked, "Then tell me, where have you been and what have you been doing all this time?" He folded his arms and spoke up as a reminder, "First of all, could you give us some private space?" Unexpectedly, Delward quickly ran over and put his arm around Dane's shoulder. "No, Dane will listen with you. He knows how to keep a secret, don't worry." She looked straight at Delward and affirmed, "Just say it," while he beside her also added in confusion, "Layla, it's fine." Delward looked toward Dane and couldn't help but evaluate him before speaking. He knew who he was. "You're Dane Sagar's, right? I've heard a lot about you. They say an outstanding student just entered the academy." Delward assessed his appearance. "I see that prominent silver hair. Turns out you're my sister's friend." At this point, he reconsidered. "Besides, our families are quite close." So Delward rubbed his head and said, "All right, I understand. You look trustworthy, Dane. This is a family matter, so don't tell anyone outside." He immediately spoke up in affirmation. "Yes, I swear on my family's honor." Delward looked at Dane and frowned. "Good, let's move somewhere else." They went to a more deserted spot, and Delward sat on a chair and said, "Actually, all this time I've been in the Drenic Empire." Hearing this, he was startled and cried out, "The Drenic Empire?" And Layla also worriedly asked, "What? Why did you go to such a dangerous place?" He frowned and replied, "I went to find a cure for Mother." Delward continued, "She has been bedridden for too long. Since I was young, I've searched everywhere following clues about that illness." He had traveled all over until finally, those clues led to the Drenic Empire. Despite hearing that, Layla was still angry. "Even so, you sneaked into enemy territory." Dane felt worried in his heart too. "Yeah, that really is serious." She continued angrily, "You could have told everyone and gone searching together. Why did you have to go alone?" Delward smiled and replied, "At that time I had no choice. I had a chance to infiltrate the Empire, but I didn't want to put my family in danger. At least I returned safely, see, I'm fine." Hearing this, Layla lost her cool and wanted to lunge forward to punch him. "What are you talking about?" But Dane hurriedly stopped her. Layla, let's listen to him a bit more. At this, she finally calmed down and said, fine, then why are you only returning now? Delward's face looked sad as he looked down, seemingly having something on his mind. He continued, actually, I found the necessary ingredients for the cure, but those materials aren't in the Empire, so I came back here. She heard this and was puzzled. If they aren't there, does that mean they're in the Altian Empire? And he replied, yes, for now I only have a few clues, but I'll still take it step by step. Delward lowered his voice slightly. I also discovered something in the Drenic Empire. His expression turned grave. What mother is suffering from isn't an illness, it's a curse. The two were stunned in shock. A curse. He continued to explain, right, strength fading away, limbs trembling, dizziness, and coughing up blood. And then purple marks appearing on the back. Everything matches the symptoms of a curse perfectly. These words were like a bolt from the blue to Layla. She whispered, good heavens. Layla muttered, repeating those words, mother's illness is a curse. He nodded silently, as if in affirmation. Then Delward said, at first I didn't believe it. A curse can't just appear naturally, which means someone deliberately cursed mother. She found it hard to understand. Who would do such a thing? And Delward replied, I'm not sure who bears a grudge against us. Honestly, our family has quite a few enemies. At this point, he held her shoulders. Layla, we can find the mastermind later. The important thing now is to break the curse. By now, she had tears in her eyes and asked, is there a way? And he replied, yes. Delward gave a slight smile. I've found both the ingredients and the ritual to perform. Most of the ingredients aren't too hard to find. He continued, they're just expensive, but still obtainable. There's only one thing that's a problem. The most important ingredient here is the tear of Roxana. Hearing this item, she asked, what is the tear of Roxana? And Delward replied, a legendary material said to be able to cleanse almost every existing curse. They say it's located in the Haverox Mountains between the two empires. The two were shocked by the location, the Haverox Mountains, and he replied, yes, rumors say it's in a ruin guarded by an ancient creature. Hearing these words, Dane couldn't help but reconsider something in his heart. He remembered that location, ancient ruins. This whole thing smelled suspicious. Delward affirmed, Layla, I'm going to find it. I know it's dangerous, but there's no other way. She heard this and worried, what, you're going alone? What about the Termian Knights? And he replied, I'm as strong as someone with 5 cores now, well, 4 to be exact. Delward added, more importantly, if the Knights march there, it could start a war between the two empires again, so it's safest for me to go alone. She replied, even so, I can't let you go alone. He smiled at that, I'm not just charging in blindly, I'll be prepared. Dane suddenly spoke up to remind him, if it's an ancient ruin, there's one person who understands those things better than anyone. The two of them were startled and turned to ask, who? He gave a mysterious smile and replied, it seems this time you'll need the help of our club. In the dark of night at a certain mansion, someone suddenly exclaimed, an ancient entity in ruins. If we're lucky, this could be a major discovery. Dane put a hand on his hip and inquired, you think so too, right? And Ernest replied immediately, yeah, I want to go right now. While Delward across from them spoke up irritably, you kids really don't have a shred of fear, do you? He frowned and chided them. I understand you're excited, but this is truly dangerous, not child's play. Dane immediately retorted, isn't going to the Haverox Mountains alone dangerous? Sometimes you have to go as a group, not always alone. Layla, standing next to Delward, also agreed, exactly. The Dillon family are all explorers. If you go alone and get lost, it'll be a disaster. Hearing the two of them say such things, he hesitated for a moment. True, but Dane looked at Delward's face and thought to himself, he must be really conflicted. An image of him standing silently by his mother's sickbed suddenly appeared. I can't imagine how much he suffered, wandering for years in enemy territory just to cure his mother. One moment it was Delward's back, then his serious face, which made Dane admire him. To collect information and return safely, he's certainly no ordinary warrior. Outside the nearby door, the Black Knight still silently enveloped the scenery. Delward finally said helplessly, all right, going together is fine, but you must keep it a total secret, before we go, while we're going, and after we return. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of the other three lit up instantly with radiant smiles. Yes, of course. A moment later, a small box was pulled out and placed on the table. Layla asked in curiosity, what is this? And Delward replied with a light smile, a gift, open it. Layla narrowed her eyes suspiciously, trying to win me over with a gift. I won't forgive you that easily. Ernest gave an awkward laugh at this scene. Layla's really mad, isn't she? While Dane turned to warn his friend, don't say anything. She was even scarier earlier. On the other side, Layla was slowly reaching toward the small gift box. As she opened it, a melodic sound rang out. If this is something nonsense, I swear. Lively and joyful music danced gently in Layla's ears. causing her unfinished sentence to be cut short. She looked in surprise at the two figures inside the music box. This is. Those two figures were similar in shape, just one large and one small. Layla parted her lips and whispered, "Mother and me." The smaller figure looked remarkably like Layla. It was smiling amidst the sweet, melodic music. Delward then spoke up to confirm, "Yeah, from when our family was happiest. I asked a craftsman in the Drenic Empire to make." The two figures of Layla and her mother stood on a gold base inside the music box, holding hands and dancing together. "I made it while remembering the time Mother was still healthy. How is it?" Moving with the music, the two figures gradually seemed to come to life, and the little Layla from back then laughed endlessly. Layla was moved to tears at this moment, two streams of tears welling up in her eyes. She whispered softly, "It's so beautiful." Delward pursed his lips, looking at Layla with a gentle, loving gaze, remaining silent. Dane and Ernest stood to the side, also smiling in the music as if happy for her. Layla suddenly turned to look at him and said, "Looking at this makes me feel as if Mother is healthy again." She smiled with squinted eyes, and the tears finally fell. "Thank you, brother." The music continued to play in the image of the mother and daughter holding hands. Delward hugged his sister and smiled gently with closed eyes. "I'm the one who should be saying thank you." Layla just silently shed tears in his arms, listening. Delward added, "Thank you, Layla." Dane and Ernest watched from a distance, also moved by the scene. Ernest couldn't help but shed a few tears. In that setting, the small music box continued to emit clear sound. At the same time, at the party, Duke Termian looked around and spoke up in confusion. "Wait, come to think of it, where are all the main guests?" He tilted his head skeptically. Where did they all go? As for Dane's group, they were now gathered in the mansion courtyard. Layla said with a tone of regret, "Can't you stay? You should see Father too." Delward still firmly refused. "Sorry, Layla. I don't know what will happen next. I'll greet Father next time, please understand." He suddenly grabbed Layla's arm and added, "I've left a contact code in the crystal. Call anytime. I'll be in the Empire for a while longer. If you need anything, I'll be back right away." Layla bowed her head shyly. "All right, but please be careful." And Delward replied firmly, "Of course, I'll be back soon." He suddenly spoke up as if remembering something, making Layla look up. "Oh, and this too." Delward held out a small, carefully wrapped bag. "Take this. It helps reduce Mother's symptoms." He looked at Layla gently and warned carefully, "Remember to give it to Mother regularly, and don't tell Father what I told you." Layla stared at Delward for a few seconds, then snapped back and replied, "All right, I'll take good care of Mother." He heard this and suddenly fell silent, looking at Layla intently. Then Delward spoke with a smile, "Then I'll leave my sister in your hands. When I return, let's head to the mountains together." Dane replied enthusiastically, "Of course, take care on your way." Immediately after, he turned to take a leap. Delward jumped high enough to clear the mansion's boundary wall. "I'm off. Take care, Layla." Having said that, he soared beyond the mansion, his signature family-colored hair fluttering in his wake. In just a few short seconds, Delward's figure vanished from sight, leaving only the starry sky and the familiar boundary wall as before. Layla still looked worried, clutching her chest. "He's really gone." Ernest immediately offered comfort. "He'll be fine, Layla. He looks incredibly strong." Just then, Dane suddenly startled as if he sensed something. He quickly looked in a different direction. Dane suddenly asked for a favor. "Ernest, can you comfort Layla for a bit? I left something in the room. I'll be right back." Watching his back as he hurried away, Ernest smiled and said, "Sure, go ahead. I'll stay with Layla." The courtyard where they had been standing was soon empty. The full moon above still shone brightly, illuminating the night sky. Meanwhile, on a certain stone-paved path, the sound of urgent, non-stop footsteps echoed. Delward ran with long, tense strides. "These guys are persistent. I didn't think they'd follow me all the way here," he thought as he moved past dark windows. "Good thing they don't know I'm from Duke Termian's house. They probably lurked around while I was in the mansion. It's best that I escaped through the secret passage." Delward ran straight out of a small alley, just before leaving the Drenic Empire. The more he thought, the more he frowned. Revealing that I'm from the Altian Empire was a big mistake. Delward continued to run forward at full speed, his cloak fluttering behind him. "How much longer can I hold out?" He grit his teeth helplessly, telling himself with determination, "I must break Mother's curse at any cost." Suddenly, Delward skidded to a halt on the road, his feet sliding for a stretch against the ground. He stopped with his whole body tensed, his already strained face turning grim. Looking at the wall blocking his way, Delward couldn't help but curse, "Damn it." Just then, the group of cloaked men hunting him caught up. One of them suddenly spoke up, "You've left a trail that's far too long." Two other cloaked men appeared one after another from around the corner. Even on the nearest roof, two more men stood waiting. Delward was now at a dead end, surrounded on all sides. He grit his teeth and muttered, "Could this be The end. Delward stood surrounded by the circle of assassins. He silently observed in shock, all of them, about 10 men. The assassins slowly drew their blades. Delward assessed that they were clearly all veteran killers. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, calculating. If he was lucky, he might take down 2 of them. Delward grit his teeth in anger. He drew his sword, looking at the assassins, and thought, I'm sorry, Layla. I probably won't be able to keep my promise. One assassin frowned, staring intently at him. He shouted an order, kill him, and the surrounding assassins immediately lunged to attack Delward. In the blink of an eye, they appeared before him. The assassins gripped their swords, attacking Delward continuously. He was forced back toward the wall. Delward felt a surge of regret. If he had known things would turn out like this, he should have apologized to his father before leaving. He froze, widening his eyes at the scene unfolding before him. A faint green light flashed, then moved continuously, piercing through the assassin. They tried to use their blades to block the light, but the beams only increased in number. One cried out, Captain, it's mana bullets. The lead assassin questioned angrily, what is this? Who is helping him? He always acts alone. Who on earth bypassed the traps and made it all the way in here? A familiar figure appeared behind them. Dane spoke up. Assassins shouldn't be so careless. 2 assassins immediately turned to look at him. They looked at Dane and roared, who are you? He smiled and said, you don't need to know. A moment later, Dane and Delward had eliminated the assassins. He checked each body while saying, I didn't expect you to appear so suddenly, and the boy smiled back. I felt something was wrong, so I followed you. Then he thought, all right, let's process them quickly. It would be troublesome if rumors spread. Delward wondered, even so, it's truly hard to believe. You're only 14, yet you bypassed all the traps and got this close. And he replied, I learned from Mother. She taught me how to disarm traps and infiltrate. He smiled and spoke up. I see, thank you. Thanks to you, I kept my life. He continued, they were the ones who tormented me relentlessly. Turns out this is how I escaped. A moment later, Delward put his bag on his shoulder and said, Layla is truly lucky to have a friend like you. And Dane smiled back, it's nothing. He added, they've been following me since the border. He scratched his head and sighed, continuing, I don't understand how they kept tracking me. Dane pondered, in cases like this. He channeled mana into his eyes and thought, usually, something is placed on the target. Before his eyes was the mana circuit on Delward's body. He lowered his head and looked at his feet. Dane looked at his right foot and saw a strange mana flow moving in a circle. He realized, here it is. Dane spoke up, I think I know the reason. Check the sole of your shoe. Delward asked while taking off his shoe, what do you mean? He said, there's a mana signal receiver attached here, and the man immediately froze. Delward looked at the light flashing on the sole and muttered, is it real? Dane explained, assassins often use this. It's so small you wouldn't notice, but its tracking capability is very strong. It was likely attached before you crossed the border. Delward wondered, how did you discover it? I didn't notice at all. Dane said, remove it first, and he immediately agreed, ah yeah. Dane said, they won't be able to track you anymore. You can rest easy now. Delward replied, that's great, I must be more careful. Dane suddenly fell silent and pensive. He looked at Delward fumbling to remove the tracking device and asked, but why are you going alone like this? He wondered, wouldn't it be better to meet the Duke first? You could tell everything to your eldest brother and ask for help. Delward let his arms hang limp. He pursed his lips in silence. Delward thought of his father and explained, Father probably just thinks I'm useless. He wanted me to become the head of the house, but I left immediately after graduation. He added, he probably wouldn't believe a word I say anyway. Delward recounted, and my brother has even less ambition than I do. Delward continued, he is in the Far East, busy fighting monsters. How could I ask him? He looked up at the night sky and said, so for now, going alone is easier. I will collect all the ingredients to cure Mother and prove myself to the family. He said, now is not yet the time. Dane replied, I understand. He thought silently, if that's what you want to do, I respect it. Then Delward put his shoe back on. He smiled and said, done, I've removed it all. I will definitely repay this debt of gratitude. Dane smiled back, sure, I don't mind accepting. Then he handed him a piece of paper and said, this is my contact code. Call if you need help. Dane said, you have to stay alive to repay the debt. He laughed loudly, that's right. He took the piece of paper from his hand. Dane said, thanks, I'll keep it safe. Delward hesitated and said, and my sister, please take care of her. He replied, all right, don't worry. Delward forced a bright smile. Dane smiled back. Then he walked away, telling himself, I can't tell Layla about tonight. He smiled and thought, if she heard, she would definitely want to chase after me. The moonlight shone faintly down on the main road. Dane smiled and muttered, I should head back. The street lamp nearby emitted a warm, pale yellow light. The next day at the academy, Dane asked Layla, how is your mother? How is she? and she replied, "She's much better, she could even eat today." He said, "That's great." Layla recounted, "Father is very happy too. On the outside he acts indifferent, but he's actually very curious about my brother." Dane asked in surprise, "You told your father everything?" Layla smiled and replied, "Not exactly. I just said he stopped by and left some medicine." She tilted her head curiously, "But besides that, we have something more important today, remember?" Dane asked. "Something important?" Layla said, "Let's go to the Thermion Smith." Soon everyone arrived at the intended location. Layla introduced, "This is the Thermion Smithy." Dane was surprised. "This is a smithy. It's so large it looks like a small town." She interlaced her hands behind her neck and replied easily, "That's right. This place is so vast that the area around the forge looks like a small village. Even so, only a few blacksmiths actually manufacture equipment." Layla also emphasized, "Because it's operated by a small group of master blacksmiths, security is very tight. You absolutely cannot enter without a token." He couldn't help but wonder, "What about you, Layla?" And she admitted honestly, "Even as a member of the Termian family, I can't enter freely unless I'm with father." Hearing this, Dane felt a bit tense. "So that means, don't tell me, I have to go in alone." Layla nodded, "Exactly. Even I haven't been inside. Dane is about to receive such a cool weapon personally." Ernest also looked at him with admiration. "I'm so jealous, Dane." He swallowed hard and stepped forward. "There's no other way. I'll be quick, so wait for me." Dane entered the forge area alone. On the way, two people stood chatting. Although the place was huge, there truly weren't many people. He couldn't help but marvel silently. The scale is truly massive. Dane observed everything around him, from the furnaces to the workshops. He looked toward a weapon display. "I wonder what kind of weapon I'll receive." Suddenly, the ground shook violently, followed by a loud noise. Dane looked up in a daze. "What's that? It sounds like the ground is shaking." His eyes narrowed when he saw something. No. Before him, a giant man carrying a large hammer was approaching. He could affirm in his heart, "Those are footsteps." That was the blacksmith Volbek. He looked down at Dane. "So it's you, the child who received the forge's token." He felt a bit of panic in his heart. Does such a huge person really exist? After standing frozen for a few seconds, Dane greeted him awkwardly. "Yes, I am Dane. I received the token from the Termian Patriarch when I was young. It's an honor to meet you." Volbek confirmed with a stern voice, "I've heard a lot about you. Termian doesn't just give tokens to anyone." Dane tensely tapped his fingers. "I understand. I hope for your guidance." He also wondered silently, does he talk that familiarly even with the Duke? He frowned as a reminder. "Let me say this first. Your status means nothing here. Here there are only blacksmiths and non-blacksmiths. Even royalty is the same. Only Termian is an exception." Volbek paused for a beat and then continued, "Even members of the Termian family must have ability." Those words made Dane instinctively swallow hard. Even so, he still admired him, a master who didn't fear even royal authority, truly an extraordinary man. He urged, "Follow me, I'll show you the inside." Dane walked silently behind Volbek. Both followed a long, wide corridor. Torches mounted on the stone walls cast a pale yellow light. He marveled, "The deeper we go, the larger and wider this place gets compared to the outside." He explained, "It was built to my body size. I am a half-breed, half-dwarf, half-human. That combination gave me this large body. Consider it a special constitution." Volbek warned, "So don't say anything rude about my appearance." Dane replied without hesitation, "Of course not." He also thought, "It seems he's been through a lot." After walking a stretch, Volbek stopped and asked, "All right, boy with the token, you're here for a reason. What do you want?" Dane hesitated. "Actually, I haven't decided yet. This will be an important weapon for me, so I'll have to consider it carefully." He nodded, "Right, very wise. But from what I can see, what you want is very clear." He was curious, "What do you think I want?" Volbek pushed open a door and replied, "I can smell the metal. Just from the scent I can tell how a weapon was forged and its shape." He speculated, "You have the scent of a good spear and a good dagger on you, so what you want isn't a spear or a dagger." Dane couldn't help but be surprised. To know the weapons just by smelling, incredible and accurate. Volbek glanced at him and urged, "Come in, this is my private workshop." After entering, he placed some swords on the table. Dane also stepped closer to observe. Volbek offered a suggestion, "Since you already have a good spear and dagger, what do you think of a sword?" While asking, he also showed some care. "Is the table too high?" He shook his head. "It's fine." Dane thought carefully. "A sword, huh?" He expressed, "Right, it's one of the weapons I'm best with. It's the foundation of combat and also the most powerful type of weapon." Volbek teased, "Your father would scold you if he heard that." Dane laughed, "True, but as you can see, I'm still growing. If I make a sword now, won't it be hard to use when I'm older?" He shrugged, "That won't be a problem. I can easily create a sword that you can still use well even when you're fully grown. That's what a real blacksmith does." He recalled, "A sword, huh? It's a common weapon, but in my past life, it was the weapon I used best. if he forges it correctly then. After a moment of deliberation, Dane decided, all right, I'll choose a sword. Volbeck praised wise choice. Honestly, when I first saw you, a design suitable for you already appeared in my head. With your physique, I can immediately envision the perfect design. Hearing this, he was amazed. Really, that makes things faster then. He replied with a firm nod. Correct. I'll let you choose the material you like. Dane's eyes widened even further, showing clear excitement in that case. Volbeck declared grandly, it's best if I show you directly. Follow me. He continued leading him to the materials store. Looking at the colorful mineral stones before him, Dane couldn't help but marvel. Wonderful. Are all these used to manufacture equipment? Volbeck said proudly, you could say every type of mineral in the world is here. He added excitedly, can I look around? And he didn't refuse, sure, choose freely. With permission, Dane didn't hesitate to step closer and observe. This looks extremely rare. Seeing that demeanor, Volbeck was a bit speechless. You have a good eye. The colorful mineral stones glowed continuously. Dane stroked his chin in indecision. Impressive indeed. Not only are there rare minerals, but many types I've never seen before. Many things look very interesting. He reached out toward a blue stone. Volbeck spoke up. That is Terragang. He introduced, it's light, durable, and can reflect impact force. It's better for armor than weapons. Even so, there's currently not enough to forge a complete set of armor. Dane nodded and turned toward a red stone. I see. Then what about this one? Volbeck hurriedly stopped him. Ezendanio, don't touch it, it's poisonous. You need neutralizing gloves to handle it. He pulled his hand back in alarm, swallowing hard. Too dangerous. I can't use this. Suddenly, Dane was attracted by something. His gaze was fixed on a black mineral. That one, it feels strange. Dane quickly ran to the pedestal where the stone sat and asked, what is it called? Volbeck stood behind him, his eyes deep. He didn't answer immediately. After a long while, he slowly spoke. That is Arcanium. Dane was startled upon hearing that. He stammered, Arcanium, don't tell me. It comes from the ancient magic kingdom, Arcana. Volbeck stroked his beard and confirmed, exactly. It is a metal excavated from the ruins of the royal castle of that ancient kingdom. It is extremely rare. Very little remains of the ruins now, and almost nothing from the foundation of the old palace. He added, but besides knowing it's a metal, no one has determined its use or structure. Dane wondered, why? Volbeck explained, because it cannot be melted or analyzed. With current technology, no one can melt or test this ore, so it's only seen as a rare collector's item. Hearing this, he suddenly went silent. Seeing Dane didn't react, Volbeck reminded him, since it's nearly unusable, you should look at something else. He was startled, what about the one next to it? And he replied, that is Artma, only found in the deep ore veins of the Havrox Mountain. Volbeck kept talking, but Dane didn't seem to hear anything else. He pursed his lips. What is this feeling? Dane's gaze was drawn back to that black stone, as if it were calling him. The feeling grew clearer and clearer, as if a whisper was echoing in the silence. Choose me. He stood motionless, completely captivated. Suddenly, the stone shook slightly, as if moving. Dane was stunned. Impossible. Is it reacting to me? Before he could think further, the stone suddenly emitted a beam of light. Dane opened his eyes wide in shock. The light from the stone spread powerfully, startling even Volbeck. The light quickly enveloped Dane's body. He was terrified and shouted in alarm, Hey kid. At the Thermion Forge, Bolvark, a master blacksmith with an impressive beard, was struck with awe. What was going on? The Arcanium, a metal that had been impossible to forge until now, was actually reacting in his hands. Dane Saugers, the young man with his signature white and red hair, watched thoughtfully. It had reacted just by him looking at it. Didn't that mean it could actually be forged? Bolvark was so shocked he broke into a cold sweat. Dane's extraordinary mana sensitivity had triggered a completely unprecedented phenomenon. From the ore, Bolvark could sense a distinct metallic scent. In this state, forging it might actually be feasible. He still couldn't believe it. Arcanium was a metal that no one had ever been able to use before. While Bolvark stood there in wonder, questioning who this child really was, Dane looked purely excited, as if he had already foreseen the result. After a while, the Arcanium cooled down and returned to its original solid state. Bolvark looked at Dane and said decisively, You said you wanted to forge a sword, right? Then let's do it. I will personally forge it. Dane cheered joyfully, expressing absolute trust in Bolvark's craftsmanship. But that was the only time the Arcanium reacted. No matter how many times they tried after that, the metal refused to melt, bringing all efforts to a standstill. As the group struggled, Karnas, Dane's companion and small dragon-like creature, also appeared worried. Dane suddenly remembered. The thing that had melted the Arcanium in an instant was Karnas's brilliant flame. The terrifying heat from that flame was the key to solving the problem. Back in the present, Dane was chatting with his two friends, Ernest, the scholarly boy with glasses, and Layla, the enthusiastic pink-haired girl. He explained, we decided to seal Karnaz's flame inside an artifact. That artifact was a lantern containing Karnaz's powerful flame. With this heat source, Bulwark would be able to continue the forging process. Layla said happily, "Awesome, you've received help from Karnaz once again. A sword made of arcanium. It will surely be incredibly powerful and beautiful. That's just so romantic." Dane gave a firm nod, his eyes shining with determination and anticipation for the legendary sword about to be born. Once everything was arranged, the group decided to return to the academy, but not before heading out for lunch. Of course, the group happily made their way into town. A week later at the academy, students were buzzing in front of the bulletin board. A major event was about to begin, one reserved for the most outstanding talents and even sponsored by the royal family. It was the notice for recruitment of the academy's periodic monster suppression team. The operation would take place under the command of the Fourth Night Order. With grand rewards and cutthroat competition, the event drew everyone's attention. Dane's group was also present. The entire academy was simmering with excitement over this monster suppression mission. Dane smirked. He knew that beyond the rewards, this was a royal event, a chance for everyone to prove their worth. Layla suddenly remembered something. Wait, the Fourth Night Order. She narrowed her eyes, trying to connect the dots. Isn't that the Night Order led by the man who accompanied the third prince last time? What a coincidence. Priscilla, the blonde friend from the Holy Department, confirmed. You're referring to Sir Delphian Wunt, right? Layla turned to tease her. That's right, Priscilla wasn't there at the time. Everyone went crazy over those royal gifts. Another student asked curiously, has the suppression site been announced yet? The person next to them replied, I heard from a classmate in the Holy Department that it's a ruin near the capital. Hearing the word ruins, Ernest's eyes immediately lit up. Dane noticed keenly. Your eyes changed the moment you heard ruins. Ernest explained it was a heritage site abandoned for some reason, and monsters had moved in to occupy it. Priscilla sighed, complaining that monsters were such a nuisance. She noted, the Holy Department is automatically deployed, so I have to go, probably to heal the injured, right? Layla turned to Dane with a curious look. What about you, Dane? Do you plan on going? Dane remained silent for a moment, his eyes reflecting deep calculation. Dane thought to himself, Priscilla is forced to go, and Ernest will definitely join just for the ruins. He turned to Layla and said, Layla, isn't this a great chance for you to gain combat experience against monsters? He continued clearly, there's nothing better for becoming stronger than actual combat. Let's register together. I'm going too. Layla immediately agreed. Hearing Dane's decision, Ernest's gaze behind his glasses also became resolute. Layla was excited, so our whole club is participating, right? This is going to be fun. Dane reminded Ernest. Don't let your guard down, Ernest. They're still monsters, and the selection test won't be easy either. Ernest looked a bit worried but still agreed. Dane smiled confidently. He knew that even if Ernest seemed weak in combat, his knowledge and skills regarding ruins were top tier. Ernest would surely have his chance to shine. Then let's start a special training session today. The group was fired up, promising to meet after class, determined to give it their all this time. The scene shifted to a vast and magnificent hall of the academy, where students stood in neat ranks, signaling a major event was about to unfold. A few days later, the selection for the monster suppression team officially began. This was one of the Academy's biggest annual events. Students did their best to show off their abilities, hopping to catch the eye of the royal knights and the nobility. For the professors and important figures like Sir Delphian and the third prince sitting in the gallery, this was an opportunity to witness the growth of the students firsthand. Sir Delphian Wunt, the respected commander, turned to report to the third prince. Your Highness, all preparations are complete. The third prince, a powerful royal with red hair, smirked. Good, let it begin. A horn blared, officially marking the start of the grueling selection process. The academy flag was hoisted, and the announcer's voice echoed everywhere. We will now begin the selection for the monster suppression team. Instantly, the air turned electric with the excited cheers of the students. The selection was held in a large arena within the academy. The testing began with sword duels. Students lunged at each other, the sound of clashing metal ringing out incessantly. Meanwhile, in another area, mages were demonstrating their talent with colorful and powerful displays of magic. Duels using spears and other weapons were also taking place with fierce intensity. Physical tests were underway as well, where students from the combat department showcased their muscular strength in hand-to-hand combat. At the same time, the summoning department was conducting its own portion of the test, with beasts being summoned to fight. The atmosphere of the selection was incredibly tense and cutthroat on all fronts. The bracket charts were updated constantly, showing the progress of students through each elimination round. Meanwhile, in the royal meeting room, a heated argument was erupting. The department heads refused to back down, Dane Saugers must be placed in the swordsmanship department. Nonsense. With such outstanding magical talent, he clearly belongs in the magic department. All of that is meaningless. He must enter the summoning department without a doubt. Another professor praised Dane's spear skills. Have you seen that student's spear technique? Just give him a spear and he'll skewer everything. Witnessing the chaotic scene, the third prince could only shake his head, thinking that this argument would never end. He interlaced his fingers and spoke up. Everyone, please calm down. Sir Delphin just observed in silence with a grave expression. Hearing the third prince's voice, the professors immediately fell silent, and a heavy tension filled the air. The third prince said, seeing everyone argue so fiercely, it's clear he truly is an extraordinary student. Isn't that right, Sir Want? Sir Want bowed and confirmed, indeed, Your Highness. There have been students who joined 2 departments, but in history, there has never been anyone who cleared all 4 departments with the highest score. The third prince smirked, thinking to himself, truly worthy of the name Dane. He tapped his hand lightly on the table, seemingly having reached a decision. He stood up and said, even if I were to choose a department myself, this argument would not end. Therefore, I have come up with a solution. A professor asked worriedly, What would that be, Your Highness? The third prince looked directly at them, his voice full of authority. There is only one way to properly utilize his unique abilities, and that is to have him join my own unit directly. The final decision was made, putting an end to all the squabbling and opening up a completely new future for Dane. The third prince had his eye on Dane Saugers, believing that given Dane's extraordinary talent, there was only one proper way to utilize it, and that way was to have Dane join his personal unit, a move that showed he intended to turn Dane into his own pawn. The scene shifts to the day the suppression team depart. The schedule for this campaign was quite simple. They would remain at the ruins for 2 days to hunt monsters, serving both to ensure security and to test the students' skill. However, the atmosphere of this trip was rather tense. Everyone hoped that no one would lose their life. Some families had even forbidden their children from participating, as no matter how talented one might be, dying at the hands of a monster would be a total waste. Everyone seemed very stressed. Priscilla Nerial, the blonde friend in Dane's group, said that this was a real battle, and they had to be careful not to get injured, because the healing team couldn't be everywhere at once. Dane also advised his friends, saying that since they would be moving individually, he couldn't protect everyone. Therefore, everyone had to be extremely careful. Priscilla then reassured them not to be too afraid, as the Night Order would guard the students thoroughly throughout the campaign, though occasionally deaths still occurred. Her words made Ernest and Layla even more frightened, wondering if this trip would really be okay. Dane advised everyone not to overexert themselves or act alone. If things looked dangerous, they should run immediately. Everyone responded in unison. Afterward, the army began to move into position. A commander ordered everyone to assemble and move quickly to their assigned sector. Another person emphasized that they should do their best in their assigned roles and absolutely must not die. That was all. Dane Saugers, belonging to the unit directly under the royalty, excitedly called out for everyone to get going. Layla Thermion of the Combat Division gave a cheerful goodbye. Ernest Dillon of the Reconnaissance Division was also very excited, wondering how long it had been since they had an adventure like this. And Priscilla Nerial of the Healing Division prayed for everyone's safe return. All the students headed forward together, beginning a journey full of challenges. They arrived at the Ruwasan area. On the way, Dane Saugers felt something was wrong. He approached Sir Hilderin, one of the commanders, to ask about it. Dane said he heard the original plan was to head toward the west of Ruwasan. He was told they would reach the camp in half a day, but now they were heading east instead of west as planned. Dane questioned why the route had changed so suddenly. Dane's keen observation caught the attention of the vice commander of the 4th Royal Night Order, Royas Hilderin. He praised Dane and asked him to keep what he was about to reveal a secret, as it could cause the other students to panic. Dane signaled his understanding, remained silent, and agreed to keep the secret. Sir Hilderin began to explain, his face breaking into a sweat, indicating that the situation was not simple at all. He revealed that monster movement had been detected to the west of Ruwasan, where they originally intended to go. A massive horde of monsters was approaching. A large group had been confirmed heading toward the ruins. According to the Ruwasan Ranger Unit, their numbers were at least 300. Dane was astonished to hear that number, 300 monsters. He analyzed that strange monsters usually have individual traits and do not tend to gather. The fact that they were assembling and moving toward one place was highly unusual. Sir Hilderin once again had to acknowledge Dane's sharp wit. He said that according to his experience in cases like this, it was very likely that the ruins themselves were attracting the monster. Dane couldn't help but worry, wondering what kind of ruins could attract monsters like that. Sir Hilderin explained that was why they were circling around to the opposite side. He reassured Dane that no matter how many gathered, they would be incinerated before their forces. Dane gestured in agreement, but in his heart he still had an ill omen. A ruin that attracts monsters. If not resolved quickly, things could turn out very badly. Just then, a soldier ran up to report to the vice commander that they had reached the campsite. Sir Hilderin immediately ordered all units to set up camp, requiring all preparations to be completed before sunset. The soldiers received the order in unison. Sunset fell over the mountain range, signaling a long night ahead. As night fell, Dane's group stood on a cliff observing. Priscilla remarked that this terrain was not good for defense. Dane agreed, but with such a large number of people, they had no other choice. Layla worriedly asked Dane if anything was going to happen. Dane replied that it was hard to say, and they should assign watch shifts carefully. Especially, they had to keep a lookout toward Rawasan, where the threat of the monster horde lay. Dane looked toward the mountains, a sense of unease rising within him. The whole group felt something chilling. Suddenly, Dane felt something squirming in his jacket. It was Karna's, his little dragon. It wanted to come out. Karna's seemed very agitated. Dane didn't understand why it was suddenly acting this way. Immediately, Karna's bolted out, circling frantically and letting out an alarm cry. This unusually violent reaction was an ill omen that caught the whole group's attention. Layla worriedly asked Dane what was happening with Karna's. Dane didn't know either, but he guessed it was sensing something. Ernest and Priscilla also noticed the abnormality. Ernest said that Karna's was in a state of high alert. There was definitely something out there, and one could not ignore the instincts of a dragon in nature. Priscilla then urged Dane to report immediately to Sir Hilderin. Dane agreed at once. Meanwhile, Karna's continued its panicked flight, its cries full of anxiety. Dane told his friends he would go report to Sir Hilderin and asked them to keep an eye on Karna's while he was gone. Everyone agreed, and Dane quickly departed. Inside the command tent, Sir Hilderin appeared skeptical upon hearing Dane's report of an attack. Dane urgently said they needed to strengthen the defenses, mobilize the magic department students to thicken the barriers, and prepare maximum countermeasures. But Sir Hilderin only told him to calm down. He dismissed Dane as being too sensitive because it was his first time camping. He asserted that he had sent scouts to the mountainside and there were no issues, then asked Dane if he had any evidence. Dane was flustered. He couldn't say exactly that Karna's had reacted, so he had to make up a reason. He lied, saying they had found monster droppings, footprints, and fur, and all seemed recent. However, Sir Hilderin still brushed it off, arguing that even if it was recent, it was only a few stragglers. Monsters weren't stupid enough to attack when they saw such a large force. He told Dane to rest easy. If anything happened, they would handle it. Dane was furious. It was clear the man wasn't listening at all. Dane still tried to persuade him, saying they still needed to reinforce, especially near the mountain, and should move the guards forward. But Sir Hilderin lost his patience and shouted, telling him to stop. Sir Hilderin stood up abruptly in anger. He pointed at Dane's face and scolded that no matter how talented he was still just a student. His army was the elite of the empire. Finally, he kicked Dane out. Dane was left speechless by such arrogance. When Dane returned, Ernest angrily said the suppression mission had failed from the start. Priscilla asked Dane what they should do now. Surprisingly, Dane said this might actually be a good thing. His friends were puzzled. Dane explained with a cryptic smile that the fact they had given a warning would be a justified reason for them to act, and later their superiors wouldn't be able to deny it. Priscilla seemed to grasp Dane's intent. Ernest and Layla were panicked, asking if he wanted them to go stop it themselves. Dane's face became incredibly resolute. He asserted that they couldn't ignore even a small chance. This concerned the lives of the knights and the academy students. Dane decided he would act on his own. Suddenly, the monsters charged straight into Dane's traps. Massive chain explosions erupted, wiping out huge numbers. Wave after wave of monsters rushed forward only to be blasted back by the preset traps, preventing them from pushing any deeper. At the campsite, a soldier panicked, shouting an alarm that monsters were launching a night raid. Everyone was ordered to arm up and assemble immediately. Chaos broke out. One terrified student yelled. He had no real combat experience, while the knights scrambled to prepare. The knight squad quickly assembled a commander, bellowed everyone into battle formation. This was real combat now. A guard soldier rushed off to find the deputy commander with urgent news. He panted, reporting to the deputy commander. A massive number of monsters were approaching from Ruwa Mountain, estimated at around 200. Hearing 200, the deputy commander was stunned, speechless. The soldier added, luckily, the explosive traps were slowing them down, and it seemed some students were holding the front line. The deputy commander, shocked, asked about explosive traps. He he had never ordered any installed. He suddenly realized sweat pouring down, thinking, could it be Dane Saugers who set them up? Meanwhile, outside, Dane's traps kept working, sweeping away each charging wave of monsters. Goblins and black wolves littered the mountainside, unable to breach the trap line. Up high, Dane's group watched. One friend cheered happily. The traps were working perfectly. The purple-haired girl looked down, saying, looks like the army below finally noticed their gathering forces and advanced. Layla, the pink-haired girl, snorted, see, if they'd listened to Dane from the start, things would have been better. Dane stayed serious, reminding everyone not to drop their guard. He explained the monsters just now were probably a fast-moving vanguard. The real strong ones would come later. Layla got excited, so that was just warm-up. She's ready to show the monsters her true power. Dane stood thoughtfully observing from above, his face full of contemplation. He stayed silent for a long while, seemingly analyzing something. After thinking it over, Dane felt something was seriously wrong with this attack. He noticed goblins and black wolves, two species that never cooperate, were fighting together. They attacked in organized waves, instead of the usual chaotic instinct-driven rush. Dane concluded this wasn't normal. He had a feeling something was directing them from behind, and his gut told him that something was about to appear. Just as Dane predicted, a massive dark shadow emerged, signaling the second wave. Layla and Ernest got into fighting stance, faces tense. Ernest shouted to Dane, they're coming. Far larger, more ferocious army appeared, including huge orcs roaring. As they charged, Dane ordered everyone hold formation. The massive horde of monsters surged straight toward Dane's group. The blonde girl, along with Ernest and Layla, stood ready, declaring round 2 begins. Dane, with full confidence and resolve, commanded the team wipe them all out. Immediately, Dane began chanting, preparing his trump card. A colossal pillar of magical light shot skyward, signaling a powerful summon was about to appear. Dane ordered it heed the call. Far away, the Night Army and other students felt an immense surge of mana drawing their attention. The deputy commander asked, stunned, what is that? A soldier wondered if it was another explosive trap, but the guard from earlier recognized the difference. He stammered, that's a tier 4 summon. Etherak, the deputy commander, and others were speechless in shock. Right after Etherak, a massive wolf wrapped in purple energy appeared, roaring with overwhelming power. Etherak charged into the monster horde, tearing them apart effortlessly with its sharp claws. Goblin after goblin was ripped to shreds under Etherak's claws. Even the huge orcs were no match for it. Etherak rampaged alone, clearing a wide swath of the monster army with ease. Seeing that, the purple-haired girl exclaimed in awe, the monsters can't move. Ernest realized it was Dane's summon and said, it's insanely strong. The purple-haired girl reminded Ernest, stay alert. Ernest confidently replied, don't worry, I won't let a single one through. With that, Ernest drew his bow, firing a magic-infused arrow at the monster. His arrow easily pierced through a massive orc. Layla fought with everything she had, slashing monsters to pieces with her sword. But the monsters kept coming in endless waves, overwhelming even Ernest. He couldn't help being shocked at their never-ending numbers. Suddenly, the attacking monsters all turned and fled at once. Ernest shouted to Layla, they're running away. Layla, with sharp eyes, wouldn't let them escape. She immediately gave chase. She quickly caught up to the fleeing horde. Layla's pink hair flew in the wind as she charged forward. She yelled, they won't get away, and swung her sword attack. She dove into the midst, slashing down one after another with masterful strike. Her cuts were sharp and powerful. No monster could withstand them. Layla's sword flashed in the night, creating a deadly dance. She fought passionately, monster blood splattering everywhere. Watching from above, Dane smiled, satisfied, thinking that's Layla, all her training paid off. Suddenly, Karna's, Dane's little dragon, flew over, letting out an unusual cry, seeming to sense something. Dane turned, asking Karna's, what's wrong? His expression turning serious. Standing amid countless monster corpses, Dane asked Karna's if there were stronger ones deeper. Inside, he felt his blood boiling. Dane decided to leave Etherak here to hold the line. He trusted with the others around the rear would be fine. Dane exhaled, preparing for a bold decision. He thought, this is the first time since his previous life he's charging straight into enemy territory like this. With a confident smile, Dane ordered Karnas to follow, both heading deeper into the mountains to find the true mastermind behind it all. Shortly thereafter, Karnas's fireballs began flying across the battlefield, roasting the orcs into piles of charred meat. Before the terrifying firepower of this little guy, no orc could stand a chance. They could only scream in vain, while Karnas himself kept breathing fire without pause. On the other side, our protagonist swung his sword in battle while calling out in praise, good job, Karnas. You've gotten a lot stronger, kid. With that, Dane focused his gaze ahead, simultaneously unleashing a strike that sent two orcs reeling, crying out in agony. Next came a relentless flurry of sword swings. Seeing the endurance of these hulking monsters, Dane couldn't help but offer a compliment. Impressive, you still have strength left. In my past life, I would have run out of mana and been exhausted ages ago. But with this body possessing ancient mana, that's no longer an issue. Having said that, he landed lightly on the ground, fixated his eyes on the red dragon ahead, and asked, "Are you the leader of this pack?" The red dragon didn't answer, but its eyes turned a deep, bloodshot red, looking absolutely livid. Seeing this, Dane declared, "Straight up then, I'll clean you up in a heartbeat." The scene shifts to the group of students. By now, the horde of monsters had been completely wiped out by them. A young soldier ran up to report to the commander. "Vice Commander, we have cleared out all the magical beasts." Hearing this, the commander was a bit surprised and asked, "Truly?" The soldier nodded vigorously. "Yes, sir. Thanks to a student named Dane who took down the Alpha. While the beasts were in chaos, the coordination between the knights and the students proved effective. Luckily, damages are only minor." After listening, Royals seemed deep in thought. He observed the monsters defeated by the student group and analyzed the situation. Doesn't this seem a bit absurd? There were as many as 200 magical beasts, 200 of them. At that scale, even mobilizing the entire Knight Order might not have been enough. Yet they were stopped by just 4 students. Furthermore, the majority were wiped out by a single person. Is this what a genius looks like? Is the word genius even enough to explain this? He grit his teeth in thought. And to clarify this, he personally sought out the protagonist shortly after. Royals greeted him. "Dane Saugers, you saved all our lives. I apologize for ignoring your warning. Without you, we surely would have been ambushed by the beasts without a chance to react. Someone would have been seriously injured, or even lost their life. But now, there are only a few minor injuries." Having said this, he placed his hand over his heart, frustrated with himself, and spoke up. "On behalf of everyone, I would like to express my gratitude to you and your teammates." On the opposite side, Dane seemed a bit surprised by this gesture, while the other 3 beamed with radiant smile. All around, people began competing to thank them. "That's right, thanks to you guys, we're alive. You saved the entire suppression team. It's truly a miracle." The soldiers raised their swords in unison, while the students applauded non-stop. Seeing himself being treated like a hero, Ernest couldn't stop grinning. "Thank you, everyone, though we didn't do it just for the praise." Layla also nodded, chiming in, "Good job, everyone." Back to Dane's perspective, he calmly replied to Royals, "This isn't my credit alone. If everyone hadn't provided reinforcements so quickly, it would have been difficult to suppress them. I'm sure the vice commander has realized it too. This whole thing wasn't normal at all." Sensing the anomaly, Royals hurriedly asked, "Are you seeing something, Dane?" Dane slowly explained what he had noticed. "That's right. The magical beasts moved with too much discipline, as if they were receiving order. Even when faced with a powerful summoned beast, they didn't flee on instinct. Above all, many different types of beasts gathered in one place without any infighting. Organizing a silent ambush like that should have been impossible." Hearing this, the vice commander recognized the danger as well. "Based on what you're saying, that's true. This suppression mission might be more dangerous than we thought." He admired Dane inwardly. To look down on a child this insightful, how shameful of me. Thinking this, he continued, "A messenger will be heading to the suppression team's headquarters soon. I will have a detailed report sent regarding this incident. Now I understand why His Highness the Prince placed you in his direct unit. I will instruct the messenger to report your achievements thoroughly." Dane smiled and thanked him. Then Royals turned to look at the whole group and asked, "That's right, you guys are a club, aren't you? What is the name of your club?" Ernest, standing nearby, replied with a smile, "Romantic. We are the Romantic Club." Royals nodded and followed up, "Romantic, that's a beautiful name. I look forward to your romantic performances in the future." Next, he began assigning tasks. "Now, let's start cleaning up the battlefield. Guards, scout the entrance in case any beasts escaped. The rest of you, gather the carcasses and incinerate." The whole group shouted in unison, "Understood." The scene shifts to the prince's location. Currently, the sound of planning echoed in the meeting room. The martial arts department must be positioned on this side. The spear department will take the front line, followed by the martial arts department joining the fray. Since Point A has a high concentration of beasts, we must surround and wipe them out in one go. A commander spoke up, "Your Highness, what if we have the magic department launch a preemptive strike at Point B?" After listening, the prince shook his head in refusal. "It's a good idea, but it's best to have the accuracy division observe the situation first. That area has treacherous terrain. We likely don't have a full grasp of it yet." Witnessing his sharp insight, the people inside the meeting room couldn't help but be surprised. What was going on? Just a while ago, rumors said he was cursed, so how could he have changed like this? Wasn't he the most obscure prince? What on earth happened? Or has he been hiding his true self all this time? Observing from the side, one couldn't help but let a faint smile play on his lips. Wonderful, Your Highness. Not long ago, those hands trembled just holding a spoon, yet now you are grandly giving orders to Commander. I don't know how his hand was cured, but the prince has completely regained his confidence. Unaware of those thoughts, the prince's voice rang out. Night One, you said there was an area experiencing problems, correct? Tell me about it. One snapped out of his thoughts, stepped toward the command table, and explained, Yes, Your Highness. Right in this sector, one of our scout squads has gone missing, and just now, another squad has vanished without a trace. The information from one made everyone's eyes go wide. 2 entire squads have gone missing. One could only nod helplessly. That's correct. Since this area is near the center of the ruins, I suspect a powerful mana source is at work. If we don't move closer to the ruins, I'm afraid we won't be able to resolve this issue once and for all. An emergency report was sent in, stating that a powerful source of mana had appeared, creating a flow of energy completely different from a standard mana stream. This mana source appeared to have created a type of barrier. The final report from the scouting team indicated that they were completely unable to penetrate it, making the situation extremely critical. Inside the tactical briefing room, high-ranking officers were in an uproar over the information. A mana barrier at an impenetrable level was unprecedented. They wondered what could possibly exist inside. A general reported to the third prince that in the final communication logs of the scouting team, they heard the screams of soldiers. This raised speculation that an incredibly powerful entity was lurking there. The third prince's gaze sharpened, and a bead of sweat rolled down his temple. The situation was clearly far more serious than they had imagined. Referring to the tactical map, the general explained that if the information was true, it would explain why monsters were gathering in such large numbers near the ruins. Instinctively, they are always drawn to mana. The general confirmed to the third prince that monsters are attracted even more strongly if the source is a powerful mana well. After careful consideration, the third prince made a decision. He believed there was no choice but to slowly clear the outer perimeter and then move in, as a direct breach into the center at this time was too dangerous. The other officers in the meeting room all wore expressions of tension and anxiety regarding this high-risk plan. Just then, a messenger from the Academy Cadet Escort Unit rushed in, bearing urgent information. The third prince's expression instantly shifted to one of excitement. He knew this messenger brought news regarding Dane. 2 days after the messenger arrived, the scene shifted to the third prince's command tent. The third prince joyfully welcomed Dane Saugers. He asked about Dane's condition after being injured, and Dane replied that he was perfectly fine, all thanks to the prince's help. Taking this opportunity, the third prince revealed that he was researching a royal secret art, something that even his older brothers could not complete. Dane acted surprised, saying it was the first time he had heard of it. While ordinary families have their own secret arts, a royal secret art was surely something special, piquing his curiosity. The third prince admitted that his chances of success were very low. However, Dane expressed belief and encouragement, saying that if it were the third prince, he would certainly succeed. Encouraged by Dane's words, the third prince smiled with renewed confidence. He invited Dane to have some tea to relax before getting down to business. A hot cup of tea was placed on the table, steam rising from it, creating a brief moment of quiet. After a moment of relaxation, the third prince returned to the main issue. He reconfirmed the messenger's report that over 200 monsters had been detected. The third prince explained that a large group of monsters attacking simultaneously was extremely rare. Therefore, the suppression plan definitely had to change, as an unusual danger was surely lurking. With a serious face, the third prince turned to Dane and said he wanted to hear his thoughts first. Dane was briefly taken aback but quickly regained his composure. He thought to himself that in his past life, planning military operations was as routine as a daily meal. The third prince encouraged Dane to speak freely. With a sharp gaze and full of confidence, Dane responded, ready to present his strategy. Dane began his analysis on the map. He pointed out that the usual strategy, clearing monsters from the outside and then surrounding the center, would no longer be effective. He emphasized that circumstances had changed because someone was now commanding the monsters, requiring a completely different approach. The third prince listened intently, completely convinced by Dane's sharp reasoning. He nodded and immediately asked, "Then what method do you propose?" Dane continued to explain his reasoning. He pointed out that they couldn't rely on immediate support from the royalty. Sticking to the old strategy would only lead to a prolonged war of attrition. Furthermore, they couldn't keep the Academy cadets in this conquest for too long. It would only make the situation worse. Dane pondered for a moment, his eyes flashing with decisiveness, as he was about to give the final conclusion for his strategy. After analyzing all factors on the map, Dane arrived at a bold and singular conclusion. He placed a game piece into the center of the map with conviction. Breaking straight into the center is the optimal solution. The third prince was stunned by Dane's audacity. Do you mean we should confront the monsters head-on? Dane confirmed firmly with a confident smile. Yes, Your Highness. He further explained that thanks to the noble sacrifice of the previous scouting teams, they had information on a safe route leading directly to the center. Therefore, Dane proposed that the Emperor's direct unit should personally move there. He pointed out that if they continued as before, they would only waste time and effort fighting monsters on the perimeter, while the situation escalated. The third prince fell into deep thought. He admitted that the path Dane outlined might be the one resulting in the fewest casualties. However, he still had a bit of hesitation. Could this plan be carried out with only his direct unit? Dane asserted it must be done with only the direct unit. He emphasized that the path the scouting team had secured was a very narrow one. If they moved with more than 10 people, they would likely be detected, and since the monsters were being commanded, they could block the path, making later access much more difficult. The third prince went silent, understanding the point. Ultimately, the direct unit had to move as an independent special operations squad. Dane nodded in confirmation. That's right. The mission for the other forces will come after. After we lure the enemy at the center, we will deal with the monsters that have lost control. The third prince's eyes flashed with extreme shock at such a detailed and perfect plan. He exclaimed in admiration. It was a plan that both officers and commanders could agree upon. He couldn't believe Dane could grasp the situation and propose a strategy in the blink of an eye, and asked if he had studied military science. Dane modestly replied that he only read a few books in his father's study, but in his heart, he knew it was all thanks to the knowledge and experience from his past life. Without a moment's hesitation, the third prince stood up, stomping his foot decisively. Excellent. He decided to conclude the meeting and assemble the members of the direct unit. Then, he asked Dane if he had anyone to recommend who was capable enough for this mission. However, Dane interrupted, saying there was something they needed to do first. When the third prince asked what it was, Dane asserted they needed to conduct reconnaissance first. Without reconnaissance, they couldn't understand the actual situation. The third prince agreed that reconnaissance was necessary, but he also expressed concern that after 2 teams had gone missing, he wasn't sure if any soldiers would be willing to volunteer for such a dangerous task. Hearing this, Dane only smirked with confidence. It seemed he already had a solution for this problem. Dane slapped the third prince's shoulder confidently. In that case, don't worry. As it happens, there is an expert in this field. The third prince was stunned, stammering back, an expert. He immediately assumed the expert Dane was talking about was himself. Is that expert you? However, the person Dane recommended was Ernest Dillon, the eldest son of a famous family of explorers. Being called out unexpectedly, Ernest startled and responded haltingly to the third prince. However, once he stepped into his field of expertise, Ernest became a different person. He pointed confidently at the map, explaining that the terrain was too open and hard to hide in, so it was better to take a detour. The third prince was extremely satisfied with Ernest's plan, praising him as a reliable comrade. Ernest happily thanked his highness. Seeing that the third prince was satisfied, Dane thought it was time to explain the plan B he had prepared. The third prince confirmed one last time. If they fired a signal flare, would he be ready to attack immediately? He affirmed he wouldn't be late by even a second. The third prince looked at Dane and Ernest, trustingly assigning the mission to them and telling them both to return safe. After Ernest's reconnaissance plan and Dane's plan B were officially approved, the two quickly prepared to set off. The other female students also came to see them off. One girl told them to return safely and not to get hurt. Another joked that if only their souls remained, she would use holy power to purify them, making everyone shudder. And so, Dane and Ernest began the dangerous reconnaissance journey toward the mountains where the mysterious ruins lay. Dane's eyes reflected high concentration. He knew this trip would not be simple. As they approached the mountains, they noticed flocks of birds flying away in panic, an ill omen. A massive flock of birds scattered across the sky, as if fleeing from something truly terrifying. While on the way, Ernest was curious about what was inside the ruins. Dane reminded him that the important thing now was to find out as much detail as possible about what was at the center of the ruins. Ernest asked what to do next. Dane added that if possible, they should map the entire surrounding terrain, and if the bodies of the scouts were still there, at least collect their belongings. Ernest was struck with awe and admiration. He He didn't expect Dane to think so thoroughly and far ahead. A majestic yet dangerous mountain landscape appeared before them. The two continued to walk along the trail through the dense forest. A faint light filtered through the canopy, signaling they were nearing a special place. Finally, they arrived. Ernest stopped and pointed forward, shouting, "Wait, Dane, this is definitely it, the path leading into the ruins." Dane stopped abruptly. He sensed a familiar energy. "Yeah, I know what you mean." This familiar feeling enveloped his entire body. Dane recognized it immediately. It was similar to the mist guard. Dane and Ernest began to move deep into the ancient ruins. The dark space was filled with the terrifying growls of monsters lurking in the shadows. Dane reminded Ernest to be extremely careful and stay close to him. Ernest let out a sigh to regain his composure, but his eyes behind his glasses couldn't hide his anxiety at the pressure from the surrounding environment. In the hazy mist, large monsters lay sleeping. They looked like fierce beasts waiting for prey. The wheezing breath of the monsters echoed throughout the hallway, making the atmosphere even more stifling. Dane noticed the number of monsters was higher than expected. They had to walk very softly, holding their breath so as not to make any noise that might wake the creature. Ernest stopped suddenly and pointed in one direction. He realized the mana mist was blowing from that direction and suggested they follow the trail. The murky mist swirled under their feet, obscuring the rugged paths of the ruins. The deeper they went, the thicker the mist became, significantly limiting their vision. Dane noted that there was a mana core concentrated at the center of the ruins. With that ancient energy source, controlling the monsters was entirely feasible. He suspected someone was using mana indirectly, perhaps infusing it into mana stones for easy manipulation. A bright blue mana stone appeared in Dane's mind as an answer. But the biggest question was, who possessed such a massive amount of mana as to create such a vast area of mist? Suddenly, a horrific scene appeared before them. Armored figures lay scattered across the ground. Dane was stunned, his green eyes wide with shock at the tragedy before him. Ernest was about to rush over, but Dane quickly held him back. "Ernest, stop!" Dane's voice rang out decisively. Before them were corpses, the ill-fated comrades who had fallen right here in the ruins. A soldier's hand still tightly gripped a sword, showing they had fought to their last breath. The bodies were not intact, evidence of the brutality of the monsters lurking here. Dane silently identified them. They were scouts from the Academy's conquest team. Not a single person survived. Ernest bowed his head, his voice trembling. All were brutally murdered, with not a single intact corpse. He couldn't believe this tragedy had happened. Stifling the pain, Dane decided they would collect the bodies and their personal items. He asked Ernest to check the surroundings to ensure safety. Ernest nodded, trying to suppress his emotions to continue the mission, as Dane instructed. Dane quietly knelt beside a fallen soldier, solemnly praying, "Please rest in peace." His eyes lowered, a deep sadness passing through but quickly replaced by determination. He wouldn't let this sacrifice be in vain. Passing through the mist, a giant mana barrier glowing with a dark blue honeycomb structure suddenly appeared. This was the final magical boundary, separating them from the core area of the ruins. Ernest was stunned by its scale, his eyes wide with amazement. The more he observed the barrier, the more he felt the surrounding air becoming heavier. Ernest felt the mana pressure weighing down on his body, a sticky and heavy sensation found only in massive mana sources. He told himself he had to report this to Dane immediately. By now, Dane had finished collecting the remains of the scouts. Ernest called him over to examine what he had just found ahead. The two discussed their current position. Ernest believed they were very close to the center of the ruins, but it seemed some force was intentionally interfering with their senses. Ernest's face turned pale. He pantingly admitted his body was getting heavier. Now he understood why the previous scouting teams couldn't return alive under this horrific pressure. Dane was extremely surprised because he personally didn't feel any discomfort. He realized this mana pressure was what weakened the scouts, making them easy prey for the monsters without any way to resist. Ernest silently admired Dane's strength, as the pressure didn't seem to affect him at all. Ernest pointed ahead, where a giant mana barrier stood. The energy wall with blue hexagonal patterns blocked the path, radiating an authoritative aura. Based on its vast arc structure, they deduced that this barrier completely enclosed the central area of the ruin. Ernest was excited, thinking they just needed to pass through to reach the goal, but Dane expressed concern about dismantling it. If done incorrectly, all the monsters in the area would wake up. That would be a true disaster, as the monsters inside would certainly be much more ferocious, and the ones secretly controlling them would also detect the intrusion. Dane looked at Ernest solemnly, reminding him that even a small mistake would ruin the entire plan, and they would share the tragic fate of the scouts lying over there. Ernest swallowed nervously, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. He asked in confusion, "Then what should we do now?" Dane looked at his hand, telling himself that with the ancient mana he possessed, things might take a completely different turn. Ernest cried out in panic as he saw Dane about to touch the barrier. "Dane, what are you doing?" Dane reassured his friend, "Don't worry, if my guess is correct." He continued to reach his hand forward. Dane was certain the barrier wouldn't react to him at all, as their mana sources shared a certain similarity. Dane's hand began to sink into the energy wall without meeting any resistance. Dane's body gradually passed through the energy barrier as Ernest looked on in absolute awe. A blue light enveloped Dane as he stepped fully to the other side. Ernest's eyes widened in amazement, not understanding why the barrier remained completely silent. Ernest shouted with excitement upon seeing Dane pass through safely without any reaction from the monsters. He truly couldn't believe his eyes. Dane nodded in confirmation, just as he thought, because he carried ancient mana, the barrier, originally built from a similar energy source, would not recognize him as an intruder. Dane clearly sensed this was raw, unrefined mana, emitting a powerful ancient breath. Although happy for Dane, Ernest couldn't help but feel sad because he couldn't pass through it himself. He anxiously asked Dane if he could go on alone. Seeing Ernest start to worry for himself, Dane gave a warm, confident smile. He asserted firmly that he would never leave his friend behind, for he had come up with a bold plan for them to act together. Ernest was still dazed, not understanding his friend's intention, when Dane took the initiative to reach out his hand and requested firmly, "Ernest, give me your hand for a moment." Dane took Ernest's hand, using his mana to envelop his friend, and then they both stepped through the energy barrier. Ernest couldn't help but exclaim as he saw this unthinkable method actually work. The brilliant blue mana from Dane's hand spread powerfully, creating a protective film around Ernest, helping him assimilate completely with the magical wall. Successfully crossing the barrier, Dane calculated they could use this method to bring reinforcements inside later. He didn't forget to ask Ernest if he had memorized the route carefully and received a confident nod from his friend. Now inside the central area, Dane began to outline the next step of the plan. They needed to find a way to open the barrier from the inside so the conquest force could attack easily, breaking the stalemate. Dane explained that the barrier was maintained by special devices installed around it. By destroying them, the path behind would be wide open for the army to enter smoothly. Ernest completely agreed with this plan. He thought to himself that the person who built the barrier would never expect someone to be able to walk through it with just a gentle touch like Dane. A subtle smile appeared on Dane's lips. Every card the enemy held seemed to be within his calculation. Suddenly, Ernest gave a soft cheer when he saw a brilliant light shining from the end of the hallway. The final destination was likely right before their eyes. Stepping out of the narrow passage, both were stunned to realize they had set foot in the deepest part of the ancient ruins. A vast and high-pressure space opened up before them. Dane's gaze became razor-sharp. It was time to unmask the one who had laid out all these tricks and force him to show himself. The two moved cautiously across steep rock outcrops, with a dark abyss and cold underground mana streams below. Footsteps echoed softly in the vast space, amidst the thick mana-laden atmosphere of the cavern. Looking down below, Ernest felt a chill when he saw hundreds of large monsters with hideous horns lying asleep all over the cavern floor. Orcs, minotaurs, and countless other high-level creatures gathered into a massive army at the center of the ruins, creating a terrifying sight. Dane and Ernest hid behind a rock outcrop, appalled by the scale of this lair. "It's unbelievable. This place is filled with high-level monsters," Ernest whispered in horror. Dane narrowed his eyes to observe, holding his breath so as not to make even the slightest sound. He sensed another unusual presence below. A hazy mana mist enveloped the sleeping monsters, creating a terrifyingly still atmosphere right before the storm. Suddenly, steady footsteps rang out. A mysterious figure in a black cloak, leaning on a staff, slowly walked out from the darkness amidst the giant monster. Dane and Ernest quickly pulled back behind a large boulder. They only dared to peek out and observe the stranger's every move from a distance. Dane signaled Ernest to maintain absolute silence. His eyes were fixed on the mysterious figure standing tall in the middle of his monster army. The cloaked figure stood still, an authority radiating from him that made the monsters not dare to move even in their sleep. He was the one manipulating this entire tragedy. In his hand was a mana cube emitting a mystical blue light, the source of the mana mist covering the ruins. Dane clenched his fist. The real confrontation was about to begin. The mysterious cloaked figure stood proudly before the monster pack, ordering them to destroy the entire conquest team in a single strike as soon as they entered the ruin. A manticore-like monster roared fiercely, its roar signaling a bloody massacre about to start. The sharp appendages and claws of the monster pack flailed in the air, demonstrating the destructive power of this legion. Under the control of the mysterious sorcerer, the monsters moved in an organized fashion, ready for an all-out attack. The face hidden under the controller's hood radiated a sinister and cold look. He seemed to have victory firmly in his grasp. From a hidden vantage point above, Dane Saugers, the silver-haired genius of the Sagres family, and his friend Ernest watched silently, amazed to see the aggressive monsters obey the sorcerer like submissive sheep. Ernest quickly reminded Dane to pay attention to the enemy's hands, which held the secret of this terrifying controlling power. The mysterious cloaked figure gripped his staff, which emitted a mystical green mana glow that enveloped the surrounding space. That was an ancient mana stone with extreme energy density, the thing directly manipulating the will of hundreds of monsters. With his genius vision, Dane Saugers realized the sorcerer was only using the stone indirectly, and had not absorbed the ancient energy into his body like he had. Quickly establishing a tactic, Dane asked Ernest to set explosive traps at the weak points of the central pillars, exactly according to the plan. The full view of the ruins appeared in a grand scale, where a series of ancient structures had now become lairs for the monsters to occupy. The thunderous footsteps of orcs and goblins echoed through the passages, showing that the enemy numbers were truly overwhelming. Once the traps were set, their final goal was to seize the mana stone to neutralize the sorcerer's controlling power. Dane explained that if the stone was lost, the monsters would fall into a state of chaos, making it easy for the conquest force to deal with them. However, the actual number of monsters remained a great mystery. Ernest narrowed his eyes, trying to observe the besieged town below, his face clearly showing tension when facing the actual scale. The two realized a horrific truth. There were at least over 500 monsters gathered densely in every corner of the ruins. Monster legions of all kinds continued to arrive in droves. The actual number was likely far beyond what they had initially predicted. Although not an unbeatable number, if the conquest force confronted them head-on, they would surely suffer incredibly heavy casualties. Dane Saugers asked Ernest to use magic to record the entire terrain. He was determined to find out more about the identity of the one controlling this army. Ernest smiled and agreed. He trusted Dane's ability absolutely, but didn't forget to remind his friend to act with extreme caution. Dane nodded slightly, his eyes showing firm determination, ready to enter the most dangerous hunt yet. Both began to move silently like ghosts, skillfully avoiding the monster guards' sight along the way. Dane Saugers glided like a phantom through the ruined corridors, silently approaching the inner sanctum to prepare for his strike the head of the snake plan. Hiding behind a corner, he closely observed every move of the enemy. Ahead, the hooded sorcerer began to deploy the monster legion to guard the entrance strictly. The mysterious cloaked figure ordered the monsters, from orcs to lion-like hybrids, to guard the ruins' entrance carefully. He sensed that the conquest team's attack could begin at any moment and didn't want any mistakes. The monsters growled in obedience. Their presence created a heavy atmosphere of pressure right before the entrance gate. With the staff held tightly in his hand, the mysterious figure stood proudly commanding his loyal subjects, ready to fight anyone who dared to intrude upon his territory. From a hidden vantage point above, Dane Saugers, the young genius with silver hair and sharp eyes, watched silently. He couldn't help but feel intrigued by the other's ability to communicate with monsters, something even he, who had directly absorbed ancient mana, had never done. Dane silently wondered if this was a special technique accompanying the third circle. He was trying to analyze every possibility to find the opponent's weakness. Or was he simply using ancient mana to amplify a certain innate talent? Every hypothesis made Dane's curiosity rise strongly. When he saw the mysterious cloaked figure begin to retreat further into the inner sanctum, Dane knew his time to act had come. Dane's eyes flashed with resolve. Whatever the other's secret was, he would surely find the answer as soon as he seized the item he was holding. He needed to know why a person like him possessed such a high concentration of ancient mana, and who the true identity behind that mysterious cloak really was. The scene shifted deep into the inner sanctum, an ancient hall lit by flickering torchlight, where darkness seemed to swallow everything. The mysterious cloaked figure entered a private room, a silent space decorated with red carpets and towering stone pillars. He casually leaned his staff, set with the brilliantly glowing ancient mana stone, to one side, setting aside the exhausting work of coordinating the legion. Removing the heavy hood, the mysterious figure revealed a tired face with a short beard. He complained incessantly about the monster pests he was managing, finding them disgusting and lacking any sympathy for them despite being around them so long. He only hated why he was the only compatible person for this troublesome power. He muttered dejectedly, wondering how much longer he would be stuck in this remote and dark place before he could return. Right outside the hallway, Dane Saugers was hiding perfectly, listening to every word of the target's monologue to gather more information. Dane silently analyzed that if he called himself a compatible person, it proved this monster-controlling power was not innate, but something granted by his organization. Dane's sharp gaze peeked through the door crack. He was calculating every tiny movement to ensure the assassination went smoothly. Fortunately, Dane sensed there were no other presences in the room, and all the monsters had been withdrawn according to his earlier order. This was a godsend opportunity. The sound of wine being poured into a glass rang out steadily, breaking the silence of the room. The mysterious figure was trying to enjoy a rare moment of rest. The mysterious cloaked figure tried to reassure himself by thinking this was destiny and a noble mission assigned by the organization, so he had to accept it voluntarily. But in his heart, his true fear was that illogical fellow. He was resentful when thinking of the one who hindered the plan, while also being filled with horror at the insane power he possessed. He wondered how one person could single-handedly slaughter such a massive number of monsters. The image of Dane Saugers with brilliant silver hair, brutally massacring monsters in an instant, returned vividly to the sorcerer's mind. Although he had never directly faced or seen the true face of that silver-haired genius, the rumors of a monster in human form were enough to make him shudder in fear. The monsters fell at his feet like mown grass, a horrific sight that fell outside all initial calculations of the mysterious organization. His face showed extreme worry and unease at the mention of Dane Saugers' name. He had no idea that the Reaper he feared most was now right behind him. In his heart, the mysterious cloaked figure was still haunted by the power of the famed silver-haired Saugers family. He shuddered thinking of that illogical genius, a person possessing power far beyond all his common understanding of magic. To soothe the surrounding fear, he poured another glass of wine, trying to regain his composure in the quiet room. He muttered to himself that he had to report the existence of that silver-haired guy to the organization, as this was an extremely serious threat. The sorcerer slammed the wine glass onto the table, right next to the staff set with the ancient mana stone still glowing mystically, the weapon that helped him rule the monster army. From a nearby hidden spot, Dane Saugers, the calm genius of the Saugers family with his characteristic silver hair, watched silently. He confirmed that this person was indeed the one who had ordered the monster army outside. Dane's sharp eyes didn't leave the target. He was carefully calculating every scenario for the perfect assassination. The mana stone on the staff emitted a strange attraction, seemingly resonating with the abundant ancient mana source inside Dane's body. Dane realized that, just by seizing the staff, the sorcerer would lose all control over the monster pack, and he could use it to break through and form another mana circle. Meanwhile, the mysterious cloaked figure continued to pour wine obliviously, completely unaware that death was narrowing the gap. "All right, let's begin," Dane whispered softly. He gently left his hiding spot, preparing to deploy his infiltration technique. This time, he decided to use illusion, a supreme technique learned from his mother to hide his identity absolutely, just in case the plan hit a snag. As soon as Dane lightly touched the floor, a brilliant and sophisticated magic circle appeared, glowing brightly in the middle of the dark room. A hazy mist began to spread from the magic circle, creeping through the cracks and silently enveloping the space. Dane explained that this was a colorless, odorless mist, capable of causing intense illusions that would make anyone who breathed it in witness their most profound fear. To ensure he was unaffected, Dane took out a small antidote pill from his pocket. He quickly swallowed the antidote to block the mist's effects, keeping his mind completely sharp throughout the assassination. "Now it's time to force you to reveal all your secrets." Dane coldly advanced toward the target as the illusion mist completed its task. The mysterious cloaked figure was about to drain the wine he had just poured when he suddenly felt a cold, killing intent run down his spine. He froze midway, wine spilling from the glass, as he sensed the presence of a stranger right in his room without any warning sound. The sorcerer broke into a cold sweat in terror as he turned around and saw Dane Saugers standing right behind him with eyes as cold as ice. Before he could even regain his composure to resist, a sharp blade was pressed against the mysterious figure's neck, leaving him completely paralyzed in fear. "Don't move," Dane's low voice rang out. He warned that this blade was coated with a lethal poison that would end his life instantly if he dared to move even an inch. The sorcerer trembled, a bead of sweat rolling down his pale face as he realized he was completely helpless before this terrifying youth. All previous arrogance vanished, leaving only a profound fear that was slowly suffocating his mind. Truly unexpected, the mysterious cloaked figure wheezed in horror, unable to believe a guest could penetrate this deep without him knowing. He stared blankly at his opponent, trying to find an explanation for the illogical appearance threatening his life. The mysterious figure stared in terror at the void, stammering to ask the identity of the person who had so miraculously broken in. He couldn't believe someone could pass through layers of monster guards to reach him so easily. The response to that extreme fear was Dane Sagers's cold and haughty smile. His terrifyingly calm demeanor made the sorcerer feel the breath of death enveloping the entire room. With the poisoned sword pressed against his neck without a single gap, Dane Sagers made a powerful declaration. "Should I say I am the Reaper come to take you away?" The chapter closed with the extreme horror of the monster controller when facing a true monster in human form. Asir was confused by the appearance of the one claiming to be the Reaper. Why would a high-ranking Reaper in the organization crawl to this heavily guarded place? The youth emphasized that Asir must know very well how impossible it was for someone to break in here, so don't ignore it. Asir broke into a cold sweat, his face drained of color. He had no idea how the person before him could bypass the barrier and the dense monster. Dane pressed the knife against Asir's neck, coldly reminding him not to underestimate the situation. This was no joke. His life was in his hand. Asir's hand gripped the table, his heart full of doubt. He wondered who this youth was and what method he used to sneak in here alone. Dane tilted his head to look at him, his voice dropping low and threatening. He ordered him to confess truthfully if he still wanted to keep his worthless life. Asir could only stay silent, sweat pouring down his face. The overwhelming presence of the opponent made him speechless, not daring to utter a single word of resistance. Meanwhile, Dane was secretly pleased because his voice acting and Reaper aura had fooled the man. The first step of the interrogation was a success. Dane smirked and asked if the fun could begin. The light from the magic staff flickered faintly, signaling the secrets about to be revealed. By the flickering candlelight, Dane stood tall, pressing for his true purpose. The atmosphere in the room became more suffocating and tense than ever. He questioned the reason for gathering this massive monster army. Could it be he was plotting to overthrow the Empire with the power of orcs and goblins? Facing the series of sharp questions, Asir remained as quiet as a mouse. He bowed his head, trying to stay calm, but his trembling shoulders betrayed. Dane shouted for an immediate answer. He suspected he was conducting a mad experiment or acting under someone's instruction. Hearing the word instructions, Asir paused for a trembling beat. This tiny reaction could not escape the sharp eyes of the Sagres family genius. The blade pressed closer, emitting a strange and dangerous purple mist. The heavy pressure made him feel the breath of death right behind him. Dane's eyes flashed with coldness as he noticed the opponent's reaction. In just a blink, he had grasped the fear deep in his heart. Images of the mysterious cloaked figures suddenly appeared in Dane's mind. He wondered if the organization behind him was related to those figures. He bluntly asked if he was a member of a certain secret organization. The direct question made Asir freeze, his face turning gray. He was stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief that his secret had been exposed. Panic began to take over his mind as he looked at the Reaper. Asir stared at the opponent's uniform and insignia, full of questions. He didn't understand how an outsider knew of their existence. He screamed that he would reveal nothing, even in death. But Dane remained calm, seemingly having anticipated this reaction. Dane gave a cunning smile behind his mask, looking extremely dangerous. He knew exactly how to make even the most stubborn open their mouths voluntarily. His hand slammed onto the table, creating a sharp noise that broke the silence. It was time to shift to a more brutal interrogation method. Dane leaned into Asir's ear, whispering about a proper greeting. Seeing his smile, the man could only shiver at the chill down his spine. He looked at Dane with wide, terrified eyes. Dane warned coldly that he wouldn't repeat himself, forcing him to choose between confessing or receiving a bitter end. Dane's red eyes stared directly into Asir's mind. A killing gaze made him feel as though his soul was being strangled by a terrifying entity. In his half-human, half-demon form, Dane threatened coldly. He asked if he wanted to confess everything here or experience the sensation of the dark dungeon. Asir fell to the floor, trembling as he asked where this youth came from. He couldn't believe someone had broken into this place without anyone knowing. Dane was secretly pleased that the illusion was working effectively. If he was in the same boat as the others, everything would become much easier. With the blade close, Dane ordered him to reveal his true purpose. The space was dead silent, save for Asir's terrified gasp. Dane stepped forward, each footstep sounding like a hammer hitting Asir's heart. The old man backed away in panic, stammering for the youth to stay away from him. The sound of heels clicking on the floor was full of pressure. Dane raised an eyebrow and asked if he really intended to stay silent until he died, even with a blade at his throat. Close-up of Dane's eerie eyes made even the viewer shudder. The invisible pressure radiating from the youth made the air in the room feel as though it had frozen solid. Asir cried out in despair, screaming that he'd rather die because he had absolutely nothing to confess. His will was completely shattered under the Reaper's terrifying intimidation. Dane's cold gaze seemed to pierce through every lie. He He was waiting for a single crack in the man's psychological armor to end the conversation. The short sword once again became an effective tool for applying pressure. Dane knew exactly what to do to make this old man open his mouth voluntarily. Dane suddenly recited the organization's bylaws verbatim, regarding prioritizing security over life itself. The youth smirked, mocking him by saying he was at least different from the other fool. Asir froze, his face turning pale, as he asked how the intruder could possibly know those top-secret details. The core secrets of the organization were clearly held by a total stranger. Dane gave a mental sneer, because the reaction was exactly as he'd predicted. The notes he had collected earlier were indeed the key to manipulating this man. By the flickering candlelight, Dane continued to play the role of a high-ranking superior. He reiterated the rules of conduct, making Asir completely believe his fake identity. Asir naively asked if this was all a trial from the organization. He thought the incident at the academy was just a trap designed to test his worth. Dane seized the opportunity, asserting that now they could finally have a proper talk. He laughed inwardly as the prey fell completely into the illusionary trap he had set. Asir's attitude flipped instantly. He felt extremely honored to receive such a challenge. His earlier terror transformed into a ridiculously blind devotion. The youth withdrew his short sword, preparing for the next step of the plan. The opponent's blind trust was now the strongest weapon in his arsenal. Dane privately judged Asir as a true fanatic and decided to play the part to the end. He feigned praise for the man for safely bypassing the dense monster. Asir prostrated himself on the ground, swearing to dedicate his entire loyalty to the organization. He declared he was ready to do anything upon receiving an order from above. A close-up of Asir's bowed head showed his total submission. He had no idea he was kneeling before the very enemy he most desired to destroy. Dane looked down with a void of expression, thinking this situation had turned out quite well for him. A fanatic would be an endless source of information if exploited correctly. Dane gave a sinister smirk, knowing for sure the prey was caught. The psychological game was over. Victory belonged to the Sagres genius from the very start. Switching to a cold tone, the youth scolded him for losing hundreds of important monsters. This was the final blow that sent Asir scrambling to compensate with classified information. Asir groveled at the feet of the man he thought was his superior, frantically apologizing because the appearance of an unidentified enemy had ruined all plans. In his role as the Reaper, Dane coldly declared that accountability would be settled later. He ordered the man to focus on finishing the current mission to redeem himself. Hearing this, Asir felt a surge of relief and quickly committed to never letting his superior down again. This old man was truly easy to fool. Dane gave a secret sneer at how his clumsy act had worked so effectively. He gave a mental wink because the prey was well and truly hooked. The youth continued to steer the conversation, demanding Asir reconfirm the true objective of the mission to test his loyalty. Asir was slightly stunned by the unexpected question. He didn't understand why a superior would ask something so obvious, but he didn't dare delay his answer. Dane raised an eyebrow, his sharp gaze reminding the man of the test. The pressure from the youth made Asir break into a cold sweat as he confessed everything. He confessed that the primary mission was to incite the monsters to cause total chaos throughout the Empire. It was a calculated and brutal plot. Additionally, they wanted to test the power limits of the magic staff he was holding and report back all the collected data. The staff emitted an eerie green light. Dane realized this was the very item that allowed a mediocre man like Asir to control a whole army of monsters. Dane pressed him on how much he actually knew about the weapon. Asir honestly admitted he was only the one chosen to use it and didn't know the specifics. The youth was inwardly surprised to learn this power wasn't innate but granted. This proved the organization behind him possessed an extremely high level of technical skill. Trembling, Asir added that this was an extremely dangerous artifact. He felt as though he was straining just to contain the energy that threatened to explode. A close-up revealed the ancient staff of the legendary Arcana Kingdom. A long-lost treasure had resurfaced in the hands of these calculating rebels. He believed that increasing chaos would help reshape the world according to the organization's desires, a mad ideology of those wishing to overthrow the order. Dane privately evaluated this as a rather mediocre and predictable plan. He kept his face cold so the old man wouldn't suspect his true identity. Through the man's words, the youth confirmed for certain that they were part of the same group as the assassins he had encountered in the Forbidden Zone. He also suspected that even Professor Denabo at the Academy was closely linked to this dark organization. Things were starting to get interesting. Dane decided he would stir up some real trouble here. He wondered how the organization's high-ups would react when they realized everything had been exposed. He feigned revealing that he had been sent by a powerful figure at the Academy who had been secretly watching Asir for a long time. Asir froze, guessing in shock that the person must be the Academy branch manager. This was a priceless piece of information that Dane had accidentally extracted. The youth nodded in confirmation, adding that the person was very satisfied and placed great expectations on him. Asir was overjoyed, moved nearly to tears. Dane secretly mocked the opponent's stupidity. Though he didn't know for sure who the spy was, the title branch manager had narrowed down the targets for him. To end the scene, the youth told Asir to close his eyes to receive a gift from the mysterious superior. The man believed it completely, his face full of eager anticipation for his reward. Asir obediently followed suit, his heart racing with the thought of a promotion. He had no clue that what was actually about to hit him was a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Asir squeezed his eyes shut, his face contorted with a mix of nerves and excitement. He held his breath for the honorary gift from his superior, oblivious to the disaster looming over him. Dane gave an enigmatic smirk as he held a rectangular white object. With half his face still in its terrifying Reaper form, he prepared to give this sinner a conclusion he'd never see coming. Dane Saugers appeared amidst the ruins after the job was done. Ernest reeled with joy the moment he saw him, relieved to see his friend in one piece without a single scratch. Dane walked up casually, not forgetting to apologize for being a bit late. The youth explained that squeezing information out of the traitor took much longer than he had initially imagined. Ernest chuckled, saying he had been waiting right there for Dane to return. The grin on his face showed just how much he trusted his friend's ability. Right then, Ernest noticed something sparkling in Dane Saugers' hand. It was a magic stone emitting a mystical green glow that looked incredibly powerful. Dane gave a subtle smile, asserting he had drained every single secret from Asir. His gaze was sharp, showing that everything was still under his control. It turned out the final gift for the traitor was anything but simple. Sir Delphin held a small box, his face turning grave as he listened to the explanation. Inside that box was paralysis poison, an extremely potent toxin. Just a small dose was enough to make any stubborn foe lie perfectly still. Looking at the box, Sir Delphin was inwardly amazed by Dane Saugers' thorough preparation. This youth wasn't just a fighter. He was incredibly cunning in using strategy against his foe. Dane coldly stated that even if the man woke up, there was no way he was escaping. With the poison's effect, he would be like a fish on a cutting board waiting to be processed. Ernest breathed a sigh of relief, saying they didn't have to worry about that guy anymore. Immediately, Dane Saugers demanded they destroy the barrier to alert the main force. However, Ernest still broke into a cold sweat. He was worried that once the barrier vanished, the monsters would lose all control and fall into their most frantic state. Dane Saugers smirked, saying that was exactly the opportunity he had been waiting for. Once their controlling will was gone, the monsters would tear each other apart until they were all wiped out. Hearing this sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight plan, Ernest finally understood. He nodded enthusiastically, preparing to help Dane break the seal on the annoying magic barrier. The two quickly got to work, with Ernest confidently stating he was ready. The final preparations were done. Now they just had to wait for the real show to begin. A while later, the night sky suddenly erupted with brilliant magic flares. The booming sounds echoed everywhere as a signal that a glorious victory for their side was near. Multicolored light danced across the air, illuminating the entire ruin. It was a spectacular sight, signaling that the dangerous mission was finally completed successfully. Exactly 6 hours after Dane Saugers and Ernest had entered the deep ruins, everything was settled. Not much time had passed, but the results were truly beyond expectation. The magic fireworks weren't just for show, they were a victory signal for the entire army. The group of knights below looked up, every one of them beaming with joy. Observing from a distance, Third Prince Edward wore a satisfied smile. He was extremely pleased to see the plan go so smoothly, exactly as he had hoped. Immediately, Edward ordered a general assault to sweep away the final remnants. Sir Delphin drew his sword and led the Fourth Knight Order, charging toward the center of the ancient ruin. The army marched forward with thunderous steps and soaring morale, terrifying the monsters. The plan to eliminate the enemy in a heartbeat was progressing much more smoothly than before. The ancient ruins became the stage for the largest sweeping operation ever seen. The old stone structures shook under the heroic footsteps of the advancing army. The battle raged fiercely as the soldiers confronted the aggressive orcs head-on. The sound of clashing weapons rang out amidst the rubble and swirling dust. A soldier shouted, urging the team to hold the formation against the enemy's pressure. No matter how crazed the monsters were, they couldn't pierce the defensive line. The commander's voice boomed over the roars, ordering the team to give it their all. The battle was intense, with everyone straining to finish off the stubborn monster. The fight at the ruins grew hotter than ever. The knights had to constantly channel their inner power, shouting to each other to pour all their mana into their weapons to withstand the horrific pressure from the blue orcs. In the midst of the fray, the red-haired girl valiantly swung her sword, cutting down enemies while clicking her tongue in observation. The monsters this time seemed much more stubborn and tanky than the previous waves, forcing her to expend significant energy. Just as she expected, the deeper they went into the ruins, the more abnormally strengthened the monsters became. Her sword swings started to feel heavier against the mounting pressure. While the warriors struggled to hold the line, Priscilla Nerial arrived just in time to support. The blonde mage quickly deployed magic circles, reassuring her teammates to hold on just a bit longer while she healed. Priscilla closed her eyes, concentrating deeply on her incantations as ancient characters flowed through the air. A gentle green light from her magic spread out, mending the wounds of the exhausted knights. The situation was critical. A commander ordered the team to focus magic fire toward the southwest. Brilliant purple light exploded, targeting a massive lion-like monster baring its fangs. The Knight Order took the command, immediately forming up to protect the mages and open a path forward. Though the orcs were as numerous as ants, they began to be pushed back under the army's coordinated assault. The power of the combined attacks made the scene more chaotic than ever. The monsters tore at each other, or were shattered under the hurricane's strength of the expeditionary force, creating a bloody spectacle. Sir Delphin once stood in the middle of the battlefield, his sharp eyes monitoring every small change. His face showed absolute resolve. He wouldn't let a single monster escape this encirclement. The commander roared mightily, ordering the soldiers to wipe out every remaining monster, allowing not a single one to survive. Sir Delphin's spirit added fuel to the fire for the already blood-pumping army. The knights charged like whirlwinds, hacking through the blue orcs without mercy. Lightning-fast sword strokes tore through the air, turning the ruins into a veritable meat grinder for the monsters who had lost their control. Sharp explosions rang out everywhere as magic collided with monster flesh. The force was strong enough to make the earth shake, with dust clouds obscuring the vision of those in the fight. A massive explosion erupted, marking the total collapse of the monster's final defensive line. Everything shook violently, indicating the sweeping operation was reaching its most successful conclusion. Ernest ran up excitedly with his bow to tell Dane Saugers that the main force had arrived in time. One look at the bespectacled youth's beaming face was enough to know he could finally breathe easy. Dane Saugers gave a faint smile, his expression perfectly calm, as if everything had gone according to plan. The youth was very satisfied that the barrier-breaking plan had worked so well. The work of clearing the scene began in a hurry. Dane and Ernest headed back to report. Both intended to meet the third prince immediately to conclude the grueling mission. Dust from the explosions still lingered around the ancient buildings of the ruins. The scene after the battle looked quite desolate, but the most important thing was that the threat had been officially removed. The houses on the cliffs were peaceful once more after the storm of magic fire. The entire ruins area seemed to be slowly recovering after the crazed monsters were wiped out by the royal army. At the center, 3rd Prince Edward Danter began his formal commendation speech. He declared that in this campaign, one person had achieved a massive feat that far surpassed all others. The knights stood solemnly as Edward praised the mysterious hero who stood at the front line. According to him, this person had blocked the monster's surprise ambush, opening the road to victory. The crowd of students couldn't help but be curious as the prince mentioned the one who bravely infiltrated the center of the ruins. Thanks to the valuable intel on enemy weaknesses this person brought back, the army's losses were significantly reduced. Edward stood high, pointing toward the person standing next to him, asserting that this youth had directly subdued the enemy in the fiercest battle. All eyes were fixed on the platform, where the hero's identity was about to be revealed. Cheers rang through the ruins as knights simultaneously raised their swords in celebration. The boisterous atmosphere of the Vindan ceremony made the air feel more heroic than ever. The soldiers shouted "Long live" in unison, their excitement spreading across the cliffs. After moments of life and death, they could finally breathe and celebrate a hard-won victory. 3rd Prince Edward smiled brightly, declaring he would grant a grand reward to the campaign's hero. He looked toward Dane Saugers, prepared to drop a bombshell that would shock everyone. 3rd Prince Edward called out Dane Saugers' name with a booming voice. He asserted that the youth's valiant actions would serve as a shining example for the entire empire. Edward Danter stepped forward, placing a hand on Dane's shoulder as a formal acknowledgement before the public. It was a rare display of intimacy between a noble prince and a cadet. Edward dropped a real bombshell by expressing his wish for Dane to be by his side as a friend. That word, coming from a prince, carried incredible weight. Sir Delphin once broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe his ears. The veteran commander seemed shocked by the prince's total disregard for class barriers. The crowd of students below began to gossip intensely. Friend, did the prince just call Dane a friend? No one understood how this lucky youth had managed such a feat. Dane laughed, saying Edward's declaration was like a massive explosion. The prince admitted it might put the youth in a difficult spot, but Dane was still happy for the trust. After the initial excitement, Dane's eyes turned thoughtful. He wondered what the fate of the traitor Asir would be. Edward Danter's face immediately hardened at the mention of that man. The prince radiated an aura much colder and more serious than before. Edward revealed he would be thrown into the royal dungeon, a place described as a living hell. The daily screams made it a place of terror that even the prince had never set foot in. Dane understood that there was no way that Guy was coming out alive, but either way, he had already extracted every bit of valuable info from him beforehand. Edward believed that conclusion was entirely deserved and wanted to give an extra reward for Dane's hard work. However, the youth remained humble, saying it was already more than enough. Dane fell silent for a long moment, as if weighing something very important. His pensive look showed he was about to make a special request. In truth, he had a major matter he wanted to ask the prince for help with. Seeing Dane's seriousness, Edward generously told him to speak whatever was on his mind. The two stood in a private corner of the platform to discuss the major affairs. The space grew strangely quiet, leaving only the secret dialogue between the prince and the new hero. Dane bluntly mentioned the true enemies targeting the Empire and the prince himself. This stern warning forced Edward to ponder the potential hidden threats. The youth's expression was incredibly serious, showing that the scope of the plot was much larger than imagined. The political game was officially starting to heat up. The campaign at the ruins closed, leaving behind a strangely peaceful scene beside a majestic waterfall. Yet behind that peace, dark undercurrents were waiting to burst. A few days later, the scene shifted to the office of the head of the magic department at the academy. The air was filled with silence and secret calculation. Professor Drenavo stood by the window, muttering Dane Saugers's name with an expression of extreme displeasure. The youth's presence seemed to be upending all of his plans. The department head wondered incessantly about the content of the conversation between Dane and the third prince that day. The dead silence of the past few days only added to his anxiety and worry. Right then, a figure in a black cloak quietly entered the room without making a sound. This mysterious appearance signaled a meeting that was anything but healthy. Drenavo startled and turned around when he felt the presence of a stranger standing right behind him. His face showed utter bewilderment at being intruded upon in his own lair in the middle of the night. The intruder asked mockingly what the professor was thinking about so seriously. The atmosphere in the room instantly became incredibly tense. A bearded man gave a cunning smile under his hood, telling Drenavo there was no need for surprise. The chapter concluded with the appearance of the Dark Faction, promising some very intense developments ahead. Arthur walked along the corridor, wondering if the professor was still there. He intended to report the details of tomorrow's schedule before heading off to rest. Just as he was about to open the door, Arthur stopped when he heard someone inside asking if there was anything unusual. He came to a full stop, realizing the professor was seeing a guest at this late hour. Arthur peeked through the door crack, sweat pouring down his face from the tension. Inside, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the sealed room. Professor Denabo was standing with a cloaked figure who remarked that dead men tell no tales. The old professor sneered, confident that even if that guy confessed everything, he would still know nothing about it. The cloaked man smiled smugly, affirming that Denabo's position would remain secure. Denabo's eyes revealed a sinister look under the dim light. The cloaked man promised to soon send someone to support the next plan. Arthur, hiding behind, was stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. The conversation began to mention the investigation team and the recent conquest. Arthur narrowed his eyes suspiciously. It was clear they were hiding a massive secret. He began to feel a chill down his spine at the truth about the teacher he had always respected. The conversation shifted to the fact that a high-ranking figure was about to arrive to rectify the academy. Denabo clicked his tongue, dismissed it as a formality, and said they had already prepared a countermeasure. The cloaked man carefully asked again if there were any vulnerabilities. The professor flashed a smug smile, guaranteeing that neither of their positions would be shaken. Then he mentioned someone the organization was keeping a particularly close eye on. Arthur jumped when he heard the name Dane Saugers escape the old professor's mouth. The cloaked man emphasized that while Dane had achieved a great feat, he had actually ruined the organization's plans. He demanded that Denabo quickly recruit or deal with the teenager. Denabo folded his arms and nodded, promising to focus all his efforts on the new target. In their eyes, no matter how talented Dane was, dealing with him was only a matter of time. Before leaving, the cloaked man didn't forget to remind the professor about the letter of recommendation. Denabo replied generously, considering it a small gift for the help provided. He promised to soon send the official letter of recommendation to the magic tower as planned. The mysterious figure bowed and prepared to vanish into the night. A devious smile appeared on the face hidden behind the cloak. Arthur felt a surge of resentment, unable to believe the professor was using his future to trade with traitor. The office door slammed shut, ending the dark conversation. Arthur turned and ran for his life, his breath becoming rapid with fear. He understood that he had just overheard a secret that could upend the entire academy. Hurried footsteps echoed in the night. He knew he had to find Dane immediately. Arthur rushed between the silent buildings, not daring to look back even once. The scene shifts to the park, near the dormitory late at night. Under the dim yellow streetlights, Arthur was recounting the entire event to Dane's saga. He emphasized that their next target was him. Dane listened and then summarized the situation with an unusually calm demeanor. He reckoned that Denabo must be in a great hurry to have left such an elementary opening. Arthur asked worriedly if Dane would be okay if the professor found out about this. Arthur told himself he had nothing left to lose after being abandoned like a pawn by the teacher he once respected. He bitterly recounted how Professor Denabo had used the letter of recommendation as bait to turn him into unpaid slave labor. Despite his own desperation, Arthur recognized the horrific scale of this plot and sought out Dane for help. Arthur admitted that among everyone he knew, Dane was the strongest and most reliable person. Dane listened silently, his eyes showing understanding for the pain of betrayal felt by the man before. He knew that discovering his professor was a member of a treasonous organization was a massive shock to him. Dane thought to himself that this matter no longer just concerned trust, but directly impacted Arthur's future. Arthur stood in silent dejection, his solitary shadow stretching long under the dim lights of the academy. He looked at Dane imploringly, asking what he should do to escape this deadlock. Dane's eyes sharpened as he realized a golden opportunity had just presented itself. Recruiting someone as close to Denabo as Arthur would make his plan run much more smooth. Dane asserted that Denabo's power was nothing compared to the Third Prince, and exposing this plot would yield far greater benefits. Arthur was stunned as he realized Dane was suggesting he embark on an incredibly dangerous plan. Dane stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder, a gesture serving as a promise of absolute protection. He gave a confident smirk, declaring that he already had a perfect plan in mind. Instead of continuing to serve the devious professor, Dane suggested Arthur place his full trust in him. Dane's forceful words struck a chord with the assistant's heavily wavering psyche. Without further hesitation, Arthur affirmed he would do whatever Dane asked to reclaim justice for himself. The night passed in silence, signaling that the pieces were beginning to move on the political chessboard. 2 days later at the academy, an outward appearance of peace still hung over daily activity. In the lab, Denabo scolded Arthur harshly for his lateness. Arthur only bowed in apology, citing a lab accident. From a distance, Dane observed silently, satisfied that everything was unfolding exactly as predicted. He smiled triumphantly as he saw Arthur perfectly play the role of a submissive assistant before the old professor. Originally, Dane intended to track Denabo himself and have Ernest collect evidence, but Arthur's appearance changed everything. Arthur stood by Denabo, fulfilling the role of an insider embedded right under the enemy's nose. No one could monitor the old professor's movements more closely than his own personal assistant. Dane believed that with help from the inside, catching Denabo red-handed was only a matter of time. He stood tall in the middle of the campus, his cold gaze fixed directly on the laboratory building. He softly called out Denabo's name with an enigmatic smile, as if victory were already in his grasp. Looking at the professor's arrogance, Dane told himself the man was digging his own grave without even knowing it. Professor Drenavo was launching into a tirade about his disappointment with Arthur's results. The young man could only bow in apology. He held out his hand mockingly, saying Arthur should have placed first in this conquest. At this rate, the letter of recommendation was as good as gone. Arthur continued to accept the blame with a resigned look, while Drenavo began to find him quite annoying. Slamming the table with a thud, he roared, asking if Arthur truly understood his mistake. The professor's anger had not subsided. He scolded Arthur, saying he was as pathetic now as he was intelligent before. He asserted that only if Arthur handled this matter properly would there be any hope for his future. With a sigh, Drenavo changed his tone and said he would give him one last chance. Arthur broke into a cold sweat, his face showing clear anxiety at this suggestive offer. An opportunity for redemption, the old professor began to lead Arthur into his trap. Immediately after, Arthur rushed off to perform the assigned task. Drenavo's instructions still rang in his head. He had to go to that exact spot to receive an important item. He sprinted across the campus as fast as possible, ignoring the stares of those around him. Drenavo emphasized that this was extremely important, which was why he entrusted it to the person he trusted most. Arthur gritted his teeth as he ran, sweat pouring down his face. The teacher added that surely he wouldn't fail at such an easy task. Arthur affirmed he should leave it to him. Arthur thought as he ran that this was exactly the kind of information Dane Saugers needed. A faint smile appeared. This was the golden chance to bring down this corrupt professor. According to the plan, in 1 week, Arthur would head to the Academy's supply route, where a secret door would be left open. Back to the present, Arthur met someone privately and handed over the small item he held in his hand. Drenavo's words echoed in his ears, that if the situation weren't favorable, he would have had to go himself. The person receiving the item was none other than Dane Saugers, who observed in silence. Dane's gaze was pensive. He was calculating the next step. The item was handed over smoothly. Arthur recounted the entire conversation with Drenavo to Dane and asked what he thought about it. Dane wondered if the professor had ever made Arthur do anything similar before, but Arthur affirmed this was the first time. Dane pondered. A new plan was slowly taking shape in his mind. He reckoned that the professor intended to pin all the blame on Arthur if anything went wrong. Arthur nodded in agreement. Both understood they couldn't let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. Dane asserted that nothing related to that secret society could be allowed to escape the net. A strategy using bait was immediately proposed by Dane. Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. The goal was to create a situation that forced Drenavo to reveal himself and block all his exits. Dane folded his arms, thinking about which method would be most effective now. Arthur waited in silence. He turned to ask Arthur if he dared to carry out this high-risk plan. Under the sunset, Dane affirmed that he himself would be the one to create that situation. Arthur gave a confident smile, affirming he would use any means to complete the mission. Dane was satisfied and told him to get ready. They would soon contact each other to finalize the approach. Dane's determined gaze showed he was ready for this hunt. Arthur showed equal firmness. Things seemed to be going more smoothly than expected. "We should report this to the prince as well," Dane said while looking out over the academy. A week later, at the academy's supply route, Arthur, in more discreet clothing, was moving silently through the dark night. Drenavo's instructions returned. Go north to an inn on the outskirts of the capital, sit at the far left table, and wait to receive the goods. Arthur scanned the area, looking for the designated location. He mentally repeated the directions, knowing the inn had to be around here. There it was. His eyes stopped at an old wooden house, exactly as described. Arthur stepped quickly toward the inn, determined to cause as much chaos as possible to stop this transaction. He gripped the communication scroll in his hand, the one Professor Drenavo had given him to use if the situation worsened. His footsteps were steady as he advanced toward the target. He told himself that eventually, that old fox of a professor would be forced to show up himself. The inn appeared clearly in the dim twilight. Inside the inn, the atmosphere was noisy and bustling, a stark contrast to the terrifying silence outside. Arthur sat alone in a corner, trying to act as normal as possible while he waited. His eyes showed clear tension, despite his attempts to suppress it. A flashback appeared, Dane Saugers handing him a case of poison needles and saying they would be very useful for the mission. He gripped the secret weapon in his hand, Dane's encouragement still ringing in his ear. Dane also didn't forget to remind him that he wasn't alone, as Prince Edward would always be watching and supporting from behind. Suddenly, Arthur noticed a change in the atmosphere of the inn. The wooden door creaked dryly as someone just entered. A stranger with deep purple hair and a dangerous look appeared at the entrance. Arthur held his breath and watched. He knew immediately that this was no ordinary traveler. The stranger smirked, glancing around the smoke-filled room. He walked leisurely past the tables and chairs, heading straight for the corner where Arthur was sitting. Finally, he stopped right in front of Arthur, creating an invisible pressure that filled the space. Arthur looked up, mentally confirming that this was the person he was supposed to meet. The stranger's footsteps stopped completely, and silence enveloped them both. Arthur's hand moved slightly, ready to respond to any unexpected situation. The purple-haired man narrowed his eyes at Arthur for a long time and muttered that he had never seen this face before. However, he gave a faint sneer and clicked his tongue, saying that didn't matter much at the moment. At an old inn where schemes began to kindle, a brown satchel was dumped onto the wooden floor. Arthur flinched slightly, his face showing clear worry. At a corner table, Dane Saugers was in disguise, sitting opposite Arthur to carry out a covert exchange. Arthur insisted this was the item he needed. He told Dane to wait a while after he left before coming out, and to move the item immediately. Dane looked at the bag in astonishment. A completely different plan was forming in his mind. Arthur rose to leave. Dane called after him, asking if he was really going to go. Dane's hand quietly tightened around a tube of paralytic toxin he had prepared. He intended to act now. Taking advantage of Arthur turning his back, Dane decided to move. He couldn't let this chance slip. He glanced at the people around and realized he needed to attract the crowd's attention. A heavy blow to the back of Arthur's neck left him no time to react. Dane's gaze grew cold and sharp, completely different from his earlier gentle appearance. The thud echoed dryly through the inn. The strike left the victim dazed. A nearby serving maid stared at the scene in horror. Arthur collapsed to the floor, completely motionless. Dane exulted as the paralytic toxin took effect far more effectively than expected. Everything was going according to plan. He feigned rushing over, questioning anxiously as if genuinely concerned. His plan was to create as big a commotion as possible to disrupt the exchange. Dane shook Arthur, shouting for him to wake and asking if he could hear him. Arthur foamed at the mouth, completely unconscious. The act began to get dramatic. Murmurs rose from the surrounding tables. All eyes turned toward the two of them. Hasty footsteps approached. The innkeeper had been drawn in. The innkeeper ran over to ask what was happening. Dane pretended naivety, saying the man had suddenly fainted. He looked at Arthur's body with a face full of suspicion and tension. Dane continued to play the part of a panicked academy student, trying to appear innocent. But the innkeeper's gaze shifted, staring threateningly at Dane. He had noticed something. From behind, the innkeeper silently drew a dagger. He did not intend to let Dane leave. He launched an attack and shouted that Dane couldn't use cheap tricks to fool him. It turned out the whole inn was run by professionals. Dane dodged and continued to shout that he was an academy student, begging him to stop. He glanced around and saw others beginning to move as well. Both the male server and the maid drew weapons at once. They were all disguised assassins. Sharp blades were drawn from sheaths, ready to silence him. Dane feigned shock as he realized the inn was a nest of crime. He found himself trapped in their circle. The innkeeper clicked his tongue in annoyance as things became more complicated than expected. He ground his teeth in anger to see a fly like Dane dare ruin an important deal. He threatened that Dane would pay with his life for what he'd done and would not die easily. The assassins closed in with sly smiles, convinced their prey was trapped. Dane feigned fear, thinking silently that this was bad and there was no escape. But immediately his attitude shifted. Dane realized this was the perfect setup to draw one more player into the game. He was ready to stage the scene as an academy trainee attacked by a secret organization colluding with Professor Denabo. Dane produced the magic scroll, preparing to trigger his final trap to drag Denabo into the abyss. Amid the circle of assassins, Dane Saugers remained calm, the scroll in his hand. He dared them to see who would be in trouble. Dane began activating the scroll. Mana flared violently in the inn as he declared it was time for that person to appear. A brilliant blue light burst from the scroll, filling the space. The teleportation spell had been successfully activated. The innkeeper and his henchmen were stunned, unable to understand how an academy trainee could possess and use a teleport signal scroll right now. He panicked, wondering if Dane was calling reinforcements. Mana poured from the scroll, terrifying everyone present with its power. One of them shouted suspiciously, asking if Dane was actually a maid. Dane curled a sly smile. Everything was unfolding perfectly according to the script he had carefully arranged. A huge magic circle flared into being, ready to pull the target to the scene. The blinding light prevented the assassins from looking straight at it. The innkeeper broke into a cold sweat, realizing this was more than a simple summon. He gasped as he felt the pressure of the teleportation spell. The assassins panicked as they recognized it as forced teleportation magic. They couldn't believe an academy trainee could do this. Amid the dazzling light, a human figure began to take shape. The plan to expose the mastermind had reached its decisive phase. Professor Denabo appeared in the middle of the inn in utter bewilderment. He still didn't understand what was happening to him. Dane stared at the professor, inwardly pleased that the biggest catch had fallen into his trap. The scenario he'd waited for had finally begun. Denabo looked around in shock, realizing he stood in a shabby inn full of armed men. He was stunned at being abruptly teleported here. The magical light faded, revealing the chaotic scene to everyone. A momentary silence fell over the room. The innkeeper recognized the man who had appeared as Denabo and exclaimed in astonishment. Their connection was now exposed to Dane. Dane immediately launched a verbal attack, loudly demanding to know why Denabo hadn't come himself and instead sent someone like Arthur. He added a pointed question about whether this commotion was part of Denabo's plan. He curled a cold smile, mocking Denabo for appearing so swiftly on cue. All accusations now pointed at the professor. Denabo stood dumbfounded, unable to digest what his student was saying. He demanded to know what nonsense Dane was babbling. Arthur still lay sprawled on the ground, motionless after the paralytic. He served as living proof of the assault Dane had staged. The assassin's hands remained tight on their weapons, caught in a dilemma as things had gone too far. The blades now looked ironically out of place before the professor. Dane held up the glowing satchel in his hand. This was the item Denabo coveted, now serving as evidence to incriminate. Denabo's face drained of color. He ground his teeth in fury as he realized he had fallen completely into a student's intricate trap, his career and reputation hanging by a thread. The entire inn became a stage for the shocking unmasking. Denabo roared for an explanation as he saw Arthur laid out and his men surrounding Dane, realizing he was trapped in an impossible situation. Dane stood proud, the glowing satchel in his hand, eyes fixed on Denabo with resolve. He was ready for the final step to bring down the treacherous professor completely. Denabo cursed Arthur as an ungrateful brat, accusing him of repaying the pity he'd shown by taking him in with this betrayal. Arthur shot back, telling him not to be ridiculous. He'd only been treated as a tool to be discarded. He declared bluntly that he was sick of being a slave to someone like him. Suddenly, Arthur ignited flame in his hand, causing Denabo to howl in shock, unable to believe his eyes. He clutched the spatial satchel tightly as the magical fire flared up fiercely, threatening to burn everything. Arthur warned the professor not to play tricks, or he'd reduce the prized item to ashes at once. The professor's men panicked as well, urging him to stop because the item couldn't be ruined. Denabo ground his teeth in fury at seeing the important item used as a hostage. But to Arthur, this situation was enough to begin the next phase of the plan. He stared at the old man and murmured, "The bait's taken, your turn now, Dane." At once a brilliant blue light began to engulf the building's window frames. A massive magic array unexpectedly activated, enclosing the entire tavern from outside. A spiraling blue mana current sealed every nook and cranny, letting no one escape. Light flared intensely, seeping through the tiniest gaps in the tavern's wall. From afar, the whole structure was submerged in a dazzling sea of mana. From above, the scene showed the magic trap fully set, enclosing the tavern area. Inside, light began to filter through the window panes, leaving everyone astonished. Everyone in the tavern fell silent, feeling a massive magical pressure bearing down. The bald tavern owner widened his eyes as the ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled violently. Denabo tried to channel mana, but only found impotence as his hands trembled uncontrollably. The professor broke into a cold sweat, hazily realizing what terrifying force was sealing the place. Arthur smirked, informing him it was a high-level mana disruption field. The magic turned the entire building into a perfect anti-magic zone, cutting off every avenue of retreat. Arthur added the killing remark that now no one could get away, not even the professor. Denabo went pale, only able to exclaim in utter disbelief as he realized he'd walked into a trap. He trembled as he looked at his useless hands, unable to believe someone would dare act against him. He wondered where Arthur had found the nerve to do this, and was certain a powerful force stood behind him. In Denabo's mind rose the image of a mysterious army encircling the place outside, waiting. He realized that if captured here, all his long-hidden efforts would be blown to pieces. The Tower of Power he'd painstakingly built at the academy was about to collapse tonight. In panic, Denabo shouted orders for his men to seize Arthur immediately. The henchmen drew their weapons and rushed in, hoping to use Arthur as their ticket out. Arthur clicked his tongue. He knew he couldn't hold off this pack of assassins alone for long. He clutched the satchel of evidence, silently urging Dane to finish this quickly. At that moment, a loud explosion rang out as the window was shattered by the blades of a special task force. The troops swept in from outside like a whirlwind, encircling those who had planned to attack Arthur. Dane Saugers appears at the head of the formation, eyes cold as he stares straight at the old professor. Through the haze of dust and smoke, armored figures take up all the key positions with imposing presence. Their swords swing, releasing a pressure that utterly overwhelms the criminals in the room. The knights in their distinctive green cloaks draw their blades in unison, ready to secure the scene. The innkeeper stammers, at a loss for words, as he realizes the identities of these powerful guests. Arthur beams, points at Denabo, and proclaims loudly, "It's the Royal Knights, Professor." A deafening boom sounds as the door is blown open, dust and smoke billowing through the entrance. The heavy footsteps of the knight squad thunder as they advance swiftly into the tavern. The ranks of solemn knights press forward, leaving no gap for the criminals to escape. The knight commander at the front commands everyone to stand down, with Dane and Prince Edward appearing behind him. He declares that from this moment on, They are all under arrest in the name of the henchmen and assassins in the tavern freeze, sweat pouring as they're caught off guard. Dane smiles smugly, thinking the timing of this coordinated move couldn't be more perfect for an arrest. He glares at the old professor, certain that Denabo's twilight has finally come. Professor Denabo collapses completely, crumpling to the floor under the pressure of the knights. He grits his teeth in rage, as he realizes he's fallen utterly into a meticulously laid trap. Denabo can't fathom how his identity was exposed so quickly. His hand trembles on the floor as all his power and prestige instantly dissolve. He bows his head to the ground, bitter over how swiftly the tower of status he built has crumbled. From above, the knights are seen encircling the entire scene, forcing everyone to lay down their arms and surrender. Those who tried to resist are immediately pinned to the ground, only able to groan in despair. Members of the secret organization are subdued one by one. No one escapes the encirclement. Ropes begin binding the criminals' hands tightly in preparation for escorting them to the capital. A long procession of secret society members is led away under the strict custody of the royal knight. Dane surveys the scene, pleased that this haul exceeded even his expectations. He and Prince Edward discuss the outcome. They've rounded up over 10 members of the secret organization here. Edward smiles, praising Dane's cunning and affirming he'd done very well this time. The item they were to trade is actually a spatial satchel filled with the organization's dark secrets. Inside the bag, a slew of evidence spills out, handwritten orders to erase all traces of dissent. Dane suggests rewarding Arthur with a royal recommendation letter to the Mage's Tower as a fitting prize. Prince Edward agrees, since with this letter Arthur's status and safety will be secured after he earns his merit. Each criminal is escorted away, and the air gradually returns to the usual quiet of the night. Denabo lowers his head and trudges off in chains, leaving behind all his lost glory. Dane stands there, eyes deep and brooding, as he surveys the results of a mental chess match with the secret organization. Once again, this shocking event erupts, promising to shake the very foundations of the Academy in the days to come. The awards ceremony begins formally on the Academy grounds. The first name called is none other than Dane Sog. Next come Layla Termian, Ernest Dillon, and Priscilla Nerial, the members who stood shoulder to shoulder in the recent mission. Third, Prince Edward himself presides. He declares this group of students has achieved outstanding feats and set a shining example for the whole school. Ernest and Priscilla clearly show relief. At last, the mission ends smoothly with Professor Denabo's arrest. Prince Edward personally hands the certificate to the group's representative. Thanks to Dane's efforts, the whole club enjoys this honor. The crowd of students below starts whispering and gossiping. They say Dane single-handedly dealt with over 200, maybe even 500 monsters. The girls are still in shock to learn that a respected professor like Denabo turned out to be a spy, creepy enough to give them goosebumps. Despite reaping countless benefits from the campaign, rumors about Dane continue to spread and can't be stopped. However, Dane's biggest gain is discovering the existence of the organization plotting to overturn the world. He tells himself he must prepare thoroughly to deal with them before peaceful life is destroyed. While Ernest waves to the excited crowd, Dane slips away quietly. Edward smiles with satisfaction as he watches the young heroes retreating back, flanked by the knight's commander. Leaving the ceremony, Dane's mind turns to the item he had sent to Bulback earlier. He wonders what the old smith has discovered. The clang of hammer on steel rings from Termian's forge. Dane arrives just as Bulback is inspecting the magic staff. It looks ordinary, but Bulback insists the staff was forged with blood. Dane startles at the revelation. The smith explains it doesn't react to ordinary fire. The only thing that makes it change is human blood. Dane's expression tightens as he realizes how evil the item truly is. It's Aldius, an ancient metal that can only be forged after being soaked in the blood of dozens of people. Bulback points to the staff's core and says that's the source of the faint smell of blood beneath the ordinary casing. He emphasizes this as an extremely dangerous object that few even know about. Dane truly didn't expect Denabo to possess a weapon this terrifying. Not only does it thirst for blood, it can drive its wielder mad if used carelessly. Dane folds his arms and ponders. He wonders if, since it craves blood so much, why wasn't it forged into a sword or spear instead of a magic staff? Bulback strokes his beard, preparing to offer his own theory on the matter. It seems only Aldius can withstand the tremendous power radiating from that gem. Dane stares at the staff, gradually understanding the true purpose of whoever made it. He tightens his grip on the haft, feeling the great menace hidden beneath the pitch-black metal. Dane stands motionless for a long while, the deadly weapon in his hands. He feels this thing is really off and shouldn't be left lying around. The gem at the staff's tip still emits a mysterious, bewitching blue light. Bulback nods, confirming it's an extremely rare piece, not something just anyone can touch. To everyone's surprise, Dane suddenly holds the staff out and decides to give it to the old smith. Bulback's eyes widen in astonishment. He can't believe the kid is generous enough to gift such a treasure. Dane grins, saying he never uses staffs anyway, so it's better for someone who understands its value like Bulback to have it. Seeing Dane's sincere look, Bulback drops his suspicion. The old man reaches out to take the staff and promises he won't refuse such a priceless gift. Bulback thanks him profusely, thrilled finally to own the rare material to satisfy his forging passion. But Dane smoothly asks to keep the gem from the staff, since that's the part he actually needs. Bulback agrees at once. He's only interested in the metal, not those flashy magic stones. He excitedly says once the gem's removed, he'll get to work on Dane's sword, and Dane keeps nodding eagerly. Bulback turns away to fetch his tools, still marveling aloud at the ancient mana core's power. Dane narrows his eyes with calculation. There's no way he'd casually pass up a treasure like this. After successfully separating the mana core from the staff, they move to the storage area for Dane's new sword. It's Bulback's ore vault, full of shimmering minerals in all colors. Bulback reports the sword is nearly finished, just needs sharpening and a bit of adjustment, and urges Dane to lift it and try. Dane carefully grasps the hilt, feeling its perfect weight and grip. A superb blade glows with a translucent blue. He can't hide his amazement at the old smith's skill. The blade reflects Dane's excited eyes. It's truly a masterpiece, every detail astonishingly exquisite. Seeing the kid's satisfied face, Bulback chuckles smugly and asks if he really likes the gift. Dane admires the sword a while longer, unable to tear his eyes away from its beauty. The sword radiates a faint halo, graceful yet full of power. He notices the sword's reaction is just like when he touched Arcanium or before. Dane gives a basic swing. The speed and flexibility Arcanium provides far exceed expectations. Half dubious, he asks if it breaks easily. Bulback snorts and scolds him for underestimating this legendary material. The smith states firmly that ordinary metals don't stand a chance, and this sword will never chip no matter how roughly it's used. Though pleased, Dane has one small question. Is there any way to make the sword less flashy? It's blazing like this. How's he supposed to do stealth missions or night assassinations? Too conspicuous. Bulback laughs loudly, telling the kid he's odd for never being satisfied and always complaining about everything. To finish the final step, the old man asks Dane to try channeling his unusual mana into the sword. Dane nods, steadies his stance, and prepares to follow the instruction. He closes his eyes and begins to focus, directing the flow of mana from deep within his body. Hands gripping the sword's hilt, Dane begins to release his energy. Immediately, magic circles and brilliant currents of air begin to whirl fiercely around his feet. A massive column of energy erupts from the sword, lighting up the entire forge. The presence is truly terrifying. The room shakes violently under the pressure of the frenzied mana surge. Bulback stands by, watching intently. The sword trembles wildly, as if cheering for having been fed plenty of mana. Dane begins to sense something wrong, this feeling. It's completely different from before. The sword is like a bottomless pit, ravenously draining his mana without pause. Bulback laughs with delight. He knows right away that this sword will accept and perfectly sync with Dane's mana. Even seeing the perfect match, Dane sweatily asks how long he must keep this up. The smith looks at him with eager eyes, showing no intention of telling him to stop. He shouts that Dane must pour mana in until he has no strength left. Dane can only appeal to the heavens at this absurd demand. A turquoise mana stream starts churning fiercely around the blade. Dane grits his teeth as the sword siphons away nearly half his mana. He tries to hold the hilt steady, feeling the magical pressure growing heavier and heavier. His eyes narrow, concentrating intensely on every movement of the energy flow. The sword blazes brilliantly, reacting violently to the new power. Bulback remarks that only this weapon could contain his peculiar mana. Dane is slightly surprised by the smith's assertion. The man explains further that because it's made from Arcanium, once it absorbs mana, it becomes terrifyingly powerful. Hearing that, Dane falls into thought about its true might. At this rate, Dane is sure the sword could cut through anything in existence. He scans the workshop anxiously, looking for something hard enough to test it on. His gaze stops on the Aldea staff, and he decides to use it as the test subject. Dane points at the target, signaling he's ready to strike. Bulback yells, thinking the kid intends to ruin his precious item. But Dane just laughs it off, saying splitting it to analyze is even better, isn't it? The smith reluctantly gives in with a tongue click. Fine, let the boy do as he pleases. The wooden staff is set in place, ready for the decisive chop. A sword arc whips through, tearing space with terrifying speed. Monolight sweeps across the room, dazzlingly bright. The blade, trailing blue sparks, slices cleanly through the obstacle with no resistance whatsoever. Even Dane is stunned to see how deadly his swing is. The sturdy staff is cleaved in two in an instant. Two wooden pieces fall to the floor with perfectly flat cuts, not a scratch in sight. He thinks to himself that even in a past life, he never saw a weapon this overpowered. The sword still crackles with electric sparks after the impact. Bulbak picks up a fragment, the perfect cut leaving him speechless. The old smith shouts in astonishment. He's never seen Aldia sliced so cleanly before. Normally when you slash with mana, the cut is ragged because the energy flow is uneven. But this cut proves Dane's mana has completely mastered the blade. Bulbak congratulates him, declaring that the two are now truly one. From now on, this is the one and only Arcanium sword in the world, made just for him. A confident smile spreads across the genius young master's face. He tightens his grip on the hilt, feeling a powerful bond with his new weapon. Dane nods with satisfaction as he admires the result of his and Bulbak's workmanship. It's the only sword capable of bearing and responding to his ancient mana stream. All the final preparations are finally in place. He smiles faintly, thrilled to have gained a formidable companion. In the shimmering mana light, Dane raises the treasured sword like a proclamation of future deeds to come. The keen blade catches the light, ready for journeys fraught with danger. As he steps out of the workshop, he calls back to have the edge sharpened one last precise time. The old smith grumbles that the kid is fussy, but cheerfully accompanies him anyway. The clang of hammer on anvil rings through a street corner, marking the birth of a new legend. A few days later, we return to Arabella's laboratory. She's teasingly praising that the data Dane brought back is a huge boost to her research. Dane stays modest as always, saying he should be the one thanking her. On the table sits the ancient mana core from the Arcana Kingdom. He stares at the glowing orb, thinking to himself, all right, now it's my turn. Dane takes a deep breath and begins to cultivate, preparing to absorb this source of power whole. Instantly, greenish-blue mana rays start dancing around his body. The moment his hand touches it, the core's energy flares violently, as if about to explode. He clamps his eyes shut, struggling to stay calm against the onslaught of power. The lab space begins to shake violently, making the equipment around him grow. Waves of mana spread forcefully, enveloping the large room. Dane stands in the beam of light, his silhouette proudly accepting everything. The magic starts seeping into his palms and flowing through the veins of his body. After a tense fight, everything finally calms and stabilizes. Arabella watches from the side, jaw dropped in astonishment. Dane's face shows clear ease as he feels the miraculous change within. He senses each beat of the new mana surging close to his chest. A brilliant mana circle has officially formed perfectly. Dane smiles slightly, his whole body feeling an UNUSUAL Chinese letter, NESS after this break. His eyes snap open, glittering with deep blue magical light full of power. That's it, he's officially broken through to third circle level. Weeks fly by, and the Academy's atmosphere starts buzzing. People begin to chatter excitedly as the final exams are looming. Layla Thermion and Priscilla Nerial are gleefully planning an outing. Priscilla even wants to take a fun road trip up north. Just as they're having fun, the communicator in Dane's jacket buzzes wild. He freezes for a moment, wondering who would call him at this hour. Pulling the device out to check, Dane still can't guess who's trying to reach him. As soon as he picks up, a cheerful voice rings through. Hello, Dane. Long time no see. I'm about to arrive at the capital. Just from the voice, Dane recognizes the caller, who asks if he can stop by the academy to see him for a bit. It turns out to be Dayward Termian. The sudden arrival of this explorer brother surely means something important is up. Layla berates Dayward loudly right in front of the building for disappearing without so much as a message. She starts physical, punching and shouting, asking what Dayward thinks Dane is that he was the only one informed of his return. Dayward can only grit his teeth and take it, not daring to utter a word against his sister. Watching from afar, Ernest shakes his head in exasperation. The torture has already lasted 10 minutes. He laughs and insists this time it's entirely Dayward's fault for poor communication habit. Dane looks at Dayward with understanding, guessing his brother felt guilty toward their sister and thus hesitated to notify anyone earlier. Layla isn't pacified. She threatens to beat him worse if he dares come back all bruised again. Seeing things get tense, Dane steps in to intervene, telling Layla to calm down since at least he's back safe. Turning to Dayward, Dane kindly asks if he's truly okay after the recent expedition. Dayward immediately beams, waving to Dane with excitement as if nothing happened. Layla folds her arms and snorts, nodding he returned earlier than planned, while Dane reports all preparations are set. With a confident look, Dayward asserts he's gathered everything needed for the plan. But then his tone turns serious as he mentions one crucial item still missing. The group leans in with curiosity toward Dayward to hear what could be so important. Rare ingredients are strewn across the table, and now they're only missing the Roxana's tear to complete the set. Ernest admits he's no alchemist, but even at a glance, he knows this pile of materials is extremely hard to find. Dayward puffs up with pride, bragging he spent considerable effort to collect all these items. Layla suddenly remembers and asks to confirm whether the Roxana's tear lies somewhere in the Haverosk mountain range. It's a glittering crystal, but apart from rumors that it's in an ancient ruin, there are no other clues. Dayward plans to hand the precious materials to a familiar alchemist, prompting Ernest to wonder why Dane doesn't craft it himself. Ernest feels uneasy entrusting the group's hard-earned haul to a stranger. Dayward explains the curse is very complex, one slip and it backfires, so they must find a true expert. Seeing Dayward assure that the person is trustworthy, Layla nods and asks about the expedition plan. Looking toward the snowy mountain range, she worries the ruin is so well hidden the team will spend ages searching. Dayward admits there's very little information about that border region, so he comes up with an idea to ask Dane for a favor. Dane is startled, sensing something ominous at being targeted by this explorer brother. Indeed, Dayward only gives a knowing half-smile at his brother's sensitivity. That night, Dane began considering using his connection with Third Prince Edward to dig up information. The splendid palace scene appears, and Edward curiously asks if Dane has any special request for him. Dane openly states his case. He wants detailed information about the Haverosk Mountains and the hidden ruins there. Seeing Edward smile in support, Dane feels noticeably relieved. The prince agrees to help at once, nodding that several of his knights used to be mountain rangers familiar with the terrain. Dane bows his thanks, but Edward waves it off. This is just a small favor between friends. While sipping tea, Edward wonders why Dane picked that remote mountain range as their expedition target. He narrows his eyes and studies Dane, wondering if this is a newly discovered archaeological site. Dane explains the group is after an important artifact, and his information network doesn't reach that area. Edward ponders for a moment, then agrees to support them, though he reminds them it's an extremely dangerous place. Since it's a sensitive border region, he warns Dane to act deftly to avoid causing unwanted political conflict. Dane vows it won't happen, and Edward chuckles at the risky nature of the trip. The prince is even enthusiastic enough to offer to come along if court duties in the capital don't keep him busy. Dane smiles back warmly at the young prince's enthusiasm and sincerity. The meeting ends with Edward promising to contact Dane as soon as he hears from his royal ranger. With the information squared away, it's time for the group to start preparing thoroughly for the journey. Dayward begins sharing expedition experience, telling everyone to pack as much dried rations as possible, since it's hard to make fires on the mountain, and they must avoid leaving traces for the rangers to find. He even inspects the climbing gear, explaining the soil there is very soft so anchors can pull out easily, and they need more specialized type. The big and small sacks are neatly arranged, and Dayward reminds them to choose low odor, filling rations to maintain endurance on the climb. Ernest looks at the explorer brother with admiration. He thinks with this knowledge Dayward could teach at the exploration department. While they're busy, the magical communicator suddenly glows. It's a message from Third Prince Edward to Dane. Through the device, Edward reports he has located the entrance to the ruins, but warns the Royal Rangers couldn't go deeper because they hit a dead end right after entering. Dane listens intently and thanks the prince for the valuable information. However, Edward isn't done. He cautions the group to be especially wary of a creature called Dranius roaming the ruins area. At the mere mention of the monster's name, Dayward and Layla's faces immediately turn gray. It's a giant lizard species with top-tier camouflage, making it a fearsome predator that even seasoned rangers struggle to handle. Dayward pats Dane's shoulder and asks him to pass on their thanks to the prince, while Dane stresses the group's safety comes first, so thorough preparation is never excessive. With all final preparations complete, Dayward grins excitedly and urges everyone to set off quickly. Confident smiles bloom on everyone's faces. Each member is mentally ready for the challenging journey ahead. Dane nods firmly, his eyes revealing fierce determination for this expedition. The adventure officially begins with the ultimate goal of finding the Roxana's tear, though Layla still reminds Ernest not to get overexcited and careless. The group hurried along, deciding to teleport to the city nearest the mountain range to save time. Time flew by, and after 3 straight days of riding from the teleport point, at last, the gloomy Oliva Marquisate territory loomed into view. The group urged their horses into the domain, hooves clacking harshly on the deserted road. Layla looked around with puzzled curiosity as she set foot in this borderland for the first time. Dayward suddenly stopped, sensing something very wrong as he took in the territory's decay and the strange, unsettling air. From above, the town appeared ominous and eerily silent, making everyone shiver with unease. The streets were empty, buildings gray and shrouded in a mist like a ghost town. Dane frowned with concern, wondering what on earth had happened to leave this place so dilapidated. The group rode leisurely through a lush valley, surrounded by majestic peaks. Dane signaled a halt, telling everyone to find some dried grass for the horses. He decided he and one other would scout the town. Arthur nodded at once, while Priscilla smiled enigmatically behind them. Before anyone could react, Priscilla leaped down from her horse with lightning speed. Dane blinked in surprise and asked why. Priscilla said she'd come along because she felt something off about this place. Seeing Priscilla's serious expression, Dane grew worried too and asked what exactly she had said. She affirmed her intuition warned this was definitely not a good omen. Dane scratched his cheek and grinned, better safe than sorry, so he agreed to let her come along. He told the other two to stay and tend the horses while he and Priscilla checked out the town. Arthur eagerly said he'd give the horses a rest and stuffed the saddlebags full of hay. Priscilla urged Dane to hurry, her face a little impatient. Their destination was a gray stone keep, its gate flanked by 2 guards standing watch. Up close, the pair looked rough and hostile, hardly like ordinary sentries. Dane observed quietly, noticing their robes resembled clerical garb, yet they were armed. One guard raised a hand to block their entry with an extremely arrogant air. He barked, asking who they were, where they came from, and what business they had to dare set foot in this domain. Dane stayed calm, explaining they were travelers stopping to buy provisions and some hay. The guard squinted, probing whether they were just passing through or planning to stay. His gaze bore into Dane, as if trying to pick his bones clean. The other guard was no better, glancing at them with suspicion and distrust. Priscilla read their attitude at once. These guys were violently xenophobic. Finally, the guard let them in, but warned them to take their supplies and leave immediately. Dane bowed politely in thanks and led Priscilla inside, but the guard called after them in a threatening tone, telling them not to be foolish and meddle in the Marquisate's affairs. Crossing the gate, Dane realized that although the interior seemed busy, watchful eyes still tracked their every move. Priscilla suddenly closed in and whispered in Dane's ear that these people looked like members of the Trillion Church. Seeing Dane puzzled, she explained it's a notorious cult the Imperial Church has been cracking down on hard. Priscilla's gaze flicked to a flag hanging nearby, emblazoned with their distinctive magic circle symbol. Her hand curled into a fist, her face full of fury at the mention of those people. Seeing her so upset, Dane pressed her to say exactly what crimes they'd committed. Priscilla's voice trembled with anger as she told him they'd mercilessly sacrificed tens of thousands of innocent children, all for the mad goal of summoning a demon god to chase a counterfeit salvation. Dane went stone silent. He couldn't believe people could be so cruel as to treat human life like trash. He gasped in horror. The idea of child sacrifice was beyond anyone's imagination. Priscilla looked around sadly, realizing exactly where the gloom hanging over this domain came from. The locals all looked gaunt and stunned, like soulless shells from the pain of losing their children. Priscilla couldn't bear it and began gathering mana into her palm to form a magic circle. Her eyes burned with resolve. She wanted to report this to the Grand Cathedral immediately. Dane jolted, realizing Priscilla was too hot-headed. If she acted now, they'd be spotted for sure. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed Priscilla to stop her before it was too late. Dane urged her to calm down. This is enemy territory, and any rash move would be extremely dangerous. He glanced at the listless townspeople, understanding that caution was paramount right now. Priscilla remained tormented by the fate of the poor children. But the children, she whispered. Dane looked deep into her eyes, his voice low and admonishing. Priscilla, look closely around you. All through the town, people moved like shadows, the atmosphere thick with fear and gloom. Priscilla suddenly realized the brutal reality of the place. Her face registered shock. Her gaze hardened, fury smoldering beneath a calm exterior. Dane reminded her their primary goal was to find medicine for Layla's mother. They couldn't risk everyone's lives over an impulsive act. He nodded slightly, signaling she must restrain herself. Priscilla finally softened her tone, agreeing that they should first buy dry grass to avoid suspicion. The two began striding down the gray, stone-paved street. The silence was eerie, only their footsteps echoed in steady rhythm. Dane said he understood her feelings, especially as a true priest of the cathedral. They passed rows of old, gloomy houses, completely lacking everyday life. But we can't act recklessly, Dane continued, his tone stern and warning. The townspeople seemed to avoid meeting the eyes of the two strangers. Dane kept watching. His sharp eyes quietly took note of every detail of the area. He suggested that while buying supplies, they could silently probe the enemy's strength. Priscilla paused for a beat, seemingly weighing Dane's proposal. She narrowed her eyes toward the black-robed figures prowling throughout the street. Dane suddenly broke into a cold smile. Fine, let's see how evil they really are. Priscilla rallied, brushing back her hair and smiling in reply. Agreed. The sky above was leaden. Black clouds stretched across like an omen of an approaching storm. From above, the market looked unusually silent, people moving furtively like phantoms. Everyone hurried by. No one dared to look up or speak to strangers. Dane asked where to buy dry grass. A middle-aged man with a weathered face pointed across the way. Dry grass, it's over there. Priscilla nodded softly to thank the poor man, then continued on with Dane. Dane glanced around and silently counted at least 100 soldiers blending into the crowd. Ahead of them stood a large building with a stately vaulted roof, which Dane knew was under extremely tight guard. Suddenly, a loud noise from a nearby corner of the street drew their attention. A man collapsed to the ground, begging in terror, "Please spare me. There really aren't any children left in my house." Black-cloaked feet trudged closer, and a threatening voice rang out, "No children." A man with deep purple hair and an arrogant expression stepped forward, the purple-haired priest of the Trillion Church. He shouted that if there was no sacrificial offering, equivalent property must be handed over, then ordered the man seized for daring to be disrespectful to the deity. The rough guard hauled the man away despite his pleas. Watching the grotesque scene from a distance, Dane and Priscilla could not hide their hate. Dane's face grew colder than ever, his eyes flashing with killing intent, aimed squarely at the cultists plundering this land. Outside a building, bricks and stones began to fly everywhere like rain. The crowd went berserk, relentlessly hurling stones at the target ahead. A man was pelted until his face was bloodied, only able to moan in excruciating pain. He was tied tightly to a stone pillar in the square, taking the villagers' wrath for the alleged crime of stealing the god's child. The men in the crowd screamed, their faces contorted with rage. Fanaticism showed on every face. They surged forward as if they wanted to devour the culprit alive. Dane Saugers and Priscilla Nerial stood back watching, stunned by the horrendous spectacle. Dane clicked his tongue, unable to believe people in the same domain could treat one another so cruelly. Priscilla stared, puzzled that such a horrific event could happen openly, while the outside world remained unaware. She wondered why no one had managed to escape to the outside to raise the alarm. Priscilla clenched her hands, her mood growing heavy. She told Dane that the most terrifying thing about the Trillion Church was not just summoning demon gods or human sacrifice. It was their control. They manipulated the populace like puppets at their command. They began infiltrating quietly, starting from the lowest ranks of society. First, they used money and food as bait to spread their doctrine among the poor. Next came those with some means, and finally the upper class, the nobles who ruled the region. Walking and discussing, Priscilla explained how they infiltrated step by step with sweet words and material goods. Dane realized that under these circumstances, capturing the leader would not be simple at all. He believed that even if they eliminated the leader, peace would only be temporary. Because the ordinary people here had deeply internalized the cult's ideology. Dane stared into the distance, knowing they had been completely brainwashed. He had seen this scene far too many times in past lives. In times of chaotic war, baseless religions like this always spring up everywhere. He scanned the town, worried that if left unchecked this rot would soon spread elsewhere. Dane asked Priscilla for more information, especially about reports that they regularly sacrificed living children. Priscilla confirmed the rumor was true. They performed that ritual once a week. Dane brought a hand to his chin, pondering the gravity of the situation. His gaze grew colder and more focused than ever. Suddenly, a couple appeared and came into Dane's view. He suddenly grabbed Priscilla's hand, urging her to go buy the dry grass first. Startled and confused, Priscilla paused. Dane signaled her to act natural and keep walking. Glancing back, Dane noticed more people silently tailing them. The footsteps of their pursuers sounded steadily along the street. Sharp, probing gazes from behind were fixed on them. Dane realized information here was tightly controlled. Once a visitor entered, it was hard to leave. He guessed the group following them had likely been ordered to silence. Rather than block the road and arouse suspicion, They preferred to lure their prey deeper in before dealing with. Priscilla looked at Dane, silently agreeing with his suspicion. Dane's eyes were resolute, ready to face whatever lay ahead. After walking a bit further, Priscilla spotted a nearby stable. A wooden house with a weathered gray-tiled roof appeared before them. Dane approached the stable and glanced inside. He took the initiative to greet the man carrying the hay and asked to buy some dried grass for the horses. The middle-aged man stared, murmuring in suspicion at these new outsiders. Dane Saugers casually explained they were travelers passing through and needed some dry grass for their horse. He narrowed his eyes and scrutinized them, his scarred, aged face showing clear suspicion. After a moment of silence, the man asked how much grass they wanted to buy. Dane and Priscilla hoisted 2 huge bundles of hay onto their shoulders and walked quietly down the town's empty street. Behind a corner, 2 spies continued trailing them quietly, their sharp eyes never leaving the targets. Their shadows were cast on the rooftops, persistently tailing every step from above. As they walked, Dane discussed that the next priority was to find a way to rescue the children first. Priscilla flinched and looked over. She wasn't sure whether the plan was too risky with only the 2 of them. Dane nodded in agreement, since confronting the fanatic cult directly was impossible at the moment. Seeing the devotees praying in a trance, he understood that force couldn't be used on people who had been completely brainwashed. Priscilla quickly agreed. She also wanted to prioritize rescuing the innocent little lot. Dane narrowed his eyes, calculating. The most important objective now was to locate where the children were being held. But first, they needed to find a safe hideout to shelter the children after a successful rescue. A confident smile briefly crossed Dane's lips, as if he had already devised a plan that covered both needs. He mentioned a domain 2 days' ride away, where the reputable Count Gangpar's castle stood. It was a fortified land, certainly untouched by the corruption of this heretical cult. The plan was to contact the crown, report the situation, and request troops dispatched from Gangpar's castle to quell the unrest. The town sky began to hang heavy with clouds, bracing for a major upheaval about to break. Dane affirmed that his group was fully capable of handling the rescue mission cleanly. Since the rest of the team was already en route there, they could ask their companions to care for the children first. After ensuring the children were safe, the whole group would officially rendezvous for a full-scale attack. Priscilla nodded in understanding, then suddenly noticed the presence of knights and priests from the royal church very close by. Dane was slightly surprised. He wondered if some secret resistance force was hiding here. He decided he had to find them and coordinate, turning this into a surprise strike. Priscilla smiled brightly. Her earlier worry gave way to a fighting spirit. She cast a quick look back, signaling to Dane about the tails who were still persistently watching. Looking down the dark narrow alley ahead, Priscilla asked if they should deal with the pursuers right now. The 2 spies kept their distance, completely unaware they had been spotted. Dane curled his lips in a dangerous smile. He decided to lure them deep into the empty alley and finish them off cleanly. Layla asked if they should go in to help, while Dane, now disguised with green hair and glasses, insisted he would rescue the children. He needed to pinpoint the exact location to plan. Layla nervously asked again to be sure about the risky intent. Dane calmly replied that he had a rough fix on the location, and it was time to map out the steps. Dane took out a magical tracking device, explaining that if everyone stormed in at once they'd only expose the target. He wanted to assign everyone other equally important tasks. He directed Dayward and Layla that to reach the Havarask Mountains, they would have to pass through Count Gangpar's castle. He wanted them to escort the children there safe. Dane revealed a shocking detail. He had contacted and secured an agreement with the crown to pave the way for this plan. Layla and Dayward were stunned by his breakneck efficiency. Dane felt a bit guilty that this might delay Layla's mother's matters slightly. Layla smiled gently and vowed she would never abandon the children. She told Dane not to feel guilty. This was the right thing to do. Dane gripped the magical device and quietly thanked Layla for her understanding. Preparations were essentially rushed to completion. Dayward nodded in agreement, saying no one could stand idly by in this situation. Everyone was fired up to resolve things quickly. Layla's eyes brightened with determination. She was ready to fight alongside Dane in the risky mission ahead. With plans agreed, Dayward urged Dane to set the rendezvous coordinates. They needed to move there immediately before the enemy could react. Dane nodded, promising to contact everyone soon. The group prepared to split up to carry out different attack vectors. Dayward couldn't help but admire Dane's situational assessment and decisive action. He silently praised his younger comrade's zeal and skill. But looking back at the town, Layla couldn't help but feel sorrow. It was now filled with heretics and ruined remnants from endless conflicts. Dayward squinted and stared into the distance, pensive about how the war's consequences lingered and were worse than they'd imagined. They saw wretched townspeople sitting listlessly by the roadside. Dayward remarked that beyond the capital, things were far worse and more chaotic than this. Not wanting to waste time, Dayward swung an arm around his two juniors, reminding the group to hurry and rescue the children so everything would go smooth. The three answered in unison, their eyes showing firm resolve. Brotherhood and mutual trust were their greatest strength right now. The group quickened their pace across the green grass toward the horses waiting at the forest edge. As they mounted, each carried private thoughts about the upcoming mission, but the common goal was crystal clear. Layla quietly admired Dane's greatness. He always appeared at the right moment and solved difficulties like magic. She recalled how Dane had rescued her before. For her, his presence brought an absolute sense of security. Dayward watched Dane's retreating figure, silently marveling at the boy's potential. He believed that one day Dane would lift House Saggers to the pinnacle of the empire. A confident smile spread across Dayward's face. He knew he was betting on the right person, and his own House Termian would not be left behind. Under the sun, the group spurred their horses forward, leaving the ravaged town behind. A new arduous journey had officially begun. The town from above appeared desolate beneath the shadows of withered branches, signaling a pervasive gloomy atmosphere. Cut to another area. Priscilla asked Dane if he'd found any new clues. He was just emerging from a dark alley. Dane, now back to his true appearance with silver hair, casually replied that they confessed far more easily than he'd expected. The blood on the alley walls suggested the questioning had been brutal. Dane walked past bodies strewn throughout the alley, his demeanor calm as if nothing had happened. Priscilla couldn't help but be astonished by his interrogation skill. He joked that perhaps in a past life he'd tortured so many enemies that he'd become proficient now. Priscilla was left speechless by his rather heavy humor. Priscilla eagerly wanted to know the important information Dane had just extracted from the church's henchmen. Dane's gaze turned icy as he got down to business. The information he had would certainly change the entire situation. Dane reported that the children were being held in a large warehouse, not just a few, around 100. They were people who dared oppose the Trillion Church. Even parents who tried to protect their children had been dragged there and imprisoned. Worse, the entire family of Marquis Oliva was also confined there. That explained why such a powerful force had been silent for so long. Priscilla immediately understood. She exclaimed that no wonder the Marquis couldn't act. His greatest weakness was in the enemy's hands. However, the toughest problem was how to infiltrate that warehouse to rescue them when the guards were extremely numerous and battle-hardened. Priscilla worried that if a battle broke out, enemy reinforcements would flood in, and evacuating hundreds safely amid that chaos would be nearly impossible. She pondered deeply, unsure how to achieve both goals. The young woman's face showed clear helplessness. She turned to Dane, hopping his genius mind already had a feasible solution for this dire situation. At that moment, a small white creature, seemingly a baby dragon or spirit beast, poked its head out from Dane's cloak and let out a mischievous chirp. Priscilla startled and widened her eyes at the strange creature. It seemed this was Dane's trump card hidden for the upcoming plan. Dane smiled calculatingly as he began to outline the plan. Inside his cloak, the little dragon started to stir, ready for what was to come. The tiny creature poked its head out and uttered excited sounds, as if it understood its master's anticipation. Priscilla asked about the next step. Was Dane going to use Karnas as a distraction? Dane nodded, confirming he would summon a truly powerful being to disrupt the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the square below, hundreds of townspeople had gathered to hear zealous preaching about a new world about to be revealed. A heretical priest with long green hair was fervently indoctrinating the crowd. He boldly proclaimed that there should be no doubt, follow the church, and the new world would be theirs. He shouted madly, insisting that sacred blood was the quickest path to meeting the demon god, and that the world's salvation lay in the hands of those present. The wretched crowd, seemingly completely enchanted, began to chant for the demon god and plead to be granted salvation. Cries of "Save us" echoed throughout the square, creating a gloomy, desperate atmosphere. The priest licked his lips hungrily, seeing that the Marquis's domain was about to fall completely into their hands after a long period of careful plotting. He gleefully contemplated eradicating the entire Oliva family and the remaining resisting church priests. From his high vantage, he proclaimed loudly that this territory would soon fall to them and become the new base of the Trillion Church. The declaration rose amid flags bearing the sect's emblem, affirming the spreading dominance of darkness over the place. Everyone raised clenched fists to the sky, shouting that the moment had come. The fanaticism in the crowd had reached its peak. The square was filled with frenzied cheers. Everyone believed their lives were about to be transformed under the protection of the heretical church. The priest tilted his face to the heavens, beseeching the leader to witness this glorious moment to the very end. His face showed utter excitement, as if intoxicated by the taste of victory upon seeing events unfold as hope. With wild, bulging eyes, he shouted resolutely that he would succeed, and no one could stop. He stretched out his arms as if to embrace the whole world, while a grotesque, terrifying laughter erupted. Then a tremendous pressure suddenly struck from the sky, making the entire square quake violent. Powerful tremors ripped through the air, dust billowing everywhere as if signaling an approaching catastrophe. Surrounding buildings shook as if about to collapse, turning the previously cheering crowd into a panicked mass. The pressure from above intensified, forcing the church guards to stare upward at the darkened sky in stunned silence. The crowd gaped in bewilderment. They did not understand what was happening, as the important ceremony was abruptly interrupted by a mysterious force. The green-haired priest began to sweat profusely, shouting in terror to ask what kind of fiend was plunging toward them. From the black clouds, the beast Karnas materialized with blazing red eyes, diving into the square like a massive, deadly fireball. The light from the summoned creature's demonic eyes horrified the priest, as he realized this was an unforeseen magical assault. A gigantic werewolf-like fiend with red eyes roared, beginning its rampage in the heart of the heretical domain. Its powerful swipe tore through the air, generating tremendous shockwave. An entire street corner shook violently, dust rising thickly beneath the monster's feet. The frenzied wolf swept through, turning sturdy structures into piles of rubble in an instant. Not content with raw strength, it also spewed torrents of flame that scorched everything nearby. Flames erupted, devouring buildings and painting the sky a blazing red. Below, people panicked and fled, screams echoing everywhere at the appearance of this crazed, summoned creature. A rain of fire poured down. Everyone scrambled to escape, knowing that at this rate no one would survive. The heretical followers froze for a few seconds, baffled by what was happening and where the monster had come from. The green-haired disciple ground his teeth in fury, staring at the chaotic scene in disbelief. He realized this wasn't the style of the resistance forces, but who on earth had struck. Massive boulders were hurled into the sky and rained down like hail, smashing every corner. The situation spiraled out of control. Guards screamed for water to douse the flames, but were helpless against the overwhelmingly powerful monster. The church forces collapsed. Chaos engulfed the entire central district of the territory. While everyone's attention was fixed on the beast, Priscilla Nerial moved silently through quieter areas. She ran quickly, taking advantage of the enemy being occupied with Dane's summoned fiend. Priscilla silently marveled that Dane Sagers' plan was working extremely well. This area was clear of foe. She paused at a corner of a wall, trying to reorient herself for the next move. Suddenly, a cold blade swept past, pressing against her throat and making Priscilla's heart skip a beat. Priscilla's eyes widened in surprise as she realized she had been discovered. A silver-haired knight in gleaming armor appeared, asking coldly who she was and why she was hiding. He threatened to take her head if she were a heretic trying to flee. Priscilla hurriedly raised both hands, sweat pouring down her face. She quickly declared her name, Priscilla Nerial, a theology student of the Royal Academy, here to rescue people. She explained that the chaos outside was created by her comrades as a diversion, in coordination with the resistance. Priscilla swore by the honor of one who follows the path of theology. The knight slightly lowered his sword, repeating the name Priscilla Nerial with suspicion. His gaze remained sharp, scrutinizing every expression on the young woman's face. He demanded proof, warning that he would not hesitate to swing his sword if she couldn't provide any. Priscilla nodded in agreement, though a tremor of fear lingered inside her under his pressure. She gritted her teeth and thought of a way to prove her identity in this perilous situation. Just as Priscilla intended to invoke holy power, an authoritative voice rang out ordering them to stop. A group of clergy appeared from behind. Their leader declared that he knew this child well. Both Priscilla and the knight turned in surprise toward the newcomer. The man stepped forward and confirmed that Priscilla had indeed been his pupil. His footsteps were slow but heavy, easing the tension in the air. It was Bishop Atem. He smiled and welcomed Priscilla after a long absence. Priscilla's eyes widened in astonishment. She couldn't believe she'd run into the bishop here. She hurried over to greet him, feeling relief as if escaped from death's door. The silver-haired knight sheathed his sword and stepped aside when he saw someone familiar to the bishop. Bishop Atem placed his hand on her shoulder, recalling that he had taught her since her first year. 4 years had flown by. He smiled kindly, praising how much she had matured. Priscilla beamed, attributing all her growth to Bishop Atem's past guidance. Bishop Atem peered at her over his glasses, his expression thoughtful at his former student's compliment. Looking at the smoke and flames outside, he wondered why she was here instead of at the academy, and what the giant summoned fiend was. Adam pressed further about Priscilla's companion, asking her to explain the whole situation clearly. Priscilla fell silent for a moment to compose her words and speak convincingly before her former teacher. She began the act, claiming she had merely stopped by with a friend from the academy and couldn't stand by seeing the suffering. The bishop asked in astonishment, "You knew we were hiding here?" Priscilla nodded, saying she had sensed a faint holy power and wanted to join the resistance to save the people. She bowed her head pleadingly, begging the bishop to lend his strength to drive away this cruel heresy. The brave request stunned both the silver-haired knight and those around them. Bishop Adam sighed with shame. He hadn't expected a young student to be so thoughtful and altruistic. He assured her he would certainly support her. He couldn't let Priscilla face the danger alone. However, the bishop remained worried that if this were exposed, the heretical church's forces would swarm here like ants. In response to that worry, Priscilla gave a confident smile, showing she had anticipated everything. She advised the bishop to return to the church with everyone and report as usual. Everything had been planned. Meanwhile, the summoned fiend outside continued rampaging, repeatedly destroying the ancient building. The giant wolf roared. Each of its steps made the ground tremble and caused massive explosions. On a high rooftop, Dane Saugers watched and told the little dragon Karnas to rest. If it kept going, the whole village would be reduced to ash. He wondered whether Priscilla had successfully infiltrated, then decided he must finish his part quick. Dane's gaze hardened, sharp and focused, preparing for the final move of the hunt. Below, the green-haired cultist shouted wildly, ordering his men to find the summoner of the beast. A henchman reported in panic that the smoke and flames were too thick. They couldn't see any trace of the enemy. The green-haired man grabbed the henchman's collar and berated him. He knew that if they didn't stop the creature, the entire domain would be wiped out. Successive sounds of collapse rang out, dust and smoke obscuring the vision of the panicked cultist. The cultist ground his teeth, helpless before the unimaginable devastation wrought by the werewolf fiend. At the moment of his greatest despair, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his shoulder from behind. He muttered in fear, worried about how he would face the leader after this disastrous failure. A cold voice sounded right beside him. "Then don't worry too much." Dane Saugers revealed himself in the heart of the enemy den, bluntly declaring that the man would never have the chance to meet his leader again. A cocky smirk curved on his face as he looked at the trembling cultist. Dane stood there with authority, Karnas perched on his shoulder, the posture of someone who completely dominated the battlefield. Two guards were gone in an instant, unable to react to Dane. He regarded the remaining troops with eyes as cold as ice. The green-haired leader froze, unable to believe his two close guards had fallen so quick. He gaped in shock at the opponent's terrifying speed of execution. Only then did he realize that Dane not only summoned beasts, but was also extremely fierce in close combat. He casually brushed dust from his sleeve, indifferent to the man's frantic shouts asking who was behind this. With a smirk, Dane told him he'd be better off worrying about his own life first. The man began to sweat profusely, sensing death approaching. The little dragon Karnas suddenly dove down from above. It struck a lightning-fast blow that the cult leader couldn't react to. Desperation showed in his eyes as he watched the tiny monster charge straight at him. A clean finishing strike sent the ringleader crashing to the floor instantly. Dane looked over the chaos and decided to capture him alive for interrogation. Catching this big fish would be far more valuable handed over to the Imperial Church than simply killing him. The green-haired man now lay motionless like a log, completely unable to resist. Cut to the evacuation area. Priscilla was busy directing the panicked crowd. Clerics hurriedly cast healing magic on villagers trapped in the rubble. The lucky survivors wept. They had thought death was certain. Priscilla sighed with relief. Seeing the villagers' stable eased her. She gently tended to a nobleman who insisted on saving his wife and children first. Dane strolled up and asked how the rescue efforts on this side were going. Priscilla spun around in surprise, her face showing astonishment at his appearance. She was even more stunned when he said he had captured the ringleader as well. The cult leader was now tied up like a roll and tossed aside in a corner by the wall. Bishop Adam stepped forward to greet him, clearly impressed to finally meet the Saugers prodigy. Dane politely returned the greeting, saying he acted exactly according to the plan Priscilla had arranged. Adam laughed and said it was the church that owed him a deep debt of gratitude. He thanked the two of them for appearing at the right moment, giving them a powerful ally to turn the tide. Priscilla pointed at the prisoner and told the bishop this was the ringleader of the Trillion Church's missionary group. Seeing his foam-flecked face, Dane suggested handing him over to the church for a proper handling. Bishop Adam still couldn't believe Dane had captured him so easily, as if at the mark. He immediately ordered his subordinates to guard him tightly, absolutely not to let him escape. The knight received the order and waved for more men to come escort the criminal away. Adam nodded approvingly, secretly praising Dane's decisiveness and efficiency. Mentioning letting him taste the church's interrogation techniques, Adam's grin made Dane shudder on the other's behalf. With the rescue mostly complete, Atam turned to Dane for his opinion on beginning the evacuation of civilians from the danger zone. He planned to have the Holy Knights guard those unable to move due to torture. Dane nodded in agreement. He knew the cult remnants wouldn't leave this be for long. Looking at the town ruined under the sunset, everyone understood the enemy would soon return to find their leader. Dane urged the team to quickly clear the battlefield and withdraw before it was too late. As they were about to leave, the little dragon Karnas suddenly flew erratically overhead, uttering urgent warning cries. Judging by its frantic behavior, a very large force was clearly besieging the area. At the noise, Dane and Priscilla jolted and looked up. The enemy arrived faster than he had thought. Dane's gaze hardened, ready for a battle to the death. In the distance, a whole column of cult troops appeared, fully armed. The axe-wielding soldiers began to scour the area. They smelled their targets, gathering near the warehouse district. The ringleader shouted, ordering them to seize the sacrificial lot that was trying to escape. Meanwhile, Dane and the knights were still stuck with the green-haired prisoner in the encirclement. The trio Dane, Priscilla, and Bishop Atem stood solemnly, devising the quickest countermeasure. Civilians began to panic. Cries of the heretics are coming echoed through the streets. An elderly noble trembled, clasping his hands and praying to the gods to spare his old life. Watching the fanatical cultists charge forward, Dane only gave a wry smile. He found it laughable that they had no idea who they were about to face. He told Priscilla to quickly lead everyone to retreat. He would stay behind to handle everything alone. Before Bishop Adam could grasp the situation, Priscilla urged him to deploy the Holy Knights to assist the people. Seeing Dane's confidence, the bishop knew he had no choice but to place his trust in the boy. He immediately ordered the knights to protect the civilians at all costs. The knights hurriedly opened a route, prioritizing safe passage for the populace. The crowd began evacuating in fear, children and women being led first under the army's protection. Priscilla urged Adam to hurry. The situation was extremely urgent. The bishop looked back at Dane, his expression a mix of gratitude and worry. Now Dane stood alone before the sea of people. He sighed. He truly wanted to end this peacefully. Blue mana crackled around him, beginning a true display of power. He reached out, preparing to play his trump card. With burning eyes, Dane commanded the summoned entity to appear immediately. Beams of energy struck the ground, creating horrific mana explosions around the enemy. The cultists froze in shock. They felt an overwhelming presence taking shape. A giant arcane wolf manifested with a roar that tore the night, ready to pulverize anyone who crossed the line. The entire city trembled violently under the magical force unleashed in the battle. The colossal wolf Edorak howled, sweeping away the remnants of the enemy. The heretic forces fled in disarray. The civilian rescue operation was a resounding success. The last followers of the Trillion Church were utterly destroyed under Edorak's fang. The priests and residents safely escaped the Marquis' territory without major incident. Dane Sagers' group stood on the cliff watching the evacuation. Layla and Ernest waved loudly from the distance when they saw Dane. At last, the whole party had reunited. The cleric smiled with relief, seeing that everything had been settled. Ernest admired how clearly he could see the summoned wolf tearing the enemy formation from afar, and praised the group's hard work. But the brief celebration was over. They needed to move immediately. The route had been cleared. Children were prioritized on horseback toward Count Gampar's castle. Dane carried a huge backpack, walking while keeping watch over the rear. He stayed constantly vigilant, not knowing when the cultists might reappear unexpectedly. Tall mountain ranges gradually emerged from the mist. Ahead, a squad of dark blue armored knights awaited to receive the group. A purple-haired man stepped forward and introduced himself as being from Count Gangpar's castle. He was Ron Gangpar, the family's second son and commander of the 2nd Knight Legion. Dane politely introduced himself as the eldest son of Count Sagers and thanked them for their support. Ron nodded silently, his gaze briefly thoughtful. The Gangpar Knights all bowed apologetically for allowing the tragedy to occur in a neighboring territory without intervening in time. Dane reassured them it was due to the enemy's cunning and that they shouldn't blame themselves. Ron listened, his expression remaining stern. Meanwhile, Count Gangpar sat in silence, deep in thought. Ron's elder brother's 1st Knight squad had been dispatched to the Marquis' territory to investigate further. Dane smiled with satisfaction. He felt this family truly had a conscience. Under the escort of the Knight squad, the group continued moving toward the castle. With the burden eased, Layla and Ernest chatted cheerfully with everyone. Ron looked at Dane with an appreciative gaze. He admitted the rumors of a prodigious genius at the academy were not wrong. At first, when the royal side said some kids were rescuing people, Ron and his subordinates had objected out of disbelief. But witnessing hundreds saved, he was completely convinced. The people's smiles were the clearest proof of Dane's group's capability. Ron smiled and offered to escort the group to the castle to rest and prepare a welcome feast. Snow began falling thickly on the Havorosk Mountains at the border. Count Gangpar's castle loomed majestically, serving as a steel shield against monsters and foes. Dane's group and the evacuees entered the fortified stronghold. As they entered the hall, Count Gangpar appeared, rugged and beaming. He urged everyone inside to warm up and suggested preparing a meal immediately. They must be starved. Observing the Count's manner, Dane sensed he was an upright and reliable man. The well-stocked food stores were mobilized at once to serve the evacuees. Layla and Ernest ate their fill. Dane told everyone to eat as much as they liked, since they'd soon be on the road to complete their mission. Priscilla stood up, worried for the injured and wanting to help Bishop Atom tend to them. Dane nodded in agreement. Seeing Dane also stand, the orange-pink-haired knight asked where he intended to go. Dane smiled and said he needed to report the situation to Third Prince Edward, telling everyone to stay and rest. Ernest and Layla waved goodbye, promising to see him later. Dane used a magical communication device to report successfully. On the other end, Prince Edward was very pleased that matters in the Marquis' territory had been resolved. The prince praised Dane for solving problems perfectly wherever he went. Edward clicked his tongue wistfully, saying that if only Dane had joined the academy instead of heading east, it would surely have been far more interesting. Dane gazed into the distance and replied that he could not disobey the emperor's order. The prince sighed. He too wished he could be with Dane's group, but reality would not allow it. Edward added that the emperor was very pleased and intended to use this opportunity to conduct inspections across the entire south. Dane fell silent, pondering the political move. He realized the emperor was genuinely considering reconciliation with the Sagar's family after long using conflict to suppress them. The emperor had made his final decision, and it all stemmed from what Dane had accomplished. Edward sincerely praised Dane for his hard work. A faint smile appeared on the young man's face. For Dane, it was simply what he had to do. He ended the call as darkness slowly enveloped the snowy mountain. Dane switched off the communicator, ready for the next challenges on his journey. The next morning, the group began traversing the treacherous Havorosk snow mountains. The wind howled in freezing gusts. Layla panted, complaining about the sheer slopes and deep snow that exhausted even the strongest among them. The white-haired knight sensed a strange energy suffusing the entire mountain, leaving both body and spirit unusually weary. The orange-pink-haired knight explained the rumor that the demon realm had left a curse here after an ancient invasion. Ernest panicked at the mention of the curse, regretting that they hadn't found a map to avoid this route. Dane calmly explained that choosing this path was best, because at least it had no monsters or hidden traps. Hearing Dane's nonchalant tone, Layla snapped, shouting that only he seemed fine while everyone else was about to collapse from exhaustion. Dane was slightly startled and hurriedly apologized to his irate friend. The orange-pink-haired knight had to stop and lean against a tree to recover. Everyone had reached their limits. The knight's gaze suddenly hardened as he noticed something unusual in the white veil of snow. He abruptly gestured, a decisive action that made the entire group freeze. Everyone was stunned. The air instantly thickened with tension. Dane also felt a dangerous presence. The orange-pink-haired knight ordered everyone to stop immediately. Something was lurking in the darkness of the snowy mountain. Dane's group crouched behind a large rock to shelter from the howling blizzard. The orange-pink-haired knight warned that an archer was lurking somewhere. Layla guessed it might be a ranger, but it was unclear whether friend or foe. Dane closed his eyes. He vaguely sensed a strange aura through the curtain of snow. Layla wondered how the knight could be so perceptive. He only laughed and said it was instinct from years on the ahead lay an open patch of ground, but the terrain undulated in an unnatural way. Dane realized the snow was covering corpses. He decided to take Ernest with him to check for human tracks. Ernest eagerly agreed. This tracking mission was right in his element. The orange-pink-haired knight watched them go, his gaze full of trust in the two of them. Dane told the others to wait there. He'd be back soon. It felt like they were on the border. Jagged snowy peaks loomed ahead, perilous in the storm. The deeper they went, the more silent and bone-chilling the air became. Karnas circled above, as if it had sniffed out something amiss. Sure enough, they found a soldier collapsed in the snow, his body covered in wounds. Dane noted the wound was very deep, and that the man had almost certainly been struck from behind. He fell silent and examined the unconscious victim more closely. Guessing the man might have useful information, Dane began to search his body. After finding a few items, he sent the little dragon Karnas to fetch the other. Karnas flapped off, its cry echoing across the snowy slope. What they found was a map. The group gathered around the map, amazed at how detailed it was. Dane recognized that it marked every landmark of the Haberocks range, just the sort of thing professional rangers carried. Ernest and Layla brightened. With this map, they'd no longer have to worry about getting lost. Priscilla looked at the fallen soldier with a worried, puzzled expression. She wondered how such a seasoned ranger could be taken down so bad. The orange-pink-haired knight reassured Priscilla, saying on the border such things happen, and anyway the man was an enemy. Basic first aid was enough. Priscilla only nodded silently. Dane found another dispatch on the soldier. Ernest curiously asked what the order was, then wondered whether Dane could read the Drenic dialect. Dane smiled confidently. He said he knew a little and would give it a try. His eyes fixed intently on the strange characters on the paper. The dispatch stated that the situation at the ruins was dire, with 5 seismic nodes and leaking magic growing stronger. The messenger was ordered to approach covertly to assess conditions before Altian's rangers arrived. Priscilla froze. If magic was leaking that strongly, something major was surely happening inside the ruin. The orange-pink-haired knight clicked his tongue. It seemed this mission was far more troublesome than they'd thought. Dane felt fortunate. The soldier had given the group information to prepare with. Layla quickly rallied everyone's spirits, reminding them they were all the Academy's elite. Ernest regained his resolve. He was determined to find Roxana's tear at any cost. The orange-pink-haired knight remained pensive, his eyes staring into the distance. Dane ordered the group to study the map carefully, to anticipate every possible danger. The blizzard kept howling, covering every trace along the way. The group pushed deeper into the mountain rain. At last, the entrance to the ruins appeared before them, exactly as the map had indicated. The orange-pink-haired knight noticed the strange energy growing stronger as they approached. He suggested a thorough search of the area to find a safe entry, and told everyone to stick close together. The group responded in unison and began to fan out to scout. Each step sank deep into the thick snow. They decided to start their inspection from the far side. Footprints pressed into the snow led the party onward. Dane stood motionless, gazing at the majestic snowy peaks ahead. He still fretted over the injured ranger they had met earlier. Had he been attacked by Altian's rangers? Or someone else, or something more horrifying hiding nearby? The group moved to a large stone structure. After confirming the area was safe, they prepared to inspect the opposite side. It seemed the soldiers' mission had been to survey these ruins. Dane, Priscilla, and Ernest sat down to hide. Dane wondered whether the soldiers' task had been a routine survey or to find something specific and report back. Suddenly, Dane's gaze sharpened. He ordered everyone to stop immediately. Seeing Priscilla and Layla still bewildered, Dane said he smelled death. Both shuddered at the mention of corpses. He signaled for absolute silence. Dane led the group as they slipped through the treacherous rock formations to trace the source of that scent of death. Layla and Ernest were tense, prepared for the worst. From above, the party looked tiny against the vast white snowplain. The ruined scene emerged hazily through the cold mist. Climbing onto a high ledge, the group froze at the sight spread below. Dane couldn't hide his shock. The situation was far worse than he'd imagined. Layla covered her mouth in horror to stifle a scream, while the orange-pink-haired knight stood speechless in shock. Ernest and Priscilla were also stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes at what unfolded. Down in the valley was a horrific scene. Bright red streaks of blood stained the white snow. A bloody massacre. Ernest realized all the bodies were Altian's rangers. Their condition was gruesome, just like the Drenic soldier they had encountered earlier. The group halted before a chaotic heap in the snow. The rangers' bodies lay scattered everywhere. The orange-pink-haired knight confirmed all 10 were dead. Layla stood beside him, her face drained of color. Layla trembled as she looked at her brother, urging them to turn back because her sense of danger was rising. The pink-haired knight was solemn. The annihilation of an elite ranger unit was a catastrophic event. One ranger lay face down in the deep red snow, his sword broken and discarded nearby. The white-haired knight placed a hand on Layla's shoulder to reassure her, telling her to calm down so they could assess the situation together. The orange-pink-haired knight ordered everyone to draw weapons and stay alert, since the killer might still be nearby. Looking closely at the wounds, they didn't look like sudden deaths, but the result of a fierce struggle. The blue-haired scholar noted the injuries were strange, flesh shredded brutally by overwhelming force. Dane Saugers stepped closer to inspect and confirmed this was certainly not the work of humans. Giant footprints were pressed deep into the rock and snow, leading straight into the ruins. The orange-pink-haired knight realized these were the tracks of monsters, and they moved in packs. Layla pointed out that the thin snow had inadvertently revealed their entire path. The knight's expression grew increasingly gray. The blackened tracks stretched into the distance, plunging into the ruins' darkness. Dane wondered why they slaughtered the rangers before breaking into the site. He found a strange hair caught on the dead man's gear. Dane picked it up to examine it, a long, fine strand that shimmered silver. Seeing the silver hair in his hand, a terrifying name flashed into Dane's mind. The image of a giant wolf clan with silver fur appeared in his thoughts. Dane said the Empire had a special unit called the Lycanthrope, and these tracks belonged to them. Layla was stunned. She had assumed such powerful wolf clans existed only in fairy tale. From Dane's past life's memory, the unit had been formed in exchange for imperial citizenship for their people. But if they were allies, why would they turn and slaughter their own ranger? Layla worried whether their target might also be Roxana's Tear. Dane knew dealing with a known enemy was easier, but he sensed the problem was deeper than that. He had a hunch someone was pulling the strings behind the entire wolf clan. The white-haired knight reassured them that her holy power could suppress the wolves, though she worried about reinforcements discovering them. The orange-pink-haired knight felt optimistic. The vanguard had cleared traps for them, saving their strength. It made sense, so the group decided to act quickly before it was too late. Dane thought privately that if things went bad, it would be a good chance to test the Arcanium sword's power. He drew his blade. Runes along the edge glowed with potent magic. This way, everyone conceal your aura. The orange-pink-haired knight led the team in. The group moved swiftly, vanishing into the cave's darkness. Inside the ruins, the space was gloomy, with the steady drip of water sounding eerie. Fresh blood splattered the ancient dwarven pillars, proof of the atrocity. From afar came desperate screams as 3 more wolf comrades fell to hidden traps. A man in a black cloak stepped forward calmly, repeating his promise to lift the clan from ostracism. Gagan, leader of the Lycanthrope clan, gritted his teeth in hatred, but could do nothing. Beneath the cloak, the mysterious man smiled with a calculating, fiendish. He used the dream of living in the Empire's light to coerce the poor wolves. He pretended to be magnanimous and let them refuse, but Gagan's look showed they were driven into a corner. He threatened that if Gagan disobeyed, the werewolf clan's future would be finished. Gagan ground his teeth in fury, his body trembling violently from being cornered. The wolf leader pointed at the 3 fallen comrades and screamed at the heavy loss. The cloaked stranger snarled, scolding Gagan's lament and forcing him to find a way past the trap. He raised a hand wreathed in purple magic, threatening to detonate Gagan's limbs on the spot. A vicious magic coiled around Gagan's throat, making his eyes bulge in terror. The 2 wolves with him could only stand by helpless and frightened. Gagan had to lower his voice and beg the villain to calm down so he could lead them on. The black-cloaked man snorted coldly, mocking that Gagan should have capitulated sooner. He withdrew his magic, leaving the air thick with hatred. He coldly ordered the pack to hurry up. Gagan looked at him with bloodshot eyes, silently enduring the humiliation. The group pressed deeper into the dark ruin. Heavy footsteps echoed steadily through the stone corridor. The pack's silhouettes blurred in the ruin's hazy mist. The antagonist muttered that his secret organization must never collapse. He raved that at all costs, he must seize the artifact Roxana's Tear. Once he had it, he believed he could restore all the power he had lost. Meanwhile, Dane's team had advanced into the inner area. The blue-haired scholar crouched to examine the prints and judged that at least 7 or 8 people had passed here recently. The orange-pink-haired knight surveyed the surrounding architecture and noticed many signs of human workmanship. He touched the intricate stones and realized this was the masterful craft of the dwarf people. Dane Saugers suddenly recalled Bulbak's words about his clan having once lived in these mountains. The blue-haired scholar pointed out that hidden traps grew dense from this point, but they had all been triggered forcibly. He clutched his head in disbelief. It seemed the vanguard had charged into the traps regardless of danger. If they hadn't detected the traps, this place would have been littered with their corpses. Layla and Priscilla Nerial were horrified by the grim analysis. Dane Saugers hardened his expression and made a shocking conclusion. Had they used their own comrades as living shields to clear the traps? Dry footsteps resounded in the silent space of the ancient ruin. Gnarled roots wrapped around the stone columns, creating a rather gloomy scene. Dane Saugers suddenly raised his hand to signal a stop. He sensed something amiss ahead. The group froze instantly, tension obvious on every face. Because the Arcanium sword shone too brightly, Dane decided to sheath it to avoid detection and told everyone to be ready. The orange-pink-haired knight pressed against a large tree trunk, silently watching the scene ahead. At the end of the corridor, a blinding light streamed from the entrance, leading to the ruin's central hall. The orange-pink-haired knight reminded the group to hide and rechecked their scent-erasing potions, since the enemy was very near. The blue-haired scholar and Layla nodded in agreement. Everything was set for a covert entry. One by one, they moved quickly, grabbing broken slabs as makeshift cover. From above, the group disappeared completely into the darkness of the ruined relics. Dane thought to himself that without the scent-erasing potion, the lycanthrope's keen noses would have picked them off. His gaze fixed ahead, where sharp voices were arguing loudly. Gagan was snarling at the cloaked stranger for deceiving them, and now the man demanded a sacrifice to activate the ruin. The giant wolf refused to lose any more of his followers to the villain. The cloaked stranger sneered, bringing up the massacre of 10 scouts to coerce the wolf pack. He threatened that if they turned back now, they would be branded deserters and hunted relentlessly. Blood stained the cold stone floor. He declared they would die whether they left or stayed. Gagan ground his teeth in bitter frustration at the impossible choice. Dane's team hid nearby and began assessing the enemy. 3 lycanthropes, 1 dwarf, and the black-cloaked man. The blue-haired scholar immediately recognized the distinctive robes of the secret sect they'd been tracked. Dane confirmed it was the same style as the cultists they'd encountered before. Everyone was surprised. They had assumed this group had been wiped out in the purge. Layla grew anxious, wondering if their target was also Roxana's tier like theirs. Gagan angrily tried to rush forward to kill the cloaked man and seize the artifact himself. But the man only smiled coldly, confident that even if he died, the wolves couldn't obtain the artifact. A purple magic circle appeared at his feet. He asserted that they didn't even know how to activate the ruins. The curse began to lash at Gagan again, causing him agony. The cloaked man forced them to perform a sacrifice to be released. Suddenly, a hairy pair of feet belonging to one of the subordinates stepped forward. The subordinate volunteered to sacrifice himself so the rest of the clan could return home. Gagan looked at his comrade with eyes full of pain and helplessness. The cloaked stranger smirked in satisfaction, certain the wolves had no way out. The brave wolf stepped into the magic circle, accepting the cruel fate of the sacrificial offering. The magic circle inlaid in the stone flared, ready to carry out the ritual sacrifice. The blue-haired scholar explained the circle only responded to a proper offering at the altar. Layla shuddered at the thought. The orange-pink-haired knight hesitated, unsure when to burst out and stop them. The blue-haired scholar offered a cold suggestion. Watch them kill each other and take advantage afterward. The white-haired knight was stunned, unable to believe her comrade could stand by while such a brutal sacrifice occurred. The scholar remained pragmatic, insisting letting them destroy each other was the best course. Layla and the white-haired knight frantically tried to stop the debate, fearing the group would be exposed. Amid the tension, Dane suddenly curved his lips in a mysterious smile, as if he'd found a solution. The group turned to Dane with skeptical looks, wondering what he was planning. Dane Saggers pondered. He understood that if the enemy secured Roxana's tier first, reclaiming it would be extremely difficult. Staring into the gloomy ruin, he decided to seize control of the situation immediately to avoid being put on the defensive. In the distance, the cloaked figure was scheming too. He believed he had found the perfect candidate to use as a ritual sacrifice. Dane told Ernest that the black-cloaked man surely knew how to break the seal, so best to grab him first and interrogate later. Ernest, the blue-haired scholar, smiled confidently and promised to use his abilities to support the team. The orange-pink-haired knight and Layla nodded in agreement. The group prepared to act before things spun out of control. The ruined stone floor was cold and desolate, wrapped in an eerily silent atmosphere. Strange sounds began to echo from the ancient door, leading deep into the sacrificial chamber. A surge of magic burst forth, shattering the quiet as Dane's team launched their assault. They all leapt down at once from above, making a sudden, startling entrance into the enemies. Gagan the werewolf flinched and shouted. He couldn't believe someone dared to storm in and disrupt the ceremony. The dwarf holding a lamp and the one-eyed wolf were stunned. They realized this group was nothing like scouts. Gagan growled suspiciously and turned to the black-cloaked man to ask if these strangers were his allies. Boots slammed firmly on the stone floor, signaling an unavoidable confrontation. Every member of Dane's team, from Layla to the knights, took fighting stances, brimming with intensity. The cloaked figure glanced at the kids and coldly denied any relation to them. Dane faced the enemy with a defiant look and named their secret sect outright as a sharp greeting. While Gagan raged on demanding identities, the black-cloaked man began to feel the situation slipping out of control. He recalled the scouting party that had been slain earlier and couldn't fathom how anyone had passed the traps so quickly. Both sides confronted each other fiercely within the purple magic circle. The cloaked man wondered if this was coincidence or a planned ambush. Finally, both the cloaked man and Gagan shouted for Dane's group to immediately reveal their true identities. Feeling surrounded, a casual voice rang out claiming they weren't border guards, but merely an expedition party who had accidentally wandered. The lycanthropes froze. They couldn't believe the tightly sealed border area had been infiltrated so easily. The cloaked man began to sweat profusely. He gritted his teeth, wondering if these kids were also after Roxana's tear. Faced with that suspicion, Dane remained silent, returning a penetrating look. He admitted it quickly. Having come all the way to this remote ruin, what else could they be after besides that treasure? The antagonist unleashed a torrent of insults at Gagan the werewolf, furious that events had derailed his plan. This place shouldn't have anyone here besides the ranger. Gagan and his subordinates stood there taking the abuse, their faces extremely gloomy at the reproach. He roared at his underlings to shut up. The surprise was over, and the top priority now was to wipe out this interfering group. A nearby werewolf began to feel the pressure crushing down, sweat pouring from his face. Looking at Dane's group, the cloaked man conceived a cruel idea. Use the kids as sacrifices to open the seal and spare his own men more bloodshed. He brazenly set the condition. One person from your group must volunteer to die, since his side had already lost too many. Dane closed his eyes in contempt. He shot back harshly. Then why don't you go sit on the altar yourself so everyone can enjoy it? He flew into a rage, snarling that without him the wolf clan would be cursed forever, so he would never be sacrificed. The other werewolves stood silently, watching the tense exchange unfold. Tired of talk, he ordered his men to act. To him, since the sacrifice had walked into their hands, they should just seize it. He forced Gagan to capture someone from Dane's side alive, or face more needless bloodshed among his kin. Surrounded, Dane remained remarkably calm, gripping the sword hilt and ready to fight. Layla and Hyde instantly assumed defensive positions. Hyde drew his bowstring, aiming straight at the monster. Curran watched closely and judged the foes to be battle-hardened veterans, not to be underestimated for a single second. A breath-stealing showdown erupted within the ancient ruin. Everyone knew this fight wouldn't be easy, with the goal of breaking the seal. The cloaked man growled his ultimatum, demanding Dane's group make a final decision at once. The werewolves bared fangs and claws, preparing to pounce on the prey at their master's command. A huge hairy hand slammed the ground threateningly, accompanied by a long, regretful sigh. Gagan looked at Dane and confessed he truly didn't want to attack a child, but the circumstances left him no choice. Dane sneered, mocking that counterfeit kindness, when their hands were just stained with the ranger's innocent blood. His gaze turned ice-cold, asserting that those he once knew would never stoop to such despicable acts. Dane's words struck like a blade, leaving the werewolves momentarily stunned and guilt-ridden. "Cut the cheap excuses," Dane said as he drew his sword. The arcanium began to gleam with bright blue energy. The villain in the back started to worry. He wondered where these kids got such confidence, or what hidden power they might be concealing. A lantern was flung aside, its flame wobbling in midair, signaling the official start of the battle. Gagan's henchmen howled with excitement. They wanted no more talk and lunged to tear their opponents apart. Seeing the turn, the sly cloaked man quickly retreated to preserve his life, leaving the werewolves to charge forward. Gagan roared encouragement to his fellows, resolved to fight for honor and the clan's ultimate survival. 3 giant werewolves leapt down in unison from above, forming a crushing pincer aimed at Dane. Dane glanced back and confirmed the ringleader, and the dwarf had withdrawn safely into the deeper shadow. He curled a confident smile, vowing to end this game as swiftly as possible. Dane signaled Priscilla to fall back, reminding her not to step into the enemy's dangerous line of sight. Priscilla worried and wanted to help, since her holy power could heal if anyone was injured. Layla was shocked. She couldn't believe Dane intended to face all 3 monsters alone. Dane insisted that in the narrow terrain and limited visibility, letting him handle it alone was the optimal plan. Layla reluctantly agreed, admitting she was curious to see the true power of the new sword in his hand. The arcanium blazed, ready for a dazzling display of power from the Sagar's prodigy. The werewolves froze. They hadn't expected a human brat to declare he'd take them all on alone. One of them growled with contempt. To them, being scorned by a lowly human was an unbearable humiliation. "You underestimate us." A clawed hand slammed down, tearing the air apart. Nothing left to say, all 3 lunged at once like phantoms, aiming to finish Dane immediately. Dane stood firm, the arcanium blazing a blue aura in the dark ruin. He narrowed his eyes at the charging beasts and muttered a sarcastic apology. With a decisive step, he stomped the stone floor, gathering momentum for a counterstrike. The sword arced in razor-sharp slices. He made it clear he had no interest in these lacks. At terrifying speed, Dane swept through his foes like a gust of wind, leaving them no time to react. One staggered, realizing the kid wasn't dodging, but charging straight into the midst of their formation. Dane's recklessness left them both astonished and ashamed. His gaze remained eerily calm, as if every enemy movement lay in the palm of his hand. In the blink of an eye, screams of pain rose up. The massive werewolves were struck one after another, blood spraying beneath Dane's blade. One of them howled crazily in pain, unable to believe he was being overwhelmed so easily. Dane saw through every gap in the enemy's assault. Another decisive, powerful swing followed. Streaks of blue sword energy braided together, enveloping the battlefield. He smoothly slipped aside to evade a killing swipe, his movement as graceful as a dance. Using the jump's momentum, Dane flipped in midair to set up the finishing blow. The werewolf below only had time to see a silver-white blur plunging toward his head. Dane's face stayed cold and expressionless as his enemy neared death. Fear was clear in the beast's eyes before it all ended. An explosion of energy erupted, flinging the three giant werewolves backward. They toppled like chess pieces. From afar, Layla and Hyde stood rooted in place, astonished at such overwhelming power. Curran broke out in a sweat, silently admiring that Dane's true strength far exceeded what he'd imagined. The battlefield fell suddenly silent, leaving only strewn corpses and the dim lantern light on the stone floor. The cloaked man had been watching the fight from the shadows the whole time. He began to tremble. 3 elite werewolf warriors couldn't even graze that kid. This was truly a monster. Dane slowly turned his head, his eyes fixed on the one who was hiding. He noticed a crucial detail: the silver hair and that exceptional swordsmanship. A horrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could this be the famed prodigy of the Count Sagar's family from the rumor? He cursed his bad luck. Why would such a high-caliber figure appear in this remote place and ruin all his plans? Inside the fog-filled courtyard, a throat like a wound coughed weakly while trying to stand on its feet. The creature felt pain spreading through its body after being struck by an unfamiliar weapon. Shock flooded its mind as it realized the attack had pierced its sturdy body with alarming ease. Even moving became difficult as the wound sapped its strength. Fear gradually replaced confidence. Looking toward the opponent, Priscilla wondered what kind of monster could possess such overwhelming power. She said there was nothing more they could do. Meanwhile, the dark sorcerer thought to himself, "Damn, he took down 3 werewolves. How strong is he after all? Is he a 5th-rank knight?" No, he didn't just use a sword. He must be using magic as well. So he's a spellblade, no way. Across the courtyard, the hooded enemy praised Dane's swordsmanship but pointed out a major obstacle. Unless the seal protecting the target is broken, victory would mean nothing. Confidence remained clear on Dane's face. Rather than worry, he believed he had the knowledge to handle it himself. The enemy took that confidence for arrogance. The protagonist was also a bit wary inwardly. He didn't falter despite witnessing the other's ability. Indeed, he was not someone to be underestimated. All right then, let's see who the real winner is. Dark magical energy gathered around the hooded man as he prepared his next move. While respecting Dane's sword skill, he asserted that his magic far surpassed. His true objective finally became clear. After capturing a key figure, he intended to seize Roxana's tear and restore the secret organization he served. Pride filled his expression as he revealed his identity. He was a famed mage and alchemist who had reached the rare 6th tier. Multiple magic circles appeared beside the hooded man, releasing streams of purple energy that spread across the battlefield with immense force. The sudden display left everyone watching stunned. The blonde girl shouted, "6th tier. No wonder the werewolves struggled so much." A confident smile crossed the mage's face as he advanced. Certain escape was impossible. He prepared to overpower his enemies and end the fight. Facing the 6th tier mage, Dane remained calm despite his opponent's overwhelming confidence. The mage threatened to turn everyone present into offerings for his plan. Instead of relying solely on the sword, Dane revealed another aspect of his ability. Blue magical energy gathered around him as he prepared to answer spell with spell. Surprise flashed across the enemy's face. Realizing Dane could use magic too, the battlefield instantly grew more dangerous as both sides prepared for a clash of spells. The hooded mage quickly recalled rumors about the Sagar's family and their talented daughter. Even so, he still regarded Dane as a temporary nuisance. Streams of blue and purple energy surged through the courtyard. The two opponents exchanged magical attacks while testing each other from a distance. The mage's confidence showed as he continued casting. Sure of his superiority, he believed Dane would soon regret challenging him in the realm of magic. Dark runes and magical sigils spread through the air as the mage launched an even greater incantation. His expression showed absolute certainty that victory was within reach. A massive wave of purple energy exploded from their formation. The attack expanded rapidly, engulfing the surrounding area with destructive force. Excitement and madness mingled on the mage's face as he poured more power into the incantation. The growing magic threatened everyone nearby. Recognizing the danger, Dane stepped forward to face the incoming assault direct. Rather than retreat, Dane shouted a warning and focused on shielding his allies. Even under pressure, he continued to analyze the enemy's spell and its weakness. Suddenly, a powerful burst of magic detonated outward. Cold energy spread across the battlefield and disrupted the advance of the purple assault. The freezing force kept expanding as layers of ice and magic collided with the enemy formation. The courtyard trembled from the impact of the opposing forces beneath. Dane immediately recognized the danger of the unfolding battle. A large-scale incantation within the cramped underground chamber threatened not just the enemy, but everyone present. The protagonist turned and asked everyone, "Are you all right?" The others were fine, because Priscilla had erected a protective barrier for them. The red-haired girl shouted, telling the hero not to let the enemy continue the attack, because this place could collapse. Dane nodded and assured them, "All right, leave this place to me." He then began to activate magic in the palm of his hand. A smile tugged at his lips as he whispered, "The longer this drags on, the worse it gets for us." Without hesitation, he completed his magic and shouted, "Oh, spear steeped in mana." At that cry, countless mana spears formed all around him. Confident in this magic, Dane declared, "I'll finish this quickly." Opposite him, the dark mage could scarcely believe his eyes. Impossible. It dodged all my attacks. He wondered in confusion, and what skill is that? Did he channel mana into those spears? He couldn't help but blurt out, "Where on earth did you learn those strange magics? But struggle all you want. This time I'll send you off with a finishing move." At the same moment, the magic circles behind him simultaneously emitted extremely dangerous aura. Next, they all fired bolts of purple lightning straight toward the protagonist. Explosions began to occur in the air, producing deafening sound. The friends watching grew extremely worried for the protagonist. Up front, Dane remained utterly composed, his face showing not a trace of fear.